Ji-yu looked at Shangguan Kui blankly, but immediately a brilliant smile bloomed on her face. Senior sister Shangguan Kui is indeed as reliable as Xing Kun. With senior sister Shangguan Kui backing me, I can play to my heart's content. Superhuman genes erupt probably because my emotions are more agitated. Hearing this, Shangguan Kui frowned, feeling used. This Xing Kun, how dare he make me clean up your mess, she muttered to herself, then turned to the roaring monster in front and asked Ji-yu, what's going on with this monster? It evolved to tier 4 so quickly. Ji-yu didn't answer, merely gritted her teeth and focused her power on the monster. Shangguan Kui was startled and quickly raised a hand to stop her. That's too much pressure. Do you want to destroy this whole place? Pull it back. Ji-yu shook her head helplessly. Senior sister, I can't pull it back. Shangguan Kui curled her lips, a glint of determination in her eyes. She pulled out an energy transmission tube, her voice icy. Get out your weapon and absorb Ji-yu's energy. Xing Kun, how did you turn her into this? Forget it, I can't just stand by and watch you bury all the survivors alive. She moved with decisive efficiency. She used the transmission tube to siphon off 90 of the superhuman power from Ji-yu's body. Swallow this. This is a superhuman gene recovery transmission tube. She still left 10 of the lightning energy in Ji-yu's body, thinking to herself, it shouldn't disrupt the underground balance and cause a collapse, right? Immediately after, Shangguan Kui extended the transmission tube. A terrifying current erupted, tearing through space, instantly obliterating the monster. She nodded lightly. Seems fine. After the matter was settled, she turned to Ji-yu, her tone serious. Your superhuman gene content is very high. You should understand that a superhuman's elements are not ordinary elements. Each attack is like a bomb consuming all energy. You can think of it as children. Imagine each element is a child. When they play wildly outside, they'll come home, slowly grow up and become increasingly powerful, eventually degenerating into life elements. As long as you can achieve this, by the day your star map is complete, you will naturally be promoted to a 4-star superhuman. Understand? Ji-yu's eyes flickered and she replied carelessly, probably. Her brief answer rendered Shangguan Kui's teaching futile. Her brows were furrowed, her tone full of displeasure. Even Lin Si understood. Aren't you clear yet? Rotten wood cannot be carved. And you're a genius with 95 superhuman genes. Shangguan Kui wanted to explain in more detail, but Ji-yu quickly interjected, her voice filled with excitement. As long as the recyclable components obey Newton's law of universal gravitation, the Earth's gravitational pull on a satellite is inversely proportional to the square of its distance from the Earth's center. Only when the centrifugal force generated by the satellite's motion balances gravity can the satellite maintain a fixed orbital motion around the Earth. Shangguan Kui. Her head was spinning. She couldn't understand a single word and asked dazedly, what on earth are you blabbering about? Ji-yu replied with a playful smile. I'm talking about the principle of satellites. Senior sister Shangguan Kui, your physics is really bad. Being dared to be mocked by a new recruit. Shangguan Kui raised her eyebrows, a hint of displeasure flashing in her eyes. This new recruit was not cute at all, but just then, Ji-yu's simple domain began to tremble, undergoing abnormal changes. Suddenly, countless tentacles surged out of thin air, tightly wrapping around the monster. Shangguan Kui frowned, muttering, what kind of vines are these? No, it can't be plants. These are biological tentacles carrying a monster's aura. She narrowed her eyes, sensing a strong malevolent energy. What's giving this monster energy? It's evolving again. Although it has evolved, this monster still seems wary of Ji-yu. Shangguan Kui's gaze sharpened, and she stepped out of the defensive shield, heading straight for the enemy, her tone full of challenge. Tisk, so this is the superhuman that monsters fear. You're very afraid of Ji-yu continuing to grow, aren't you? But you should be more worried about this old woman's growth. Meanwhile, on Xing Kun's battlefield, Fan Shiki still talked tough, his tone triumphant. You can't escape. But before he could act, his tentacles were suddenly incinerated by hellfire. He clearly felt the star map shatter, his power seemingly severed in an instant. Xing Kun's gaze sharpened, and he calmly explained, hellfire is a monster using a cannon to kill a mosquito. Its main purpose is to eliminate potential superhumans. Hearing this, Fan Shiki's face flushed with anger, and he roared, hellfire has never appeared in this world before. Do you think whatever you say is true? Xing Kun disdained to argue, replying coldly, believe it or not, he thought to himself. In my previous life, hellfire first appeared to eliminate Shangguan Kui. But in this life its target is me. Without hesitation, Xing Kun decisively pointed at the hellfire orb, his tone full of challenge. Then come on. Could Xing Kun use superhuman methods, harnessing the monster's power to shatter this hellfire? He activated the monster element star map, combining the 99 monster genes of the myriad sword star map with starfire, pouring all his power into the hellfire orb. The momentum was like 10,000 swords unleashed simultaneously. Seeing this scene, Fan Shiki couldn't help but recall his conversation with his uncle. That man had said, what is a star map? It's a battle formation, a technique that condenses scattered power into one to exert greater force. Fan Shiki had then asked curiously, can monsters use star maps? The man replied, monsters above tier 4 can use elements and theoretically can also use star maps, but no one knows the practical situation. Whether it's monster genes or superhuman genes, the total amount of genes determines the power of the star map. Star maps with over 90 gene content undergo a qualitative leap, Fan Shiki thought to himself, a hint of jealousy flashing in his eyes. Lord Demon God only granted me 10 monster genes. Xing Kun, how many monster genes do you have? Meanwhile, Xing Kun nervously calculated in his mind. He painstakingly adjusted his monster genes into a star map form. A superhuman's sword belongs to metal, but now the monster's sword belongs to fire. With his current ability he could only use them as exploding cannonballs. Thinking this, Shin Kun poured all his power into the Hellfire Orb. The fireball remained motionless, showing no signs of change. Fan Shiki's eyes were filled with contempt, a sarcastic smile playing on his lips. Overestimating yourself. But as soon as the words left his mouth, the space around him violently erupted, and the ground trembled violently under a shocking aftershock, shattering into pieces. He was so scared that he quickly dodged the flying debris, silently marveling at how terrifying just the aftershock was. On the floor below, Shangguan Kui was in an intense battle with a Tier 4 monster. She gripped the energy conduit, charging straight at the enemy. The monster's body began to crack under her fierce attacks. But suddenly, earth and rocks from the ceiling collapsed, making Shangguan Kui pause, a hint of confusion in her eyes. Wait, I intentionally controlled my power and didn't damage the structure. This definitely isn't my doing. To prove her innocence, she shouted loudly, her voice echoing all around. Who's fighting? Do you want to bury us all alive? In the rescue area. The man was sweating profusely, desperately urging the crowd, hurry, get out of here. Back on Shin Kun and Fan Shiki's battlefield, Fan Shiki narrowed his eyes, observing, secretly thinking that Shin Kun actually possessed such terrifying power. Just the aftershocks of the collision had ravaged this place into ruins. He lowered his head to the rubble, recognizing that it was the flame demon god's tentacles supporting it, preventing the hospital from collapsing completely. He muttered to himself, did Hellfire lose? Ah, what a foolish thought am I having. How could Hellfire be destroyed? It just shrank a bit. A smirk played on his lips, his tone arrogant. What monster fears superhumans? What a show-off, trying to defy fate with a few fabricated words. I offered you a path to life, but you chose to seek death instead. Go and repent in hell. Although Shin Kun was tightly bound by tentacles, with only one arm free, his gaze remained resolute. He said in a deep voice, Myriad sword star map, the more superhuman monster genes there are, the more swords can be condensed. How many more swords do you think I can unleash? Fan Shiki was stunned, exclaiming in surprise, what? Still putting on an act? Even if you use monster genes now, how many swords can you condense? Shin Kun merely smiled faintly, his eyes glinting with challenge. Ah, Shin Kun, with raging flames in his eyes, shot countless shimmering fire swords directly at the Hellfire Orb. The spectacular sight left Fan Shiki stunned, his mind a mess. How many monster genes does Shin Kun actually have? Did the demon god only give me 10 monster genes because I already have 90 superhuman genes? But if a human's mysterious genes are already 100 and only 1 are superhuman genes, then his monster genes could be 99. Impossible. If that were the case, he would have completely transformed into a monster. Shin Kun's power caused intense vibrations, spreading outwards. Everyone felt the ground trembling as if it was about to crack open. The vice dean was extremely anxious. Hastily urged, there was an earthquake just now. Something must have happened, officer. Please send support. But the old officer, his face red, roared loudly, Vice Dean, I am the person in charge of this rescue operation. I am experienced. This is a simple rescue mission. There will be no accidents. He muttered to himself, a hint of calculation flashing in his eyes. I must stall for as much time as possible, the old man continued to reassure. The tremor just now was just a normal aftershock. Calling for support is a waste of national resources. Please remain quiet and do not interfere. But as soon as the words left his mouth, a more violent earthquake struck. Earth and rocks collapsed, and the crowd erupted in a clamor. Oh my God, a huge earthquake, the officer shouted, trying to remain calm. Everyone calm down. Just then, from the depths of the darkness, a group of people gradually appeared. Someone cheered. Look, people are coming out. The officer was stunned, his voice changing pitch. What's there to be calm about? All cleansers, quickly go and save them. In the cavern, Fan Shiki's body trembled, unsure how many aftershocks from Shin Kun's power he had endured. He murmured, his eyes dazed. 99 monster genes actually became a talent. How ridiculous. This is why I lost to a commoner without power or influence. But watching the Hellfire Orb gradually dissipate, he roared loudly, his voice filled with despair. Luckily you have such good fortune, a destitute life with a chance to change, haha, but I am a member of the Fan family. Lady Luck has been on my side since birth, and now I have the demon god's blessing. Don't think you can defeat me. Just then the flame demon god appeared, its aura soaring to the heavens. But as soon as Shin Kun destroyed the Hellfire Orb, he immediately turned and ran, shouting, Fool, who's looking for you? Sweat beaded on Shin Kun's forehead as he muttered to himself, when else should I run if not now? Destroying the Hellfire Orb already cost me half my flesh. I'm not foolish enough to fight the flame demon god. My real goal is to snatch those with monster genes and then slip away from here. He took the opportunity to rush towards Tutu, who upon seeing him her eyes immediately lit up, cheering, Blue Flame, you're back. Shin Kun smiled and patted her shoulder. Good job, you got them out. Hearing his praise, Tutu's cheeks flushed and her heart pounded. He praised me and even touched my face. Is this a reward? But Shin Kun touched her face not for a reward but to quickly inject monster genes into her jugular vein. Forcibly injecting monster blood after he finished, he asked in a deep voice, Tutu, how many people can you carry at most? She was surprised to feel her body suddenly filling with power. I don't know why, but my hands seem to have recovered. Now I feel all the superhuman genes in my body burning, and my heart is pounding. I feel like I can carry everyone with me. Shin Kun nodded, his gaze sharp. That's great, let's get out of here as fast as possible. Come on up. Tutu exclaimed in surprise. Ah, what is it, she thought to herself. My hands are already fine, no need to carry me anymore. But she didn't say it, taking the opportunity to let Xing Kun continue carrying her, softly replying, and nothing, let's go. Just then, the flame demon god's voice rang out, cold and full of killing intent. The traitor's power is exhausted, the game can end. On Xing Kun's side, before everyone could leave, Gong Zhaoni and Tu Yang Yang's collars suddenly emitted a dazzling light. Zhao Sheng spoke from behind, his voice low. Xiao Tao is a tier 4 monster, skin a bit tough. Xiao Tao, her eyes wide, replied discontentedly. Brother, can you pay attention in class? When that tier 5 monster 20 years ago was still tier 4, it broke into Nabha, the most prosperous city in India. The records there clearly documented the army's despair at the time. This tier 4 monster, with 3 divisions and over 300 anti-tank rounds, forcibly broke into Nabha and freely ate people. By the time the army decided to bomb the city, that monster had already evolved into tier 5 and wasn't even afraid of bombs. Zhao Sheng, after hearing Xiao Tao's account, couldn't help but be shocked and exclaimed, it's truly powerful, terrifyingly powerful. Does that mean Shangguan Kui is even more powerful than anti-tank rounds? He turned his head, his eyes flickering with admiration. It's truly reassuring to have the honor of seeing senior sister Shangguan fight. Rumor has it that men would turn and flee upon seeing her, despite her being such a beautiful and excellent girl. And so strong, Xiao Tao immediately interjected, her tone firm. Brother, are you foolish? Precisely because senior sister Shangguan is so outstanding, which man is worthy of her? One can only blame the men in the world for being too incompetent. Meanwhile, on Shangguan Kui's battlefield, she stood proudly, facing the tier 4 monster without fear, her gaze sharp. She shouted, did you hear me? I am your biggest threat. Stay away from my junior sister or I'll twist off your head, the monster roared in anger, and charged over. But instead of attacking Shangguan Kui, it suddenly detoured behind her, heading straight for Ji. This move infuriated Shangguan Kui, her hair almost standing on end. Damn it, did you not hear me? You actually bypassed me to attack Ji. Treating me as invisible? She turned to Shangguan Kui, her tone firm. Junior sister, you can practice with other monsters later. Right now, I'm going to chop it to death. Shangguan Kui spun the energy conduit in her hand, her movements decisive as a whirlwind, hacking the monster into several pieces. Under the fierce attack, the monster's eyes suddenly turned blood red, and it let out an earth-shattering roar, a terrifying pressure exploding and spreading in all directions, making the space tremble. But Shangguan Kui stood steady as a rock, completely unharmed, her gaze still sharp as a knife, ready to respond at any moment. Although the monster's body was chopped to pieces, it regenerated at an astonishing speed. It opened its huge mouth and spewed roaring flames, rushing straight toward Shangguan Kui, intending to burn her to ashes. But Shangguan Kui's gaze was sharp and she leapt up, charging towards the monster. She raised the energy conduit, blocking the flames, her tone filled with disdain. You want to spew fire? I've watched this move dozens of times in videos. No way, I'll block your mouth and you'll explode. Immediately, the monster's body exploded, the sound reverberating like thunder. Xiao Tao, standing at a distance, exclaimed in horror. The rumors weren't groundless after all. Which man wouldn't go crazy upon seeing senior sister Shangguan? But after the explosion, the monster's tentacles gathered from all directions again, quickly regenerating. Xiao Tao frowned. It's not dead yet, and it's those tentacles again, still supplying it with energy. Shangguan Kui gritted her teeth. Tisk, how troublesome. The number of these tentacles is too great. In the blink of an eye, from those tentacles a giant monster was reborn, even larger than before. While Shangguan Kui was still stunned, a fish-shaped sphere suddenly shot out from behind, rushing straight towards the monster. Shangguan Kui exclaimed in surprise, what is that? This sphere, named Pufferfish 1 satellite, crashed at astonishing speed, causing considerable damage and catching the monster off guard. The sphere quickly returned to Jiu's side, who shouted, her eyes gleaming, lightning element attacks are indeed powerful. Defeat that monster before it recovers. Although Shangguan Kui was a bit stunned, she couldn't help but tease, but your moves look a bit childish, don't they? Ji shook her head, her tone serious. No, senior sister Shangguan, we must be careful. I can feel all the lightning elements underground being devoured. There's a very terrifying monster here. As the two were still talking, the massive figure appeared again, its aura overwhelming everything. Shangguan Kui quickly warned, Ji, be careful, that monster is coming again. The fish-shaped sphere continued to charge into the battlefield, rushing straight towards the enemy. Ji shouted, her tone anxious, Senior sister, this place is about to collapse. Are things going to get worse? Meanwhile, on Xing Kun's side, he was carrying Tutu, activating monster genes to boost her superhuman genes, he thought to himself, his voice filled with determination, like pressing the accelerator. I'm using monster genes to stimulate her superhuman genes, keeping them in an excited state. Contrary to Xing Kun's actual thoughts, Tutu's mind was filled with complex emotions. Blue Flame's hand is there, it's too sensitive, my heart is pounding uncontrollably, beating like crazy. Even so, she remained focused on her mission, using Wind Shun to carry everyone out of the dangerous area. Invisible wings rapidly darted through the air, and Xing Kun, his gaze sharp, observed his surroundings, sensing an anomaly. This building is collapsing continuously, but the direction of the collapse seems to be luring us in the opposite direction, he commanded in a deep voice. Tutu, ignore the collapse, keep going forward, I'll clear the way. Just then, Tu Yang suddenly clutched his chest, crying out in pain. Tutu quickly turned back, asking anxiously, Yang, what's wrong? She glanced over and saw that Gong Zhaoni also looked pale. Tutu shouted, are your safety collars about to lose control? It's all right, we're almost out, everything will be safe, calm down, don't worry. Xing Kun narrowed his eyes, observing, and immediately concluded, "There's something wrong with the safety collars around your necks. These collars are filled with the flame demon god's monster genes," he thought to himself, his mood heavy. This game was lost from the start. Suddenly from both their collars monster tentacles violently burst forth. Twirling and entangling, Xing Kun gritted his teeth. "No, these are my monster gene carriers." Without hesitation he injected something into their bodies, attempting to suppress the monster energy. Tutu looked at Xing Kun blankly. "Blue flame, believe me, I'm saving them." Xing Kun roared, "Tutu, get out of here quickly." She nodded repeatedly, daring not to delay, and continued to use Wind Shun, carrying everyone along the path Xing Kun had cleared, but they still fell into a trap. Tutu panicked, her voice trembling. What is this? Who is she? Why is her head made of fire?" Xing Kun replied grimly. "She is the monster in this world that no one can defeat." Just then, Fan Shiki and the flame demon god appeared, and Tutu's eyes widened, unable to believe what she was seeing. The monster before her, except for the flames burning on its head, was indistinguishable from a human. The superhuman genes in her body trembled like a mouse facing a cat, an instinctive fear making her unable to resist, unable to even breathe. Seeing Tutu trembling, Xing Kun suddenly slapped her butt, his tone firm. "Snap out of it. If you keep trembling, we're all going to fall." Hearing Xing Kun's words, Tutu regained her composure, her tone firm. "All right, I'm fine now. Next, are we going to defeat her? Also my brother." Suddenly, the flame demon god's voice rang out, cold and majestic. "The game is over. I will soon have a body capable of bearing my immense power. It's truly wonderful to disguise myself as a human. I can silently devour superhumans and replenish my energy." Xing Kun was concentrating on responding, sensing the flame demon god speaking. He responded coldly with his consciousness, "Sorry, you won't take either of them." With that, he pulled Tu Yangyang and Gong Zhaoni behind him, protecting them, and continued to face the demon god. Xing Kun roared, "Flame demon god, have you been buried underground for too long? Monster genes have been around for many years. Do you think human research hasn't progressed? Some people carrying swarms of insects, enduring countless criticisms, have persevered in researching how to save monster gene carriers. For 20 years they developed an isolation vaccine. This vaccine can prevent monster genes from invading the human brain. Although for ordinary people the effect lasts less than a second, and it's worthless for those who have already transformed into monsters, for me it's enough. Even if your monster genes invaded their brains earlier, with the drug's obstruction, it's forced to stand on the same starting line as my genes." The flame demon god grew increasingly furious, letting out a cold snort, and its left foot ignited with raging flames, making Tutu exclaim. Her left foot actually transformed into the five heavens fire. The flames spread, enveloping the space, transforming into the heavenly flame purgatory, preparing to devour Tu Yangyang and Gong Zhaoni. Tutu frantically shouted. "Yang Yang!" Xing Kun also couldn't keep calm, roaring, "Tutu, cover me, try your best not to let me be disturbed." Tutu immediately nodded, her tone firm. "I'll die before I let anything disturb you." The flame demon god's body almost completely transformed into raging flames, and she roared loudly, "They are mine!" The two forces collided violently, and the space trembled intensely. Gong Zhaoni could barely hold on at this moment, her body trembling. She thought to herself this despair, her body gradually becoming uncontrollable, as if being devoured little by something. Her consciousness also gradually blurred. Is this what it feels like to turn into a monster? After all, she couldn't escape this day in her hallucination. Gong Zhaoni saw countless people screaming in terror, "She's turning into a monster, stay away from her. Ah, so scary, she is a monster." She remembered her grandfather's words, his voice full of love. "My little son, you're so strong, you'll wait for Grandpa, right? Never give up, Grandpa will definitely save you," she whispered, tears rolling down. All right, Grandpa, don't worry. I will definitely remain optimistic. Stay calm, Grandpa, I'm sorry, I can't wait for you anymore." Just as Gong Zhaoni was about to completely lose consciousness, a hand suddenly grabbed the tentacles wrapping around her and fiercely pulled them away. It was Blue Flame. Xing Kun, the person her grandfather had said could save her, his appearance instantly restored a sliver of her consciousness, and her eyes shimmered with hope. The flame demon god saw this scene, grew even more furious, and roared, "Traitor alone, how dare you snatch my things?" Xing Kun's lips curled into a cold smile, and he replied with this. He entered his consciousness, directly communicating with the flame demon god, his voice sharp. "Flame demon god, have you forgotten? In your past life you couldn't destroy my soul either. Human souls are far more resilient than you imagine. Flame demon god, are you afraid too? Afraid of being exposed in front of all humanity? Your true king doesn't have enough power to awaken, and you cannot provoke an all-out war between humans and monsters before the king awakens. What if human resistance prevents the king from awakening with sufficient power? What if the king awakens and blames you for disrupting his plans? So you need to disguise yourself, hide your identity, always pretending to be human." The flame demon god could no longer tolerate it, roaring in anger, "Die, traitor!" With that, it charged toward Xing Kun. He immediately turned to Gong Zhaoni and Tu Yangyang, his voice low. "Although I can temporarily protect you from them, I'm sorry, I can only save one of you. I can only bestow power upon one person." Tu Yangyang's eyes lit up, overjoyed. "One person, that means we still have a chance to survive. Although I don't understand why you can do it, it's great. Let the class monitor gain your power. She's the most suitable." As he spoke, he pushed Gong Zhaoni toward Xing Kun. Tutu also shouted, her tone full of encouragement, "Yang Yang, hold on, Blue Flame will definitely save you." But the flame demon god did not leave them in peace, manipulating tentacles to attack Xing Kun. Tutu immediately realized that all the tentacles in the hospital belonged to her, and she must not let her interfere with Blue Flame. She quickly unleashed her power, creating a whirlwind to stop the tentacles, but to her surprise those tentacles were not aiming for Xing Kun. Instead it suddenly went around behind them and fiercely stabbed Lin Dao. No way! Tutu was terrified. In just 1 second, Lin Dao had already transformed into a monster, letting out a ferocious roar and charging towards Xing Kun. He had completely lost consciousness, becoming a subordinate of the flame demon god, but just as he got close, Lin Dao suddenly stopped. Tutu was stunned, shouting in disbelief, how could this happen? Although Lin Dao was in monster form with his fists raised high, he didn't strike. Tears streamed down his face as he roared, "Don't think you can make me a monster to harm anyone." Tutu was deeply moved, her eyes brimming with tears shaken by Lin Dao's firm will. He gritted his teeth and uttered his last words, "Sister Tutu, the class monitor and Yang Yang are in your care." With that, Lin Dao ended his own life to protect everyone. Tutu was startled, crying out in pain. No, the flame demon god witnessed this scene and roared even more furiously. I bestowed power upon him, yet he knew no gratitude. Before Xing Kun and Tutu could react, Fan Shiki suddenly appeared and respectfully said, Lord Demon God, I will deal with her. He stretched out his hand and a huge palm appeared, attacking Tutu. Tutu was stunned and blurted out, Fan Shiki, so it was really you hiding in the dark. Why are you serving a monster? Fan Shiki sneered, waved his hand in attack and roared, Why are you pretending? You already found out. That person who kept their back to you was also a monster, but Tutu showed no weakness. She unleashed her full wind shun, creating a powerful whirlwind that blocked the huge palm. She roared back in response. He's also human, capable of controlling monster power. While you filthy creature, helping monsters plot this disaster and sacrificing your compatriots, you are the monster. Tutu's words enraged Fan Shiki and his eyes sharpened. He spread his hands, unleashing superhuman power on one side and monster energy on the other, continuing to charge at Tutu. He roared, as expected, long hair, short wisdom, unable to think independently. You filthy creature, dare to hinder humanity's survival? I'd like to see how you extinguish my flames this time. Meanwhile, in the psychic space, Gong Zhaoni angrily questioned Tu Yang Yang, who gave you permission to decide? I'm the class monitor, I decide. With a gentle wave of her hand, Tu Yang Yang's head tilted. Xing Kun saw their dazed expressions and explained, We're currently in the spiritual world. Your two mental strengths are equally matched, so you can only mutually influence each other. Is there anything you want to discuss with me? Xing Kun asked and flicked Tu Yang Yang. He quickly shouted, Hey, wait. But before he could say more, Tu Yang Yang fell into a deep sleep. Gong Zhaoni sighed. You flicked him, and Yang Yang couldn't take it. How powerful. Xing Kun curled his lips. Yang Yang voluntarily withdrew. Gong Zhaoni showed an expression of admiration and excitedly said, Wow, we have such great chemistry. Is this what they call an instant connection? We're truly destined. You risked your life to save us. You said you could only bestow power upon one person. What about the other? Is there also a strategy for that? Xing Kun replied, his voice steady. Oh, I can allow them to retain consciousness after turning into a monster. Although they won't inherit power and will only be low-level monsters, at least their bodies won't be seized by the flame demon god. Gong Zhaoni couldn't help but wonder, asking with concern, If you turn into a monster, can you never turn back? Can we defeat the flame demon god? Xing Kun nodded gently, his gaze firm. Perhaps I'll find a way to turn him back later. We definitely can't defeat him now, but we can desperately try to escape if it really comes down to it. I still have one last trump card. Gong Zhaoni continued to ask, her eyes flickering with curiosity. What if the flame demon god finds other people with monster genes? Who can bear its power? What if it stops searching? Xing Kun didn't hide anything and answered directly. If it finds them, it will become invincible. We can only try to slow down its growth. It will definitely want to destroy humanity first. Gong Zhaoni had one last question, her voice soft. You still haven't told me your name. Xing Kun smiled, his voice low and warm. My name is Xing Kun. Learning his name, Gong Zhaoni nodded gently, a glimmer of hope flashing in her eyes. Gong Zhaoni smiled and sincerely said, Xing Kun, thank you. You must have put in a lot of effort to become so powerful. Xing Kun shrugged modestly and replied, It's all right, probably talent. Before he could say more, Gong Zhaoni continued, her eyes sparkling. Xing Kun, if the flame demon god fights humanity without restraint, superhumans might still have a chance to survive, but ordinary people will definitely be helpless. Xing Kun listened, thinking to himself, it's the righteous path again, but Gong Zhaoni still said firmly, even if consciousness is preserved, letting humans turn into monsters to continue existing is too cruel for anyone. So please listen to my suggestion. You've worked hard. You don't have to bear the burden of this world alone anymore. Let me share half the pressure. Hearing this, Xing Kun silently agreed, his mind racing. Yes, she would definitely choose this, because she was the sun in his previous life, wanting to illuminate the world even when rejected by it. Outside, Tutu and Fan Shiki's battle continued fiercely. Watching Tutu desperately resist, Fan Shiki's huge arms pressed down on her and he sneered, Tutu, you still have hope if you escape now. Despite her eyes being bloodshot, Tutu gritted her teeth, unyielding. She secretly vowed that she absolutely could not let Blue Flame be disturbed, but even with her utmost effort, she was no match for Fan Shiki. He stepped forward, manipulating tentacles to attack, his voice cold. Then you'll have no chance. The tentacles bushed straight towards Tutu. Just as she was in critical danger, a hand suddenly appeared, gripping the tentacles tightly with such strength that Fan Shiki was shocked. Such powerful strength, what's going on? It's you again. That person is Tu Yang Yang. Tu Yang Yang raised his foot, kicking fiercely at Fan Shiki, shouting, Don't you dare bully my sister. Tutu cried tears of joy, calling her brother Yang Yang's name through her tears, but Tu Yang Yang turned to Xing Kun with tears streaming down his face, cursing, "Damn blue flame, stupid class monitor Gong Zhaoni, you idiots, it should have been a useless person like me who sacrificed himself." Hearing his words, Tutu was stunned, thinking to herself, could Gong Zhaoni have? Just then the flame demon god said triumphantly, "I still won this game." From its head countless tentacles emerged, directly piercing into Gong Zhaoni's body. Tu Yang Yang thought she had been possessed and angrily shouted, "Monster, give me back my class monitor." He rushed over desperately. But before he could touch Gong Zhaoni, her body was already completely controlled by the flame demon god. Gong Zhaoni's eyes were hollow, and she reached out to block Tu Yang Yang, coldly saying, "In a sense you are also a king's subject, but the king you follow is too weak and you yourself are utterly weak. It's truly shameful to be a king's subject with you. Be annihilated. I already possess a body that can endlessly use the traitor's energy. Your death is at hand." She pointed at Tu Yang Yang, her finger carrying the terrifying power of the flame demon god. Tutu shouted in panic, "Yang Yang?" Xing Kun had just awakened and immediately spoke, his voice steady. "Don't worry, a blow of this level won't kill him. This idiot just got my power and rushed in to take a hit." Tutu asked with concern, "What do we do now? Do we wait?" Going back to the moment Xing Kun and Gong Zhaoni were talking in the psychic realm, Xing Kun had said, "Your plan sounds like it has some chance of success, but even a slight mistake will lead to complete disaster." Gong Zhaoni replied fearlessly, "Don't stall, that will only sacrifice more people. I've long been prepared for this day. My strongest monster genes, if they can be put to use, that's the best option. If I fail, I'll have to trouble you to try your best to get everyone out." The flame demon god summoned hellfire, laughing arrogantly. "Ha ha ha ha, let me guess. The consciousness of the former owner still lingers in this body. What are you secretly plotting? Child's play. Human consciousness is stored in the brain, right? If the brain explodes, consciousness will also be interrupted." It pointed at the throat of Gong Zhaoni's body. Instantly her body cracked and her head exploded. Xing Kun cried out in horror. "No!" He immediately unleashed his monster power, activating the myriad sword star map Starfire, and launched a fierce attack on the flame demon god. The flame demon god remained motionless. It continued to stimulate the monster genes in Gong Zhaoni's body, causing those terrifying body parts to protrude and cutting off her beautiful hair. Tutu shouted with concern, "Blue flame, will this harm Gong Zhaoni?" Xing Kun replied in a low, sorrowful voice, "That body no longer belongs to Gong Zhaoni." The flame demon god sneered, its tone filled with disdain. "Human brains are too weak, their consciousness too small, unworthy of this body. The new head growing now is composed of my genes. What other conspiracies can your tiny brains come up with? Traitor, the remaining energy in your body probably isn't even enough to escape." In just a blink of an eye, the flame demon god appeared before Xing Kun, moving with incredible speed. Xing Kun thought to himself, too fast. Even if Gong Zhaoni's body is powerful, it's still a limited vessel for the flame demon god. She's still far from her peak state during the apocalypse in my previous life, but this speed is already impossible to keep up with. Despite his surprise, Xing Kun reacted in time. He unleashed the myriad sword star map, waving his hand trying to grab Gong Zhaoni's body, but the flame demon god's monster arm blocked him, roaring, "No monster dares to fantasize about becoming the new king. Return the kingship and all the monster genes on you." Xing Kun felt the terrifying power in the flame demon god's monster arm and thought to himself, She has already used strength equivalent to a level 6 monster in this world. She is almost invincible. There's no way to dodge. I can only give up some power." Having no other choice, Xing Kun shouted, "Tutu, fall back." Tutu immediately obeyed and retreated. In that instant, one of Xing Kun's arms was torn off his body by the flame demon god. Tutu shouted in horror, "Your hand." Xing Kun endured the pain and calmly replied, "It's nothing. As long as the core isn't damaged, a monster's body can regenerate." The flame demon god curled its lips, placed Xing Kun's arm in its mouth and coldly snorted, "This bit of flesh isn't even enough to cover the interest." Xing Kun whispered to Tutu, "We need to find a way to get out of here." She asked softly in confusion, "Can we really escape?" Just then a loud bang echoed. Shangguan Kui and Ji Yu had just dealt with a level 4 monster and it suddenly appeared before them. The flame demon god roared in anger, "Mortal superhumans, you killed my monster general, so you shall repay with your bodies." Seeing the two, Xing Kun seemed to see a ray of hope. He threw Tutu towards them, shouting, "Ah, that's Shangguan Kui and the superhuman rookie sister Ji Yu." Tutu asked in confusion, "Ah, Blue Flame, you don't need my help flying anymore?" Xing Kun replied decisively, "Don't worry, you don't need to help me. I can temporarily fly by spraying fire. Go take Tu Yang Yang to Shangguan Kui." Tutu nodded obediently. At the same time, from the Pufferfish 1 satellite, Ji Yu launched an object at Xing Kun. Tutu asked in surprise, "Blue Flame, is the superhuman rookie sister Ji Yu trying to kill you?" Xing Kun's forehead was beaded with sweat and he muttered, "So terrifying," but he immediately calmed down. "No, Ji Yu isn't trying to kill me, she's here to give me energy." "Tutu, go quickly and save your brother." Tutu hastily replied, "I'll retract the wind shun from your body, so be careful." The object Ji Yu threw was precisely the level 4 monster she had just eliminated. The flame demon god was slightly stunned, not understanding what had happened. Xing Kun immediately activated his devouring tail, devoured the monster and curled his lips, "You ate my arm, so I'll eat this." Meanwhile, on Shangguan Kui and Ji Yu's side, Shangguan Kui summoned a flood dragon. She decisively used the energy conduit to tightly entangle the flame demon god, then wielded her water dragon scythe to attack. Shangguan Kui said coldly, "Blue Flame, why did Gong Zhaoni become like this? You must give me a clear explanation later." Xing Kun replied succinctly. Certainly. While the flame demon god was distracted by Shangguan Kui, Xing Kun had already completely devoured the level 4 monster and the power in his body gradually recovered. Xing Kun spoke, his eyes sharply fixed on the flame demon god. As for your monster general's flesh and energy, I'll reluctantly accept it. In Xing Kun's subconscious he faced the monster general's true form. He whispered in shock, "You're Chen Fei, the flame demon god's monster general is actually you?" Chen Fei turned around looking at Xing Kun with a blank expression. "Do you know me?" Xing Kun replied in a low sorrowful voice. "You are Gong Xiaoni's classmate and also my classmate in my previous life. I'm sorry I made you transform into a monster prematurely in this life." He only thought the last 2 sentences in his heart, not saying them aloud. Chen Fei continued to ask, his eyes confused. "Oh, haven't I already turned into a monster? And I still have consciousness. By the way, why am I here?" Xing Kun replied nonchalantly. "Because I ate you." This news struck Chen Fei like a thunderbolt and he shouted in horror. "What?" Xing Kun continued, his tone calm. "If you're willing, I can help you regain consciousness. Perhaps I'll find a way to help you recover your human form later." Chen Fei was surprised, but his eyes quickly dimmed. "Regaining consciousness means I can continue to live, but as a monster, thank you, but it's no use anymore. Conscious yet a monster. Just thinking about it is terrifying. The situation is worse than before. Everyone will hate me even more. I can't go to crowded places to play. My hands are so big I can't even play games well. My dad hasn't wanted to see me since mom left. Perhaps when relatives and friends learned I have 84 monster genes, they already saw me as a monster and wanted to kill me. Before, luckily, the class monitor and everyone encouraged me, which is why I've held on until now. If I turn into a monster, I can't be in the same class as them anymore. I can't bear it. Now I feel the class monitor is in danger, so take my life, promise me. You must save the class monitor and kill all the monsters in this world." Although Chen Fei was not persuaded to continue living, he still voluntarily offered his body to Xing Kun. Chen Fei reached out to touch Xing Kun's hand as if making a vow. Xing Kun nodded, his tone resolute. "All right, I promise you." Immediately, the monster power within Xing Kun surged dramatically, erupting fiercely. Xing Kun rushed towards the flame demon god, his monster power exploding, but she remained unharmed. She curled her lips disdainfully, "And then attacking me with pure flames. Flame demon god, you welcome such a foolish attack. Are you planning to offer your power to me?" As soon as her words fell, Gong Xiaoni's body suddenly grew an additional monster arm. The flame demon god was astonished, murmuring in confusion, "What is this, a 5th arm?" Returning to before Gong Xiaoni's body was taken over by the flame demon god, she frowned and said firmly to Xing Kun, "I will become a stumbling block for the flame demon god. Sedative, safety, raincoat, obstruction. She slaughters living beings. Buying you time to grow." Xing Kun quickly stopped her. "Calm down, the failure rate is too high. Your grandpa will kill me. How will I explain it later? I promised him I'd bring you home." Gong Xiaoni asked with a bitter smile. "Can I still go home? Even if I go home, I'll turn into a monster, right? Grandpa will definitely understand. He won't blame you. Only I can do this, otherwise what can we do with this reckless guy? Lin Dao, although he's turned into a monster, you said there's still a chance to save him, didn't you?" As the class monitor, she absolutely couldn't give up on him. She looked at Xing Kun, her tone earnest. "Promise me, grow up quickly, truly save this world and bring me home, all right?" Hearing Gong Xiaoni pour out her heart, Xing Kun finally accepted, saying hoarsely, I'll do my best. Remember, I can't bestow my power upon you, only prevent you from being controlled by the flame demon god. Your body will be taken by her, but your consciousness won't be destroyed. You must find a way to integrate your consciousness into the monster genes and completely resist her. Accept the power I give you. First, find a way to survive, then consider things." Back to the present, Gong Xiaoni had already accepted the power Xing Kun had thrown to her. She immediately used her newly grown monster arm to punch the flame demon god, but as soon as her fist touched, the flame demon god suppressed it with her own arm, roaring, "Get out of this body!" With just a slight effort, she easily ripped that monster arm off Gong Xiaoni's body. But what the flame demon god didn't expect was that the monster arm was just a decoy, part of Xing Kun and Gong Xiaoni's carefully planned escape. As she turned her head, Xing Kun was already gone. The flame demon god roared in fury. "Traitor!" He ran away. Outside in the headquarters area, a middle-aged man stepped forward, his tone serious. "We are from headquarters, sent to investigate the situation. The hospital has frequent earthquakes. Rescue captain, please report the current situation." The captain quickly replied, his voice somewhat trembling. "Most of the survivors in the hospital have been rescued, but Shangguan Kui, the Starfire team, and 2 cleansers are still trapped underground." Hearing this, the headquarters personnel erupted in anger, questioning, "Then what are you doing here? Why didn't you send people to support them?" Rendered speechless, the captain stammered. Just then a staff member suddenly shouted, "Shangguan Kui, Starfire team, they're all safe." Shangguan Kui and her group gradually appeared. The captain was dumbfounded, muttering to himself, "How is that possible?" Shangguan Kui walked straight up, her sharp gaze fixed on the old captain, and said angrily, "Contact headquarters. I have important information to report." The captain quickly complied. On the other hand, Xing Kun turned to Xiao Tao, instructing, "Xiao Tao, you take Zhao Sheng to the hospital dean to claim the mission reward. Try to get as much as possible." Xiao Tao asked in surprise, Me," Xing Kun chuckled. "Can't give it to that stupid brother of hers, can I?" After a few words with Xiao Tao, he turned to Tutu, his tone calm. Tutu, you take Tu Youngin back to the academy first. I will ask the dean to secretly investigate and help him. Finally, Xing Kun called Ji Yu's name. We must go talk to the dean immediately. The two then immediately set off to see the dean. Xing Kun sincerely recounted everything in detail, then bowed his head in apology. That's how it is, I'm very sorry. I still haven't been able to bring Gong Zhaoni back. The dean listened, his face expressionless but his hands trembled slightly, unable to conceal his inner worry. He sighed and his deep voice rang out. My granddaughter, of course I understand her best. The more dangerous it is, the more desperately she will try to open up a path for others. Just like her parents, my son and daughter-in-law were also killed by monsters while saving people. That foolish girl. How could she be any different? So I won't blame you. From now on, whatever you need, just say so. I will do my best to help you, only hoping you can bring kind people like her home. Hearing this, Xing Kun and Ji Yu's eyes lit up and they replied in unison, I will definitely do that. Realizing he had spoken a bit hastily, the dean quickly corrected himself, his tone a little cautious. Hey wait, don't ask for too much. Consider my old man's capacity. Xing Kun and Ji Yu smiled and replied in unison, Dean, we will restrain ourselves. The dean continued, his tone thoughtful. But even if you drain me dry, the gap between us and the Fan family is too great. The Fan family is developing rapidly, with industries spread everywhere, and they are also the top supplier of Washa's life essence. Ji Yu immediately raised her hand, her eyes sparkling, and asked further. Dean, can't we use connections to ask someone higher up for help? As long as Cleanser headquarters doesn't support the Fan family, can they still have absolute power? The dean frowned slightly, replying helplessly. Before we discovered monsters like the ancient Triceratops, Cleanser headquarters once planned a large-scale search for ley lines. But that matter has been delayed, seemingly obstructed by many forces in secret. This matter involves too many interests. It's not as simple as you think. Xing Kun listened quietly, pondering inwardly. The apocalypse in his previous life was not entirely caused by monsters. In this city there were other people who contributed to the chaos. The dean tapped lightly on the table, his face thoughtful, his tone filled with vigilance. We must not let the situation escalate to a full-scale war between the flame demon god and humanity. So we and the Fan family can only secretly oppose each other, avoiding alarming the mysterious forces behind the scenes that are obstructing everything. We can only cautiously and secretly contact those we trust. These matters need to be pushed forward step by step. Don't count on external forces for now. He paused, his sharp gaze falling on Xing Kun. Based on your understanding of monsters, how will they act? Do you have any plans? Xing Kun glanced around, a flicker of thought in his eyes, then replied, If we can't absorb the flame demon god now, we can only wait until Gong Zhaoni has absorbed enough energy. Perhaps then all monster races will have the same goal, to provide energy for their king. Ordinary people, superhumans. The more superhuman genes a superhuman possesses, the richer the energy contained in their flesh and blood. The upcoming national supernova competition will be a feast for the flame demon god. At this point, Xing Kun suddenly stopped, a thoughtful look in his eyes. He recalled how in his previous life when the star luck prodigy appeared, all the young geniuses died in the supernova competition. The news at the time only said it was a monster riot, but the specific details were vague. The dean frowned slightly upon hearing this, and asked further, What about you? Need to grow quickly, right? How? Xing Kun curled his lips, his tone confident. Me, don't worry about me for now. Speaking of growth, a superhuman's growth is inseparable from elemental stimulation. Water overflowing its banks, but for example, Shangguan Kui, if she were thrown into the vast ocean, her growth rate would definitely skyrocket. When she was a 3-star superhuman, she almost became food for a hidden monster in the sea, but now even the water flow around Cleansing City cannot stimulate Shangguan Kui. He paused. A hint of cunning flashed in his eyes. I'm not talking about Shangguan Kui, haven't you noticed? We have the easiest to grow superhuman in modern human society right by our side. The dean and Ji Yu made the same judgment simultaneously. Xing Kun's eyes lit up and he immediately nodded in confirmation. Exactly, modern society is vastly different from ancient times. Electricity is now more common than water. It's everywhere. As soon as Xing Kun revealed an ambitious expression, his eyes seemingly emitting a glow of desire, he was immediately subdued by the dean's stern gaze. Put away that greedy look, Bincheng. The host city of the National Supernova Competition has the largest power station in the country. Hearing this, the dean couldn't help but be stunned, a hint of surprise in his tone. Wait, stop. But Xing Kun showed no intention of stopping. He pulled Ji Yu to his side, his tone excited and a little provocative. Dean, don't you want to personally witness the world's first 5-star superhuman you've cultivated? A true god of thunder. The dean immediately waved his hand upon hearing this, resolutely refusing. What you want, I, an old man, absolutely cannot handle. Although his words were firm, his eyes revealed a hint of wavering. He turned to Xiao Su, his tone calm. Xiao Su, give Xing Kun the star map original manuscript from the star storage warehouse. Xiao Su was stunned, her round eyes showing a bewildered expression. The star map original manuscript, that was the most incomplete star map. Assuming a person possessing the most perfect superhuman gene chain could form it, the dean nodded, his tone firm. Yes, that's it. For anyone else it's almost meaningless. But if, as he says, with the original version's verification, Ji Yu can better understand the star map, Xiao Su still wasn't completely reassured. He frowned slightly and asked again, Is it really necessary? The dean replied steadfastly, Whatever he needs we will support and provide. Hearing this, Xiao Su suddenly remembered something and she exclaimed, what about the nuclear power plant? Jing just hummed and waved his hand signaling, "You go prepare the star map first, applying for that thing will take a lot of time." Xiao Su nodded, no longer questioning. "Okay, Dean." After Xiao Su left the room, Jing immediately took out his communicator, his fingers flying across the keypad. As soon as the call connected, he revealed a warm smile, his tone full of enthusiasm. "Hey old Chen, it's me, Jing." But before he could finish speaking, the call was abruptly hung up with a snap. Jing wasn't discouraged at all. As he hung up, he dialed again, persistently. Until the 27th time the call finally connected again. As soon as the dean started to speak, he was met with a barrage of curses from the other end of the phone. "Jing, will you just shut up? We've been mortal enemies ever since you snatched Schumann, and you still dare to call me? What do you want? HMPH, my poor Schumann chose you back then, but she died early because following you was too hard. And you still keep calling. Do you have another problem? Speak quickly." Jing's tone was gentle, and he slowly replied, "It's like this, my student needs a large amount of electricity. I happen to know you manage the Bincheng power station. I plan to have you operate the power station at full capacity this month before she goes to Bincheng for the supernova competition. If necessary, suspend power supply to residents. This is for all humanity." The person listened, only coldly threw down 2 words, "You're crazy," then hung up with a snap. Jing was not discouraged and continued dialing relentlessly. Finally, the other party couldn't stand his persistence any longer, picked up the phone and roared into the receiver, "Suspend power supply to residents. As long as Cleanser Headquarters agrees to cooperate with your non-UA Superhuman Academy, 1 billion, no bargaining." The dean frowned slightly, his tone calm but unable to hide a hint of helplessness. "How could my academy have that much money?" The agreement could not be reached, and the other party immediately dropped a line, "Goodbye," then hung up again. Jing sighed, muttering, "Oh, don't be like that, I'll find a way for other things." But the only reply was the cold beep-beep from the other end of the phone. He rubbed his forehead in frustration, thinking to himself, "I wonder how many more calls it will take to resolve this. That kid Xing Kun is really tormenting this old man." He gently shook his head, a hint of worry in his eyes. "Time is running out, please, you must bring Zhao Ni back." The scene shifts. Fan Shiki had just returned when his father slapped him, accompanied by a thunderous reprimand. "Fan Shiki, our fan family is at the most critical moment. I'm about to reach a 5-star superhuman and am striving for the position of Cleanser Commander-in-Chief. Do you know what that means? What we need now is energy, not others pointing fingers. Look at what you've done." Fan Shiki's father's face was flushed with anger, and he pointed at him, roaring, "Not only did you mess up the supernova competition, but you also caused trouble at the hospital. How many times have I told you what you do isn't important, but you must clean up your messes? Look at the mess you've made, making the family clean up after you. Are you out of your mind? How dare you steal Jing Che's granddaughter? I don't know what's gotten into you this time." Fan Shiki, though beaten to the point of spitting blood, endured stubbornly with clenched lips. "Hey, I'm just like you, all for the family's future." Fan Zhanshan grew even more enraged upon hearing this. He grabbed Fan Shiki's collar, pulled him up and fiercely said, "You rotten brat, if it's for the family you should be obedient. Complete your mission and refine the indestructible fire from the eternal flower for me, so I can become Washa's first 5-star superhuman. That's the most important thing for the Fan family, not your reckless behavior. Fan Shiki, you truly disappoint me." With that he slammed Fan Shiki heavily onto the ground without hesitation. Despite his bruised and bloody body, Fan Shiki grinned a sneering smile. "My dear father, without me you cannot obtain the indestructible fire. Without the indestructible fire, how can you ascend to a 5-star superhuman? So if I'm being frank, you're a failure too." Upon hearing this, Fan Zhanshan clenched his fists, his eyes burning with rage. Fan Shiki's uncle quickly intervened, his tone anxious. "Shiki, apologize to your father at once." But Fan Shiki merely sneered, a hint of provocation flashing in his eyes as he said to the failure, "What should we do? I remember you set a good example for me a few years ago." As soon as he spoke, Fan Zhanshan's face immediately changed, as if dragged back to a painful memory. An old scene flashed in his mind. A panicked woman appeared, grabbing Fan Shiki's hand, her voice trembling. "Baby, let's leave here." Fan Shiki was small then and asked blankly, "Who are you? Why are you barging into my room? I'm going to James's lab for an experiment now." The woman, her eyes red, quickly explained, "I'm your mother. The Fan family forced me to have children and only you survived, only because they were jealous of my strong superhuman power. They forced me to use every means to bear excellent children for Fan Zhanshan. I can't hold on much longer. Mama only has you. Let's leave this hell together." But before she could take Fan Shiki away, she was discovered by Fan Zhanshan. He roared, his voice cold as frost. "You're crazy, you good for nothing." The woman, seeing Fan Zhanshan, immediately became terrified, her voice trembling as she screamed, "Fan Zhanshan, you devil." Fan Zhanshan, without hesitation, used his superhuman power, his eyes cold, and an astonishing energy erupted, incinerating the woman before his eyes. Fan Shiki witnessed it all. His mother, who had hoped to save her son from the brink of death, was mercilessly killed by his father. Returning to reality, Fan Zhanshan, burning with fury, glared at Fan Shiki and roared, "You ungrateful wretch. If you don't repent, I'll extract the indestructible fire from your body and use it as a resource. All these years, the Fan family has raised you no differently than a dog." Fan Shiki's uncle rushed forward, reaching out to stop him, his voice panicked. "Brother, don't get agitated. Shiki is just temporarily confused." Fan Zhanshan frowned, his gaze sharp as a knife. "Confused? I think you're the one who's senile. How do you usually educate the Fan family heir? Burn off one of his arms to teach him a lesson. Fan Zhanchen waved his hand without hesitation, crimson flames blazing and erupting like hellfire. Threatening Fan Shiki, insolent child, kneel. The crimson flaming arm pressed heavily towards Fan Shiki, but his eyes burned with rebellious will, showing no fear. He roared, I did nothing wrong, why should I kneel? He mustered his strength and his mutated monster arm erupted, resisting his father's suppression. Fan Zhanchen froze, his voice slightly trembling. What is this, Shiki? What happened to your hand? Fan Shiki grinned, his smile full of mockery. You frog in a well? You don't understand the truth of this world at all, my dear father. You want the indestructible fire very much, don't you? Take it, take it. Fan Shiki's uncle rushed over in a panic, trying to stop him, yelling in despair, Shiki, what are you doing? He's your father. Fan Zhanchen's eyes flashed with surprise, and he roared. So you had some kind of fortuitous encounter that made you so arrogant, but don't forget, I am the superhuman closest to 5-star. As soon as he finished speaking, Gong Zhaoni suddenly shot up into the sky, her eyes blood-red like hellfire. She stared at Fan Zhanchen and asked coldly, This is food for me, isn't it? Fan Zhanchen was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. Gong Zhaoni's speed was heart-stopping, far exceeding any power he knew. He stammered, his voice trembling. Her speed is too fast. How could Jing Che's granddaughter be like this? Such immense power is impossible. This isn't power a human should possess. You're not Jing Che's granddaughter? Fan Shiki grinned, his smile cold. She is the indestructible fire you've been yearning for, the thing that will make the Fan family rise. At this moment, the flame demon god's burning tentacles had tightly wrapped around Fan Zhanchen, strangling him motionless. Even so, he roared, Shiki, quickly release Zhanchen family. He's your biological father. Fan Zhanchen's uncle, Fan Zhenwei, repeatedly rushed forward to dissuade him, trying to calm the conflict between father and son, but it was all in vain. Fan Shiki merely sneered, his tone full of mockery. Is that so? Without the same jealousy as me, it must be quite delicious. Then, before Fan Zhenwei's terrified eyes, the flame demon god devoured Fan Zhanchen, giving him no time to resist. Fan Zhenwei shrieked, his voice hoarse with fear. No. Looking at the horrific scene, he felt a wave of dread. He hadn't expected his nephew to do something so monstrous and rebellious. Fan Zhenwei trembled, his voice choked. First, retract the indestructible fire's protective power and let the researchers leave here. Shiki, you orchestrated tonight's events, didn't you? As the Fan family heir, do you know what you're doing? Fan Shiki grinned, his smile cold as ice, his tone eerily calm. I've never been clearer. Fan Zhenwei's voice trembled with anger as he continued. Back then, Fan Zhanchen wanted to aggressively enhance the family's superhuman genes. I've always been suspicious about your mother's family's information. I know where to look. Don't worry, uncle. Fan Shiki laughed, a hint of contempt flashing in his eyes. What? This kind of person has nothing to do with me. Do you think I'm doing all this for her? That's impossible. Fan Shiki's gaze sharpened, his tone filled with determination. Staring directly at Fan Zhenwei, my father must die because he's not only useless but also an obstacle. With his domineering style, he will definitely mess up my and the family's plans. He paused, his gaze softening a bit, and his voice became gentle. Uncle, you've been nurturing me like a teapot all these years. I believe that after understanding the ins and outs of this matter, you will support me, right? Saying this, Fan Shiki skillfully transformed his mutated monster arm back into human form and extended it towards Fan Zhenwei, signaling a handshake. This handshake was like an invitation. If Fan Zhenwei agreed, the two would join forces. But Fan Zhenwei remained stunned, falling silent, his eyes revealing clear confusion. Seeing this, Fan Shiki grinned, and continued in a persuasive tone, Our Fan family will become a farm owner raising humans. As long as Uncle joins, we can research the limits of human genes. Fan Zhenwei looked at the outstretched hand, a hint of hesitation flashing in his eyes. Then his voice trembled, filled with fear. Shiki, this is too crazy. You'll drive the Fan family to extinction. Fan Shiki laughed, his smile carrying a hint of malicious deterrence. Uncle, you're wrong. I am the Fan family's only savior. Otherwise, the entire Fan family will become food for monsters, even the most powerful family. If Lord Demon God wants to destroy it, how long do you think it would take, Uncle? Fan Zhenwei pondered, his eyes wavering. After some thought, he slowly extended his hand and tightly grasped Fan Shiki's. This handshake was like the signing of a contract, a tacit agreement filled with unease. Fan Shiki laughed heartily, his triumphant voice echoing, as expected of my familiar uncle. Starting tomorrow, we will sacrifice 3 3-star superhumans to Lord Flame Demon God as food every day. Hearing this, Fan Zhenwei jolted, his face turning pale with terror. But just then, Gong Zhaoni transformed into the Flame Demon God, revealing an eerie smile, and interrupted coldly, One person isn't enough. I want 3. Fan Shiki didn't hesitate, immediately nodding. All right, he instructed in a deep voice, his gaze sharply sweeping over his subordinates. Remember this well. If you can't find people from outside, choose those loyal to the Fan family to replace them. If it's still not enough, use people from the Fan family as long as the quantity is sufficient. No matter what, Lord Demon God must not go hungry. We must hold on until the day of the supernova competition in Xincheng. That is when Lord Flame Demon God will feast. The scene shifts to a noisy training ground. The coach roared, his voice loud as thunder, drowning out the gasps of the students. You will face monsters in the future. Even a first-tier monster has 5 times the strength of a normal person. Physical training is a must. The stronger your physique, the easier it is to activate superhuman genes, so daily training must never stop. In a crowd of sweating individuals, a blond boy gritted his teeth, his legs trembling as he held a horse stance. He suddenly pointed outside the field, his face contorted with anger, roaring, But teacher, why can those two sit there and leisurely eat and drink? Why are they so comfortable while we have to train so hard? Look at that brat, still smiling smugly. Look at the corner of his mouth. Indeed, outside the field, Xing Kun and Ji Yu were leisurely sitting in chairs eating bread and drinking water with constant laughter. Instructor Fu Liang glanced over and calmly replied, "They are this year's supernovas specially assigned by the instructor. Of course, their curriculum is different from yours." They're sitting there waiting for their instructor team. The blond boy still gritted his teeth, his eyes red with unwillingness. He muttered to himself, trying to calm his jealousy, especially for the instructor team. Humph. For this kind of cultivation, the more people the merrier and the better the effect. No need to be jealous of them. Suddenly, Shangguan Kui appeared walking leisurely. Xing Kun and Ji Yu immediately stood up and bowed respectfully. "Hello, Instructor Shangguan." She smiled easily, waved her hand and said, "Just call me senior sister." The blond boy, seeing her, instantly twisted his face and shouted her name loudly, startling all the students who didn't understand what was wrong with him. He widened his eyes and roared angrily, "Damn it, not to mention the genius girl Ji Yu. I can barely understand Xing Kun relying on women, but why these two good-for-nothings, Zhao Sheng and Zhao Xiaotao? Teacher, I want to publicly report this. Zhao Sheng and Zhao Xiaotao didn't come back last night. Who knows what shady business they were up to outside?" Instructor Fu Liang still maintained a calm expression, indifferently replying, "These past 2 days they've been on a mission with the Doomsday Starfire team. I heard Zhao Sheng and Zhao Xiaotao have already gone to collect their mission rewards. Look, they're back." Saying this, the instructor pointed outside the field. Everyone looked in the direction he pointed, only to see Zhao Sheng and Zhao Xiaotao pushing a large cart piled with countless boxes outside the iron mesh. Zhao Sheng waved excitedly, shouting loudly, "Boss, mission perfectly completed. I've already asked the Vice Dean to exchange all the money for life essence." Xing Kun suddenly stood up, a bright smile blossoming on his face. "Well done. Looking at this quantity, it must be the limit." Xing Kun's team stood up, ready to leave. Before leaving, he didn't forget to wave goodbye to the students on the field. "Classmates, keep up the good work. We're off." The people on the field almost collapsed to the ground, their eyes misty with tears. Someone murmured, their voice filled with surprise, "How is Zhao Sheng so strong? How can he pull so many boxes?" Another sighed. "That's not important. The important thing is that those boxes are all life essence." "Our dreamed of life essence?" another student calculated with trembling hands. "Normally, one box holds 50 tubes and there were exactly 54 boxes. So how many tubes are there in total?" The students fell to the ground, their minds in a mess, someone muttering, "I can't calculate it anymore." Instructor Fu Liang looked at the dejected students before him, sighed softly and gently encouraged, all right, cheer up, let's continue training." The blond boy still hadn't calmed his anger, frowning and asking, his tone full of doubt, "Teacher, why don't we train in the 5 elements field? It's definitely easier to activate superhuman genes there, isn't it?" Instructor Fu Liang calmly replied, "The 5 elements field is undergoing maintenance these past few days." The scene shifts to the 5 elements field where Xing Kun's team had gathered. Shangguan Kui stood there looking thoughtful, her sharp gaze scrutinizing the entire team. "Until the supernova competition begins, this place is yours. But before I start teaching Xing Kun, tell me everything, and as for my reward, you must give me a share. The dean and the academy are currently short on funds, and you have the ability to pay, right? This guy, I need half of every box of super life essence." She glanced at the Zhao Sheng siblings who were burying their heads, pouring tubes of life essence into their mouths, looking as if they were starving to death. Shangguan Kui frowned, her tone full of doubt. "Aren't they afraid their bodies won't be able to handle drinking life essence like this?" Xing Kun shrugged, answering without surprise, "No, if they don't drink it like this, they'll really starve to death." Shangguan Kui was startled, her eyes revealing a look of confusion. As for the reward, Xing Kun smiled brightly and turned to her, his tone full of confidence. "Senior sister, I'll give you something else as compensation for this mission. Don't worry, it's yours, so it won't have major side effects like theirs. As you can see, I can control monster genes. I use blue flames, which aren't superhuman powers but monster powers." Xing Kun smiled, his eyes glinting with confidence as he extended his monster hand towards Shangguan Kui. From his palm a tiny mouth gradually emerged, its sharp teeth glinting in the dim light. He continued, his voice steady yet meaningful, "If you're worried, senior sister, I can give you a more detailed explanation. I can give you half of this bottle of life essence." Shangguan Kui's lips curved slightly, a fleeting smile crossing her face. "Indeed, can control monster genes. That's truly fascinating." She placed her hand on his palm without hesitation, and the tiny mouth immediately bit her hand gently. Shangguan Kui closed her eyes, quietly feeling Xing Kun's monster genes permeate her body. Her superhuman blood seemed to boil, surging intensely. She felt Xing Kun's intentions. They were invading the mysterious gene chains within her. The monster genes quickly located 9 ordinary genes among the 91 superhuman genes. They latched on tightly like parasites, coiling around the gene chains in a terrifying entanglement. Shangguan Kui shuddered violently, her face slightly pale, and she couldn't help but curse, "Damn it, parasites, that's disgusting." She covered her face with her hand, looking helpless, and said with a trembling voice, "I need extreme willpower to barely accept the fact that I have your parasites inside me." Xing Kun maintained his innocent expression and explained in a calm tone, "In fact, this is how level 2 and above monsters devour humans. Most of the human body's energy is stored in the superhuman gene chain. This invasion allows them to drain a person's essence at the fastest speed. But don't worry, my monster superhuman genes don't actually devour humans like other monsters. They're just stimulants that help your superhuman genes evolve faster. Despite still feeling a bit uncomfortable, Shangguan Kui gently took a deep breath, her eyes resolute, ready to accept this strange compensation. Afterwards, the team members pulled up chairs and continued their enthusiastic discussion. Xing Kun mused, his tone serious. The situation is this. Gong Zhaoni's body is temporarily occupied by the flame demon god, and she's definitely recovering her strength rapidly. The national supernova competition in Xincheng will be a feast for the flame demon god. We must find a way to become powerful enough before the feast begins. The scene at this moment looked very strange. On one side, 3 people were discussing important matters while eating chips, their laughter constant. On the other side, Zhao Sheng and Zhao Xiaotao were slumped on the ground looking exhausted and too lazy to stand up. Shangguan Kui suddenly spoke, her eyes gleaming with an idea. GU's plan is to get energy from the nuclear power plant. As for Xing Kun, I have a method that might be feasible and useful. Xing Kun raised an eyebrow, looking at her curiously. Tell me, what's the idea? Shangguan Kui suddenly pointed to herself, her tone decisive. Eat me, GU gasped, spun around and shrieked. Senior sister, are you crazy? Don't you want to live playing that big? Xing Kun meanwhile stood dumbfounded, drooling, his eyes glazed over. Shangguan Kui quickly waved her hand, explaining with a dry laugh. No, you misunderstood. What I mean is, if eaten in that way, Xing Kun's genes can have a powerful effect on us. The higher the level of superhuman genes a person has, the stronger the stimulating effect of Xing Kun's monster genes. Conversely, my superhuman genes can also stimulate Xing Kun's monster genes. Of course, I won't let Xing Kun actually eat me raw. Just hair, nails, saliva, or body fluids with superhuman aura will do. GU suddenly interrupted, her tone full of confidence. Senior sister doesn't need to worry. I'm more suitable for Xing Kun to eat. Hearing about eating GU, Xing Kun's face immediately wrinkled up as if he had stepped on something foul. GU suddenly spun around, her eyes glinting with cunning and desire, and she sneered. Scumbag, I saw you carrying the delicate tutu in the hospital and felt you needed some nourishment. Come on, let me feed you something delicious. A person eating fish. Xing Kun's face turned pale with fright and he quickly retreated, stammering, what do you want with me? But GU completely ignored his panic. She calmly lay on the ground, took off her shoes and lazily extended a foot towards him, her tone teasing. Come on, bite my toenail. This bizarre scene completely dumbfounded Xing Kun. He shrieked, his face pale. Get your stinky foot away. Drinking water or other body fluids is already the limit. Hearing the words body fluids, GU suddenly jumped up, her face flushed red and she snarled angrily. You pervert, stop telling your disgusting stories or I'll use this foot wiping cloth to gag your mouth. She held up a towel, looking menacing. Xing Kun flinched, shouting in a panic. You psycho, stay away. He quickly turned for help. Senior sister Shangguan quickly stopped this crazy girl. But Shangguan Kui just sighed, shaking her head helplessly. Suddenly her lips curved into a smile, and a hint of cunning flashed in her eyes. You bad man, you deserve to be taught a lesson. Not only did she not pull GU away, but she also used her power to firmly grab Xing Kun. Not only that, she also helped GU pry open Xing Kun's mouth. Xing Kun struggled, shouting desperately, What are you doing, you crazy woman? Don't play so big. But what fell into his mouth wasn't a foot-wiping cloth but a drop of blood. Xing Kun froze, feeling a faint metallic taste. This is blood, GU frowned, her tone serious. Drink it quickly. If you dare to waste it, I'll smash your house with this foot-wiping cloth. It turned out to be a drop of blood from a wound on her hand which happened to fall into his mouth. She looked at him, her eyes softening, and then said, We grew up together. Fate is already set. We share blessings and misfortunes, and I can do a little more for us. What's a little blood? Xing Kun stared blankly at her, unable to utter a single word. He never expected his childhood friend to say such sincere words. Seeing Xing Kun remain silent, GU suddenly roared angrily with full momentum. Stinky man, do you understand? You bad Xing Kun. He quickly jumped up, tightly gripping her still bleeding hand and shouted, Is there danger? Do you think this little bit of blood is enough? As her blood seeped into his body, many of GU's memories suddenly flooded his mind. Fierce battles, the blood she shed, deep scars. Xing Kun seemed to transform into a different person, his eyes sharp, his body beginning to mutate. In an instant he pulled GU into his embrace, holding her tightly. GU was startled, her voice trembling. Xing Kun, what's wrong? From his body countless spider leg-like tentacles suddenly grew, tightly coiling around GU as if to completely envelop her. A terrifying energy erupted, transforming into a powerful shockwave that spread outwards. The force sent Shangguan Kui flying, making her stagger and unable to stand firm. The Zhao siblings were also blown away, falling to the ground, and everyone was utterly bewildered. Not only that, the terrifying energy continued to spread everywhere. In the room, Instructor Jing Che was sitting, suddenly startled, feeling a terrible pressure, and secretly worried if his students would encounter danger. In a nearby classroom, other students were also confused, whispering, Is this powerful pressure a monster's pressure? Back with Xing Kun's team. He still held GU tightly, his voice low and firm. What are you doing? I will never let Xiao Yu get hurt in this life. I will definitely protect my Xiao Yu. GU's face was flushed and she gently pushed him away, her tone a little shy. You're exaggerating too much. She gently hugged him, her hand stroking his back, and whispered, It was just a little bit of blood. At this moment, Xing Kun suddenly sobered up, his face showing a bewildered expression as if he had just woken from a dream. He looked at GU, his tone full of confusion. You psycho, why are you suddenly hugging me, trying to take advantage of me? His body had returned to normal and the strange tentacles had vanished without a trace. Xing Kun looked around blankly while GU suddenly pushed him away and shouted angrily, Stinky man, you were the one who hugged me first. How can you now twist things around and say I'm taking advantage of you? Xing Kun awkwardly defended himself, scratching his head. Why don't I remember? Maybe my body did it automatically. I'm innocent. Shangguan Kui walked over, shook her head, sighed and said sarcastically, is that what a scumbag says? But if what you say is true, then Xiao Yu's blood or wound is an extremely strong stimulant for you. Ji Yu gave a light laugh, her cheeks flushed and her eyes sparkled with cunning. Xing Kun roared internally, what? This silly fish, why is she laughing? I absolutely won't allow her to do that. Shangguan Kui was about to continue speaking, but Xing Kun interrupted her, his tone firm. Impossible. What's there to laugh about? Using Xiao Yu's blood to stimulate me? I'm not a pervert. Ji Yu slyly extended her injured hand, waved it in front of him and teased, I bet you have some perverted preferences, but then she gasped suddenly and couldn't help but curse. She quickly retreated a few meters, screaming, Stinky man, are you trying to eat me? At this moment, Xing Kun looked like a zombie that had crawled out of a grave, his eyes bloodshot, drooling and groaning. I'm so hungry. Shangguan Kui immediately extended her hand and splashed cold water on his face. Fortunately, Xing Kun sobered up, his face pale, his hands tightly covering his mouth, secretly cursing, damn it, Xiao Yu's special genes are too fragrant, I can't control myself. Shangguan Kui's lips curved into a meaningful smile. Using Xiao Yu's blood to stimulate you, making you stronger is too dangerous, but from now on, you need to work hard to control that appetite. Xing Kun frowned, his tone agitated. What do you mean? Shangguan Kui calmly explained, don't you want to grow quickly? For you, completing the 100-star map as soon as possible is the goal. Now we have your monster genes and a large amount of life essence. Practicing the star map is precisely a fast method that other superhumans cannot learn. On the training ground, Instructor Fu Liang still stood there, his voice loud and imposing, continuing to encourage the students. Come on, stand up, continue training. If you can't push yourselves to the limit, you will never promote the evolution of superhuman genes. Those who haven't awakened yet should understand this even more. All of you stand up. If you don't work hard, you'll never catch up to Xing Kun or anyone else. Suddenly a sharp voice came from outside the field, full of rebuttal. That's not right, teacher, I disagree with you. A group of students walked in, led by the orange-haired youth Yu Zi, who had an arrogant smile on his lips. He continued to sneer that no matter how hard they worked, they couldn't catch up to those who took shortcuts. Instructor Fu Liang frowned, a hint of displeasure flashing in his eyes, but he still tried to remain calm. You're Yu Zi, a member of the former 23rd Crimson Flame team. You gave up your spot in the Supernova selection to Fan Shiki, right? And the others are people who decided to work for the Fan family after graduation. I don't care what you want to do, but now get out and don't disturb other students' class. Yu Zi pursed his lips, his triumphant smile becoming even more pronounced. What's wrong? Can't I just chat with my senior brothers and sisters? Are the two instructors afraid that I'll expose the shady business of the Superhuman Academy? The blonde boy behind him blindly interjected, his tone full of curiosity. Is there something else I don't know? Teacher, what's going on? Yu Zi immediately leaned closer to the blonde boy, his tone as if revealing a shocking secret. Oh, you still don't know? That's right, this bloodline selection is a shortcut for the dean's bastard driving away true geniuses. Of course, the academy must hide this from you naive students. Fu Liang's face turned ashen, and he stepped forward to push Yu Zi aside, scolding angrily, Yu Zi, don't talk nonsense. Stop spreading rumors, Yu Zi sneered, his tone full of provocation. Haha, rumors? Yu Zi burst into a shrill laugh that echoed throughout the training ground, then turned and said viciously, if it weren't for the dean's bastard, how could someone with almost no superhuman genes enter the final trial? If it weren't for connections with the dean, how could someone with only one superhuman genes openly take first place in this year's supernova competition? And no one dares to stop them. The way they won was merely by luckily getting a piece of human-made superhuman equipment. Where are they now? Teacher, don't you dare say. They've already monopolized the 5 elements field, haven't they? Hearing this, the students on Instructor Fu Liang's side stirred, looking blankly at the instructor and asking in unison, what's going on? Teacher, is he telling the truth? Fu Liang frowned, about to explain. It's true, but the reason is, before he could finish, Yu Zi interrupted, his tone sharp and mocking. Now the teacher is going to lecture them again, persuading them to give up their qualifications for the national supernova competition, right? If everyone wants to know the truth, then follow us. Fu Liang trembled all over with anger. His eyes blazing, he roared, superhuman power erupting, forming a pressure that made the air vibrate. Stop it, the school's affairs are not for you to talk nonsense about. Seeing Fu Liang about to attack, Yu Zi's lips curved into a sneer of disdain and he arrogantly waved his hand. A surge of scorching superhuman energy erupted, instantly dissolving Fu Liang's power. Fu Liang froze, his tone full of shock. You've actually cultivated to a 4-star superhuman. Yu Zi laughed loudly, his triumphant voice echoing. Teacher is just a basic class teacher. How can you stop me? You don't even know how many opportunities Fan Xiao has given me since I gave him my spot. He frowned, his eyes sharp. Precisely because of this, today I must get justice for him. Meanwhile, on Xing Kun's team's side, the atmosphere was also not going well. Everyone was spitting blood, their faces contorted. Cultivating the star map not only requires understanding, but also precise arrangement of points on the star map, allowing superhuman genes to take root accurately. Even a small error in posture can lead to internal injuries. Fortunately, individuals with monster genes like Xing Kun possess recovery abilities far beyond ordinary superhumans. Shangguan Kui calmly stated, with ample life essence support, you just need to keep trying and you'll succeed. What's the big deal about spitting some blood? She turned, her gaze falling on Xing Kun, and saw a pair of hungry red eyes gleaming behind him. She asked in a half-joking tone, "That hungry monster, can you still hold it in?" Xing Kun was currently struggling, his body trembling from fiercely suppressing the intense hunger. Suddenly, from the direction of the door, Yu Zi and his group burst in. He roared, his voice filled with coldness. "Xing Kun, today I'll let you know the consequences of being immoral." Xing Kun slowly turned around, his eyes burning with flames sharply sweeping over everyone. It seemed the hunger in his body had reached its limit, and he could no longer suppress it. Yu Zi clutched his phone, speaking excitedly to young Master Fan. "Do you also want to withdraw from Manhua Superhuman Academy? Is it because that bastard Xing Kun used his connections? I can rally the students to report him to the dean and demand justice for you." The person on the other end of the phone replied calmly and firmly, "No need, I've already found a better place. Rose Superhuman Academy. Yu Zi, you should come too." Yu Zi raised an eyebrow, a hint of curiosity flashing in his eyes. "Rose, wasn't that always suppressed by Manhua?" He laughed heartily without a shred of doubt. "No problem. As long as young Master Fan joins, Rose Academy will definitely surpass Manhua this year," he shouted excitedly. "Young Master Fan told me to join, so I'll join. That person also offered to help me with something." Yu Zi nodded repeatedly without hesitation. Young Master Fan continued to give instructions. The person on the other end immediately made a request, "Rally more people to join Rose Academy." Yu Zi secretly plotted in his mind, his eyes gleaming with schemes. Even if he killed Xing Kun, it would be too late to help young Master Fan regain his qualification for the National Supernova competition. A cunning smile played on his lips. "Now I just need to make Xing Kun suffer a crushing defeat. Let the students see the true face of Manhua Academy. Then, with young Master Fan's generous reward, I can definitely persuade everyone to come with me to Rose Academy." Suddenly, Ji Yu spoke softly, her voice filled with concern. "Quick, hold Xing Kun back. If he loses control and eats the other students, it'll be terrible." Yu Zi's eyes lit up with excitement upon hearing this. He roared, "Just as I thought, Xing Kun, you only got through by others covering for you, but today you'll be exposed. I'll deal with all your helpers." Yu Zi pressed his hand to the ground without hesitation, summoning fire power, and flames blazed in his palm. A scorching wall of fire like a blazing sun rose instantly, engulfing Xing Kun. He shouted loudly, his voice filled with oppressive power. "Today everyone must see your true strength with their own eyes." The wall of fire blazed fiercely, blocking Ji Yu and Zhao Sheng's path. The two shouted in panic, "Wait, we're here to save you." A mocking smile played on Yu Zi's lips. He glanced at Shangguan Kui, his voice low and sharp. "Senior sister Shangguan Kui, our junior brothers are sparring. Please don't intervene." Shangguan Kui merely waved her hand, silently finished her potion, her gaze unwavering. Yu Zi took a step toward Xing Kun, his voice icy. "First-year boys, block the teachers. The older students, block his teammates." Yu Zi approached step by step, his eyes sharp as knives, a hint of provocation on his lips. "Only if I get this close to you can we spar fairly, right? Don't blame me for picking on someone smaller. Because you're the new star of Manhua Superhuman Academy, representing the school in the national competition, you can't be easily defeated by me, right?" As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand and summoned Mountain Lord Star Map, Fire Lotus Heaven. A scorching space erupted, flames blazing fiercely as if to devour everything. Yu Zi secretly mused that as a fire element superhuman specializing in defense within the team, this move was meant only to burn off his opponent's clothes, leaving Xing Kun severely burned and utterly humiliated, not to take his life. But in just a blink of an eye, Xing Kun suddenly counterattacked with lightning speed, slamming Yu Zi violently to the ground. He fell to the ground, his eyes wide, his face filled with shock. "What happened?" he muttered, his mind a mess. How could he break through Fire Lotus Heaven? In the Supernova selection, he easily defeated all opponents. Was it not because they underestimated him, but because he was truly formidable? "Wait, with that look, is he trying to eat me alive?" Yu Zi screamed in panic. "Hey everyone, help me!" At the same time, countless vines suddenly emerged from the ground, flinging his subordinates far away. Yu Zi looked dumbfounded at the two figures before him. The genius girl Ji Yu had somehow broken through his wall of fire, and the one who had just punched through the firewall was actually Zhao Sheng, the one considered a lagging student. Those vines were no ordinary things. They coiled tightly and powerfully. Ji Yu rushed forward, kicked Yu Zi away, then urgently embraced Xing Kun's face. Her voice urgent, "You bastard, calm down." Yu Zi's eyes widened, his heart filled with shock. Were these people really only recently awakened superhumans? He gritted his teeth, consumed by rage, feeling utterly humiliated by this crushing defeat. Despite his confident, overwhelming strength, the mission young Master Fan had given him absolutely could not fail. Xing Kun screamed in panic and pain, clutching his nose tightly. Woke up, it hurts, stop poking my nose." Yu Zi stood there, a mocking smile playing on his lips, his eyes sharp as knives. "See, this is the result of what the dean has bestowed upon them." He pointed to the handcart in the distance, his voice resonant, echoing all around. "They've taken all the Academy's resources. Look, that's a huge pile of life essence. The dean gave them so much for no reason. If that's not favoritism, what is it?" He scoffed, his tone filled with mockery. "This is why their strength has rapidly increased. Does everyone understand? This academy is rotten from the root to the leaf." Suddenly, Fu Liang walked over, his face grim, his voice low and full of oppressive power. "Yu Zi, what nonsense are you spouting? Cultivation is not that simple," Wu Yin immediately interrupted, his tone filled with dissatisfaction. "But teacher, that's not right. Zhao Sheng was clearly weaker than me before, but now he has reached a realm I've always dreamed of." Fu Liang shook his head, calmly explaining, That's not it, Wu Yin. Everything has a reason, and they truly worked very hard. Wu Yin's eyes turned red with anger upon hearing this. Hard work? I work hard too, but why can they defeat high-level superhumans while I'm stuck? Yu Zi laughed heartily, a sly glint in his eyes, seizing the opportunity to sow discord. That's right, they stole the resources that rightfully belong to you. They stole your future. The surrounding students, hearing this, nodded in agreement, their eyes burning with anger. They shouted, "Bastards, the academy is going too far, it's rigged, it's unfair, I'm going to report it." Others were stunned, muttering to themselves, "They have such powerful backing, what's the use of reporting?" Zhao Sheng stood there, his gaze worried, and softly asked, "Brother, what should we do now?" Xing Kun shrugged, his tone nonchalant, as if he didn't care at all. "What's it to us? Let them be, we'll do our own thing." Yu Zi didn't miss this opportunity and continued to loudly incite, his eyes gleaming with intent. "Do you all know it's because of this unfairness that Fan Shiki left Manhua Superhuman Academy and joined Rose Superhuman Academy? I've also decided to leave here and follow young Master Fan." The students, hearing this, their eyes widened in astonishment, and they asked in unison, "Ah, go to the Fan family?" Yu Zi seized the moment, his tone full of persuasion. "Young Master Fan said that if we go with him, he will additionally provide 30 bottles of life essence every month. That means we can drink life essence for cultivation every day," he boldly promised. "As long as you follow young Master Fan, he will give us a bright future." The students' eyes sparkled with excitement after hearing this, unable to hide their delight. "Really? That's great," some eagerly asked. "Senior Yu Zi, can I also follow young Master Fan like you?" He nodded, a confident smile on his face. Of course. Xing Kun stood there, his gaze sharply sweeping over the crowd, thinking, young Master Fan, huh? He slowly approached Yu Zi, his tone laced with doubt and mockery. "Don't tell me you're trying to trick people into being sacrificed to the flame demon god?" Yu Zi scoffed at this, his eyes full of contempt. "What's wrong? Did I hit a nerve making you furious?" He softly ordered his subordinates behind him, "Stop him. Young Master Fan will give extra rewards." The students immediately responded, "All right." Yu Zi turned around, speaking resolutely to the students, "There's no need for us to waste words with these people who used connections. Everyone, come with me outside and I'll explain in detail." He secretly mused. "The mission to recruit people for Rose Academy is complete. All that's left is to get out of here." But just then, Xing Kun rushed over with lightning speed, throwing a powerful punch that sent a nearby thug flying. The bald man saw this and immediately rushed to attack. But before he could even speak, Xing Kun had already swept past like a gust of wind, charging straight ahead. Yu Zi gritted his teeth, hastily shifting to a defensive stance, cursing inwardly. "How is he so fast?" Yu Zi quickly raised his hand and summoned a thick ice stone shield to block Xing Kun's torrential attacks, but when cracks began to spread across the shield's surface, he panicked, his eyes wide. "How is this possible?" Before he could react, Xing Kun's powerful punch pierced through the shield, shattering it into countless sparkling fragments in just a blink of an eye. Yu Zi was deadly grabbed by the neck by Xing Kun, his face contorted with pain. Xing Kun glanced at him, thinking to himself, "The flame demon god is on the move. Did he want to recruit people for Fan Shiki to stock up on food?" He secretly mused, "I can't let the flame demon god feast so easily. I must persuade the students to think twice." Xing Kun slowly spoke, each word sharp as a knife. "If you could get strong just by drinking a lot of life essence, then wouldn't Fan Shiki, who has had unlimited life essence since childhood, already be invincible? If that were the case on the day of the supernova selection, he would have long ago snatched what I had, and wouldn't have left in a rage just because he wasn't selected as a supernova. Don't be fooled by him." Even with his neck constricted, Yu Zi still managed to retort, his voice hoarse, "Who knows if you're playing some trick? No matter what you say, your team grew so fast because of a huge amount of life essence," he roared, his eyes bloodshot. "Let me go. Superhuman Academy doesn't charge tuition." Yu Zi continued to shout loudly, his tone filled with indignation. "People strive for higher ground. Water flows to lower ground. No matter how strong your backing is, you have no right to stop others from going to an academy with better treatment." Xing Kun frowned slightly, thinking to himself, "I've tried my best to persuade them, now it's up to each person's fate," but he still mused, "I can't let the flame demon god succeed easily. I must leave some mark on these kind students." With this thought, Xing Kun controlled a sharp-toothed monster that rushed over and fiercely bit Yu Zi. He screamed in pain, his face pale. "What are you doing?" Xing Kun released his grip on Yu Zi's neck, putting on an innocent expression. "My apologies, my nails were too long and I accidentally scratched you." He smiled warmly, extending his hand as if to reconcile. "You're right, everyone has their own ambitions. How about this? To all the students who have decided to leave the academy, I offer my sincerest blessings." Yu Zi narrowed his eyes, his tone filled with doubt. "What do you want to do?" Xing Kun smiled brightly, his tone relaxed, as if nothing was wrong, just a handshake goodbye. "We're all decent people." Yu Zi frowned, contemplating. "He definitely wants to keep everyone. This guy is full of tricks. I must be wary and not let him disrupt things for too long." He immediately raised his voice to urge them, his gaze sharply sweeping over the students. "Students, if you want to follow young Master Fan and enjoy a good life like me, then come with me now. Miss this opportunity and it'll be gone." He raised his hand, signaling a handshake goodbye. "Let's go." A student named Ah Chong rushed forward, bowing his head and saying, "Boss Wu Shang, I'm sorry, I have to go to Rose Academy." Xing Kun grabbed his hand, a radiant yet somewhat twisted smile on his face. "My apologies, I used too much force." Another student stepped forward, his eyes puzzled. "Do we need to shake hands for so long?" Xing Kun smiled gently, softly saying, "I'm just reluctant to see everyone go." He happily shook hands with everyone, constantly offering blessings. I wish you all the best. When it was Wu Yin's turn, Xing Kun tilted his head slightly, his tone sincere but with a hint of warning. Wu Yin, for old time's sake, when we almost became teammates, I advise you not to go there. Wu Yin hesitated, his eyes flickering. I'm sorry. I'm just an ordinary person. I just want an easier future to strive for. The two shook hands, and Xing Kun gently sighed, his tone full of regret. Then good luck, Wu Yin replied timidly. Thank you. Fu Liang walked over, patted Xing Kun's shoulder and comforted him. 30 students left. I also tried to persuade many of them earlier. You can't keep those who want to leave. You've done enough. Everyone has their own ambitions. In fact, other academies from different cities poach students every year. After all, superhuman talents are needed everywhere. Xing Kun curled his lips, his tone full of deeper meaning. Then I wish them a longer life, he secretly mused, his eyes gleaming. Implanting so many monster genes all at once, my waist is quite sore. Fu Liang's eyes lit up upon hearing this, his tone appreciative and slightly playful. Ha, Xing Kun, you really insulted them without a single dirty word, but where did your sleeves go? 1 week later in the dorms an angry voice echoed, Dean Jing, your behavior of giving all the students of the Monster Gene Academy sleeping pills these past few days is truly malicious. Xing Kun had just walked up the stairs, his tone flat yet sharp. I'm merely acting on your instructions, transforming all students with monster genes in the academy into my monster faction. Should they mutate into monsters, at least they won't lose their sanity, he softly reminded, his gaze gleaming with vigilance. But if students genuinely mutate into monsters, how do you intend to explain it to them? Dean Jingche responded coldly. You're just greedy. Dean Jingche continued, his tone carrying a hint of regret. By the way, Tu Yangying's physical examination is complete. He can fully replace you in my experiment. What a pity I can't cut you open. Xing Kun raised an eyebrow, asking playfully, Oh Dean, have you set your sights on me? Dean Jingche nodded frankly, without concealing. Yes, I've already sent Tu Yangying out for now. He'll impersonate Lin Dao, disguised as your blue flame identity to attract the cleanser's attention. But what was your purpose in having Lin Dao come find you? Even with his extraordinary sword talent, his current strength not yet reaching tier 4 likely won't be much help to you. Xing Kun smiled faintly, his eyes gleaming with confidence. No, he might just create a miracle. He shook his already powered-off phone, looking bewildered. Out of battery. Just then, all the lights in the dorm room suddenly went out, startling Xing Kun. A few seconds later, the lights came back on and his phone also powered up. Xing Kun frowned, muttering, Are these lights crazy? He suddenly felt something, immediately turned his head and softly called out, Ji-Yu. Xing Kun pushed the door open, his gaze scrutinizing, his tone calm yet full of expectation. Is it complete? Ji-Yu nodded gently, her tone calm but certain. Just now I finished placing all the superhuman genes. The complete star map structure is finished. Unlike last time, the previous star map only barely started. I could easily stop it, or it would stop on its own when the power ran out, she emphasized, her gaze flashing with seriousness. But now the complete star map is entirely different. The moment it was completed, it activated automatically and cannot be stopped. Ji-Yu analyzed, her tone thoughtful. Previously, the star map's energy only reached less than 2, but now it relies on that 2 energy to run on its own endlessly. And it's also generating an uncontrollable gravitational pull, constantly absorbing external electricity. She hesitated, her voice trembling slightly. Xing Kun, I somewhat understand how you feel now. I'm so hungry. Ji-Yu was now enveloped by a powerful electrical energy, flashing with sparks, she softly said, her tone filled with longing. So hungry I could drain non-use electricity right away, Ji-Yu suggested, her eyes sparkling. How about we go look for areas with lightning? Xing Kun quickly reached out to stop her, his tone stern with a hint of worry. Wait, don't underestimate nature's might. If you really face lightning, it would be a miracle if you weren't struck dead. What's more, you're currently like a naive lightning rod. He curled his lips into a wicked smile, then softened his tone, advising, Stop thinking about lightning areas. But it seems we can perfectly use non-use electricity. Just then, Dean Jingche suddenly appeared behind Xing Kun, startling him into spinning around, asking bewilderedly, Dean Jing, I just finished talking to you on the phone. How did you get here so quickly? Dean Jingche calmly explained, his tone unperturbed. The electricity bill suddenly skyrocketed, leading me here. He began. Xing Kun, come with me. I've already had Xiao Su wake up Zhao Sheng and the others. Xing Kun narrowed his eyes, his tone full of doubt. Where do you intend to take us? After only a moment, Zhao Sheng and the others had gathered. Dean Jingche spoke decisively, his gaze sharp. No need to bring luggage. I'll have Xiao Su ship your belongings. If it can't be taken, buy new ones there. He paused, his tone firm. I'll pay. Xing Kun frowned, his tone full of doubt, openly expressing his confusion. Didn't you say the luggage would only go to Xincheng next week? Dean Jingche pondered, a hint of shrewdness flashing in his eyes. My wallet won't allow any more delays. If mischief is to be made, let it be made in Xincheng. That person has already agreed to provide all electricity a week in advance during the supernova competition for stability, which is quite reasonable. He calmly said, his tone composed. I've already rented a car. If you were to board a plane now, it would likely fall. I've already bought your tickets, Xing Kun said worriedly, his voice trembling. Dean, Ji-Yu's current state is very abnormal. You see, any touch results in an electric shock. The surrounding electronics flicker on and off. This car is very likely to malfunction. Dean Jingche held his head, looking helpless yet still firm. It's all right. If it breaks, I'll buy a new one. I'll pay. Hurry, let's go, let's go. Ji-Yu burst into laughter upon hearing this, her eyes sparkling with delight. The Dean is so generous, don't worry, I'll try my best to control it on the way. I'm also working hard to keep from draining all the electricity. Dean Jingche waved his hand, his tone gentle yet urging. No, absorb freely, absorb with all your might. We can't waste time getting stronger. I can still barely afford this cost. On this trip you will face unprecedented terrifying monsters. As long as I can provide support I will spare no effort. He instructed, his eyes carrying expectation. I hope you can win this battle. Xing Kun's lips curled into a confident smile. Victory will definitely be ours. We'll bring Gong Zhaoni back. Meanwhile, in another place, a white-haired girl sat beside a pile of fiery lava, her voice low and full of dissatisfaction. Today's food quality has declined. A subordinate stepped forward, bowing respectfully. My apologies, Lord Flame Demon God. The easily captured lone superhumans near Manhua have almost all been caught, but rest assured I've prepared the Fan family's trained assassins for your use at any time. I've also prepared quite a few superhuman rookies. They'll be ready for consumption after a bit more cultivation. The girl nodded, a hint of satisfaction flashing in her eyes. Since the snacks here are finished, let's go to Xincheng. The Flame Demon God revealed a sinister smile, her tone full of deeper meaning. I sense there's a king's subject like myself there. I'll have him help me resolve this body's little trouble first. Recalling the day the hospital was occupied, Tutu looked at Xing Kun, her eyes shining with adoration. Lord Blue Flame, how can my brother and I repay you? How about we offer ourselves to you? Could you tell me your true identity? I promise to keep your secret. Tu Yangyang stood by, watching his sister's shameless behavior, only shaking his head helplessly. Xing Kun smiled faintly, returning to his original form, his tone as gentle as the wind. No need for repayment. Tu Yangyang is your brother, and my identity won't remain a secret from you either. Tutu was startled, surprised in her heart. Blue Flame, so powerful, was actually a junior 2 years below her. Immediately after, Tutu eagerly sought out Dean Jingche, her eyes burning with determination. Dean, I've reached a 4-star superhuman level. Please allow me to serve as the team leader for the Starfire Squad in this Xincheng Supernova competition. Senior sister Shangguan Kui cannot be away from Nanyue for too long, and as someone who knows Blue Flame's identity, I am the most suitable. Back to the present. Tutu sat in the car, phone in hand, announcing with regret, Everyone, Tutu is about to undertake an important mission and won't be able to livestream with you all frequently. Although many fans expressed indifference, she resolutely put her hobby on hold. Tutu's heart throbbed, her eyes sparkling at the thought of seeing Blue Flame or Xing Kun again. She glanced at the empty seat behind her, her heart racing. As expected, I like Lord Blue Flame the most, she secretly encouraged herself, trying to remain calm. Stay calm, Tutu. Before summer ends you must experience a sweet older sister-younger brother romance. You can do it. Suddenly a voice from outside interrupted her thoughts. Sister-in-law, please board the car first. Tutu was startled, her entire body stiffening, utterly shocked. Sister-in-law? Did my love end before it even began? As soon as Xing Kun got into the car, seeing her, he asked in surprise, is senior sister Tutu driving for us? Ji-Yu sat next to him, noticing Tutu's strange expression, and asked curiously, Senior sister, did your jaw drop? Tutu replied weakly, her voice so faint it seemed to lack all strength. I'm fine. Tutu turned around and clasped her face, her tone sorrowful yet resolute. Junior brother Xing Kun, everyone rest assured I will safely transport you all to Xincheng and fulfill my duty as team leader. Xing Kun frowned, his eyes showing worry, and softly asked, Senior sister, if it's you. You must have already learned from the Dean that this journey is fraught with danger, right? We might all be annihilated, there's no need for you to risk it with us. Tutu, even with her eyes streaming with tears from heartbreak, still shook her head firmly. No, I volunteer, even if I'm a moth drawn to a flame, I have no regrets. This is my destiny. She gripped the steering wheel tightly, her voice echoing loudly. Because from that day forward my brothers and my body and soul both belong to you. Xing Kun was stunned upon hearing this, his expression somewhat stiff, and he muttered, You're overstating it, perhaps it's not necessary. The car's headlights flared and the engine roared. Tutu shouted loudly, her momentum soaring, Let's go. The car sped along the dark night road, countless vehicles around them remained motionless. And Zhao Sheng asked strangely, How odd, why aren't the cars around us moving? Ji-Yu was highly focused at this moment, tiny electric sparks flickering around her head. Xing Kun explained, his tone calm, Because Ji-Yu is constantly absorbing the surrounding electricity. Whether it's gasoline cars or electric cars, even newly generated generator power, it's all drawn away in the blink of an eye, causing them to stall. Zhao Sheng was excited, his eyes sparkling. Great, a clear road, no one obstructing us. Even so, Xing Kun remained cautious, softly reminding, But we still need to be careful. Although Ji-Yu is trying her best to control not draining our car's electricity, it's only an attempt. Some might still be drained. No sooner had he spoken than the car, speeding along the steep mountain road, suddenly stalled. Under inertia, it drove straight towards the cliff guardrail, then flew into midair. Xing Kun let out a calm "ah," while someone else screamed in panic, We're about to fall into the abyss. The Zhao siblings' faces turned pale with fright. Zhao Sheng shouted amidst the chaos, What do we do now? Ji-Yu still tried to remain calm, her voice trembling. I'm sorry. Meanwhile, Xing Kun merely smiled calmly, his tone completely unperturbed. It's all right, Tutu said firmly. A soft superhuman power emanating from her body, her tone calm as she reassured everyone, Everyone don't worry, I am the most suitable person to drive this car. In an instant a verdant current of wind gently enveloped the car, lifting it lightly into the air. Tutu smiled, her eyes burning with determination. I promise to get you all to Xincheng at the fastest possible speed. The car's headlights flared, and the car sped through the air faster than before. The people inside cheered. Whoa, it's flying. Are we going to fly to Xincheng like this? That's so cool, another person retorted with a pout. How is that possible? That's over 700 kilometers. Let's wait until we find a road and stabilize the electricity before landing. Meanwhile, in another place, Xincheng's sky was dyed a dark orange, carrying a sense of impending danger. A notification echoed cold and clear. Northern monsters successfully lured to designated position. Western monsters intercepted at designated position. Xincheng, the city embroiled in unforeseen changes, was shrouded in dusk pervaded by an unsettling shadow. Another notification sounded, more urgent. Report, southern monsters are 20% more than planned and are about to reach their designated position. Northern, western, and southern monsters have all reached their designated positions. Mid-air, two figures hovered, their gazes sharply overlooking the city walls below, where crowds served as bait luring the monsters. A warning notification sounded. Isolation zone has cracks. Monster concentration mission complete. Eli, with braided hair and glasses, nodded in satisfaction, commanding with a resounding voice, Good, all cleansers, listen up, ensure your safety, retreat immediately. The cleansers desperately ran out, shouting loudly behind them. Monsters roared furiously, violently smashing against the isolation wall. Eli and the black-haired youth with a sword slid down like lightning, swiftly guiding the panicking crowd away from danger. Eli spoke calmly, his sharp gaze sweeping over the chaotic battlefield. Li Tianqing, in preparation for the supernova competition a week from now, all supernovas nationwide will gather here. This will attract a large number of monsters to attack Xincheng. For now, we'll lure and eliminate them. The cleansing walls collapsed, turning into piles of debris, and monsters roared, rushing forward like a flood. But Eli remained calm, his tone full of warning. Don't miscalculate. If these monsters flood into Xincheng, the chief cleanser, your father, will also bear responsibility. Li Tianqing's lips curled, and he denied with absolute confidence. How could that happen? Rest assured, I am one of the most promising candidates to become a level 5 superhuman. There will be no mistakes. He glanced at the two plumes of smoke rising from the nuclear power plant, his eyes sparkling. It's ready. Li Tianqing stepped forward, hand on his sword hilt, his voice low and resonant. The entire city's electricity, coupled with my life thunder, the next strike, even Shangguan Kui of Nanyue won't be able to withstand it. Eli laughed heartily, his gaze cunning. You certainly look confident, he quipped, his tone full of interest. Declaring the strongest strike nationwide, even globally, huh? Eli raised his phone and laughed. Then I'll have to record it and post it for traffic. Li Tianqing held his sword hilt across his chest, silently chanting the move Heavenly Blade Star Map. He gripped the sword hilt tightly, and the hidden lightning power immediately erupted, the hilt shining with light, the accumulated electricity at both ends emitting vibrating lightning energy. Li Tianqing stomped his foot firmly, his gaze sharply fixed on the dense mass of monsters ahead, silently chanting, Draw electricity. In an instant, Xincheng's electricity burst forth, streams of emerald green light shot out, converging into a powerful torrent rushing straight towards Li Tianqing. Eli laughed heartily, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Here it comes, here it comes. He was busy recording his friend's cool moment, but suddenly looked up and saw a strange object in the sky looking like a car speeding towards them. Li Tianqing was stunned, muttering to himself, What is that? Then he suddenly cried out weakly, Help, Eli observed carefully and quickly reminded. Don't strike that car, there must be people inside. Li Tianqing froze, his face pale. What help can I be? He turned around, his tone tense. My electricity is gone. With my current strength I can't possibly cut down all these monsters. Eli and Xiao Su's eyes widened. Li Tianqing, what nonsense are you spouting? How can your electricity be gone? Xincheng has the most powerful nuclear power plant in the country. The two simultaneously looked up at the flying car and noticed invisible currents of electricity being absorbed into it. Li Tianqing gritted his teeth. It really was siphoned off. Eli was incredulous. No way, that car siphoned it all. Weren't you so confident? Who in this world could be better at siphoning electricity than you? Li Tianqing spread his hands helplessly, his tone powerless. I don't know either, it just got taken. The two stopped arguing and refocused their attention on the roaring monster horde ahead. Eli cried out, his tone urgent. Oh no, we can't worry about that now, let's attack together with full force. Li Tianqing brandished his sword, unleashing a brilliant light powerful as a clap of thunder. Eli also poured all his strength into unleashing Wind Thunder Slash, instantly striking down countless monsters. However, looking at the layers of monsters struck down and flung away, they were still only a minority. Eli began to grow tense, his gaze sharp. There are still hundreds of monsters remaining. Li Tianqing, can you use that move again? Li Tianqing panted, shaking his head wearily. Without electricity replenishment, the single-use consumption is too great. Eli frowned, his mind racing for a countermeasure. This is trouble then, even if there are cleanser teams in the rear. There's still a risk of some slipping through into Xincheng. Li Tianqing looked up irritably, his tone accusatory. Damn it, what in the world is in that car? No matter what, not a single monster can be allowed to rush into Xincheng. Tutu sat steadily in the driver's seat, controlling the car as it sped through the air, her face completely calm. Gu suddenly frowned, her tone filled with worry. A powerful current of electricity is surging over. I can't control it at all. What should I do? Xing Kun noticed the problem, a shock in his heart, but outwardly he remained calm. It's all right. Someone just wants to borrow electricity to fight monsters. He secretly thought with a pang of regret, the power of so many monsters unable to be absorbed, all turning into currents flowing underground. It pained him so much he could barely breathe. Gu panicked, her voice trembling. What should we do then? We've already interfered with the cleanser's plan. Shin-kun chuckled, turning to pat Tutu's shoulder, saying playfully, "It's all right, don't we have Sister Tutu with us?" His words made Tutu a bit shy, and she stammered, "Huh, sister?" Shin-kun looked at her, his gaze flickering with encouragement. "The two people below are Xincheng's strongest superhumans, their strength on par with Shangguan Kui, but don't underestimate yourself. You are very powerful, don't be afraid, I support you." Tutu heard these sweet words of encouragement and felt a slight electric shock, her cheeks flushing, her heart pounding. "Ah, there it is again, my heart is racing." On the ground, Heli and Li Tianqing were struggling to resist the monster horde. Heli shouted, his tone filled with warning. "There are too many monsters. If this continues, some will definitely break into Xincheng. There's no other way," he proposed, a desperate glint in his eyes. "Li Tianqing, let's burn our blood for you. I'll go all out. If we succeed, you have to treat me to half a month of skewers." Li Tianqing smiled gratefully, his tone warm. "Thanks, brother." Suddenly, Heli felt a violent tremor and looked up in surprise, shouting, "Hey, that car just dropped into the monster horde." Li Tianqing glanced coldly, his tone filled with irritation. "It's strange that it didn't pass out after siphoning off so much electricity. What a bother. Not only do we have to deal with monsters, but we also have to rescue people." But just then his eyes narrowed sharply in shock. A massive whirlwind erupted from where the car fell, sweeping up and tearing apart the monster horde. The two stood dumbfounded, and in the blurry wind they saw a powerful figure speeding within it, emanating a heart-stopping pressure. Heli immediately recognized it, his tone filled with surprise. "Wind Dragon Star Map. Non-use Jiaolong system, it's non-use competition team." Heli carefully observed the figure in the storm, utterly astonished, asking with doubt, "Is that a wind element superhuman? They've already reached 4-star. Where did Nanyue get such a powerful wind element superhuman?" Li Tianqing also frowned, his heart filled with doubt. "Strange, after absorbing so much electricity, causing the car to fall, this person shows no signs of electricity leakage." In the eye of the storm, Tutu continuously swung her fists, tears flowing uncontrollably. Her heart ached intensely. As if choked by the feeling of heartbreak, it was too painful. Is this what heartbreak feels like? Her unstable emotions made her go all out, her attacks becoming even more ferocious. Zhao Sheng noticed the anomaly, muttering to himself, "Senior sister's emotions seem a bit unstable." Xiao Tao panicked, her voice trembling. "The car the dean rented for us turned into a pile of scrap metal." Shin-kun ignored his surroundings, a wicked smile playing on his lips, and whispered to Ji-Yu, "Fool, cover me later, I'll be right back." Ji-Yu replied succinctly, "Got it." Shin-kun squatted down, fumbling to dig a hole in the ground, secretly calculating, going deep underground to try and get some monster gene power. This is a big deal. "In the air," Tutu cried, her vision blurry with tears like a helpless child, her heart racing faster, making her want to sob even louder. Her legs swayed in the wind, her sobbing merging with the furious whirlwind. She forced herself, roaring, unleashing her emotions and violent magic power erupting, crushing the monster horde to smithereens, sweeping them away, and after being shredded, violently throwing them out, utterly shattered. Heli and Li Tianqing below stood dumbfounded, frozen in shock, facing this terrifying sight. In the blurry wind, they only saw Tutu's powerful figure, her might like a hurricane, leaving the two speechless. Witnessing this terrifying sight, Heli couldn't help but exclaim, his eyes sparkling with surprise, "What tremendous power! Her moves are so direct it feels like we don't even need to intervene anymore." Li Tianqing sheathed his sword and walked towards Tutu with his friend. Heli asked curiously, his tone filled with excitement, "They're from Nanyue, right? Come on, let's go meet this rising powerhouse." Li Tianqing nodded in agreement, his eyes gleaming. "Yes, we must go see for ourselves," in the open space that had just been ravaged by the whirlwind. Heli observed, guessing, absorbing such terrifying electricity and creating a tornado. "This must be the team station chief who mentioned, right?" Li Tianqing confirmed, his tone certain, That's right." But when the two arrived, they were stunned to see a seemingly frail girl floating in the air, sobbing uncontrollably into her hands. Li Tianqing said softly, his tone full of doubt, "Station Chief Hu said that an old man spent $1 billion to purchase all of Xincheng's nuclear power plant's electricity during the supernova competition. He specifically instructed me to arrange non-use team as far away from the power plant as possible. His exact words were, 'If they've got the guts, let them absorb all they want.'" Heli listened, his eyes wide with incredulity. "Wait, is the electricity demand really that immense? Station Chief Hu is known for his kindness. Why would he say something like that this time? Was he bullied by that person when he was young? Who could this talent requiring such a massive amount of electricity be? I recall that among non-use second and third year students there wasn't any outstanding electricity element superhuman." Li Tianqing shrugged expressionlessly, indicating his helplessness. Just then Tutu stopped crying, wiped away her tears, and said in a soft and polite voice, "Hello Cleanser Seniors Li Tianqing and Heli, excuse me for interrupting your monster clearing. I am Tutu, the senior team leader from Nanyue Superhuman Academy, leading students to Xincheng to participate in the supernova competition." Heli was startled, then his eyes lit up as he immediately recognized her. "Oh, you're the leader of Tutu's squad who won 3rd place in the supernova competition 2 years ago. I didn't expect you to have already been promoted to a 4-star superhuman, reaching our level. The new generation surpasses the old, truly impressive. Perhaps you'll be China's first 5-star superhuman. Tutu's cheeks flushed at the compliment, and she shyly waved her hand modestly saying, "Oh, not at all, I just happened upon a bit of good fortune." Eli laughed heartily, then turned and waved to someone in the distance saying cheerfully, "How humble, and thank you again for helping us deal with these troublesome monsters. Come on, I'll take you to your accommodation. I'm really looking forward to meeting the genius who managed to steal Thunder God of Bincheng's electricity." From behind Tutu, everyone except Xing Kun emerged. Eli's gaze swept over them in surprise. "Here they are. Is this the team? They look unfamiliar. But why only 3 people? Is someone injured? I'll go check." Ji still had electric sparks flickering around her head, and her delicate face clearly showed nervousness and discomfort. Her voice trembled. "I'm so scared. It's terrifying, seeing so many monsters for the first time." Zhao Sheng looked at her, secretly wondering what's wrong with sister-in-law. Her voice is strange and something gets stuck in her throat when the car rolled. Xiao Tao was also stunned but immediately echoed, "Ji was really terrified. Just now she couldn't control herself and siphoned all the electricity." Eli quickly stepped forward, his tone soothing and full of concern. "Don't be nervous, it's over now." But Ji took a step back, deliberately letting out a helpless moan. "No, I still can't stop trembling. I'm about to lose control again." Her body immediately erupted with a powerful current of electricity, covering a vast area. Li Tianqing noticed the electricity from all over Bincheng being uniformly directed towards her, and was stunned. The entire city's electricity has been drawn here. He secretly admired her, thinking she can control such a massive amount of electricity without needing to guide a star map, without intermediary weapons, and even without superhuman genes. Li Tianqing watched this strange girl intently, his heart filled with surprise. Eli suddenly seemed to realize something and shouted, "I know who she is, not a 2nd or 3rd year student, but a newly enrolled student this year. Her superhuman genes are the strongest in the lab, breaking the limit of lightning endurance for 95 of those with superhuman genes." Ji recalled the scene of her absorbing massive amounts of electricity, her eyes still sparkling with surprise. She had only just enrolled, yet she was already qualified to participate in the supernova competition. Li Tianqing carefully observed Ji's electricity absorption process and couldn't help but exclaim, "This electricity seems to completely vanish after entering her body. Her energy demand is terrifyingly high. Is she cultivating the legendary Star Realm?" Eli leaned closer upon hearing this, whispering excitedly, "Star Realm? With such a violent method of electricity absorption, she must have already completed the construction of her Star Realm. Her talent is truly terrifying." He glanced at Ji, secretly incredulous. "If that's the case," Eli said with a helpless expression, his tone low, "as long as she's in Xincheng, even if she's far away, we won't be able to stop her from absorbing electricity. It seems Station Chief Hu's plan won't work," he calculated, his gaze sharp. "On the contrary, if we keep them away from the power plant, Station Chief Hu's losses will be even greater. When electricity is transmitted over long distances, it invisibly damages all electronic devices along the way." Li Tianqing nodded in agreement. It seems we can only make other arrangements for them." The two turned to look at Ji, secretly evaluating. "She's Nanyu's ace this year, right? It looks like Nanyue will take first place in this supernova competition." Just as Ji was fully absorbing electricity, a click suddenly came from behind her. She immediately broke into a triumphant smile and turned to look at Xing Kun, who was pretending to have regained control. Ji laughed loudly, her tone relaxed. "No, it's all right now, I've got it under control." Li Tianqing was slightly startled and nodded. "Oh good, as long as you can control it. Station Chief Hu has already informed us about your situation." But then his face darkened and he said in a low voice, "For this period you will be staying in the house closest to the power plant." Eli also widened his eyes, his tone full of doubt. "Who is he?" Under the fading sunlight, Xing Kun strolled over leisurely, a naive smile on his face as if dispelling the heavy atmosphere. "Oh, you all seem to be in a hurry. I just went to the restroom. Sorry for being late." His voice broke the pervasive tension. Everyone's gaze fell on this strange young man. His demeanor was natural yet baffling. A feeling of unease quietly crept into everyone's hearts. From him a powerful invisible pressure emanated, sending shivers down their spines. No one dared to underestimate him. Tutu noticed the tense expressions on the two seniors' faces, frowned slightly, and secretly wondered, "Seniors, why do they look like they're facing a formidable enemy?" She quickly walked to Xing Kun's side, forcing a smile, trying to keep her tone natural. Junior brother Xing Kun quickly greet Senior Li Tianqing and Senior He Lai. They are two of China's strongest powerhouses on par with Senior Sister Shangguan Kui. "Seniors, this is the leader of the Doomsday Starfire team, and also Nanyu's competition team for this supernova competition. Xing Kun is a first-year student this year, just like Ji. Eli quickly regained his composure, a social smile on his face, his gaze sweeping over Xing Kun. "I see, Nanyue truly has an abundance of talent this year. Now that everyone's here, let's head back and rest. I'll take you to your accommodation." With that, he gently waved his hand and a gentle breeze softly enveloped everyone, lifting them into the air. Eli glanced at Xing Kun, saying in a low voice, "Speaking of which, your team only has 4 people. One less than the usual 5-person team." Xing Kun calmly replied, "Ah yes, there are only 4 of us." Eli didn't press further, but secretly wondered if the remaining person would join from another team. He nodded lightly. Alright, let's go." The team silently followed Heli flying. Xing Kun meanwhile was lost in thought, his gaze sweeping over the city below. This supernova competition had placed Xincheng under the strict protection of the cleanser headquarters. Cleansers were faintly visible on every street and in every corner. Not a single trace of monster aura could be detected by him. Xing Kun frowned, his thoughts churning. In such a heavily guarded city, why did the Starluck disaster of his past life still occur? He glanced at the backs of the two seniors ahead, pondering, are the monsters hidden underground? But with such strict defenses, if something happened in Manhua, cleanser headquarters couldn't possibly not investigate. Could it be that, like in Manhua, some high-ranking family here is also colluding with monsters? He secretly muttered to himself. I must find the reason as soon as possible. Under the bright moonlight, the villa courtyard of Xincheng's strongest cleanser, Li Tianqing, was utterly silent. In a spacious room filled with modern training equipment, the atmosphere suddenly became lively. Xing Kun stood there, his voice low and authoritative. Although some parts of the story have been omitted, I've already put you through several practical training sessions. I have some matters to attend to in Xincheng. While I'm away, senior sister Tutu will act as your sparring partner. In a corner not far away, Tutu observed everything silently, her sharp gaze sweeping over everyone's faces. When she accepted the task, a brilliant smile bloomed on her face, but deep down she couldn't help but marvel. How are they all shaking so much? On the surface she maintained a dignified and composed demeanor, exuding the aura of a confident senior. But internally her heart surged, constantly yelling, nominally I'm the senior leading the team, but in reality I'm just Blue Flame's junior assistant. At the same time a trace of unease welled up and she gently asked herself, when will I be able to stand by Blue Flame's side with such composure? After delivering all instructions, Xing Kun turned, his eyes like daggers as he swept his gaze towards Ji. He decisively spoke, idiot. It's your turn. Ji nodded lightly, but felt a little uncomfortable. She replied with a hint of annoyance and playfulness in her tone. Got it, you jinx. Then she gently closed her eyes, immersing her mind in a state of absolute concentration, harmonizing the surging energy within her. From the corners of her eyes, tiny but dazzling lights began to flicker, like stars twinkling in the night sky, carrying a mysterious and captivating power. Those dazzling energies spread rapidly like living currents, permeating every corner of the spacious villa, creating a fantastical spectacle, leaving onlookers in awe. After completing her task, Ji opened her eyes, her face cold and expressionless. She said in a steady but powerful voice, all right, all surrounding electronic devices have been destroyed by me and any surveillance cameras have also been taken out. Then she gently curled her lips, adding, you all go train, I'll absorb some electricity. Hearing these words, Tutu, who was in a corner nearby, couldn't help but be startled, her eyes wide with panic. She quickly leaned to one side, her voice faint and trembling. Are we just going to destroy someone else's villa like this? Seeing the obvious panic on Tutu's face, Xing Kun smiled softly, his eyes becoming even gentler. He quickly spoke to reassure her, his voice warm. Don't worry, the dean has already informed them of the situation. They've long been mentally prepared. After speaking, he immediately turned to Ji, his tone becoming serious and decisively commanded, idiot lightning. Ji merely shrugged lightly, her face still cold and expressionless. She replied in a nonchalant yet slightly teasing tone, all right, you stinky jinx. After reassuring everyone, Xing Kun turned to face the two new students. His gaze sharp yet caring. He asked Zhao Sheng, Xiao Tao, are you ready? Zhao Sheng, full of vigor, his eyes gleaming with firm resolve, immediately roared, brother, bring it on, I'm not afraid to die. Meanwhile, Xiao Tao, standing next to him, showed obvious worry, her face pale, her hands tightly clasped as if seeking support. She stammered her reply, her voice trembling but trying to remain steady. Already, Tutu, observing from the side, couldn't help but secretly chuckle to herself when she saw Zhao Sheng's pale face. Muttering, still claiming not to be afraid to die, this captain's style is truly exaggerated, making it seem like we're facing a major disaster. Then she thought, junior brother Blue Flame's training must be very rigorous. Hearing the student's determined affirmations, Xing Kun nodded lightly, a trace of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. He calmly took off his jacket, revealing his muscular and powerful body. He turned to senior sister Tutu, his voice low and serious. Senior sister Tutu, watch closely. As soon as Xing Kun activated his monster power, a surging energy erupted, enveloping his arm in a dark vortex. Mysterious. The dark light gradually expanded, then suddenly changed, causing his arm to no longer retain its human form, but to transform into an eerie entity both terrifying and fascinating. His voice, filled with authority, low and resonant, echoed throughout the space. Just maintain this intensity from now on. They recover very quickly. Xing Kun's arm was now completely transformed to no longer an ordinary arm but a forest of dark, smooth tentacles winding in all directions as if a group of octopuses had just escaped their cage. These tentacles twisted flexibly, surrounded by flickering blue sparks, both mysterious and somewhat unnerving, as if he had just transformed into a villainous B-movie monster. The power erupting from those tentacles was so terrifying that the surrounding air seemed to tremble under the pressure, making one wonder if he intended to destroy the entire area with them or merely to intimidate. Tutu stood to the side, her eyes wide and her mouth agape, secretly thinking, sure enough, this deadly level is enough to kill someone. No wonder he needed to destroy the surveillance cameras. Junior brother Blue Flame, you've become so strong, that's great. Meanwhile, Xing Kun fell into contemplation, a serious expression on his face. His gaze was sharp as if he was analyzing the smallest details in his mind. he thought to himself. The energy accumulated from the monsters is not only sufficient but even has a surplus. But to become a 5-star monster, one thing is still missing. In Shin Kun's mind, undercurrents still surged, complex thoughts swirling, leaving him in deep contemplation. He secretly thought, in my previous life had I already devoured monster flesh to the limit of a 5-star superhuman? Recalling it was Shangguan Kui who, on the verge of death while fighting hellfire, suddenly evolved into a 5-star monster. In this life I chose a unique monster path. But the opportunity for evolution is different, I must find it. Shin Kun gently glanced at Ji Yu behind him. She was highly focused, absorbing monster power, the energy flowing around her body both powerful and somewhat strenuous. Seeing this, a deep thought welled up in his heart. Perhaps I should refer to Shangguan Kui's 5-star superhuman state when she was near death in my previous life. The elemental domain might be key. In the brief silence in the hazy space, Shin Kun closed his eyes, letting his ink-like imagination sketch the image of towering cloud-piercing mountains, and an inexpressible feeling arose in his heart. That was a realm no one had truly touched in his past or present life. While in deep thought, Ji Yu suddenly spoke, her tone filled with worry. Jinx, I've sensed that the owner of this villa, Li Tianxing, is outside the villa. Shin Kun immediately opened his eyes, his gaze sharp, and hurriedly asked, "What is he doing?" Ji Yu immediately replied, her tone urgent. "He's trying to compete with me for the electricity here." Sensing the unstable situation, Shin Kun immediately retracted his monster power, a gentle smile curling on his lips, and turned to Tutu. "All right, Tutu, I'll leave this to Ji Yu." Tutu, suddenly called upon while at leisure, was slightly startled and responded in a fluster. "Huh?" Shin Kun merely nodded lightly, his voice steady. After explaining everything, Shin Kun's gaze fell on a poster hanging on the wall, secretly calculating that he must investigate all the supernovas who died in the Xincheng starfall disaster. Starting with tracking this narcissist, Li Tianxing, he activated his invisibility ability and quietly walked out of the villa, his mind still immersed in deep thought. The starfall disaster, it was very likely caused by a major family colluding with monsters. From above, Shin Kun observed Li Tianxing, who was trying to draw electricity towards himself. As he manipulated, he spoke in a firm, confident voice. "I don't believe I'll lose to a little girl," but after a struggle, the result was a failure. And Li Tianxing, frustrated, stomped his foot and yelled, "I really can't win?" Due to losing the competition, he walked away in annoyance. Shin Kun silently followed behind him, thinking, according to the dean's feedback, in Xincheng, only the Li family has the ability to hide everyone and hide monsters. Li Tianxing walked, letting out a long sigh, muttering, "Calm down, can't let others see I'm nervous, must maintain courtesy. Always maintain a mature appearance." Hearing these words, Shin Kun reached up and stroked his chin thoughtfully. Li Tianxing's idle burden is truly heavy. Looking at his naive and innocent appearance with such a childish mind, could he be a traitor to humanity? His doubts gradually wavered, influenced by Li Tianxing's childish demeanor. Under the silent night sky, so still that even a slight breeze would feel like it was breaking the perfect moment, Li Tianxing stepped onto a vast expanse of grassland, green as far as the eye could see, as if the heavens and earth had unfurled a soft velvet carpet. Suddenly he reached for his sword hilt. A seemingly harmless movement, but it made Shin Kun, observing from the shadows, frown slightly, a question flashing in his mind. What does he want to do? Shin Kun's gaze swept over, and not far away, a fat cat curled up on a tree branch, fast asleep, carefree, making one envious of its leisure. The wind was still, the branches unmoving, perfectly matching the "I'm asleep, I don't care about the world" posture. However, at that moment a sword light flashed, swift as a gust of wind, so sharp that the surrounding space seemed to tear open a fissure. The sound immediately startled the sleeping cat, which leapt up, letting out a frantic meow like a student called upon in class, then free fell from the branch. Shin Kun almost laughed out loud, trying hard to hold it in. Li Tianxing nimbly reached out and caught the falling furball, not forgetting to lament, "It sleeps as soundly as a cat," completely unaware. He calmly sheathed his sword, gently cradling the cat like a hero saving a maiden, but a four-legged version, his voice low and warm. "You're safe." After everything settled, Li Tianxing continued to walk, composed as if nothing had happened. Arriving at a three-way intersection covered by tree shade, he suddenly stopped. Ahead, an elderly woman with white hair was slowly crossing the road, leaning on a cane, each step trembling. Li Tianxing activated his ability without hesitation, extending the surrounding time so the old woman could safely cross the road. Shin Kun stood behind, his lips twitching slightly, secretly sighing, "This guy is indeed not simple." After walking a bit further, Li Tianxing had just turned a corner when he was stopped by a swarm of female fans as numerous as sparrows in late autumn. Before he could speak, he was surrounded by eyes that seemed to have built-in glitter filters, accompanied by cheers rising and falling like a well-trained choir. "Li Tianxing is so awesome, so handsome." Shin Kun watched from afar, frowning in distaste, thinking. His mouth curved up when he saw his fans. What a narcissist. Immediately after, Li Tianxing calmly walked into a commoner's barbecue stall, which surprised Shin Kun, who was following closely. For a celebrity like him to queue up for barbecue so unpretentiously, this person truly had a simple mind and liked to cultivate an image. While observing everything with the sharp eyes of an eagle and the calm demeanor of a master, Shin Kun was suddenly startled by a figure passing by. He couldn't hide the momentary lapse in his gaze. And a weighty thought burst in his mind. So big, this sister. Although he almost drooled internally, he quickly regained his composure, reminding himself, restrain, restrain. A prodigal son returned bearing a heavy responsibility cannot be confused by such worldly things. Even as he thought this, Shin Kun's gaze was still fixed on the perfect curves of the girl who had just passed. Thinking he was the only pervert, he didn't expect Li Tianqing to also show an infatuated expression, staring intently. Seeing this, Shin Kun secretly chuckled, muttering to himself, indeed this kind of idiot has no schemes. Only a blind person could fool him. The more he observed Li Tianqing, the more Shin Kun's doubts dissipated. He secretly thought, perhaps this guy knows nothing and it's just the family behind him that wants to betray. But given Li Tianqing's position, if the Li family intended to betray humanity, they couldn't possibly not use him. Either he knows the truth or the Li family has no intention of betrayal at all. After buying his items, Li Tianqing quietly entered the dense forest. Seeing this, Shin Kun quickly followed, secretly wondering where is he going. After walking a bit further, the answer gradually became clear in his mind. Xincheng border. As soon as Li Tianqing arrived, his subordinates immediately greeted him loudly and respectfully. Hello, Senior Li. He merely nodded lightly, nonchalantly responding with an Seeing this, a wave of suspicion surged in Shin Kun's heart. Sure enough, the Xincheng border is heavily guarded by cleansers, with stricter control than I imagined. He pondered, his mind racing. How did the Starfall disaster truly happen? He quietly followed behind Li Tianqing, falling into deep thought. Are monsters hiding in Moon River? With current technology, hiding underwater would be too easily detected. At this moment, Li Tianqing stopped, gently handing the barbecue bag to He Lai, his tone warm. Here, He Lai, your favorite barbecue. He Lai heard this, his cold gaze sweeping over, and retorted, did you buy it at my favorite barbecue place? But immediately after, as if sensing something amiss, He Lai spoke solemnly, Tianqing, you're being followed. Hearing the warning, Tianqing quickly turned back, his gaze anxiously scanning his surroundings, his tone urgent. When was I followed? At the same time, he activated his power. Preparing to attack, He Lai sighed softly, his voice low. Even you didn't notice, this guy must be extraordinary. Shin Kun knew he was exposed and immediately hid in the darkness, thinking, He Lai is a wind element superhuman. As expected, I couldn't fool his elemental perception. If Li Tianqing hadn't discovered me beforehand, I might have been in even greater trouble. He pondered and analyzed. In this case, the basic suspicion of Li Tianqing can be temporarily ruled out. The Li family can also be ruled out, and He Lai comes from an ordinary family rising through personal strength. Even if he had intentions of betrayal, it would be difficult to cause a crisis as big as the Starfall disaster. He Lai coldly activated his wind shift skill, causing wild winds to howl, stirring up dust everywhere. He announced loudly, I've sealed his retreat. Even if he's invisible, he'll make a sound if he shows himself. At the same time, Tianqing roared, his voice echoing through the space as if to overpower everything. If he shows any weakness, I'll make him disappear from this world. Seeing their highly vigilant attitudes, Shin Kun gently curled his lips, thinking, that's enough for tonight, breaking through the encirclement and stirring up trouble. And it's good that they're on high alert. Just then, a thunderous boom cut through the quiet air. The new city border system's alarm blared, and the ground trembled slightly. He Lai was astonished, a hint of surprise in his tone. Has the new city border already installed a small-scale earthquake early warning system? The alarm continued incessantly. And Li Tianqing's face darkened. He added to his friend's words, this means something big is approaching New City. Suddenly, a panicked underling with a mushroom haircut rushed over, shouting, Senior Li, there's a motorcade entering New City. It might be a team called Rose. Hearing this, Li Tianqing asked in confusion, why aren't they taking the highway where the army is stationed? The underling quickly replied, they gave advance notice saying there are many superhumans and they were afraid of attracting monsters, so they dispersed the pressure. Hearing this, He Lai frowned, his gaze sharp, and he loudly warned, Li Tianqing, forget about the person trailing you. The situation over there is more urgent. Given this alarm level, I deduce it's likely a ground dragon. The Rose team is about to face danger. We must go and save them immediately. Li Tianqing tisket impatiently, his tone full of annoyance. Trouble just keeps coming. After careful consideration, He Lai and Li Tianqing immediately flew off to rescue the Rose team. As they flew, He Lai said in a deep voice, we shed so much blood yesterday. I hope this time isn't too difficult. Then he turned to Li Tianqing, his gaze sharp. We must find a way to force out whatever is underground, protect the Rose team, and absolutely not let it enter New City. Li Tianqing immediately nodded, his tone decisive. Of course. As soon as the two disappeared, Shin Kun lightly sighed, emerged from the darkness, observed his surroundings, and secretly thought, the Rose earthquake happened underground, so it seems they did indeed conduct surveys and measurements underground. The monsters caused by the Starfall disaster couldn't have been hidden underground. Seizing the opportunity, he quietly retreated, his mind still racing with thoughts. Aren't those the High Priest and the Flame Demon God's avatar? Could they have brought ground dragons and other monsters out from underground and then been discovered? Shin Kun walked, regretting silently, wishing he could go see. Although according to his judgment, the Flame Demon God would definitely restrain herself for now, waiting for the supernova competition feast so conflict wouldn't easily arise. But what if, before he could finish thinking, a black claw emanating hellish evil suddenly struck like lightning? Shin Kun only felt a cold chill graze his neck. Before he could even turn to react, a strange gray mark had already appeared before him, cold and heavy like the mark of death, instantly stiffening his body. The attacker gave him no time to understand or defend. From above, the flame demon god swooped down, a twisted, cold smile on her lips as if drawn by a demon's malice, her bloodthirsty gaze fixed on Xing Kun as if she had already chosen her prey. Her voice was deep and threatening. "Don't be nervous, I'll gently dissect you into my nutrients." Xing Kun instantly murmured, "Gong Zhaoni." Receiving no response, he immediately confirmed that the person before him was the flame demon god. Without hesitation, she launched a fatal attack on Xing Kun. A series of precise chokehold strikes, none missing. An evil smile played on her lips and her sharp nails tore a cruel gash across his neck, ripping through flesh and blood. Xing Kun gritted his teeth, his face contorted, a great worry surging in his heart. He thought to himself, "I was careless. Since the flame demon god already has a body, of course she can openly appear anywhere. And she also has invisibility. My invisibility ability came from the invisible monster she split off. If my monster body hadn't recovered quickly, I would have died long ago." Xing Kun's neck healed rapidly. Without any delay, he sharply retreated, activating his monster arm to prepare for a counterattack. His mind raced. Should I fight her? No, the flame demon god continuously charged, attacking fiercely. Xing Kun remained convinced that he absolutely could not engage her in battle. The best strategy of the 36 stratagems is to run. A thought flashed, and he immediately turned to escape, but before he had run far, Xing Kun realized his escape plan was completely ineffective. The flame demon god's speed far surpassed his, catching up instantly. He was stunned, a sense of unease surging in his heart. Impossible, her speed is so much faster than mine. A hint of doubt surfaced. Level 6, has she already recovered to level 7? That body is truly terrifying. The flame demon god charged fiercely, her momentum seemingly devouring everything. In the nick of time, Xing Kun thought to himself, to escape this situation there's only one way left. In the critical moment, a thought flashed through Xing Kun's mind. Attract others' attention. He quickly analyzed the situation, his mind sharp as a knife. Even occupying Gong Zhaoni's body, the flame demon god couldn't completely hide her true nature. If observed carefully, she would expose anomalies. Even if it didn't arouse suspicion, the commotion would be enough to cause a disturbance. Once she was exposed, humans would become alert, and her king would certainly not forgive her. The flame demon god continuously launched moves fierce and malicious. A green light carrying a divine aura shot straight down, striking Xing Kun and throwing him from high above into the barren forest below. He thought to himself, as expected, she deliberately forced me into this remote forest. As soon as he landed, the wound on his neck had already healed, but the lingering flame energy from the attack still clung tightly to his throat, preventing him from making a sound. To clear this power, I'll need a long time. He frowned, his gaze distant. His mind raced with thoughts. I must create a commotion large enough to alert the two cleansers outside, at least to make them take it seriously. The flame demon god slowly descended, her aura overwhelming as if to devour everything. Her voice was mysterious and challenging. Here I can eat you undisturbed. Xing Kun didn't hesitate, raising his hand to unleash hellfire, flames blazing furiously, signifying a counterattack. But the flame demon god suddenly opened her mouth, spewing a green aura from deep within her throat, easily neutralizing his move. She roared, her voice filled with anger. Swallow fire and devour flames. I told you can't use fire now, nor can you hide your unease. Xing Kun sighed, his voice low. I can't even set the forest on fire. Why is this so troublesome? A smirk played on the flame demon god's lips, clearly displaying her triumph. From the sides of Gong Zhaoni's slender body, two gigantic monster arms suddenly sprouted, forming an eerie contrast, both terrifying and twisted. The arms extended continuously, and she slowly floated up, an evil smile on her face, her voice full of desire. Mealtime. Xing Kun coughed lightly, his voice weak and hoarse. Not tasty, it's poisonous. He took a step back, silently sending a mental command, summoning the golden element, calling the surrounding golden elements to obey. The king of golden elements heeded the call. Under his control, small golden nuggets emerged from the ground, quickly coalescing into a gigantic golden sword named Star Sword, which shot straight towards the flame demon god. A smirk played on her lips, her face showing intense interest, and she said, I must admit, even I don't know what kind of monster you are to be able to control superhuman power. Meanwhile, not far away, Li Tianqing suddenly glanced at He Lai. Noticing his gaze was fixed on the distance, his expression abnormal, Li Tianqing called out, He Lai. He Lai immediately responded, I sense movement in that forest. I will release wind elements to investigate. Suddenly, the ground beneath them violently trembled, as if something massive was rising from underground. Li Tianqing immediately grew vigilant. His eyes fixed on the ground, the trembling grew even stronger, and a green light shot out from deep within the earth, tearing through soil and rock. Suddenly, two massive ground dragons burst from the ground, letting out deafening roars that ripped through the earth. The two shouted in alarm. It really is ground dragons, and two of them. Just then, two cars carrying the Rose team appeared, driving closer. Li Tianqing turned to He Lai. We can't worry about that side. He Lai, I'll take them on. He Lai nodded, his tone decisive. Good, get that car to a safe place. The emergency forced them to focus on protecting the motorcade, temporarily setting aside all anomalies in the forest. Xing Kun sighed. A gigantic star sword he had created was crushed by the flame demon god's sharp gaze before it could even unleash its power. Her tone was filled with undisguised contempt, mocking. "You aberrant monster, is this all the superhuman power you can wield?" she continued to sneer. "Just a piece of trash among monsters." But Shin Kun completely disregarded these scornful words. He concentrated his gaze, quietly reshaping the shattered golden fragments, preparing for his next counterattack. Shin Kun coughed lightly, responding with a challenging tone. "Don't you know that trash can also be sharp?" Suddenly, a powerful force erupted from his recondensed golden fragments, transforming into a sharp blade that severed one of the flame demon god's monster arms. She remained expressionless, only her eyebrows slightly raised, her tone calm. "I'm injured." A flicker of doubt crossed her mind. That tiny golden light could actually injure me. But then the wound on her arm regenerated at an astonishing speed. Sensing her hesitation about the recent power, Shin Kun said in a hoarse voice, "This is my 4-star superhuman power. In the past few days, the 1 superhuman genes, combined with the monster gene stimulation, have already evolved into 4-star superhuman. The essence of the golden life element condensed is this short but sharp star sword." A small sword, glittering with cold light, shot rapidly towards the flame demon god, but she remained unperturbed, completely ignoring his words. When the sword came close, her monster arm swung, batting the sword far away. The sword spun in the air, thrown a great distance. The flame demon god spoke confidently, her tone filled with contempt. "All the superhumans in your world are nothing to me. What use is your tiny metal?" She opened her mouth wide, revealing an evil smile. Saliva dripped, and she continued to mock. "In your human words, a dying struggle is merely entertaining for my meal." As soon as she finished speaking, she charged toward Shin Kun with a furious momentum, stirring up a howling murderous aura. Sweat beaded on Shin Kun's forehead, his expression tense. He immediately issued a command in his mind for his monster to fully mutate. In an instant, countless sharp green barbs sprouted from his monster arm, glinting with dazzling light. The barbs continued to extend, forming the Black Fang skewer move, reaching out like living spears, creating a solid defense. Blocking the flame demon god's attack, the flame demon god revealed an evil smile, scoffing, "You fool, you want to become the new king, but you're not worthy at all." She used power beyond her own, blocking Shin Kun's sharp barbs with her monster hands. In her fury, she exerted all her strength to tear off his monster arm, sending his body spinning and soaring into the air in a wild current. From above, she looked down coldly and said, "Return the kingship you stole from me." But Shin Kun, even with his voice hoarse, smirked triumphantly. "I'm afraid you don't understand the state of the superhuman domain yet." The flame demon god showed a slight look of confusion. Suddenly, countless flaming golden swords rained down like an angry downpour. He added, his tone calm, "The reason 4-star superhuman life elements are like this is that even when superhuman power leaves the host's control, it can still operate autonomously according to simple logic. Something like a spark isn't only generated by fire elements." The flame demon god listened, frozen in place as if glued, not uttering a word. Seemingly accepting this outcome, Lin Zai's flaming golden swords poured down like a storm, incinerating the entire forest. On the other side, Li Tianqing and He Lai were still battling the ground dragons. Li Tianqing leapt up, waving his hand to unleash a massive bolt of lightning, forming a thunder slash that struck the monster's head. With a single blow, he incinerated the gigantic beast. He Lai praised repeatedly. Li Tianqing, truly worthy of being Bincheng's man closest to a 5-star superhuman. Such rapid progress. He Lai glanced at the forest, immediately noticing the blazing fire caused by Shin Kun. He frowned in confusion. "The forest over there is on fire. Was that the commotion I sensed earlier?" Meanwhile, Li Tianqing still ignored the distant flames. His entire attention focused on the 2 ground dragons before him. He shouted, his voice filled with determination, "He Lai, help me control them. Let's try to capture one alive for the research department." He Lai, though distracted by the large fire, still quickly nodded, assisting his friend in sharing the monster's pressure. Inside the forest, the flames still blazed, consuming every tree. The flame demon god and Shin Kun simultaneously looked outwards, checking if anyone had noticed the commotion. Seeing no one reacted, she sneered, a mocking smirk on her lips. "Looks like no one cares about you, dangerous one." She charged toward Shin Kun, her tone threatening. "Out of moves, aren't you?" Just as she was about to pounce on him, 2 more gigantic monster arms suddenly sprouted from her back, but they seemed to be beyond the flame demon god's control. Before she could even react, one arm suddenly punched her directly in the face, leaving her both surprised and angry. Shin Kun smirked triumphantly, advising, "I suggest you don't put everything in your mouth. Did you eat too much of my left arm just now? It was quite delicious," he continued, his tone steady. "If you had swallowed my entire arm, I'd have nothing to say, but you only gnawed on a few scraps of meat. It would be a waste if you didn't get diarrhea." The flame demon god listened, still dumbfounded, not fully comprehending his meaning. Shin Kun leisurely continued, "Although you are far stronger than I am, this body of yours belongs to my faction." Hearing this, she was enraged, rushing madly to choke Shin Kun's neck, roaring, "This body is already mine." But the 2 newly grown arms stubbornly gripped her demon arms as if unwilling to yield. Just then, 2 cleanser seniors arrived in time, quickly extinguishing the blazing fire. A cold smirk played on Shin Kun's lips. "They're here." The flame demon god sensed the situation was no longer favorable, and she couldn't continue her mischief. She glanced at him and snorted softly. She leaned close to Shin Kun's ear, whispering, her tone full of innuendo, "I'll save your flesh for later. I'll enjoy it properly next time." Shin Kun smirked in rebuttal, his tone equally provocative. "I'm afraid you still don't know your place." The flame demon god growled angrily, "You?" But she immediately retracted her monster arms, and at the same time Shin Kun's body fully recovered before He Lai arrived. Upon arrival, He Lai immediately recognized Shin Kun. He frowned and asked, Captain Xing Kun of Manhua, why are you here? Xing Kun feigned composure and replied, Hi Cleanser Senior Heli, I'm here to pick up another teammate as I mentioned before. She came with another team and that's her. Heli frowned, his eyes full of doubt, and he pressed on. Did she come with the Rose team? Why wasn't she on that bus? Why is your team member with another team and not even in the same city? Why are there only 2 of you in the forest? The suspicion in his voice grew stronger. Then Heli lowered his voice and asked cautiously, Are you a scumbag? This question instantly made Xing Kun a little awkward. He opened his mouth but stammered, unable to speak. Me, but he quickly regained composure and fabricated a plausible explanation. Senior, because we had some unpleasantness before, this young lady insisted on joining the Rose team, and I was just apologizing to her, wasn't I? An apology naturally needs to be done in a secluded place, right? I'm very shy too. The Rose team indeed isn't as upright and brave as our team. Our young lady couldn't stand their poor character, so she got off the car and asked me to pick her up. That's how it is. Right? Gong Zhani's flame demon god quickly got into character, echoing, that's right. But she couldn't help but add another sarcastic remark, but I think our team is a bit of a burden. The Rose team is still more reliable. Gong Zhani's words left Xing Kun and Heli dumbfounded, as if glued to the spot, unsure how to respond. She continued, but her words were strange and full of insinuation. The team is a burden, the men are weak, so they have to work harder, otherwise they won't be able to keep their female members. In a brief moment, Gong Zhani's consciousness suddenly awakened, breaking free from the flame demon god's control. Taking advantage of this opportunity, she secretly whispered to Xing Kun, her voice trembling, The flame demon god is controlling my body. Run, she waved goodbye, her eyes filled with trust and hope. One last word, I will definitely wait for you to become strong. Xing Kun silently watched her retreating figure, complex emotions surging in his heart. After so much effort to see Gong Zhani again, he didn't expect it to end with such a strange conversation. But don't worry, I will definitely become stronger and I will definitely save you. Heli stood rooted, looking at Xing Kun with a puzzled expression. Do you think I'll believe that? Xing Kun burst out laughing, and confidently replied, Of course, Senior Heli will believe it. Then he quickly turned to leave, not forgetting to throw out a teasing remark. Thanks for tonight. The bed suddenly caught fire for no reason. Your Bin City Fire Department's work is too poor. You need to step up. Just then, Tianqing also arrived beside Heli, his tone carrying a hint of regret that he hadn't managed to catch the ground dragon after all. Seeing Heli rush into the forest, he followed, asking curiously, What happened here? Heli didn't pay much attention, just muttering to himself as if connecting various events. First you disappeared for no reason, then the ground dragon appeared. The forest caught fire mysteriously, and Nanyu's contestant secretly met a non-teammate in this forest. There must be some connection between these events. In the blink of an eye, a week passed and the first round of the Supernova competition officially began. There were 293 middle school teams and 65 social teams, totaling 358 teams. On competition field number 3, the loudspeaker blared, its voice loud and clear. Nanyue Doomsday Starfire team versus Shanyu City team. Please begin. The backstage was a chaotic mess like a battlefield. Zhao Sheng was pacing anxiously, shouting at the top of his lungs, Big brother. No way, me. We can't do it. This is the Supernova competition. The Supernova competition. The National Superhuman Genius Student competition. Next to him, Xiao Tao clenched her hands, clearly showing worry on her face. Zhao Sheng continued, panting and nervous. Such an important competition, what are we? We're just 2 superhuman students with only 80 strength combined. However, Xing Kun simply raised his hand calmly, pointing to Ji-Yu, who was struggling to control her energy, and explained clearly, Ji-Yu is absorbing electricity, using all her might to control it so as not to damage the equipment here. I have to go investigate. If you don't go on stage, you'll just have to forfeit. With that, he suddenly showed a dangerous smile, his eyes sharp. It's alright, if you lose, you won't lose anything. After speaking, Xing Kun decisively left, not forgetting to wave goodbye and encourage them. Everything is up to you, believe in yourselves. At this moment, the event organizers were extremely tense, their urging voices becoming sharp. Doomsday Starfire team, if you don't go on stage now, will announce your loss. Without hesitation, Zhao Sheng's eyes gleamed with determination. The Zhao siblings held hands, resolved to walk onto the competition field. Seeing only 2 people appear, the organizers asked in surprise, Nanyue, only 2 people? Zhao Sheng and Xiao Tao both replied awkwardly, yes. The opposing team immediately seized the opportunity, mocking them mercilessly, their faces clearly showing disdain. Only 2 people and no weapons. Who are they looking down on? Too arrogant. So what if they were top 3 last year? What's so great about it? We'll make them pay a heavy price. Hearing this, Zhao Sheng clenched his fist, turned to Xiao Tao, his voice full of determination. Xiao Tao, big brother believes in us. We'll definitely be fine. Let's go. Xiao Tao, hearing her brother say this, a hint of resolve flashed in her eyes and she nodded firmly. Xing Kun walked calmly on the road to Bin City's seaside, each step slow and steady, his mind constantly analyzing and calculating. The first round of preliminary matches lasts 2 days, divided into 16 arenas, with 2 teams competing in each arena and 6 matches per day. He couldn't help but wonder if the Starfall disaster would indeed break out at the start of the Supernova competition. Arriving at Bin City's seaside, he was still worried. At least this round would be safe, but would deep-sea monsters suddenly attack? His expression was unreadable, his eyes thoughtful as he fell into deep contemplation. The newspapers of his previous life rarely mentioned the Starfall disaster, but if it were a sea monster attack with Bin City Cleanser's defensive capabilities during the competition, they shouldn't have been caught off guard. Although he had considered all possibilities, Shin Kun still found no clues, so he decided to put his thoughts aside for now. Suddenly he changed his mind, imagining the upcoming monster feast, and couldn't help but wonder about the quality of the food. Thinking of this, saliva unconsciously drooled, but he immediately self-mocked, "So much food, but I can't eat people." After walking for a while, Shin Kun arrived at the competition area. As soon as he pushed the door open and entered, he was immediately drawn into the tense atmosphere. The participating teams were arguing fiercely, full of dissatisfaction. The Shucheng team appeared arrogant, only sending one contestant in the audience. Discussions buzzed incessantly. One person spoke, "If we win our midday match, I guess this single-person team from Shucheng will be our opponent." Another interjected, his tone full of doubt, "Does that Shucheng person want to fight 5-on-1? You're overestimating him. I heard he single-handedly defeated Shucheng's original team, easily snatching the qualification to participate in the Supernova competition. Tisk, haven't you checked his background? He's the Devil's Child that the Wen family from Shucheng just found." Hearing Devil's Child, Shin Kun couldn't help but feel curious and immediately directed his sharp gaze towards the person being discussed. He stopped, continuing to listen to the whispers. That person's name was Wen Lang, the one known as the Devil's Child. At 5 years old, he accidentally used his superhuman power to take his parents' lives. That young man with strange blue hair and somewhat peculiar clothes, Wen Lang's face carried a melancholy, a silence that seemed to weigh heavily with sorrow. Shin Kun observed intently, an uneasiness stirring in his heart. This person exuded a dangerous aura, like a delicious dish, yet with hidden poison. Could the Starfall disaster be related to him? Wen Lang's blood-red, lifeless eyes and indifferent image flashed in Shin Kun's mind, intertwined with the incessant discussions around him. He killed his parents with superhuman power at only 5 years old, and they themselves were superhumans. How high is his superhuman gene index? A voice interjected, full of curiosity. "I wonder," later I heard that. Wen Lang disappeared without a trace, another continued in a gossipy tone. "Until recently, the Wen family in Shucheng found him, but his superhuman gene index has never been publicly announced." At this moment, a female referee wearing black clothes and headphones walked out from backstage, her face showing an expression of disbelief. Her voice was both confirming and persuasive. "Wen Lang, you choose to go directly against them. I don't know why Shucheng only sent you, but you can choose one-on-one best of 3 out of 5 matches." But her worry seemed unnecessary. Wen Lang flatly refused, his tone languid yet indifferent. "No need for direct combat, just hurry up." Hearing this, the female referee's gaze behind her black sunglasses couldn't help but fix on this arrogant young man, secretly praising him. But on the other side, the opposing team was staring at Wen Lang, their voices filled with resentment, as if they wanted to crush him immediately. "Hurry up!" Immediately, 5 people, 4 men and 1 woman armed with weapons, rushed forward together, shouting a challenge. "He's arrogant enough. Our whole team will accompany him." The female referee hastily shouted to stop them. "Please control yourselves, I haven't announced the start of the match yet." She was so focused on the fierce crowd that she didn't notice the blue-haired boy, his eyes covered, quietly standing behind her. Beneath his long hair, Wen Lang's gaze slightly tilted upwards, his sharp pupils locked onto his target. Instantly, an invisible killing intent erupted, directly striking the group of people charging aggressively. The muscular man fell to the ground, his face slamming hard into the gloved fat man and the blonde man next to him. The two struggled to maintain balance, but the fear on their faces was undeniable. The other two, a man and a woman, also fell staggering with their weapons, kicking up a cloud of dust. The female referee was still mumbling, "Everyone wait," when she suddenly froze, her gaze sweeping over the instantly defeated crowd. She marveled inwardly. The young man remained silent and composed and said steadily, "May I leave now?" The female referee was stunned, her linguistic abilities seemingly taken away, only able to nod clumsily and instinctively. "Ah yes." Soon she regained her professional demeanor, casting a sympathetic look at the people lying motionless on the ground, whether from pain or humiliation. Then she loudly announced through the microphone, "I announce Shucheng's single-person team wins." The audience had never seen such a lightning-fast match. Some were dumbfounded, hands cupping their chins, afraid their jaws would drop, thinking to themselves, "Damn, his superhuman power is even scarier than rumored." Another's eyes were wide like the character, awe, a bewildered expression on their face, as if doubting life itself. What kind of move was that? I didn't even see how he attacked. Another was no better, covering their face with their hands, muttering distraughtly, "Unbelievable, it's too real." A buzz of discussion erupted in the audience, but amidst the chaos one person still watched quietly, his gaze sharp and unwavering. It was Shin Kun. Whispers still reached his ears. "How high is his superhuman gene index? I think he's even scarier than that kid who was once considered the strongest superhuman in the world." At this moment, Wen Lang had calmly left the audience seats, passing through the rows. The crowd who came to watch wasn't particularly large, but Shin Kun's presence was the most silent. He fell into contemplation, the whispers still echoing in his ears. "Superhuman genes exceeding 90 will cause material changes." A questioning whisper. "But there's one superhuman power that has never been recorded to exceed 90, another voice affirmed. "Yes, haven't many experts said that psychic superhumans are just—" Shin Kun gently propped his chin, his crimson eyes flickering in thought. The suspicious whispers echoed in his ears. Could it be the theory of the strongest superhuman? Despite this, it was unclear whether Xing Kun had truly registered these discussions. At this moment his mind was busy with another thought. To monsters this person was an irresistible delicacy. Following Wen Lang, perhaps he would find clues to the Starfall disaster. Lost in thought, Xing Kun was completely unaware that Wen Lang had somehow appeared before him. The surrounding audience, seeing the young man, immediately looked terrified and dumbfounded, even forgetting to react. Some were startled, quickly backing away, their eyes clearly showing worry. Whispers rose, "Why is he coming over so scary?" A strange thought spread like wildfire. Could he want to leave a deep impression on us future opponents? That person who killed his parents at 5 must kill us without hesitation, right? Wen Lang ignored all gazes, hands clasped behind his back, bowed slightly and asked in a low voice, "Xing Kun, you've been silent all this time. Do you want to follow me and still think I'm delicious? Want to eat me?" Xing Kun suddenly looked up, his eyes wide. Holy shit, these questions are too ambiguous. The gossiping audience was dumbfounded, utterly shocked. A strange thought spread. The legend says Wen Lang can read minds. Is he reading minds now? Someone couldn't help but accuse. Talking about delicious food, pure nonsense. Oh my god, what a pervert. Ah, how disgusting. The crowd's discussions grew even louder while Xing Kun stood frozen, secretly lamenting, "Holy shit, how did I suddenly become a pervert? This injustice can't be washed away even in the Yellow River." A few seconds later, Xing Kun regained his composure, glaring at Wen Lang with dissatisfaction. Hands in his pockets, he stood up, forcing a smile. "How could I be a monster who wants to eat people?" Before he could finish, Wen Lang interrupted him, saying coldly, "These past few days there's always been a voice wanting to eat me. Is it you?" Xing Kun was stunned, speechless. Filled with surprise, he replayed the key points in his mind, that voice that always wanted to eat him. But before he could grasp the clue, a distant voice rang out, interrupting his thoughts. "Wen Lang, stop dawdling, the match is over, let's go back to the hotel." Xing Kun turned to look in the direction of the voice. A man in a white robe and a somewhat strange hat on his head was approaching. It was Li Lin. Xing Kun frowned slightly, thinking that person must be Shucheng's team leader. Why is he wearing such a strange helmet? Wen Lang glanced at the man and responded softly, "Yes." Then he turned and quietly followed behind his teacher. His lonely figure gradually receded. Xing Kun, hands still in his jacket pockets, watched that figure, unable to help but wonder if he really can read minds. He suddenly stopped, shaking his head, self-negating. Could that voice be the flame demon god? No, that's not right. She only appeared last night, but he said that voice had been ringing for days. Xing Kun narrowed his eyes, deep in thought. Only monsters would eat superhumans. Wen Lang was very likely the key to the Starfall disaster. At this moment in the arena, the female referee asked the two contestants preparing for the next round, "Do you choose a team battle or?" Before she could finish, a little girl quickly interjected like a machine gun. One-on-one, we choose one-on-one." Beside her, Zhao Sheng, who had just uttered 2 words, "I choose," was cut off by the little girl's glare. She was Zhao Xiaotao. Not giving Zhao Sheng another chance to speak, she crisply took over. "No, brother, let me go first. I'm better at defense. I can use the opportunity to find the opponent's weaknesses. We have to win at least one match. We can't lose too badly." Zhao Sheng was convinced by her well-reasoned argument and reluctantly compromised, his tone filled with worry. "All right, but you must be careful." The female referee waited for the two to agree, then announced loudly over the microphone, "Then Nanyue Doomsday Starfire Team versus Shanyu City Mining Team." Before shouting, "Start," the female referee glanced at the two opponents. On one side was a girl with a ponytail, wearing a red top and carrying a giant broadsword. On the other was a slender girl with 2 hair buns, wearing a tight blue top. She loudly announced, "Match start." Xiaotao raised her hand, striking a ready pose, her eyes burning with determination. Staring straight ahead, in her mind the image of Mingye flashed, the one who once dreamed of awakening superhuman powers to change his fate, yet never imagined he would join a team with a leader who could control monster genes. A figure flashed through her mind, a handsome youth with black hair, and a strangely shaped left hand. When he asked, "That's how it is, everyone. What do you plan to do next?" the whole team answered without hesitation, "Of course we'll continue to follow Big Brother." Xiaotao stood silently in the arena, feeling both astonished and excited, an indescribable sensation. She had never imagined that one day she would represent the nation's superhuman geniuses on the supernova stage. Her opponent, the girl with the ponytail, swung her giant broadsword, attacking while shouting, "I'm a wind element superhuman. I've heard all your strategies." Xiaotao remained motionless, showing no intention of blocking or reacting to the incoming attack. The girl grew even angrier, scolding sternly, "Do you still want your teammate to find my weakness before defeating me? You don't even know the rules of the match. After defeating you, we can switch players." "Xiaotao, say something." Xiaotao only thought 3 dots in her mind. Seeing her opponent didn't react, the girl became even more furious. Her blade swung down with immense power, her voice cold and contemptuous. "I don't know what's gotten into Nanyue this year. The quality of the matches is so poor. We were both nervous and excited when we drew Nanyue. But now only disappointment." In the stands, 3 punks sat watching the match, spewing endless insults. A guy with blonde hair and a trendy earring smugly draped his arm over the shoulder of the green-haired man next to him. Xing Kun pulled strings, stole the supernova qualification, and then under Nanyu's banner did bad things, sending those 2 useless students to compete. "It's ridiculous," he sneered, continuing. "Luckily we dropped out of Nanyue and joined Rose Academy, otherwise we'd be embarrassed too." The green-haired man nodded, chiming in with nonsense. "Nanyue Superhuman Academy must be cursing the heavens and earth. To think that the former top 3 would be eliminated in the first round." he prattled on, unaware that his companion's eyes were wide as if he had discovered something strange in the arena. The red-clad girl continuously swung her sword, shouting, "Wind blade!" Her attack was unstoppable, the blade tearing through the air. But Xiao Tao deftly squatted, skillfully dodging. This action further enraged her opponent. She shouted, her tone full of provocation, "The esteemed representative of Nanyu's genius, can you only dodge? Nanyue, you have no one left, only these weaklings to embarrass yourselves." Xiao Tao ignored these taunting words, only lightly raised her head, glancing at the blade's shadow. A hint of impatience in her eyes, she thought, looking at the blade's shadow. This guy's sword is too slow, terrible, very terrible. She suddenly recalled Xing Kun's hand with its sharp claws, that terrifying, threatening power compared to his attacks. This was child's play. Xiao Tao briefly reminisced about those moments facing unimaginable power and the captain's deafening words, "You have my monster genes in your body. Even a semi-awakening can make your physique as strong as a Tier 1 monster." Xiao Tao briefly immersed herself in memories, recalling those experiences of being beaten half to death. At that time, senior sister ruthlessly attacked while weeping heartbrokenly, begging everyone not to die. Compared to senior sister's brutal and sharp attacks, the opponent's blade was merely child's play. Having this realization, Xiao Tao silently thanked Xing Kun. He had pushed her to the brink of such power. She remembered crying hysterically with Zhao Sheng, their bodies exhausted yet still encouraging each other. "Xiao Tao, hold on." Every time they were tormented half to death, both of them would quickly recover as if new. Indeed, thanks to the monster genes in their bodies, they possessed extraordinary regenerative abilities. There was no need to worry about being killed. So every training session was a ruthless real combat. Xiao Tao once thought it was just a joke, but now, facing the opponent's seemingly terrifying blade, she only felt it was like a child clumsily wielding a sword, utterly unprofessional. Xiao Tao dodged agilely, then suddenly realized she didn't have to dodge as she did in training before. Observing closely, she found flaws in the opponent's relentless attacks. Although her superhuman energy was strong, it was chaotic and weak. Xiao Tao smiled faintly, a sudden sense of relaxation washing over her. Confidence. Xiao Tao's thoughts suddenly sank, mixed with self-doubt. She asked herself, competing with this opponent, why does it feel like we're not in the same league? Is she really a supernova genius? But then she shook her head, thinking, no, maybe she's still very strong, or maybe my brother and I have truly been reborn. This thought made Xiao Tao feel as if she had regained her long-forgotten confidence and skill. She raised her hand, concentrating her power, her eyes sharply fixed on her opponent, preparing to meet the attack. Tiny sparks flickered at Xiao Tao's fingertips, as if the star map was burning, but she suddenly stopped, thinking, burning blood? No need, that would be overkill, like using an ox cleaver to kill a chicken. She decided to try using ordinary vines. Immediately, rings of vines spiraled out, knocking away the opponent's blade and simultaneously knocking the red-clad girl to the ground. Startled by the sudden counterattack, the ponytail girl froze, muttering to herself, "Is something wrong?" Xiao Tao calmly stepped forward, took her stance, her voice soft but firm. "Sorry, you're just too slow, now it's my turn." The opponent was thunderstruck, repeatedly muttering, "Slow." She stood dumbfounded, as if deeply insulted. Xiao Tao ignored the opponent's brazenness, only modestly replied, "I haven't used superhuman energy to hit anyone in a long time, so I don't know how strong it will be." With that, she punched straight at her opponent. After striking, Xiao Tao secretly evaluated her own strength. After being stimulated by Xing Kun's monster genes for so long, it must be a bit stronger than before, right? But this bit is not simple. One punch unleashed a wild power, almost making her opponent burst into tears on the spot. The red-clad girl fell to the ground, and the referee immediately announced loudly, "Nanyue Superhuman Academy's Doomsday Starfire team wins." Xiao Tao at this moment ignored the referee's words, still busy apologizing to her opponent. "Sorry about that." Then she turned to her brother, confirming again, "Brother, I finally won, right?" Zhao Sheng was ecstatic, giving an exaggerated thumbs up. "Hoo hoo, my sister is awesome, all right?" Xiao Tao glanced at his exaggerated demeanor, coldly interrupting, "You shut up." The defeated red-clad girl lay on the ground, her face bruised and battered. She whispered weakly, "Captain, I lost." The red-clad captain bent down, comforting her while gritting his teeth. "Unwilling, it's all right, you did your best. They are indeed Nanyu's geniuses, too cunning. They must have deliberately played dumb to make you careless. Leave the rest to me. She's a wood element superhuman. I will definitely win." In the stands, the three punks were dumbfounded, unable to believe the result. The blonde man shouted, "What? That commoner Xiao Tao actually turned into a phoenix? How can she be so strong?" The green-haired man lowered his head, a hint of fear in his eyes. He murmured, "When did they get strong?" He recalled the last training session where everyone was still bruised and battered, comforting each other. Back then they were clearly far behind, so how did the gap become so huge now? He looked at Xiao Tao in the arena, his eyes tinged with envy and jealousy, secretly suspecting they must have gotten a large amount of resources from Xing Kun. Then he consoled himself, "It's all right, I have young Master Fan as my backer." But he still couldn't help but fantasize, hoping that one day he could also become as strong as them, surpassing everyone. In the arena, Zhao Sheng was still cheering wildly, ignoring the referee who was asking the Nanyue Doomsday Starfire squad, "Do you want to switch players? I remind you, if you switch, that person cannot play again." Xiao Tao made up her mind, her tone firm. "I'll continue the match." As soon as Xiao Tao finished speaking, the opposing captain immediately roared in threat, "Even if you're a Nanyue genius, we will never lose this match." He spread his phoenix wings, soaring into the air, his extinguishing force star map erupting, his body radiating scorching power as if to devour everything. He looked down arrogantly from above, his voice booming, "For the honor of Shanman City, how much blood and sweat has our team shed in 3 years? I will definitely defeat you," Xiao Tao thought, so passionately spoken, but who isn't shedding blood and sweat? You're being a bit too self-important. A pair of red wings hovered above her head like molten lava, as if to burn everything. The captain was even more boisterous, continuing to threaten. "Your superhuman power has been completely countered by me, you can't keep winning." Xiao Tao looked up, evaluating her opponent with indifferent eyes, muttering to herself, "What did he eat for breakfast to be so confident? Friend, restrain yourself." She gently raised her hand, softly chanting vines, and tendrils of vines rose high like octopus tentacles. It touched the scorching edges of the phoenix wings. The captain still yelled, "Manhua, you're too arrogant. Sending too few people will inevitably put you at a disadvantage due to elemental counters." Xiao Tao didn't hear a word her opponent said. Her mind was immersed in memories. She recalled lying on the ground with her brother, suffering immensely. Meanwhile, the captain calmly knelt beside them, speaking words that were unclear whether they were encouragement or adding fuel to the fire. "Come on, the future is more terrifying than you imagine. I only hope you can grow up quickly and become my true assistants. Find your own way of fighting." At that time, Xiao Tao seemed to hear something extraordinary and struggled to open her eyes, but the captain poured another bucket of cold water. "Can you really do it?" Then he raised his mutated arm, deep in thought. "By the way, you are very special. The external monster genes in your body are more numerous than your original superhuman genes, and even I don't know what your bodies will become." He curled his lips, mysteriously smiling and consoling. "If anything happens, remember not to panic." At this moment, Xiao Tao seemed to grasp the captain's words, and she murmured, "Believe in my own way of fighting." Her eyes sharpened, and she plunged into battle. The opponent's massive flames surged as if to devour everything. Memories flooded her mind. Scenes of combat, blood peach blossoms, the battle with the wind serpent captain. She realized no, she couldn't keep being reckless. Xiao Tao closed her eyes, her hands clasped before her chest. The flames consumed her, but could not stop the transformation deep within her. She no longer wanted to dodge. The flames merely swirled around her, powerlessly unable to cause harm. Suddenly, Xiao Tao yearned for all dangers to be stopped in their infancy. As soon as this thought flashed, vines had already quietly approached behind her opponent, and deadly long vines stretched out, tightly entangling him. The captain noticed the anomaly, suddenly turned back, and exclaimed in shock. "Ambush?" he thought. "I have fire coverage behind me, it won't be that easy." Little did he know, Xiao Tao was secretly laughing to herself. "I told you, what did you eat for breakfast to be so confident?" The vines tightly wrapped around the captain's phoenix wings like a divine bird with broken wings with no escape. He cried out in pain. "How is this possible?" Xiao Tao's vines pierced through the surrounding flames, tightly constricting his body. He looked at the blurry, slender figure in the sea of fire, still relentlessly controlling the flames, and defiantly said, "Impossible. My fire wings blocked my vision. How could she judge so accurately?" But the vines tightened further, the intense pain pulling him down from high in the air. He struggled desperately, but his face revealed exhaustion and helplessness. His last shred of will flashed, and he murmured, "Is it a life element? Is she close to 4-star superhuman?" The vines, those huge snake-like creatures, coiled tightly around his limbs, giving him no chance to resist. Vines gnawed, and an indescribable agony swept through his body. Only then did the captain realize that the vines could not only evade his scorching flames, but also carried venom. Finally, Xiao Tao let go, tossing him towards the arena. To the astonished and angry gazes of his teammates, the referee immediately announced, "Second match, Manhua Doomsday Starfire team wins." The pink-clad girl from Shanyu City saw her captain fall and shouted, "Captain!" Then she fiercely and arrogantly declared, "Next round I'm up. I'm also a fire element superhuman." The recently defeated captain, his hand trembling as he braced himself on the ground, struggled to shout, "Shan, wait!" Shan stopped, listening to the captain's warning, "Be careful of her vines. If they entangle you, it'll be trouble." Seeing their side's miserable defeat, she couldn't remain calm, her anger blazing. She gritted her teeth, roaring furiously, "Even if it means burning my flesh and blood, I must win this match at least." Xiao Tao didn't deliberately ignore the pink-clad girl. She was marveling at her own power, looking at the retracted vines in her hand. She thought, "What other changes have occurred in the monster genes in my body? Have the vines changed too?" Tiny barbs flickered on the vines, not belonging to superhuman power, twisting in her palm as if to please its master. Xiao Tao candidly asked herself, when the vine entangled him, did I really want to eat him? But Shan was in a fit of rage, leaving no time for her to daze. She charged forward, shouting, "Fire charge!" swinging her hand forcefully as if venting all her anger on Xiao Tao. Xiao Tao instinctively dodged to the side, but her gaze was drawn by an irresistible temptation. She suddenly smelled a rotten odor, and vines sprouted from under her feet like mushrooms after rain, densely packed. Before Shan could even get close, her legs were tightly entangled by the vines, clutching her tightly, and she shrieked in horror. "Her vines have changed. Is this their true power?" Shan tried to burn the deadly vines with fire, but finally cried out in despair, "My flames can't burn them, these aren't vines at all." The referee seemed to still be dozing, not noticing anything amiss. Zhao Sheng frantically shouted, trying to lower his voice as he looked at his sister, mouthing, "Sister, Xiao Tao, Xiao Tao, wake up." Xiao Tao finally turned around, looking at her brother, and asked blankly, "What's wrong, brother?" Zhao Sheng breathed a sigh of relief, frantically pointing. "Thank goodness, look, you," he stammered, powerlessly reminding her. "Quickly retract your tentacles." Only then did Xiao Tao suddenly gasp in shock, raising her head in terror. Shan was tightly wrapped by the vines, suspended in midair with several vines even piercing her body as if to impale her. Shan couldn't make a sound, weakly begging for mercy. I surrender. Xiao Tao seemed to wake from a dream. Stammering apologies, she quickly retracted the vines and Shan fell to the ground, clutching herself tightly as if trying to soothe herself after a terrifying match. After confirming the situation, the referee loudly announced, first-round match, Manhua Doomsday Starfire team wins. Zhao Sheng, having witnessed his sister's transformation from outside the arena, was ecstatic, shouting, "Your tentacles are amazing, so great, even I want to jump into the arena and compete." Xiao Tao glared at him with a stern face, warning, "Keep your voice down." Zhao Sheng gaped, about to say something, but realized in time, nodded, closed his mouth and reined in his excitement. The entire venue echoed with an announcement. Congratulations to Manhua for advancing. The next match will be held the day after tomorrow, and the opponent will be even stronger. We hope everyone prepares thoroughly. Backstage, Xiao Tao happened to meet Tutu. As soon as she saw her, Tutu joyfully cheered. "Congratulations on advancing," Xiao Tao humbly replied, her tone full of gratitude. "We should thank senior sister Tutu for her special training." Behind senior sister Tutu, two people walked over. Shan in pink still carried a trace of fear as the after effects of that terrifying match lingered. "Are you more at ease with them?" she said. "Indeed, worthy of Manhua. Very formidable. My team and I will continue to observe and cheer you on," everyone politely responded. "Is this the leader of the search team? It's an honor. We were just lucky." Although Shan was still a little scared, a hint of admiration flickered in her eyes. She mustered her courage and said, "Tentacle Queen, I'll be watching you. I hope Manhua can win first place in this year's Supernova competition." Xiao Tao's eyes widened at the new title, utterly stunned. Tentacle Queen. Zhao Sheng turned around, his eyes filled with idolatry, clearly pleased with the title. Jiyu stood aside, arms crossed, a look of utter disdain on her face. Xiao Tao's forehead beaded with sweat and she stammered, "Me?" Then she cried out in distress, "No, don't call me that. It doesn't sound good at all, like a witch." Leaving the hall, crossing the spacious grounds and arriving at their accommodation, Zhao Sheng was still commenting with relish, "After watching today's matches, I feel that only Xiao Tao, the Tentacle Queen, stands out the most." Teasing his sister was his favorite thing to do. Xiao Tao was so angry she was almost in tears. Zhao Sheng was even more gleeful. "What's there to be unhappy about? I'd wish for such a powerful title myself." Xiao Tao flared up, gritting her teeth. "Hateful. You can have that title." Zhao Sheng pretended to smile innocently. "But your ability really is tentacles. Not everyone can turn into tentacles." Xiao Tao was truly furious, shouting her brother's full name. Zhao Sheng, "Shut up." Ignoring the siblings' quarrel, Tutu pushed open the door, poked her head in to look around, then cheered. "Xing Kun said he came back first. Hurry and tell him the good news about advancing." But just as they were about to enter, the group was shocked by the sight before them. Xing Kun held the green-haired young man Wen Lang by the collar. Wen Lang was tied with ropes and suspended in midair. He casually asked, "You're back?" Then he turned Wen Lang toward the group, smiling. "Come, let me introduce you. This is Wen Lang, Shucheng's sole contestant." Suddenly, Xing Kun's gaze turned cold and he lamented, "This kid isn't simple. It was quite a struggle to bring him back." Tutu was stunned, her jaw almost dropping, stammering, "You brought back a contestant?" she asked worriedly. "Is this okay?" Jiyu tried to remain calm, asking, "You surely have a reasonable explanation and a suitable solution, right?" The two siblings outside temporarily stopped their quarrel and looked at the situation here. Xing Kun pondered, his tone firm. "Our enemies are very cunning. They lurk in the dark, waiting for the best moment to enjoy their dinner. I don't know where they are." He paused, pressing Wen Lang's head, and passionately spoke words that sounded illogical yet convincing. "But I know this kid is delicious, a dinner even enemies would drool over. If we can't find them, I'll snatch this dinner. Disturb the grass to startle the snake. Force them to show themselves and we'll deal with them one by one." At this moment, Wen Lang, tied and with his head pressed down, slightly opened his eyes and woke up. Xing Kun noticed the movement, grabbed his hair, pulled him up to check, then said, "Awake. Psychic superhumans indeed have strong wills." He curled his lips, adding a highly damaging remark, "I'll have to give you another pot." Wen Lang glared at him, gritting his teeth. "Don't be too arrogant, Xing Kun." Wen Lang, just awake, was still a bit dazed, his gaze blurry as he looked around, wondering why he was here. He paused, carefully observing the person who had just treated him so roughly, and suddenly recognized him as the one he couldn't defeat earlier. It all started before this when Captain Li Lin rode a motorcycle, speeding with Wen Lang to their residence. Sitting behind, Wen Lang couldn't hide his anxiety. Finally unable to resist, asking worriedly, "Brother Shaolin, someone's following me." Li Lin frowned, his tone slightly impatient. "What?" Wen Lang lowered his head, a hint of grievance on his face, and softly said, "I can always hear his thoughts. He thought he must be very delicious." Li Lin sighed softly, trying to soothe him in a calm tone. "Before, we checked all the suspicious people you mentioned, those with such thoughts, but found nothing in the end." Li Lin was completely unaware that Xing Kun was quietly hiding in a semi-transparent state, sitting steadily on the roof of the car driving alongside them. He revealed a cunning smile, his eyes glinting shrewdly. Meanwhile, Li Lin remained focused on driving, his tone gentle yet firm. "You can hear others' thoughts, but precisely because of that, your mind can easily get confused. You've been diagnosed with auditory hallucinations, just like you thought your deceased mother was still talking to you." Sensing his tone was a bit harsh, Li Lin softened it, trying to reassure him. "So trust me." As he spoke, he stepped on the gas and the motorcycle sped ahead, overtaking the car. He didn't miss the opportunity, continuing to encourage, Let go of all distracting thoughts and focus your will. The dean has already said that as long as you make it into the top ranks you can have anything you want. As soon as the motorcycle sped off, Xing Kun gently adjusted his posture, his gaze coldly fixed on Wen Lang. Wen Lang, struggling to regain his inner balance, responded with a sense of emptiness, softly saying, "I don't want anything as long as the principal allows Lin Lin Liang's life essence to no longer be consumed monthly in the future." Li Lin stopped, unsure how to respond to such naive and foolish kindness. He restrained himself, his voice low, advising, "This isn't something you need to worry about. You should think more about yourself. One can only find happiness when thinking about oneself." At this very moment the motorcycle screeched to a halt at the villa entrance. Li Lin retracted the kickstand, got off the bike, his posture decisive, his voice low and resonant. "Go back and get some good rest, prepare for the competition with peace of mind." He strode forward, but after only a few meters a sense of unease made him abruptly turn back. Seeing Wen Lang standing quietly behind him with hesitant eyes, he frowned and asked, "Xiao Lang, what's wrong?" Wen Lang just gently shook his head, his voice faint, avoiding the question. "Nothing." Despite his efforts to ignore them, Wen Lang could clearly feel the demonic voices trailing him, persistent. Even if Li Lin didn't want to, he couldn't blame him for overthinking because Xing Kun was quietly following in a semi-transparent state. He glided lightly, his posture casual, his eyes vigilantly observing his surroundings. Wen Lang, immersed in melancholy, tormented by those invisible fears, muttered to himself, his voice filled with pain, "This house, I've lived in it for a week. It actually hides over a dozen monsters, eyeing me like prey in a tiger's mouth." No longer able to suppress it, Wen Lang's voice trembled as he pleaded for help from the person he trusted most. "Brother Xiao Lin, that voice, it wants to eat me." But Li Lin was already exhausted by his worries, no longer able to remain calm. He snapped, his tone full of impatience. "What a headache, that's just an auditory hallucination." Wen Lang still refused to give up, trying hard to shout. As soon as the auditory hallucination finished speaking, he was suddenly pulled back by an invisible force. Xing Kun lightning fast grabbed the scarf behind his clothes and abruptly dragged him into the nearby forest. Li Lin had no time to react, only managing to shout, "Xiao Lang!" Wen Lang was caught off guard by the sudden attack, dragged away without resistance, his heart filled with disgust. He gritted his teeth, unsure if he was speaking to the person or to himself. "Why can't anyone but Brother Xiao Lin leave me alone?" With that he used all his strength, turned sharply, and broke free from Xing Kun's pincer-like arm. Xing Kun was surprised by this sudden counterattack, stopped, his eyes dazed, muttering to himself, "Damn it, compared to previous times this kid's resistance was indeed different." A hint of surprise flashed in Xing Kun's mind, and he secretly thought, Wen Lang's power is completely different from his previous two psychic outbursts. That counterattack was so powerful it almost tore the opponent's soul. He secretly assessed the power of this move is even comparable to the aura of a monster lord. Gently coughing twice, Xing Kun had to reveal his true form, a hint of admiration flashing in his eyes. "You're the only one who's injured me since I became a superhuman." Wen Lang, seeing the hidden person appear, was slightly stunned, his voice trembling with surprise. "It's you. You're the one who wanted to eat me in the arena. I really didn't mishear." But after the surprise he quickly regained his vigilance, his gaze sharp. "You can be invisible. Who exactly are you? Why do you want to eat me?" Xing Kun curled his lips, his tone nonchalant, with a hint of playfulness. "Is wanting to eat a crime? I haven't eaten and I don't plan to. I just want to help you leave this monster nest and escape the fate of being eaten." Wen Lang narrowed his eyes, utterly unconvinced, and retorted coldly, "You're lying." He secretly observed the person before him, realizing he was the first person who didn't fall from his psychic attack. Xing Kun seemed to see through his thoughts, curled his lips in mockery. "Aside from psychic attacks, your combat skills are like a sick chicken." Before Wen Lang could retort, something hard and sharp suddenly pressed against his waist, forcing him to move forward. Attacked again, Wen Lang yelped a few times, but still couldn't help but wonder, what hard, unyielding thing is pressing against me? When he came to his senses, he was a little panicked. A sword? Where did the sword come from? Despite his confusion, the sword still pushed him forward coldly. Xing Kun ran behind, urging him in a hurried tone, "Hurry up, if we delay any longer, things will get troublesome." Wen Lang was trying to break free when Xing Kun's face suddenly leaned in. A cunning smile was clearly visible, half his face shimmering with a golden light as if reflecting the color of the sword. He softly mocked, "Want to eavesdrop on my thoughts? Just concentrate superhuman power in your head and it can block your telepathy and even defend against psychic attacks." Wen Lang heard these words and rage burned in his eyes, wishing he could incinerate the person before him. Xing Kun, however, remained at ease, mockingly saying in a sarcastic tone, "Just like your team leader's helmet." Wen Lang gasped sharply, his eyes widening as if he had heard something terrifying. He shouted loudly, as if a vital point had been touched, "Brother Xiao Lin is nothing like you. He just has an injury on his face and wears the helmet because he's afraid of scaring others." Wen Lang's psychic power erupted, shooting out like invisible blades. Xing Kun clutched his head, staggering, his face contorted as he complained, "My superhuman power isn't enough to completely defend against your psychic attacks." But Wen Lang completely ignored his nonsense, immediately retorting, his tone firm, "He's nothing like you. Brother Xiao Lin just has an injury on his face and wears it because he's afraid of scaring others." Xing Kun hadn't expected this kid to be so agitated. He curled his lips, revealing a sarcastic smile. "What kind of stumbling excuse? The Brother Xiao Lin you speak of?" He deliberately paused, his tone low and full of insinuation. "When I approached him, I could smell the monster aura clinging to him. He must be colluding with monsters. Wenlang couldn't accept these slanders and shouted angrily, "Don't you dare try to frame him. From start to finish he wasn't afraid of my ability to eavesdrop," but there was no more time for arguing. A group of monsters suddenly surrounded them, their sharp claws eager to attack. Shin Kun sighed, a look of displeasure on his face. "See, I told you dawdling would get us caught up." He reached out and patted his shoulder, looking nonchalant. But before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Wenlang's unwavering voice. The kid spoke as if the sky had fallen, desperately murmuring, "Brother Shaolin's helmet is impossible." Shin Kun just interrupted, cast a light glance and suddenly noticed a peculiar change. Wenlang's eyes had turned pale, especially his right eye, as if he had lost consciousness. A thought flashed through Shin Kun's mind. Is this a mutation caused by excessive concentration of psychic attributes? His body is not. If his thoughts were true, then it would be dangerous. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Shin Kun immediately made up his mind. He gently raised his hand, quietly observing the young man. From Wenlang's eyes a terrifying power erupted, radiating immense killing intent, rushing unhesitatingly towards the giant monsters. Shin Kun knew in his heart that even monsters had brains and spirits. The young man's power was like a sharp blade, piercing through their will, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "How terrifying! Monsters below Tier 4 cannot convert flesh and blood into elemental power, making them utterly defenseless against such a psychic attack." He glanced at Wenlang. Was that kid really just a 4-star superhuman? To reduce those monsters to ashes, Shin Kun thought to himself, "Luckily I didn't truly provoke him." He chuckled mockingly, teasing, "My heavens, can we speak properly? You've angered him so much he's mutated." Watching the monsters being defeated, Shin Kun's mutated arm suddenly became useless. He turned to the young man who was hanging his head with a pitiable expression, thinking, "He truly is a rare superhuman, a powerhouse capable of striking fear into all monsters." Everything gradually became clear in Shin Kun's mind. He muttered half-jokingly, half-seriously, "If I were a monster, no, there's no need for if. If I were a monster, I would never let him reach 5-star, let alone 6-star superhuman." Excited, Shin Kun stated with certainty, "He's more appealing than I imagined. I'll just snatch him." Action followed thought. He quietly circled behind Wenlang, scooped him up in one arm and rushed into the wilderness. From that secluded spot an abrupt question rang out, mixed with a provocative laugh. "The forces behind the Starfall disaster, you cannot deal with them for now, or do you intend to wait for the best time to feast?" The cold laughter seemed to be a provocation. "If I were to snatch this main course now, how would you respond, my lord?" Meanwhile, in the villa, a figure was flustered and helpless. From a first-person perspective, the blurry vision, intertwined with dark red and black, showed a helmeted figure flickering in and out like a mysterious phantom. An unfamiliar voice, cold as a knife, chastised Li Lin. "You can't even manage one person. Do you still want to preserve your daughter's life?" Li Lin spun around, waving his hand frantically, shaking his head. "What? That voice that wanted to eat him wasn't yours. I thought you made the first move." The voice grew even angrier, articulating each word. "Foolish, you disappoint me greatly." As soon as the words fell, the helmet on Leland's head cracked, fissures spreading rapidly. He instinctively raised a hand to block, pleading, "Please don't damage my helmet for now. I promise I will capture him as you say." He quickly added, his tone firm, "He only trusts me. Only I can do it personally." The dark figure dissipated, and a demoness appeared, her eyes flickering with an eerie and cold light. She scoffed, "I didn't expect the other Lord of Bincheng to be in such a state." Leland looked at the figure before him, his mind filled with doubt. "You are," the demoness pouted, responding indifferently. "I am the flame demon god, and I know who stole the food you desire." With that, she gently touched the corner of her lips, her dark eyes flashing with the light of death, thoughtfully evaluating. "Although you are not the lord I imagined, we can cooperate." Returning to Shin Kun's location when he saw Wenlang awaken, he didn't hesitate, raising his hand to strike a pressure point on the young man, and coldly said, "Pass out again, less malice." Before Wenlang could even speak, he quietly fainted. Confirming the other party was no longer resisting, Shin Kun turned and instructed, "Xiao Tao, find a room, tie him up tightly, and remember to concentrate all your superhuman power on his head. Even if he loses his psychic attack ability, he's just a sick chicken, but you still have to give it your all and don't let him wake up." Xiao Tao, who had just defeated someone whose mouth was faster than his brain, beating him to the ground, now leaned lazily against the wall, and nodded, saying, "All right." Tutu and Ji stood by silently, but their eyes clearly showed exasperation for the siblings. Shin Kun, holding him like a chicken, his hand on his hip, thoughtfully mused, "There might be a big change tonight, and with our current strength it might be a bit difficult." Tutu immediately asked worriedly, "What should we do then?" Shin Kun blurted out, logically, "Call the police." A sudden exclamation full of doubt rang out, "Call the police? Is that something a sane person would say? Will the police come and catch this madman?" As night fell, and darkness gradually consumed the day, Li Tianqing stood proudly at the entrance of Shin Kun's residential area, weapon in hand. His gaze was sharp, his tone unfriendly. "Doomsday Starfire team, you'd better give me an explanation." Shin Kun smiled, calmly sidestepping the issue as he greeted him. "Calm down, Cleanser Senior." These words were like adding fuel to the fire, causing Li Tianqing to completely lose his patience and roar, "Do you want to fight?" But Shin Kun was completely unaffected, continuing to ramble, "Senior sister Shangguan Kui is my teacher, and you are her equal. By that logic, you are half a teacher to us too." Li Tianqing's face turned ashen, and he angrily retorted, "Nonsense, who's your teacher?" Shin Kun continued to chatter, but when he saw Ji Yu's gaze behind him, as if she wanted to devour him whole, His words came to an abrupt halt. She looked ready to pounce and tear, but having gone this far, Xing Kun didn't back down, continuing to boast, "Tonight I can cultivate to half a star map. At such a crucial moment we need the care of a teacher like you." Before he finished speaking, a gust of wind blew from beneath the visitor's robes at the door, and Xing Kun shouted, "Hey, where are you going?" Li Tianxing didn't look back, and coldly replied, "Goodbye, I can't let all this effort go to waste. As soon as he left, things would get troublesome." Xing Kun hurriedly used a move to retain him, his tone full of provocation. "Don't you want to see how much stronger the world's strongest lightning element superhuman is than you?" Seeing Li Tianxing stop, Xing Kun immediately seized the opportunity, took a deep breath and continued, "That young man will make you realize the gap between yourself and the world's peak and can even provide you with experience to advance to 5-star. He deliberately drew out the last word, his tone full of temptation. Li Tianxing wavered slightly but couldn't easily lose face. He snorted disdainfully, "As expected, you're the captain of that deadbeat team station chief who mentioned, so useless. If you didn't normally break rules and limit your own abilities, I'd really want to curse a few more words to vent my anger now." Wen Lang lay motionless on the bed, his hands and feet idly bound by Xiao Tao's vines, leaving no gaps. Indeed, the saying, "Don't sleep when your friends are awake," was completely useless. While he was unconscious, the people around him openly gathered, their eyes full of curiosity. Xiao Tao couldn't help but ask curiously, "Is this guy very fragrant? Even monsters cultivate him just to eat him." Xing Kun knelt on one knee on the bed, propping himself up with his hand, thoughtfully observing. He shook his head, his voice low. "The monster within him hasn't awakened yet. They can't sense that fresh deliciousness like ants guarding a city." He paused, finding the precise words. "But his ability is very effective against monsters. Strangely, monsters crave him even more." He stood upright, Xing Kun's hands in his pockets, his gaze coldly overlooking Wen Lang from above, his tone full of doubt. "Then why not eat him immediately? Cultivating him only gives him time to turn the tables, doesn't it?" He muttered to himself as if analyzing, could this guy be highly poisonous? But he immediately self-negated. "Not necessarily. I could swallow him in one bite." Xing Kun frowned, his face darkening, and suddenly gave a decisive order. "All right, let's conduct a drill." The 4 people gathered around the bed immediately became serious, listening intently. On the white paper before them, abstract drawings gradually appeared, outlining several key figures. First, the ugly succubus flame demon god from Manhua. Next, a mysterious man in black from Bincheng, a hidden force potentially more terrifying than the flame demon god, and their target was Wen Lang. Xing Kun curled his lips, his tone full of strategy. "I've snatched the delicacy that the mastermind hasn't had a chance to enjoy, aiming to disrupt their plans and force Bincheng's mastermind to reveal themselves. But this is also very dangerous." He pushed the 2 drawings of the flame demon god and the mysterious man in black together, thoughtfully speculating, "The flame demon god is very likely to join forces with that mastermind to cause us trouble." Xing Kun slammed his palm onto Li Tianxing's portrait, his tone firm. "So we must keep Bincheng's strongest guy here. He will be our shield." He turned aside, his gaze sharp as he instructed, "Senior Sister Tutu, tonight you are responsible for assisting Li Tianxing and guarding against the flame demon god's attack." He didn't forget to caution, his tone low. "You know the flame demon god's power. Don't let Li Tianxing underestimate her, lest she toy with him." Then Xing Kun glanced at the Zhao siblings, his tone serious. "Xiao Tao, Zhao Shang, the 2 of you guard the hostage." He emphasized each word. "The main thing is to protect your own safety. If you really can't protect the hostage, kill him." As soon as the order was given, Zhao Shang immediately showed determination. "I'm ready. I'm just waiting for a big fight." Tutu also nodded, her tone firm. "I've also prepared myself for sacrifice." Facing their awe-inspiring demeanor, Xing Kun gave a wry smile. "There's no need to be so tragic." Tutu hesitated slightly, lowering her voice. "But I'm only a 4-star superhuman." Zhao Sheng swallowed, adding, "I'm 3-star. Xing Kun smirked cunningly. "Alas, these fools, how can we let the lamb wait for trouble to descend?" He raised his hand and began to outline his plan. "We must increase the difficulty for the enemy. I'm sure everyone hasn't thought of this yet," he continued in a strategic tone. "No matter what their schemes, our ultimate goal is to protect all superhuman geniuses in Huaxia. If it's exposed tonight, those gifted youths, the abundant feast in their eyes will scatter. This banquet will be ruined, and tonight is not the time for revelation, so we must find enough spectators to deter them." Xing Kun rattled on, and no one noticed that Ji Yu had her eyes closed throughout, quietly staying to the side. His fingertips suddenly flickered with tiny blue flames, his tone calmed, and the flames immediately rose, burning the portrait of the flame demon god. Xing Kun continued, his tone full of strategy. "The boundary between hunter and prey is never clear. If they truly come tonight, we might pay a price." Facing his well-thought-out plan, Zhao Sheng still expressed his unwavering will with childlike innocence. "No, big brother, I'd rather fight to the death." Tutu also nodded, her tone firm. "Brother Xing Kun, me too." Xing Kun sighed, reluctantly compromising. All right. Unable to bear these dull faces, he declared the meeting adjourned. Zhao Sheng was still immersed in the excitement of the important mission, hands on his hips, and turned to his sister. "Xiao Tao, we need to work hard." But as always, no one responded. He turned around in confusion and shouted, "Xiao Tao," unexpectedly. The sight before him stunned him. His sister was wriggling her body, climbing onto the bed, crawling towards the motionless Wen Lang. Zhao Sheng was dumbfounded, foolishly asking, "What's wrong with you?" Xiao Tao's voice became blurry and hoarse. She had already climbed next to her target, her eyes greedily fixated on him as if he were a delicious prey, her little tongue lightly licking her lips. His fragrance is truly making me lose my mind. Before she finished speaking, she unconsciously pressed closer, her eyes locked on the motionless young man. Suddenly, Wen Lang blinked, a tiny movement that startled Xiao Tao like she'd seen a ghost, her limbs flailing in panic, almost falling off the bed. She screamed in terror, secretly cursing herself, wishing she could slap herself. How could she display such a perverted look? Before Wen Lang could even figure out what was happening, he saw the girl in front of him in extreme embarrassment, stammering painfully, "You?" But before he could finish, Xiao Tao's vines had quietly extended, tightly wrapping around him. Those vines intertwined, enveloping him entirely like a blanket, blocking out the light. Xiao Tao's act of concealment was not out of malice. She was simply too shy and didn't know how to face him while controlling the vines. She chastised herself. If this continues, what will I become? Let it all be destroyed. Xiao Tao's blatant act of silencing immediately became the new target of her brother's mockery. Zhao Sheng grinned, playfully teasing, "Xiao Tao, from now on are you going to practice the Tentacle Queen's techniques? Look, he's almost suffocating." Facing this brother who only caused trouble, Xiao Tao could only wave her fist to express her displeasure. Immediately after, screams echoed through the room. "I've become ugly. Why do I keep hitting my own brother recently?" Just then, Xing Kun and Ji Yu walked down the stairs and were immediately stopped by Li Tianqing. He scrutinized them, his tone full of doubt. "What's wrong? You're all being sneaky and won't let me go upstairs. What are you hiding up there?" Xing Kun was completely unfazed, greeting him with a bright, easy smile. "Oh yes, we kidnapped a contestant and tied him up there." Li Tianqing pursed his lips, unable to tell if this cunning fellow was speaking the truth or joking. He approached Xing Kun, his face darkening. "Trying to sneak away? I'm wasting my time here listening to your nonsense." Xing Kun nimbly stopped him, smiling broadly, doing his best to retain him. "Senior Tianqing, please wait. It's precisely because we lack your help and don't have Din Qin's support that we need your guidance. We implore you to share your experience on breaking through the lightning element star map." Tianqing, hearing these reasonable words, found no flaw to refute, and could only say with a dark expression, "For the sake of Station Chief Hu, I'll stay a bit longer." Xing Kun immediately cheered, Senior Tianqing is truly too kind." Tianqing regained his focus, turned to Ji Yu and said seriously, "Even if your superhuman ability is strong, you cannot be completely immune to lightning. Cultivating outside is very dangerous. It's easy to attract heavenly lightning." To convince her, he pointed to the scar on his face and his eyes said, "My eye was destroyed by a bolt of heavenly lightning. Although that strike helped me comprehend the life element, the weather tonight is good, so it shouldn't attract heavenly lightning. You still need to be careful. If you absorb too much electricity from the power plant, the power might approach heavenly lightning." Ji Yu smiled and nodded. "Understood, I'll remember that." Tianqing nodded and decisively said, "Then begin." Ji Yu closed her eyes, her hands naturally falling, her fingers moving nimbly, her entire body highly focused, summoning power in just an instant. From the pitch-black night sky, a brilliant purple beam of light tore through the heavens, pierced the roof, and shot directly towards a figure. Li Tianqing's eyes widened in astonishment, yet he dared not disturb the girl immersed in her meditative state. He fiercely suppressed the roar within him, thinking, "Didn't I tell her to be careful? Serves her right if something happens." But then he detected an anomaly. Ji Yu remained calm and composed, at astonishing power completely under her control. Tianqing frowned, asking in confusion, "Is this lightning from the power plant?" The terrifying force had even cut off power to the entire plant. He could hardly believe that such a small girl could withstand such terrifying voltage. Then he suddenly realized that not only Bincheng but also nearby areas that relied on this power plant had plunged into darkness. He spun around, seeing Xing Kun leisurely drinking water, even giving a triumphant thumbs up. Tianqing was stunned, and it took him 2 seconds to realize the underlying plot, making him want to laugh and cry. "Oh my God, this is my villa, my training ground. The power outage tonight will be blamed on me. This injustice can't be washed away even in the Yellow River." He painfully admitted, "That kid kept me here just to pin this enormous blame on me." Tianqing was actually led by the nose. He glared at Xing Kun, who was still casually watching the show, gritting his teeth, wanting to curse the brat, but ultimately his loyal nature made him sigh. Since he had already agreed he would help to the end, a hint of anticipation flashed in Tianqing's heart, and he thought, "I also want to see a lightning element superhuman. To what extent can the one rumored to be the strongest in the world actually go? Half Thunder God is a big claim." He gently reminded Ji Yu, "When cultivating the star map, it is all about the growth of life elements." Ji Yu nodded, smiling, "Understood." Tianqing unconsciously tightened his grip on his sword, his voice low. "Just like the heavenly blade I cultivated, you must also have your own life element," he encouraged, his eyes glinting with cunning. "Bring it out." Ji Yu nodded, hesitating slightly. "Here," Tianqing chuckled, continuing to entice. "Exactly, a treasured blade only shines when it's drawn." Ji Yu nodded in agreement, sat cross-legged, and lightly flew toward the star-studded night sky. Tianqing looked up at her figure, wondering, "What is she flying up for?" He scoffed, his tone tinged with sarcasm. "Such a newbie. It's already amazing to cultivate a life element. Is she so arrogant as to worry her element will destroy my villa?" With his hands behind his back and an indifferent expression, he thought, I wonder if her life element is as big as a fist. Although a bit boastful, suddenly, a brilliant purple light gradually spread, filling the vast sky. The light touched the outdoor canopy, instantly burning it to ashes, Tianqing exclaimed, and by this time Ji had flown very high, like a small doll wrapped in a brilliant purple orb. The orb was so large that Tianqing forgot to complain about the destroyed roof and couldn't help but exclaim loudly. Ji seemed to hear his distressed cry and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, Senior, I damaged your roof." She paused and added, "I'll fly a bit higher." Tianqing looked at the purple orb suspended in midair and blurted out in a daze, oh my, though not a life element, this is a domain." He stood rooted to the spot, astonished by the terrifying power of this little girl. Tianqing suddenly woke up with a start, his heart pounding. He suddenly realized he had overlooked an important detail. Star map cultivators can possess a domain, but the surprises didn't stop there. He was stunned, his eyes almost bulging out, his thoughts a chaotic mess. Before him a dreamlike scene unfolded. Schools of fish swam freely in a vast ocean in the sky. At the center of this ocean, the Ocean Queen Ji swam to her heart's content. Pufferfish surrounded her. Dolphins sped forward. Free-swimming fish circled and glittering rays floated like tiny stars. Tianqing couldn't believe his eyes, secretly wondering if these were all her life elements. Their sheer number was incredible, and the lightning power within them made him shudder. Though reality had surpassed imagination, Tianqing had to admit that he had heard over 90 of superhumans possess special abilities. Could hers be infinite? He speculated repeatedly, but the thought sent shivers down his spine. He focused on Ji's face. She was immersed in her ocean. A sense of unease welled up and he thought, she's only at 50 of the star map now. If she completes it, oh my god, someone give me a towel to wipe my sweat. Just imagining it is heart-stopping. If the star map is perfected, Ji might become the first 5-star superhuman in China, even the world. Tianqing couldn't help but sigh. He was inwardly shocked by Ji's genius, but his thoughts were interrupted, unable to delve deeper. The entire Bincheng was asleep. Only a patch of sky above the villa shimmered with strange light. This scene, both magnificent and unsettling, fell into the eyes of opposing forces from a balcony of a nearby building. "Damn it!" 2 cold voices rang out, sharp as blades. The flame demon god stood there, her eyes sharply fixed on the shimmering sky. Around her, black smoke billowed as if an invisible presence was hidden within. Hearing those 2 words filled with resentment, she scoffed mockingly. "I didn't expect you to want her dead even more than I do. Do we really need to compete over who is more eager to eliminate someone?" The flame demon god roared, assessing the situation. The flickering black smoke, eerie as a demon, clung to her side. She lowered her head, weighing the danger. "They've caused such a huge commotion again, acting before me. The entire city is out of power. He's unleashed a huge domain which will soon attract many superhumans. That guy is no ordinary troublemaker." A cold voice echoed from the void. "It's all right, I'll take care of this little trouble. You go kill that lightning element superhuman and reclaim your kingship. I'll take back my food. At the crucial moment, I'll blind everyone's eyes." A perfect deadly plan had been formed. The flame demon god was ecstatic upon hearing this, nodding in agreement. Her eyes gleamed and sharp black fingernails extended, keen as blades. Behind her, 2 eerie green flames blazed, merging like fierce eyes, foretelling a chilling slaughter. In a flash, past scenes reappeared. On the old classroom blackboard, the teacher still rhythmically tapped her ruler, the sound echoing as if pulling everything back to reality. Under the desk, 2 students whispered, secretly doing their own thing. The boy handed a workbook to the girl, softly saying, "Here, little you." At that time, Ji's temperament was volatile and unpredictable. She looked down at the turtle drawn in the workbook, muttering and pointing happily at the page. "Look, when I went out earlier I put a snake in your shoe." He paused, pointing at the drawing in the workbook, describing excitedly, "Your expression was just like this." Ji's eyes widened. Seeing a pufferfish drawn with a body covered in thorns and a pouting angry mouth, she was so furious she almost erupted. It did resemble her puffed cheeks, but she refused to admit it, gently scolding, "You bastard, get lost." What made her even angrier was realizing the workbook looked familiar. She shouted, "You hateful guy, did you draw in my book?" The bastard remained unfazed, thick-skinned, pointing at an ugly catfish. "Keep going. Who told you to stay up all night playing with your phone? This is exactly how you look when you doze off in class." Then he pointed to another drawing, grinning. "This Ray's smile is just like your dazed smile when you're lost in thought." Ji was furious, but could only weakly retort, "Such ugly drawings." She flipped another page, thinking she must be seeing things, but on closer inspection the drawings were actually a little cute. "Aren't you upset? You've been drawing for so many years and your drawing skills haven't improved at all?" The bastard ignored her taunts, pointing at a smiling dolphin and saying, "I colored it. This is your stubborn and foolish side." Back to the present, after Ji released the fish school carrying childhood memories, she gently touched a cute pufferfish, letting out a long sigh. "Releasing these guys feels so much lighter." Tianqing heard this and advised, "You can get familiar with them first and then continue absorbing lightning." But Ji shook her head, her tone firm. "No need, I can continue." Tianqing smiled. "All right, you're amazing. You call the shots." He couldn't help but add, "Your talent is truly unparalleled in the world. As a senior, I'll give you a piece of advice." Ji lowered her head, listening intently. Tianqing looked up, meeting her eyes, his voice steady. "How long have you been a superhuman? Not even a month, right? And you've already reached the level of a quasi-4-star superhuman?" Tianqing looked at Ji, his gaze sharp enough to pierce through everything, his voice calm. "When you accumulate enough star map energy, you might become the first 5-star superhuman in history. But you're too rushed, your foundation is unstable. even depleting your potential to achieve such rapid development. Lightning element superhumans are inherently dominant. He paused, observing her more closely. You must feel it too. Your whole body is like being pricked by needles, right? I advise you from now on to solidify your foundation step by step. Yu knew all these truths, but she ignored them, clenching her fists, her tone firm. No, I'm not strong enough yet. She closed her eyes, letting herself float in midair. No one knew the heavy burden on her mind, urging her to become stronger as quickly as possible. Now the entire team could only rely on Xing Kun. Next, she had to fully control her star domain and create something even greater. Tianqing sighed, unable to persuade her. She wouldn't listen. Truly an overly ambitious young person. Suddenly, his gaze was drawn to Tutu's trembling figure, swaying precariously on the railing, her face as if facing a formidable enemy. He called out, "Tutu, why do you look like you're facing a formidable enemy? Are you also this nervous, giving a junior a lesson in protection for the first time?" This did not reassure her. Tianqing changed to a more convincing tone. There are indeed some petty people in this world who only harm others without benefiting themselves, hindering the growth of junior geniuses. But this is Li Tianqing's territory. No one would be so blind as to cause trouble for the little ones. He patted his chest, confidently assuring her, even if some lunatic comes, there aren't many in the world who can defeat me. With you I have nothing to fear. But no sooner had he spoken than he thought, someone shut this jinx up, something's coming as soon as I mention it. Tutu trembled, her voice distorted. They're here. Tianqing leaned over the railing and looked down. A strange figure, completely white, walked leisurely, her face revealing two shining eye sockets but utterly devoid of pupils. She stared intently at him, and Tianqing couldn't help but chuckle, his tone tinged with humor. It seems some people really are blind, huh? He turned to Tutu and asked, "What did she say? Is she a teammate you prepared?" He glanced at the other person, shaking his head in dissatisfaction. "I don't particularly like her appearance." Then he concluded, "Did she see that your team has a powerful tentacle queen, so she decided to join? Seriously, such a fame-hungry person." Before he could finish, Tutu suddenly shouted, "Watch out!" Immediately she lunged forward, just in time to deploy wind control, blocking a black monster arm with sharp claws that was reaching for Tianqing, saving him at the last moment. Tianqing dodged the attack, observing the enemy intently. "How does she have a monster arm? Even more surprisingly, you actually sensed her anomaly." Tutu couldn't explain in detail, only emphasizing, "We can't let her hinder GU's advancement." She glared at the demoness before her, thinking, surely many people will rush over. How dare the flame demon god use a monster arm? Did Xing Kun's plan fail? Behind her, two more eerie arms grew, eager to move, their sharp claws ready to tear at prey at any moment. Tutu loudly questioned, "Flame demon god, aren't you afraid of others discovering your monster identity?" Tianqing was already shocked by too much information tonight, and retorted with wide eyes, "What flame demon god? She's a monster." The flame demon god sneered, her tone matter-of-fact. "Kill everyone here and no one will know." But another voice chimed in just in time, interrupting the flame demon god. "Don't use overly powerful moves for now." Tianqing was stunned, muttering to himself, "What the hell? Now she even dictates how she fights?" Tianqing was furious, but before he could retort, the mysterious voice sounded again. "I'll use a phantom domain to prevent outsiders from entering your combat range." He paused, his tone cautionary. "If you use overly powerful flames, you might destroy my phantom domain in the outer area." Outside, a group of superhuman youths, drawn by the strange light, looked left and right for an entrance, but after circling for a long time they still couldn't find a breakthrough and began to lose patience. One person impatiently asked, "How come we've been walking for so long and still haven't reached the source of the light? Are we lost?" From a broader perspective, the flame demon god indeed needed to restrain herself, but Tianqing didn't know what she was discussing. He gripped his sword hilt, drew his sword and shouted, "Whether you're human or ghost, dare to make a move here and you will die." The flame demon god wielded her monster arms, engaging in battle. The heavenly blade star map was drawn, carrying astonishing power. Tianqing roared, "Thunder slash!" But before it could even touch the demoness, the long blade shattered into 100 pieces, scattering on the ground. Tianqing was stunned, stammering, "My sword broke." He slowed his movements, observing his opponent with different eyes, thinking, if she's a monster, what level is she? While he was dazed, a bare foot was raised, accompanied by a shout. "Senior Li Tianqing, watch out!" Tutu screamed, kicking away a huge force like a giant boulder striking. As if to crush all living beings, she had to remind him, "She's very strong, we're no match for her." Tianqing looked at the dents in the railing, unable to believe the aftershocks of that power were so terrifying. He was consumed by angry indignation, charging forward as if to act on behalf of heaven. Humanity should have long ago eliminated all monsters and controlled their reproduction. Tutu couldn't stop him, helplessly shouting, "Senior Li Tianqing, please don't be impulsive." The flame demon god heard the provocation, a hint of disdain flashing in her eyes, a cold smile on her lips, and she mocked, "You tiny mortal. This world is much richer than you can imagine." Tianqing stood firm, quietly reaching behind him, his gaze sharply locked on his target. He closed in on his opponent, his voice deep and authoritative. "Heavenly blade star map," Tutu quickly interjected, warning, "Senior, your sword is broken." Strangely, from the cracks of the broken blade, a surge of green light abruptly erupted, powerful and overwhelming. Tianqing calmly explained, his tone gentle and firm, "The broken sword is merely a medium for my life element, used to reduce consumption." As soon as he finished speaking, he bent down, assuming a standard combat stance, his aura instantly surging. My truly powerful attacks have never come from that sword but from what I've cultivated for years. Tianqing roared and a torrent of green light surged forth, recondensing into an incomparably powerful new blade. He unleashed heavenly thunderslash, fiercely swinging the blade at the demoness. But she showed no defense, still wearing a mocking smile as if watching a farce. She scoffed dismissively, her lips curving upwards, and extended her mutated arm, lightly flicking the blade as if plucking a string. Tianqing was stunned. His proud heavenly thunderslash had been neutralized with a mere flick. The heart thunder blade shattered, and the backlash of energy ripped his robes to shreds. Tianqing was horrified, filled with humiliation. He, a man confident in controlling everything, now looked like a clown in a tragedy. His tattered robes flew off, but what shocked him more was that the demoness had exploited his momentary distraction. A hand, cold as frost and white, gripped his arm tightly, and her frivolous mocking voice rang out, "You humans are nothing more than food for us." Xing Kun, with a triumphant smile, yanked Tianqing's arm towards herself as if relishing her prey. Her lips curved upwards and her long legs swept down from high above, unleashing the astonishingly powerful 8th-level Great Bow Wind. Just then, Tutu appeared, conjuring a fierce whirlwind, saving Tianqing at the last moment. He narrowly escaped death, clutching his aching arm, feeling as if the bones in his wrist had cracked from her grip alone. Despite this, a hint of accomplishment remained in his heart, but Tutu, who had just saved him, was not pleased at all. She frowned, her voice urgent and slightly displeased. "Senior, I can't save you every time, so please don't be so reckless anymore." Tianqing still maintained a composed expression, as if he wouldn't give up until faced with overwhelming evidence. He gripped the shattered hilt in his hand, his voice firm. "Even so, there's no backing down." Tutu stood by, astonished by his determination. Above Tianqing, a girl was exerting all her effort to complete her noble mission. He gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with resolve. "GU is advancing on my territory, and I must protect her thoroughly." Tutu nodded repeatedly, her tone filled with sympathy. "That makes perfect sense." She couldn't abandon her teammates, but GU, who was being protected, was also unwilling to watch her friends in danger. She shouted from above, "I can join the fight too." But Tianqing immediately interrupted, his gaze sharp, his tone full of warning. "After being deceived by me, negotiations failed. You must fully stabilize 50 of the star map, otherwise you won't be able to control the star map domain. And you might even lose all your accumulated lightning due to injury. And everything will be in vain." Tianqing turned to face the flame demon god, comforting her in a steady voice. "Don't worry. I am Bincheng's thunder god after all," he growled, assessing his opponent, his entire body emanating an aura ready to fight at any moment. He stood firm, his gaze resolute, swearing on his honor that if she were disturbed it would only be because he had fallen, powerless. Suddenly Xing Kun appeared, abruptly grabbing his tattered sleeve, revealing his muscular arm. He laughed at Tianqing, saying, "Senior Li, you truly are a good person." Then Xing Kun rushed forward like lightning, blocking Tianqing, pushing him back. Xing Kun's left arm gradually mutated, and he fiercely swung it at the flame demon god, not forgetting to continue. "You should stabilize your left arm injury first. I'll block her for a while." Tianqing lost his balance, pushed back. He shouted a warning. "Hey, the opponent is a monster, and I don't know what level she is." He tried to rush forward to fight alongside, but Tutu was faster, pulling him back abruptly. Tianqing struggled, complaining impatiently, "Tutu, don't pull me away." At the same time, Xing Kun landed 2 consecutive punches with his mutated arm, creating jarring explosions. The flame demon god initially scoffed, then her eyes narrowed, filled with scrutiny. "Traitor, what's happened to your body?" As soon as she swung her palm, her wrist was suddenly gripped tightly by Xing Kun, freezing her in place. The flame demon god shrieked in frustration. "What's happened to your body? Why can't I feel any firepower at all?" The flame demon god quickly retreated, her feet gripping the ground tightly. A wary glint in her eyes, she stared fixedly at Xing Kun, her voice sharp and echoing, "Has your monster body grown stronger again?" Xing Kun smiled faintly, confidence and a hint of arrogance in his eyes. He punched through the air, charging straight at her, his tone relaxed yet provocative. "What's so strange?" He didn't stop, continuing to punch, his words sharp as blades. "Aren't you also afraid to use your flames freely?" 2 auras clashed violently, each punch, each palm strike carrying astonishing power, reaching an intense peak. The two were evenly matched, neither giving way. Observing Xing Kun's attack style, the flame demon god silently assessed. "His arm is continuously strengthening. He's starting to catch up to me. Although I haven't recovered much power with my level 5 monster strength, I can still sense that he's only a level 4 monster. No monster evolves abnormally like him." Her thoughts grew deeper and more chaotic. Meanwhile, Xing Kun unexpectedly gained the upper hand, raising his arm ready to deliver a decisive blow. But the flame demon god quickly raised 2 huge arms to block him, her voice cold as frost. "Let me reclaim the kingship and tear you apart to see what's inside." Xing Kun stood firm, his gaze cold as iron, responding with a challenging tone. "You're welcome to try." As soon as he finished speaking, Xing Kun roared. Bone spur, a sharp spike suddenly shot out from his hand, piercing directly through the flame demon god's arm. Her face turned pale, her voice filled with surprise. "It actually pierced my monster body," she laughed wildly, extending both hands to firmly grip Xing Kun's arm that had pierced her, exerting force to control it. "You're a tough opponent, but among monsters you're still too green." The flame demon god gritted her teeth. A beast-like tugging force tearing the skin on Xing Kun's arm, making it bleed profusely. Watching this scene, she revealed a satisfied smile. "Let me take a closer look at what's happened to you." But she suddenly stopped, muttering, "I can't feel the aura of fire." "No, it's deeply hidden within his body." Suddenly a spike emerged from the wound on his arm before she could react, only letting out an "ah." Shin Kun revealed a sinister smile, his face radiating confidence, and he shouted, "Bone spur polyphony." A series of sharp bone spurs erupted from his body, piercing through the flame demon god's arm. Shin Kun violently punched her into the air. His arm raised high, his eyes filled with arrogance, his deep voice echoed in the air, suddenly followed by an earth-shattering explosion that shattered the roof, sending dazzling light and violent force scattering bricks and stones flying everywhere. The flame demon god struggled to break free from his grip, screaming, "Why is your monster body so strange?" Shin Kun sneered, his tone full of contempt. "Are you perhaps a little too curious? Do you think?" Before he could finish, the flame demon god revealed a frantic smile, leaping up abruptly, her tone arrogant. "Before the feast, I merely want to understand the ingredients of my food." She paused, then growled, "Only one arm can transform into a monster body. You." A even more violent explosion erupted again, greater than the last, shaking the entire space. The sound of the explosion echoed with her frantic laughter in the silent space. No matter how strong, how much stronger could it get? Tutu and Tianqing stood before the ruins, their eyes wide. Tutu turned, her voice filled with a hint of confusion. "Senior Tianqing, is your villa not very expensive? If a few of us were to split the cost, we wouldn't be able to pay it back in this lifetime, would we?" Tianqing ignored Tutu's words, standing dazed, his gaze shocked. "Shin Kun, what's going on?" The more he spoke, the more anger flared in his eyes. "He can actually fight that monster barehanded. Is he a superhuman, or is he a monster himself?" He turned, his voice full of doubt. "Now that I think about it, you non-UA people, including you and everyone present, are all abnormal." Tutu felt guilty in the face of such intense reaction, awkwardly replying, If we're still alive tomorrow, we'll explain to you." Shin Kun, in a life-or-death situation, punched and then turned back to roar, his tone full of dissatisfaction. "Stop chatting, quickly attack her." Hearing this, Tianqing and Tutu immediately became serious, assuming combat stances. Tianqing nodded, his voice deep. "For now, we'll trust you." The two attacked simultaneously from behind. Tianqing shouted, "Wind Blade." Tutu also roared, "Thunder Blade." The flame demon god glanced at them, her eyes filled with contempt as if looking at flies and mosquitoes. Then she roared, "Don't block my way." As soon as she finished speaking, a huge arm suddenly sprouted from her back, charging straight at Tianqing and Tutu with a ferocious aura. The mutated arm extended with lightning speed, tightly entangling them before they could even unleash their moves. Nevertheless, their attacks were relentless. Tianqing and Tutu gritted their teeth, struggling painfully against the immense power. The flame demon god revealed a triumphant smile, muttering, "I'm close to finding the secret of his monster body's mutation. That way I can also." Before she could finish, a cold voice suddenly rang in her mind. "Flame demon god, focus your attack on the lightning element superhuman," she stubbornly replied. "Whom I kill first is my freedom." "Who are you to command me?" The voice grew more urgent. "No, you must kill her first." The flame demon god gained the upper hand, rushing forward to choke Shin Kun's neck. Suddenly, the voice echoed again. "If she's allowed to advance safely." She paused, a flicker of hesitation in her eyes. At the same time, Tutu looked at the pale purple light emanating and shouted loudly, "It's GU's star map barrier. Her barrier didn't destroy anything, surprisingly." Tianqing continued, his tone filled with surprise. "She has already stabilized 50 of the star map." Suddenly, a pufferfish-shaped shield radiating purple light enveloped the flame demon god, forming a solid protective sphere. A mechanical voice rang out. "Her power," it whispered, continuing, "may damage my illusion domain." At the same time, the shield flew into the air, carrying a faint crackling of electricity. Shin Kun fell to the ground, tiredly raising his head, softly assessing. "All right, one standard for a 4-star superhuman is the ability to choose targets for attack, and GU's Chin nuclear power plant is a huge feast. Now she has pushed it halfway open." He gave a wry smile, his gaze still fixed on GU, his voice low. "The monsters above." GU coldly, with no emotion in her voice, prepared to unleash Thor's hammer. As soon as she finished speaking, she clenched her fist and shouted, "Explode!" Thunder boomed as if the wrath of the heavens had descended. Dazzling purple lightning tore through the air, leaving scorching trails in the thick clouds. The flame demon god lost gravity, plummeting rapidly from the sky. Looking at the sky, she revealed a confident smile. "It hasn't reached the point of mutation yet. It can't hurt me." Shin Kun clenched his fist behind his back, preparing for a sneak attack, but the flame demon god turned to block his punch, roaring, "Sneak attack won't work either." In the distance, a purple electric orb spun violently in the air. Before the flame demon god could even detect the anomaly, GU calmly looked down, her tone composed, "Anywhere within the star map domain." Suddenly, a giant monster made of lightning appeared, its form shimmering in the air, its roar merging with her confident voice, "Can summon lightning." A massive white shark hovered in the air, everything in its path enveloped by purple lightning. The flame demon god was stunned by the sight before her, and the mechanical voice rang out again, "The illusion domain has been damaged." Her smile was gone, replaced by a grave expression, and her voice was heavy. "I don't care what you're waiting for." Looking at the giant monster, the flame demon god cried out in panic, "Now is the critical moment, quick, give it to me." Her face twisted, her voice sharp as a blade. "Blind their eyes." A notification echoed, "Illusion domain dual blind deaf. Domain time remaining 10 minutes or 3 flame releases." She growled in refusal. "Enough." Meanwhile, Shin Kun was utterly bewildered, looking at the strange scene before him in confusion. What happened? This is very abnormal." In another scene, the entire villa was enveloped in a peculiar hazy glow, giving it a blurry and enchanting feel. Li Lin walked up the stairs searching cautiously. Strangely, the glow had no effect on him. He softly called out, "Lord Yu." The mysterious voice responded coldly, "No need to be cautious anymore. No one can see you now." Suddenly the voice turned icy. "Change of plans. No need to bring Wenlang back." Lord Yu remained hidden in the darkness, sternly ordering, "Kill him." Li Lin trembled, shaking his head, "But I can't do it." Outside, the white shark within Ji-Yu's star map domain was violently struggling to escape, as if touching a terrifying realm. Lord Yu observed while speaking to the person inside the house. "You don't need to do it yourself, just disrupt his mind." Her tone was cunning and vague. "As his teacher and psychologist, you must know his weakness very well." Li Lin hesitated, but Lord Yu interrupted him, her tone sharp. "Just do it." By this time, Li Lin had found the room. His hand touched the door. "No retreat." He softly replied, "Yes." The door burst open and Zhao Sheng's massive fist, muscular, suddenly came flying mere inches from Li Lin's face. The mysterious voice rang out again. "Don't be afraid." In their eyes, "It's just an illusion I created. I can make them see any illusion." Upon closer inspection, Li Lin realized this was indeed true. Inside the room, the two people were completely unaware of Li Lin's presence, still arguing carefree. Zhao Sheng was gesticulating wildly, punching and kicking, his jacket discarded, oblivious. Xiao Tao had her eyes closed, muttering helplessly, saying, "Brother, stop your daily training now, put your clothes on." "This show off," Xiao Tao said, hands on her hips. "Zhao Sheng, please take your mission seriously tonight." Zhao Sheng, scolded by his sister, quickly put on his jacket and obediently said, "I am being serious. That's why I need to warm up first." Li Lin ignored them. The mysterious voice echoed in his ears, a sound that for ordinary people would be relaxing and reassuring. The voice continued coldly, "Next, no matter what you do this week, Superhuman won't notice." The mysterious person's gaze turned to the target on the bed, tightly bound by vines. He sighed, feigning pity. "Bound like this, Wenlang is indeed hated by everyone wherever he goes." The voice suddenly became sharp. "Make your move." Li Lin trembled, filled with inner conflict. Though he knew the outcome, he couldn't bear it. He murmured, "Wenlang, I'm sorry." He desperately sought a reason to alleviate his guilt. "You know, Lin Lin is my life." Li Lin raised his arm, gathering power to form a tornado spear, a drill-like vortex that charged straight at the person on the bed. As he acted, he defended himself. "Young man, you will eventually embrace the light." "Guess what? I've arrived." "You once said that was me." That very sentence pulled you from the darkness. What a foolish child. Such words of encouragement can be understood by reading a few books, disregarding moral constraints. Li Lin violently swung his hand, thrusting the drill down, and uttered words of farewell. "I'm sorry. For the sake of my daughter, I can only personally push you back into the darkness." But when the drill touched the vines entwining the person, it bounced back, unable to penetrate. Xiao Tao sensed the movement and sobered up. Li Lin was stunned, not expecting the attack to fail. He observed, seeing the vines tightly wrapped around, immediately entangled the drill, locking down his attack. Li Lin was bewildered, unable to believe these vines could automatically detect enemies. In fact, Zhao Sheng and Xiao Tao saw nothing. Zhao Sheng shouted, "Xiao Tao," but Xiao Tao was still groggy, murmuring, "Something seems to be moving within my vines." Zhao Sheng guessed, "Is the hostage resisting?" Xiao Tao replied vaguely, "Perhaps, then I'll strengthen the power a bit." Li Lin was busy listening to their conversation, not noticing that the vines had already crept over, tightly binding his limbs. Cried out in horror, "They can even absorb my superhuman power." He quickly found the answer, muttering, "Life element, found it." He was even more shocked. This insignificant non-UA student was a 4-star superhuman. There was no time to delay. Li Lin unleashed his adamant body, attempting to break free from the vines. Suddenly, the person on the bed opened his eyes. Li Lin was caught red-handed, flustered and at a loss, unsure how to face him. He thought, "It's over. Wenlang's awake." Wenlang looked at Li Lin, his most trusted yet strangest person, and asked with a trembling voice, "Brother Shaolin, do you want to kill me? Are you trying to use me as monster bait?" His heart was filled with chaotic emotions. He just wanted an answer. He murmured, "We're teacher and student, doctor and patient. And friends, have you been lying to me all this time? But why would you?" Li Lin was trapped, his limbs tightly bound by vines, forced to face the person he dared not look at. Just then the mysterious voice sounded, rousing him. Now is the time to provoke him, utterly crushing his will. As if guided, Li Lin immediately launched his attack, saying through gritted teeth, "You're a monster, capable of seeing through the darkest secrets of the human heart." Li Lin gritted his teeth, his gaze sharp. "When mentally unstable, you might accidentally kill someone. Do you truly believe anyone would consider you a friend? All this time I've merely been cultivating you as food for others." The deadly words echoed sharp as blades one by one, then were swallowed by the endless night. Wenlang's heart ached intensely, as if being torn apart. Outside, Ji-Yu's thundercore orb still shone, continuously expanding. The giant shark struggled within the sphere, its pitch-black skeleton seemingly out of control. The mysterious voice sounded again, filled with anger. "I didn't expect anyone other than Wenlang to be able to break my illusion." It turned to the flame demon god, rebuking, "It's all your fault for not eliminating that lightning element superhuman first. My illusion cannot penetrate her domain." Amidst the layers, the flame demon god still stood there, her body flickering with eerie firelight. The voice emphasized, "Which means everyone present can still see you." The flame demon god said nonchalantly, "It doesn't matter." Demonic flames erupted, transforming into terrifying power that shot out in all directions, scattering purple fragments. She shouted, "As long as I can still use fire. They're already condemned to death, nothing can imprison me," the mastermind anxiously urged. "Then please eliminate her first. Even if it's just breaking her domain, everyone around will become blind and deaf." The flame demon god smiled sinisterly, murmuring, "She won't live much longer." Shin Kun noticed the anomaly looking at the firelight attached to Ji-Yu. He gritted his teeth, assessing. The flame demon god suddenly used fire. Has the mastermind already made a move? That was too fast. Ji-Yu felt the demoness's face seemed magnified 1,000-fold, her claws already raised, ready to seize her and crush her. She tried hard to stay calm, but fear weighed like a mountain. It was more terrifying than all her nightmares. Ji-Yu suddenly felt a pang in her heart, lowering her head to suppress her sorrow. So this was the immense pressure Shin Kun had been facing all this time. Yet the feeling of enduring hardships together surged within her. She murmured, "From now on I will bear this pressure with you, sharing life and death." Ji-Yu had never felt so powerful. Clasped her hands, she summoned her latent power, shouting, "Thunder Man!" A halo spun, sharp teeth appeared, rushing straight towards the flame demon god. Her mutated hands blocked her green light, sharp as a blade, split the teeth in half, shattering them. The flame demon god laughed mockingly. "Don't celebrate too early, don't think a few flowers mean spring has arrived." But her eyes immediately widened in surprise at an anomaly. From the sharp teeth, scaly snake-like creatures coiled around, transforming into countless entities that rushed towards her, tightly entangling her, trying to swallow her. Ji-Yu calmly manipulated them, encircling and fiercely biting her. A chaotic battle erupted in the pitch-black night sky, two forces colliding, causing widespread damage, other giving way. The flame demon god sneered. "No end? Is it infinite electrical energy?" She gritted her teeth. "I have to admit, if she's allowed to develop further, it will cause trouble for monsters." She waved her hand. "In that case, give her a fatal blow," the mysterious voice reminded. "You have 2 more chances to use fire," the flame demon god said in annoyance. "Too loud." She shouted, "Hellfire!" Shin Kun immediately rushed forward, blocking the deadly black orb. He roared, "Wishful thinking." Shin Kun's mutated arm transformed into a cage, tightly locking down the black orb, absolutely refusing to let it explode. The flame demon god gritted her teeth. "Overestimating yourself, though hellfire is not yet complete." She laughed mockingly. "Do you think your grotesque monster body can stop it?" Shin Kun met her gaze, challenging. "Go ahead, try what else you can do." Suddenly, a figure appeared beside him. Shin Kun was surprised to find it was Ji-Yu, the little girl scolding in dissatisfaction. "You fool, don't forget about me, we'll stop it together." Shin Kun nodded, saying decisively, "All right." Ji-Yu said resolutely. The Thunder Core Orb shrunk instantly. The Thunder Core Orb enveloped the black orb, swallowed it, then shattered into pieces. The massive explosive force blasted Shin Kun and Ji-Yu back to the ground. Tianqing observed, full of curiosity. "What was that? It looks like the hellfire from the video back then." Tutu nodded in confirmation. "It is hellfire." Tianqing was stunned. "She's a level 5 monster," but he immediately corrected himself, his voice trembling. "No, she's more terrifying than that monster from back then." Even more shocking to him was that those 2 actually blocked her attack in the air. Ji-Yu staggered and supported Shin Kun's arm, helped him stand up. The flame demon god saw this and smiled triumphantly. "As expected, I won." But she had consumed too much stamina, so now even floating in the air was difficult, wasn't it? She flew higher, looking down at the 2 as if they were ants, saying mockingly, "Without the Thunder Core domain you'll fall into an illusion." She feigned kindness by covering her eyes and ears, then leisurely added, "Next, how will you cope with this hellfire attack?" A black orb fringed with deadly red light appeared. She leisurely provoked. Shin Kun was stunned. "I didn't expect the situation to be so unpredictable." "Isn't she afraid of exposure? How dare she fight so recklessly?" "Where are the spectators?" The situation has reached this point. He felt it was time to reveal his trump card and evolve into a level 5 monster, but that wasn't the original plan. Nevertheless, he made up his mind, a flicker of change in his eyes. Now is not the best time for a final battle, but there's no other choice. Suddenly his transformation stopped. Shin Kun suddenly sensed an anomaly, a strong smell of blood. Ji-Yu's blood. She was injured. He saw Ji-Yu's clothing sleeve torn, revealing her fair arm. Contrasting sharply with the mottled bloodstains, this sight stirred up painful memories. The girl lay motionless in the water, her wounds not yet healed, a fragile smile as if it could disappear at any moment. Shin Kun gritted his teeth, a long streak of blood appearing on his left eye, looking terrifying. He secretly vowed never to let that future repeat itself. His eyes became pitch black, with only a hint of crimson flickering in the abyssal black holes. The flame demon god, with hands raised, pointed at the black orb and provoked, "With this hellfire, what else do you have to block?" Ji-Yu looked at the deadly orb, her hand trembling. She tried hard to shout. "Ji-Yu, this girl is truly cunning. She still has the energy to restart your domain." The flame demon god chuckled, admiring her indomitable spirit. "Good." But Ji-Yu ignored her, controlling the Thunder Core Orb, determined to recreate victory. Her response was met with mockery. "That's merely hitting a rock with an egg." Her power swiftly shattered Ji-Yu's Thunder Core Orb because she was already exhausted. Just then, a groundbreaking mutation occurred. Ji-Yu looked at Shin Kun in shock, stuttering in surprise. His entire body mutated. Sharp claws sprouted from his arms, which were covered in sturdy armor. A horn grew on his head. Not an ordinary horn, but sharp and majestic. A true horn of battle. His mutated hand reached out, grabbing the hellfire without hesitation. The flame demon god frowned. Sensing a level 5 aura erupt, he had broken through to a level 5 monster. "I really want to ask, did I step in dog shit today? Why does something always go wrong just when things start going smoothly?" Even if reluctantly, she had to admit that Shin Kun's monster body had grown stronger again. Looking at his arm gripping the hellfire, effortlessly, as if holding a toy ball, she exclaimed, "He dares to grab it directly." In fact, Shin Kun not only grabbed it, but crushed it. The black orb shattered, unleashing terrifying power as the damage surged. Shin Kun tightly embraced Ji-Yu, shielding her from all harm. He gently comforted, "Don't be afraid. The gentle voice left Ji Yu somewhat at a loss, unsure how to respond. In the eye of the storm, Shin Kun remained composed, but the terrifying explosion shook heaven and earth, destroying everything. Bricks and stones flew everywhere, smoke billowed, and the villa's walls also cracked, as if demanding compensation from its owner. Tutu and Tianqing raised their hands to block, instinctively screaming from the tremor. Ji Yu quickly calmed down and began to speculate. When the Thunder Core orb erupted and expanded outwards, I sensed a domain around us, but it's weakening. Perhaps it wasn't discovered due to this battle. Shin Kun immediately understood what she meant, commanding, "Repeatedly use electricity to send me over." Ji Yu looked at him as if wanting to confirm something. Shin Kun's eyes burned with anger, imposing. "I'll go hit her myself," Ji Yu bargained. "Then we have to agree first. If I don't go." Shin Kun frowned, interrupting her. Ji Yu changed her words, her tone decisive. "I want to fight her with you and of course take the hits together." Shin Kun didn't answer immediately, but his gaze tacitly approved. Ji Yu aimed at the flame demon god, shouting, "All right then, get ready." Shin Kun immediately took his position, ready. Ji Yu seized the opportunity, giving the opponent no chance to retaliate. She released electricity to accelerate, pushing Shin Kun directly towards that madwoman. Shin Kun swung his mutated left arm, launching a fatal blow. The flame demon god raised her hand to block, her monster arm massive and imposing, but when Shin Kun's punch connected, she had to admit that his monster body was even stronger than she had imagined. She struggled to hold on, barely defending, but was immediately repelled, losing her balance, her body flying out of control. Suddenly a force blocked her from behind. A pufferfish expanded, its mouth open, spikes rushing towards her. Before admitting defeat, the flame demon god was still thinking. After acquiring this body to avoid exposure, I studied a lot of human society knowledge, including superhuman powers. I won't be mistaken. Just then, the pufferfish exploded, blasting her towards Shin Kun with another strike. Her mind raced. He uses the method of cultivating superhuman power to train his monster body, making it uniquely deviate from the monster's original evolutionary path. Shin Kun didn't care what she was thinking, punching the flame demon god with all his might as if venting his anger. The punch accurately struck the center of her face, catching her off guard, but her thoughts still continued. If I devour him, I can also master this evolutionary method. Blood splattered after the impact. The flame demon god doubled over in pain, suspended in midair. She roared, unwilling, unconvinced, unsure how much she had understood. These two bodies affected me. Blood stained her face, merging with her hair and pale skin, making her even more grotesque. The bloodthirsty smile still lingered on her lips. Ambitious, I want to break free from the king's control, but suppressed by the status of a king's subject, I cannot betray. Pain only made her more frenzied. She regained her footing, facing Shin Kun and Ji Yu. Between them was the shark-shaped Thunder Core orb, ready to rush out at any moment, but she wasn't afraid. A dark thought flashed. If I also break through the monster's evolutionary path like him, I can become the new king, seizing sovereignty. The flame demon god became even more frantic, dark desires enveloping her. Her mutated arms spun, summoning monstrous demonic flames. She looked at Shin Kun with greedy eyes. "He will be my prey. Even if no one else eats him, he must be eaten," the mysterious voice rang out, warning the flame demon god that she absolutely must not use fire a third time now, or the illusion domain would shatter. But these words had no effect. She madly only wanted to focus her firepower on the new target. Just then, Ji Yu unleashed electromagnetic acceleration, pushing Shin Kun towards her again. One of the flame demon god's eyes seemed to be sliced open by a blade, the crack extending all the way to her jaw, looking terrifying. Seeing the unfavorable situation, the mysterious voice became more urgent, persuading, "Now, even if you use fire, you might not be able to kill them. We must leave here." But Shin Kun and Ji Yu did not stop, unleashing their moves with full force, vowing to kill their opponent. That voice turned to pleading, "For all reasons, please leave this opportunity to me. I will immediately obtain Wen's eyes and create an illusion domain that no one can break. Then you can do as you please without worrying about disturbing the sleeping king of monsters. Please endure a little longer to enjoy a greater feast." These words influenced that madwoman. Though unwilling, the flame demon god gradually reined in her firepower, but still bit her teeth coldly. "I'm warning you, if you fail, I'll eat you first." Because she was distracted by that voice, she didn't notice Shin Kun's shark opening its sharp teeth and biting her. Bang, the shark's mouth closed and her figure disappeared, leaving only the gigantic shark. Ji Yu's life element exploding in the purple star map domain. Outside was a terrible chaos, but in that room where no major conflict occurred, an even greater fear emanated than the battle outside. Every word Li Lin spoke not only manipulated the mind but also had the power to destroy a person. He looked at Wen Lang, his tone sharp. "You were born with psychic superhuman power, terribly strong. This is not a gift but a curse." He recreated the scene where the little boy, like a demon, calmly detonated the head of his beloved father. "This curse killed your father. You were supposed to be the future head of the Wen family." With a brilliant future in Shucheng, Li Lin instilled terrible memories, attempting to destroy Wen Lang's will. He implanted images of relatives being driven mad one by him, their heads exploding in painful death. When you were young, you couldn't distinguish right from wrong, couldn't control yourself, killing relatives again and again, leaving you nowhere to belong. Li Lin wickedly instilled, making Wen Lang believe he was a monster, unable to be tolerated even by his family. The Wen family decided to eliminate this evil child to prevent you from harming the world. He painted a heartbreaking scene. A loving mother holding Wenlang's hand, desperately fleeing, trying to save her flesh and blood. He gritted his teeth and said, "Your mother left the Wen family with you to protect you." Then he manipulated more deeply, making Wenlang believe he was an ungrateful person. "Because of your curse, your mother died on the road. You fortunately survived by stepping on your mother's corpse." Those vines tightly wrapped around Li Lin, clinging even when scorched. But he still rattled on, full of resentment, determined to destroy Wenlang's will and pave a way for his own daughter. She was a powerful superhuman, destined for a brilliant future and a happy life. But your birth ruined everything. It wasn't over yet. Li Lin delved into the pain Wenlang had never dared to face. "The curse on you destroyed all those closest to you." He continued to play the manipulator, as if vengeful spirits stood behind him, looking at Wenlang with melancholic disgust. "Your mother, with regret, turned into a vengeful spirit, often appearing before you saying you must compensate." Li Lin approached Wenlang, ignoring his dull expression, delivering the final blow. "Even if a kinder, more innocent person adopted you, you still couldn't control yourself. They were implicated by your curse and killed by you." His goal was to make Wenlang a person abandoned by the whole world. Li Lin continued to say cruelly that no one needed him, and he dared not trust anyone. A person like him was unworthy of love. His existence was a superfluous stain. He instilled in Wenlang that everyone who needed him was just temporarily using him. "The Wen family found you, but you knew that wasn't affection. They had a guilty conscience, approaching you to turn you into a weapon." He paused, self-mockingly, ridiculously. "I found this weapon could kill all of us first." He feigned mercy as if acting on behalf of heaven, looking at Wenlang with an insinuating gaze as if seeing countless skulls piled up like mountains. "To save the future and prevent countless vengeful spirits from dying at your hands, I decided to help others eliminate you first." He gritted his teeth word by word. "You are a lone star. You should not live in this world. You should not exist." With that, he raised a sharp drill, aimed it at Wenlang's temple and thrust it down, still muttering to alleviate his guilt. "I'll return this life to your mother." For you, however, the conspiracy failed. Wenlang grabbed the drill and blocked it, and his other hand, entwined by vines, touched Li Lin's cracked helmet. He gently denied, "I don't believe Brother Shaolin would think that. I want to see for myself." With that, his hand squeezed and the helmet shattered into pieces. Li Lin was horrified. "My helmet," he frantically guessed. Could it be that even a small crack can't block his psychic intrusion? Wenlang sat up, one eye pale, the other staring intently at the person who had once been his reliance. "I'm sorry, I said I wouldn't peek into your heart, and I broke my promise, but how can so many years of affection be easily erased, especially when you were once my light of salvation?" Wenlang lowered his voice, his eyes flickering with determination and a hint of stubbornness. "But I have always believed in you, never doubted our relationship, so I must find out who forced you to do this." The moment he touched the psychic boundary, an invisible current seemed to violently strike Wenlang, making his body tremble intensely. His eyes widened, his hair stood on end, and the vine shoutao wrapped around him also trembled. As if being pulled by an invisible force, before his eyes the world turned into a chaotic blur of stripes, like a damaged painting. Wenlang was stunned, unable to believe what was before him. Deep within Brother Shaolin's mind a trap was hidden. From the bottomless darkness a single phrase echoed, cold and chilling. "Wenlang, I want to eat you." The entire world seemed to turn upside down with this unearthed secret. That greedy and malicious voice repeated in Li Lin's mind, making Wenlang face an unrecognizable image. Only flickering flames formed two burning eyes and a wide-open mouth. The smile seemed to mock. The huge monster appeared so massive that he felt tiny as a speck of dust, ready to be swallowed at any moment, but Wenlang, even while trembling, gritted his teeth and bravely asked, "Are you threatening Brother Shaolin with his daughter?" Emotions surged. Wenlang realized a fact that left him powerless against the monster. "How could I not hear your thoughts?" Even so, he firmly grasped a point, his gaze sharp. "But I heard you wanted my eyes, wanted my psychic power." His face was contorted, his mind in a mess. "If it's this kind of peeping power I can understand, but why do you carry such intense hatred?" Wenlang had already entered Li Lin's inner world, but from the outside he was just a motionless teenager who had lost all consciousness. Shoutao's vines tightly wrapped around his hands and feet, refusing to let go. Li Lin stood there, no better off, his eyes dull as if all vitality had been drained from him. From the void that mysterious voice sounded again, coldly responding to his question, "You'll know after I eat you." That demon seemed to have partially achieved his goal after fully recovering his domain. He hid in the darkness, quietly returning to the battlefield outside. He coldly turned to the demoness and said, "Flame demon god, use your fire to block them a third time. Don't let anyone disturb me. As long as I get close to him for a few seconds and obtain him, I will fully possess his power." The demoness snorted coldly, a fierce glint in her eyes. "You better succeed." Just then, Jiyu's dazzling starlight violently collided with the demoness's burning flames, creating a earth-shattering attack. She could no longer restrain herself, letting out a roar, and with a fierce wave of her hands, summoned raging hellfire as if to incinerate everything. "Do you only know this one move?" she roared, her tone full of contempt. Jiyu paused slightly, her brows tightly furrowed, unsure how to respond to the approaching hellfire. But just then, Xingkun's gaze was drawn to something else. He exclaimed in surprise, "What is that? Is it a new monster, a monster hidden in Bincheng?" Before he could fully process it, a huge black shadow swept past him, its wings like a bat's, its long tail like a fish's, its sharp head darting straight towards the villa. No matter what it was, Xingkun immediately realized the monster was targeting Wenlang. Whatever its intentions, it absolutely couldn't be allowed to succeed. but before he could think further, Shing Kun had to hastily raise his hand, blocking the flame demon god's fierce attack. A thought flashed through his mind. Did the flame demon god deliberately stall for time to allow that monster to act? In the dark night, the monster's figure gradually became clear, hideously grotesque. Its body was long and slender, its legs like a reptile's, its back covered in stone-hard armor, and its bat-like wings allowed it to glide lightly through the air. Its head was densely covered with countless small eyes like a dragonfly's, and even more terrifying was its mouth like a carnivorous flower opening into a huge ring ready to devour prey at any moment. The monster plunged straight down with a fierce momentum. Shing Kun shouted, his voice full of worry, "Tutu, be careful." Tutu looked up, facing the hideously terrifying monster, but she wasn't flustered. She merely frowned slightly, muttering, "What kind of monster is this?" Without hesitation, she channeled her power and summoned a powerful gust of wind, rushing straight towards the monster. But the hideous monster did not retreat. It opened its sharp teeth like a huge cage fully open, ready to imprison its prey at any moment. When the monster attacked, Shing Kun immediately seized the opportunity, hastily detonating lightning and summoning the thunder demon god. Tutu was horrified to find the enemy before her extremely difficult to deal with. "My wind was completely scattered by it," she blurted out, her eyes filled with panic. Suddenly a lightning bolt flashed and the thunder blade struck, forcing the monster back with an unexpected attack. As soon as Tutu recovered, a strong arm wrapped around her, carrying her rapidly into the air, narrowly dodging the monster's fatal attack. Tutu looked back at the person who saved her, filled with gratitude. Senior Li Tianqing. The monster was temporarily trapped by the thunder blade, unable to escape. Tianqing held her and landed safely, but he himself clutched his chest, enduring intense pain. He solemnly reminded, "Tutu, be careful. Against such a monster, even a slight oversight can be fatal." He gripped the railing with one hand, steadying himself, blaming himself for underestimating the enemy, and also burning with anger. Damn it, Bincheng actually harbored such a disgusting thing. Suddenly a deafening crash echoed and the villa's wall collapsed. Concrete and rebar shattering like toys, scattering into thousands of pieces. The wall was destroyed, revealing the room where Wenlang was held. At this time the young man and his brother were still not fully conscious. The monster, as if representing a mysterious force, let out a low, menacing voice. "I've waited for this day for a long time." Zhao Shang, with his keen awareness, immediately sensed the situation and exclaimed in surprise, "Oh my god, what is that? Is it targeting the hostage?" Before, they were trapped in a non-existent illusionary space, but now the illusion domain was on the verge of collapsing. No longer able to deceive their eyes, seeing Zhao Shang awaken and assume a fighting stance against the monster, that voice grew even more contemptuous. But it didn't matter, it was just a weak superhuman. Zhao Shang completely ignored the monster's nonsense. He swung his hand, unleashing the Jiaolong star map, and simultaneously stomped his foot, roaring, "Ox blood!" Immediately, an earth-shattering cannon blast sounded. Zhao Shang fiercely punched with all his might, directly striking the mouth of the newly appeared hideous monster. The monster had not expected such a thrilling attack from a despised opponent. The power exploded, causing it to shake violently, suffering immense pain. Tutu and Tianqing stood outside, observing the entire scene. Tianqing turned in surprise and asked, "That's Zhao Shang, that overlooked guy in your squad?" Tutu nodded in confirmation, her eyes sparkling with pride. Tianqing exclaimed, "Even more formidable than I imagined," but he immediately regained his serious expression, adding, "Even so, don't forget the main goal, we must find a way to save him." Before he could finish, Tutu nodded gently, indicating her understanding. Although attacked, the monster still ferociously blocked the room holding the hostage. It roared, determined to devour its prey. Its hideous mouth opened wide, concentrating power, and surrounding lightning coalesced into a flickering electric ball in its mouth. But in the distance, Shing Kun and Ji Yu were also concentrating their lightning power against the flame demon god. This inadvertently siphoned off half of the monster's electricity. It angrily turned around, its countless eyes fixed on Wenlang and Li Lin. The two were still asleep. Zhao Shang single-handedly struggled to resist, protecting the prey, fending off wave after wave of attacks. Shing Kun observed the monster's target, unable to help but wonder. A thought suddenly flashed. Could this monster be the thunder demon god? It wants to devour Wenlang, but what would a lightning element creature do with Wenlang? Ji Yu beside him seemed to guess something. She gently shook her head, her voice low. "No," she paused, her eyes hazy as if recalling the scene of Shing Kun's previous explosion. That star map domain had spread and she felt some anomaly gradually revealing itself. Although Shing Kun was busy blocking attacks, he still glanced at Ji Yu when she spoke. She continued in a deep voice, "It doesn't feel like a monster's domain to me." Ji Yu frowned, recalling everything that had just happened, analyzing, compared to his previous Devourer's Hellfire or the Flame Demon God's domain, it's completely different. Instead, it's more like my star map domain and senior sister Shangguan Kui's simple domain. Only much more powerful, although not yet entirely certain. Her intuition told her this was the truth. This meant the person who set up this illusion domain was not a monster. Her voice broke off and Ji Yu reached out, connecting with Shing Kun's power, jointly resisting the enemy's attack. After listening, Shing Kun was stunned, unable to believe it, and exclaimed, "That person is a superhuman from this world." 5-star superhumans had already appeared. Just then, the monster's back, covered in sharp scales, swept towards the two. Ji Yu quickly interjected, My thunder core exploded again just now. At the moment of the explosion, I felt there was someone on the thunder demon god's back. She turned to Xing Kun, her tone certain. It seems this 5-star superhuman can control monsters. Xing Kun felt as if struck by lightning. Suddenly snapping awake, he was stunned, his mind a mess, muttering, "Such a powerful existence. If humans could achieve such strength in the future, how could they be so easily destroyed by monsters?" But he immediately shook his head, denying himself self-reproachfully, saying, "No, I was wrong. Perhaps I was too narrow-minded." Painful memories surged, the bloody and desolate days of his previous life vivid before his eyes. I only witnessed Nanyu's apocalypse, saw Nanyue destroyed by monsters, and assumed the entire world had collapsed. Because of this subjective conjecture, I overlooked an important detail. He paused, his gaze sharp as if seeing through something. I don't know the situation in other regions. Perhaps a mysterious man in black was pulling the strings, controlling everything. This world still hides a power, even more than I anticipated. From today on, we will likely have to face a 5-star superhuman, the mastermind behind the Bincheng Starfall disaster. Xing Kun was startled by his own thoughts, his mind trembling, murmuring, "This world is vaster than I imagined." He seemed to have just grasped the corner of a mysterious veil, his eyes sharpened, he whispered, "Wait, a 5-star superhuman wants to eat people." Outside, the melee was still fierce, but deep within Leland's mind everything was exceptionally calm, devoid of chaotic fighting. He lowered his head, his heart filled with heavy regret, as if returning to his true self. He whispered, "This is my spiritual world." Wenlang smiled, softly comforting. "It's all right, I understand. Wanting to kill me for Lin Lin is completely right, and I would never let anything happen to Lin Lin. My words are sincere from the bottom of my heart. As long as brother Lin and Lin Lin are safe, that's enough for me." But no sooner had he finished speaking than a mocking, mysterious voice rang out again, tinged with cruel derision. "A child raised with love is truly kind, Li Lin." Li Lin heard this devilish voice and involuntarily fell to the ground, stammering in terror. "Lord Yu." Wenlang was also startled, quickly following the sound. Before Li Lin, a thick black smoke swirled, making him tremble and cower as if wanting to hide. "It was a monster that forced me to deal with him. I couldn't resist. If I didn't comply, it might control me to do anything, even kill Lin Lin with my own hands." He was almost in tears, his voice trembling. "It's too terrifying." Wenlang pondered for a moment, a hint of sadness in his eyes. "Perhaps you are the key to these mysteries. Perhaps you will be the one to lift this veil from their eyes." But when you shook her head, her tone firm. "It's not a monster." Li Lin's eyes widened in disbelief, stammering, "Not a monster? How could it not be a monster?" When you looked at him calmly, slowly saying, "She's my twin sister." As soon as Wen Yu finished speaking, a girl who looked 90% like Wenlang emerged from the hazy black smoke. One of her eyes was completely white, just like Wenlang's, but on her gradually clearing face there were 2 pitch-black dots on her eyebrows, twitching with a mocking cold laugh. "Did you think I'd forgotten you, my dear brother?" Her tone was cold and full of insinuation. The pitch-black darkness suddenly surged, as if recreating that tragedy. That day their father was killed, his head exploding before their eyes, but this time not only Wenlang witnessed it, but also his twin sister Wen Yu. Wenlang said in a deep, cold voice, "Ah, how could I forget?" He looked up directly at his sister. Li Lin was terrified by this dreadful fact, unable to stand up. He trembled, stammering, "Wen Yu, she's Wen Yu." He couldn't believe it. Hadn't Wen Yu died during their escape back then? Putting aside life and death, something even more terrifying suddenly crossed his mind. "These twin sisters possess psychic superhuman powers. Can you take each other's strength?" He blurted out, his voice trembling. Wen Yu ignored Li Lin. She deemed him useless. She leaned down, closing in on Wenlang, and said sharply, "If you still remember, you should be prepared." With that, she flew up, looking down at Wenlang from a commanding position as if wanting to stomp him underfoot. Killing intent emanated from her, her voice cold. "You owe me. Give me your life to repay it." The painful past surged forth. That year, their mother, in extreme agony, made a cruel choice, abandoning one child. She had her reasons, but children are innocent, and no matter the choice, the pain left behind can never heal. That time, she dared not look into her daughter's eyes, only saying heartbreakingly, "You, Mama, is sorry." The mother, holding her son, rushed out like a gust of wind, leaving her daughter's heart-wrenching cries. "Mama!" She couldn't believe her mother would so cruelly abandon her child. The moment she and her son disappeared, a group of villains swarmed in. One person broke through the roof, roaring, "Wen Yu is here, can you escape?" Others stormed through the door, frantically searching and yelling, "Damn it, where are those 2 kids? Find them!" The poor little girl stood there, tears streaming endlessly. She ignored everything around her, just repeating over and over, "Mama!" In despair, those people ruthlessly beat her. Blood flowed from her tormented legs, and she let out a tragic scream. One of them fiercely tried to stop the others. "Isn't it enough to treat a child like this?" But another immediately yelled, "If we don't break her legs, what if she escapes? Don't forget, the family ordered us to capture her alive." From behind, a person leaned down and blindfolded the little girl, revealing a sinister smile. He muttered the family head's words, "As long as the girl's mind is intact, damage to other body parts doesn't matter." As soon as he finished speaking, 2 other hooligans grabbed her arms and legs. The blindfolding guy smiled triumphantly. "We were already prepared. Once I blindfold her, she's still small. If she's accidentally hit, it'll be trouble." But the next second, no one could have imagined the tiny body quietly slipping into the nearby river, allowing the current to carry her away. One of them frantically yelled at his companion. "What are you doing?" The person replied blankly. "She jumped into the river." As Wen Yu narrated, her voice grew deeper. As if she had returned to a dark memory without a trace of light, she secretly remembered hypnotizing them into believing she was dead. but then she denied it loudly. No, if it weren't for father I would have died back then. Wen Yu struggled to break free from the painful memory. She looked at the young man before her with a cold, cruel smile. My dear brother, I protected your life. A surge of psychic power erupted from her, enveloping Wen Lang's head. Mother's life and yours are still owed to me. Isn't it fair for me to reclaim them now? Wen Lang was still immersed in that terrifying past, not fully awake. He moved slightly, and the halo tightened even more. Wen Yu's voice was both accusatory and coaxing. Don't resist. In fact, one of the Thunder Demon God's fingernails could kill you. Wen Yu cruelly manipulated the halo, tightening it around Wen Lang's head, her voice carrying a cold threat. And this is Li Lin's spiritual world. If you resist his mind, she curved her lips, making a gesture as if exploding, recalling the images of their father and relatives being dismembered. Her voice was cold. It will be like our father, like those people called relatives, like those who wanted us dead. Wen Lang listened to these threats, but was not afraid in the slightest. Although his head seemed to be splitting open, revealing his interior, which could easily be seized, he still displayed a sincere smile. All right then, take it. Wen Yu was stunned, not expecting him to comply so easily. This sudden compromise left her at a loss, her heart filled with frustration and despair, her hands trembled, unwilling to act. Wen Lang seemed to shed the heavy burden of guilt, sat cross-legged, and calmly said, Great, take everything I have so Mama can rest in peace. Wen Yu was stunned, unsure how to face such an eerie cooperation. In her eyes, his submission was nothing but a contemptible disguise. She gnashed her teeth and roared, Stop playing pitiful, I won't fall for it. But Wen Lang still calmly endured her anger. He calmly replied, Come on, see for yourself. With that he lowered his head and looked up directly into Wen Yu's eyes. This was his memory from back then. In a place full of ruins, the little boy frantically shook his mother but dared not cry out. His mother's clothes were torn, her body scarred, her face pale and bloodless, her eyes filled with endless regret. Wen Lang's voice was immersed in painful memories. That night she was injured while escaping, her fever wouldn't break, and she kept murmuring, You Mama is sorry, you Mama is sorry. Then her body stopped heating up, leaving only a chilling cold. Finally she whispered to the little boy. Wen Lang choked back a sob, remembering the little boy from back then. Tears streaming down his face, burying his head in his mother's arms, trying to grasp his mother's trembling hand, his tiny arm reaching out as if to hold onto the last bit of warmth. His voice hoarse, he sniffled as he repeated his mother's words. Wen Lang gritted his teeth and struggled to survive, a promise burning in his heart. If he could see Wen Yu again, he would definitely make amends to his sister. His mother's dying words cut through his heart like knives. You must compensate that child. She used her last ounce of strength in trusting the plea of a remorseful mother. After giving her instructions, her arm fell, bidding farewell to this world full of grievances, leaving behind 2 young children. Wen Lang felt as if an unhealed wound had been torn open again. He collapsed to the ground, hands braced on the floor, his head split, looking down wearily. His voice hoarse, So I do owe sister, everything I have belongs to sister. But Wen Yu was immersed in deep resentment. She believed nothing but her own prejudice. She roared, You bastard, Wen Lang, you're just like when you were little, only pretending to be good, saying things you don't mean. Still enraged, she pressed on. Remember, Li Lin died because of you. This statement hit Wen Lang's nerve, and he immediately clarified, No, it wasn't me. But Wen Yu didn't listen to his explanation at all. She waved her hand, manipulating the strange halo around her brother's head, attempting to seize something from his mind. Suddenly, countless vines sprouted wildly, coiling into rings that tightly bound Wen Lang, rendering him immobile. They inadvertently blocked Wen Yu's halo attack. Her eyes widened, confused. Is this wood element superhuman energy? It really is you. At the same time, Wen Lang was equally shocked. Through the gaps in the vines he looked around, sensing a peculiar familiarity. Wen Yu frowned, incredulous that someone dared to contend for control in this spiritual world. Her gaze swept over, and she was astonished to find Li Lin also tightly entangled by vines, unable to move, his mouth open but unable to speak, making the situation instantly tricky. Wen Yu pondered slightly. Although this was Li Lin's spiritual world, she couldn't take him away like this. Suddenly, countless vines sprouted wildly, sharp tendrils pointing directly at her, weaving into a deadly net. Wen Yu agilely soared into the air, narrowly dodging. The world suddenly spun, and she realized Li Lin's spiritual world was collapsing. Had he been devoured already? She asked herself, realizing she had put too much effort into this. A hint of panic, she wondered what might have happened outside. Wasn't the Thunder Demon King still guarding out there? Meanwhile, the gigantic monster still roared, but inadvertently ignored the 2 siblings hiding behind it. Zhao Shang anxiously chased his sister, shouting Xiao Tao, but Xiao Tao ignored him completely, only chasing the vines that held the 2 hostages, her eyes glinting with greed. Zhao Shang yelled helplessly, Xiao Tao, are you okay? You're not yourself at all. Xiao Tao seemed to wake from a dream, quickly suppressing her greedy expression. Saliva still hung from her mouth. Luckily, brother woke me up in time, otherwise I almost ate them. Zhao Shang looked at his sister, a trace of pity suddenly welling up in his heart. He stopped, his voice low. Anyway, we must protect the hostages now. Biting them a few times shouldn't be a big problem, right? Xiao Tao was tempted like a hungry ghost, desperately shouting, Brother, stop talking, I really can't help it. At this moment, Wen Yu had already broken free from the spiritual world and returned to the real battlefield. She observed the situation, frowned, and roared in anger. Are you really tired of living? Wen Yu was hidden in the darkness, only her pitch-black figure visible, her eyes glinting with a beast-like ferocity. She rode on the thunder demon god's back, looking down fiercely at the panicked crowd below. She said sharply, "Then go die." As soon as she finished speaking, the thunder demon god opened its huge mouth, unleashing an incredibly powerful current as if to incinerate all its prey alive. Suddenly, a mutated arm shot out, plunging straight into the gaping maw, its owner bellowing arrogantly, "Life and death are great matters, my subordinate. It's not for you to decide." Shin Kun lifted his face, his gaze provocatively locked on Wen Yu. The smile on his lips widened, mixed with mockery and curiosity. "The thunder demon god's power is much weaker than the flame demon god's. Is it incomplete, or is there something else?" Shin Kun looked at the girl who resembled Wen Lang 90%, displaying undisguised interest, and asked, "You are the first unknown 5-star superhuman. What's your name? Are you skilled at controlling humans and monsters?" "Be honest, I want to try it too." On the other side, Ji Yu single-handedly confronted the flame demon god, maintaining vigilance and high concentration. The demoness, however, showed contempt, pouting, "Just you alone. That brat actually left a rich feast in my plate." Ji Yu ignored the provocation. She flexibly launched her moves, pointing directly at the demoness, her tone firm. "The essence of a 4-star superhuman is the life element. My lightning won't easily disappear." As soon as she finished speaking, Ji Yu unleashed an extremely strong current, rushing straight towards her target, enveloping the flame demon god. She then recalled, "From then until now, how many times has my lightning struck you? They've all been waiting for this moment. Although they can't cause you any real harm, temporarily blocking you is definitely possible." The flame demon god stared at the pufferfish, tiny current swirling around her, listening to Ji Yu's words as if they were a joke. She laughed wildly, mocking, "I was just careless. This level of attack can't even be called lightning." Meanwhile, on the other side, Shin Kun faced Wen Yu, his eyes gleaming with excitement. The feast was just truly beginning. The noisy students had already surrounded the villa entrance, their eyes shining, gazing adoringly at the figures on the railing. They wished they could fly up and embrace their idols, screaming hysterically, as if not shouting loudly enough wouldn't convey their love for Li Tianqing. A fanatic loudly recounted his glorious achievements. To save a student who lost control during cultivation, he unhesitatingly confronted the lightning, suffering severe injuries. As soon as these words were uttered, the crowd erupted in another cheer. Li Tianqing, Bin City's thunder god, amazing. Li Tianqing appeared calm on the surface, raising his hand to signal the crowd. "It's nothing. You all go home. I want a rest." But beneath his neat robe, his body was like a blood-soaked bandage. Blood seeping from his chest, his handsome and cold demeanor was merely a facade to conceal his pain. It was this sense of detachment that became a fatal attraction, making the crowd continue to scream. "So cool." Tianqing retreated to the balcony, shrugging helplessly. "They're all under a severe illusion. I can't wake them up. I can only let them disperse on their own." Tutu sat not far away, getting straight to the point. "As for what you said about the underground monsters, the flame demon god, the thunder demon god, and that mysterious 5-star superhuman all appearing tonight," Tianqing, listening, felt a splitting headache and smiled bitterly. "I'll report it to my superiors immediately." But at the thought of reporting such earth-shattering news, his wounds began to ache faintly again. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, and blood also seeped from the 2 wounds on his body. Tutu hadn't expected her question to cause such a reaction. Her eyes wide with worry, she asked, "Senior Tianqing, are you all right?" He roared inwardly, "Not at all," but Tianqing gritted his teeth, enduring the pain, trying hard to maintain a tough facade. "Don't worry, it's just minor injuries." Shin Kun, who had appeared behind him unnoticed, patted his back, pretending to help him breathe. "Stop pretending you're bleeding to death. You should go rest first." Tianqing gritted his teeth and growled, "Less nonsense," but that well-meaning pat made him stumble and spit out another mouthful of blood. While Tianqing struggled in pain, Shin Kun, opportunistic as ever, secretly extended a hand and released a small black snake. The snake unhesitatingly bit Tianqing's carotid artery. After this bite, his heart pounded like 10,000 horses galloping. As a result, his eyes seemed to be covered with a hazy veil. Everything he saw appeared lovely. Everyone he looked at seemed like a kindred spirit, and the air was filled with sparkling love bubbles. Tianqing was alarmed by this strange feeling, his heart racing madly, especially when looking at Tutu. He suddenly found her extremely pleasing to the eye. She also gently encouraged, "Yes, you should go rest quickly." Tianqing's face turned red like a persimmon. He stammered and coughed up another mouthful of blood, hesitantly saying, "Then I'll go rest for a while." Under the shimmering starlight, the space was as quiet as if enveloped in serenity. Shin Kun's voice echoed in the vast space. He raised his hand and explained, "The monsters definitely don't want to see GU's star map successfully cultivate to 100 and evolve into a 5-star superhuman. In Bin City, the place with the largest nuclear power plant, delays are more disadvantageous to us." Shin Kun paused, his gaze sweeping over his teammates sitting in a circle, then resting on Wen Lang, who lay quietly in a corner tightly bound by vines. He emphasized, "So if I were a monster, I would quickly act according to the established plan." In front of Shin Kun, the future seemed clearly visible. He anticipated the impending crisis. The competition 2 days later would gather all the young superhuman geniuses of Huasha in one place, which would be an excellent opportunity for them to feast. The flame demon god's desperate pursuit of ambition, and the mysterious forces lurking behind the scenes, these images flashed in his mind. Xing Kun would never allow them to succeed easily. His voice was low and cautious. It seems that 5-star Superhuman has already taken my things. By then, whether it's her, the flame demon god, or those evil forces hiding behind the scenes, they won't have any scruples. Tianqing was sitting in a corner recuperating. Suddenly jumped up, his tone urgent. What, you mean the human-like monster hasn't exerted its full strength tonight, and they're still hiding more terrifying powers? Xing Kun nodded definitively. That's right, and if the monsters lurking underground all awaken, he made an exploding gesture, emphasizing the terrible truth, this world will immediately face the apocalypse. Tianqing abruptly stood up, throwing out all the questions he'd had all night. How do you know this information? What is the power you displayed tonight? Who exactly are you? He looked directly into Xing Kun's eyes. His gaze cold, but Xing Kun just smiled gently and softly replied, I'm just an ordinary first-year student at Manhua Superhuman Academy. Tianqing, upon hearing this, almost exploded with anger on the spot. He was a master of disguise, destroyer of acting skills. He couldn't be bothered to argue because his mind was still overwhelmed by the enormous amount of information he had just received. He lowered his eyes, a hint of sorrow in his tone. No matter who you are, it doesn't matter anymore. If what you say is true, then we humans have no hope of winning. There's too little time. We simply don't have time to grow. Xing Kun smiled. Hands in his jacket pockets, his demeanor casual, completely unconcerned. Ji stood by, arms crossed, eyes closed, silent. Xing Kun slowly said, How could that be? We still have a trump card we haven't used yet, don't worry. Tianqing raised an eyebrow, his gaze inquisitive. What else are you hiding? The other 6 pairs of eyes also turned to Xing Kun, waiting for his answer. Just now everyone was still deep in thought, but now they're all dumbfounded, almost comically foolish, Tianqing exclaimed. That's not right. Judging by your teammates, they don't seem to know what trump card it is either. He pressed on eagerly. Quick, tell me what other trump cards you have. Suddenly, Wen Lang, bound in the corner, stirred slightly, and everyone's attention was drawn to him. Xing Kun sighed. Oh, Wen Lang is awake. Then he mysteriously added, Perhaps we can learn more about that 5-star Superhuman from him. Everyone looked at each other, utterly bewildered. Wen Lang rubbed his sleepy eyes, meeting their gazes, but he showed no fear. After scanning around, he seemed to find the light of life, staring intently at Xiao Tao. Xiao Tao felt her face starting to tingle. Thinking, why is he looking at me like that? Wen Lang ignored his restraints and with unknown strength suddenly sat up, shaking his head excitedly, chirping, Mommy, why did you tie me up? So interesting. Xiao Tao was stunned, stammering, Mommy? She seemed to wake from a nightmare, screaming, Mommy? Zhao Sheng stood aside, utterly contemptuous, muttering, What's wrong with this kid? Is his brain short-circuited? Everyone was dumbfounded, still trying to process the situation. Wen Lang had already stood up completely, chirping, So many unfamiliar uncles and aunties, Tianqing and Tutu repeated in unison. Uncles and aunties? Wen Lang continued to point innocently at Zhao Sheng. That long-haired uncle is thinking that his sister's son is called a nephew. Long-haired uncle. Zhao Sheng was stunned, unable to believe his thoughts had been exposed, his mind instantly frozen. Wen Lang was even more like a child exploring a new world. So Mommy has a big brother. Mommy's brother is called Uncle. Uncle? He bowed politely. I'm Uncle. Zhao Sheng instinctively replied, Hello, nephew. Xiao Tao was furious. She shrieked, Brother, what are you replying to? Tianqing stood beside Wen Lang, observing carefully. Amused, it seems he's already had some of his psychic energy absorbed by that 5-star Superhuman. Perhaps the confusion of memories is what made Wen Lang look at the people before him and utter these fatal words. That mummy uncle, what on earth are you thinking? Getting angry will make your body hurt more, but you absolutely can't let Tutu find out. Must remain calm, maintain the cool image of a master. In front of Tutu, amazing, clap, clap, clap. Tianqing was stunned, never expecting his inner secret thoughts to be mercilessly exposed by a confused kid and with a regional accent to boot. Wen Lang, with childlike innocence, was unfazed by the mummy uncle's gray face. He cheered excitedly. Tutu, are there little rabbits here? I like little rabbits too, and I want to steal the people on your territory. Tianqing wished he could send this kid out of this world with one palm. Fortunately, Tutu grabbed his sleeve in time, stopping him. Senior Li, Tianqing, don't be impulsive, we can't just kill people. But Wen Lang, this lie detector, showed no signs of stopping. He chattered endlessly, pointing at Tutu. That girl flying in the air. Tutu was startled by being suddenly called out, her heart feeling hollow. But Wen Lang showed no fear, continuing to babble. She's thinking, if only Li Tianqing was Xing Kun, but it's a pity Xing Kun has a girlfriend. Xing Kun is the most handsome, strongest, and most charming. I will always silently love and support him. Tutu's face flushed like a cloth, wishing she could gag this wretched kid. Wen Lang hadn't finished yet. If only I could. His words were interrupted by Tutu's overwhelming shriek. Go to hell. She unhesitatingly kicked Wen Lang in the stomach. On my ass, who can sit still? Under Jiyu's disbelieving gaze, Wen Lang was kicked flying, rolling to Xiao Tao's feet. He teared up, complaining, Mommy, that one-sided love sister kicked Xiao Lang so hard. Xiao Tao was stunned, speechless for a moment, but children forget quickly, and Wen Lang, ignoring the pain, continued to chatter. Wen Lang smiled happily, his eyes sparkling as he looked at Jiyu, who was sitting there dumbfounded, and continued to babble. That sister with 2 pigtails is roaring in her heart. Xing Kun's girlfriend, me, I'm not. Who wants to be that flirt's girlfriend? Everyone was stunned. No one had time to stop him. Wen Lang, as if in his element, continued to expose everyone's thoughts. That girl with the unrequited love thought, really? Then I still have a chance, great. That sister with 2 pigtails thought, Xing Kun is indeed a jerk. That mummy uncle wanted to beat up the people involved in this 4-person relationship. Everyone's expressions were exaggerated to the extreme. Tutu covered her face, shaking her head desperately, trying to stop herself from thinking further. Gu just wanted to find a hole to crawl into. Xing Kun, that jerk, was awkwardly at a loss. Tianqing clearly wanted to throttle this chatterbox. Zhao Sheng was overloaded with information, his mind blank, just as Wen Lang had once said. Suddenly, Wen Lang's excitement faded. He turned to Xiao Tao, his face crumpled, and said in a tiny voice, "Mommy, Mommy." He lowered his head, tearfully saying, "Why does Mommy think I'm not Mommy's child?" He admitted his mistake, sobbing, "I'm sorry, I shouldn't listen to other people's thoughts, but I can't control myself." At this point, Wen Lang sobbed and cried, "Mommy, please Mommy, don't abandon me. I'll be good from now on." Xing Kun quickly regained his composure, sensing an opportunity, and said in a deep voice, "He's in a bad state. He sees Xiao Tao as his mother, so you comfort him." Xing Kun hadn't finished speaking while also thinking about how to extract information from Wen Yu. When Wen Lang keenly caught the keywords, he burst into tears, rushing towards Xiao Tao, eagerly saying, "Mommy, did Daddy catch you again?" He sobbed, "Please Mommy, let's go save Yu, okay?" Wen Lang cried as he looked at Xiao Tao, his eyes full of pleading, as if placing all his hope on the person he recognized as his mother. In another area, the Flame Demon God stood with folded arms, glaring at Wen Yu, who was riding on the Thunder Demon God's back, and questioned, Yu, you said you were going to eat your brother, so why is he still alive? Can't bear to do it?" Wen Yu replied coldly, "I have already obtained his mystic eye." A hint of calculation flashed in her eyes. Combining the two mystic eyes, no one would be able to decipher her mystic form. Suddenly, the Flame Demon God pounced, tightly gripping Wen Yu's neck, threatening. "Did you get it?" Her grip tightened further, her tone sly. "How do I feel?" Her eyes narrowed. She said in a deep voice, "It would be more straightforward to eat you now." The Thunder Demon God was under her control. The monster has already obtained most of the Thunder God's kingship, which would be even more beneficial, right? The Flame Demon God smiled contemptuously, her cold gaze fixed on Wen Yu. "Anyway, you're not on the king's side at all, are you?" Wen Yu did not flinch in the face of the threat, her eyes shining as she met the other's grim gaze, provoking, "You can try." Behind the Flame Demon God, demonic flames soared, ready to assist at any moment. But behind Wen Yu, a strange light also rose, forming a sturdy protective shield. She glanced at her, looking arrogant. "Under my control, will you eat me faster? Or will I make your head explode faster?" The Flame Demon God was not foolish. She released her grip, scoffing, "Tonight I warned you." She further demonstrated, "If you fail 2 days from now, you'll be torn to shreds by monsters and swallowed piece by piece." With that, she turned and left, fuming. The eerie forest swayed in the pitch-black night like a pack of lurking monsters ready to pounce and tear their prey at any moment. A report sounded, "Lord Demon God, the food is ready." Fan Shiki bowed, respectfully extending an invitation, his tone polite. "My lord can enjoy dinner at any time." The Flame Demon God praised with satisfaction. "Very good." Her saliva unconsciously dripped and her eyes shimmered with desire. Although tonight's hunt failed, she still needed to make up for her losses. Observing the vibrant prey below, she couldn't help but exclaim, "Let me feast and regain my strength." Those delicious prey were the foolish students who were clamoring and showing off their happiness to each other. A voice shouted, "Young Master Fan said he'd give me a wonderful midnight snack today. Finally, the day has come." Among the students, the 3 chatterboxes from the arena, the blonde guy full of passion. He thought, maybe tonight I'll get support from the Fan family's resources. Can I catch up then? Surpass Zhao Sheng and the others. After all, I've always been stronger than them. In the dark forest, a group of people gathered, chattering excitedly. "It's here, your opportunity has also arrived. I told you long ago, following young Master Fan was the right choice." Opposite them was another group of people, seemingly discussing something. One person declared loudly, "The most important thing in life is to latch onto the right person. Today, everyone will experience what it means for great fortune to descend." No sooner had he spoken than tentacles behind young Master Fan emitted a chilling aura, making the others shiver. Suddenly, a whoosh sounded from the void, severing the monster's tentacles. Blood splattered, and a group of people in green robes grimaced, the blood from this feast splashing onto their faces, making them show expressions of disgust for the foul-smelling liquid. Young Master Fan and another person were terrified and distraught by this horrific sight. The Flame Demon God hovered in the air, tentacles writhing, her tongue greedily licking. The people beneath her smiled triumphantly. Wu Zi stood by, muttering, "Yes, it's a feast." But he didn't know. They were the food in the feast. Her tentacles suddenly lunged at the bald man. The man cried out in agony. A large group of people were swiftly attacked by the Flame Demon God's tentacles, which opened like a gaping maw, devouring them mercilessly. In the silent forest, desperate cries for help tore through the space, echoing. Wu Yin knelt on the ground, his face pale, sweat beading on his forehead, his eyes filled with regret. "Did I really choose the wrong path?" He gritted his teeth, recalling the days when he fought alongside Zhao Sheng, training together in the glow of Xing Kun's flames. If he hadn't acted hastily then, if he hadn't unhesitatingly killed that insignificant teammate just because of a momentary impulse, perhaps everything would be different now. That insignificant teammate was now just a corpse, tears and snot streaking his face, having watched helplessly as his comrade sacrificed himself, unable to do anything back then. On the other side, the demoness who had just reveled in the brutal scene grimaced, her tongue lightly tracing her lips, her eyes gleaming with pleasure. I've recovered a bit of power. Behind her, the monster revealed an evil smile, its eyes glinting with greed as if waiting for a bloody feast to begin. It roared, its voice low and triumphant. No one in this world can resist my flames anymore. High in the sky, starlight twinkled, but this scene contrasted sharply with the tense conversation between Tianqing and He-Lai. He-Lai was terrified, looking at the dense network of wounds on Tianqing's body, his voice trembling. Tianqing, how did you get so injured? Tianqing just turned his head coldly and walked straight away, leaving He-Lai with wide, shocked eyes. He paused, his voice low and urgent. Good thing you came. Time is short, take me home as quickly as possible. I'll tell you about the big events of tonight later. He-Lai nodded, still shaken. What? The two immediately ascended, flying over the brightly lit city. Tianqing recounted as they moved, his tone full of horror. It truly exceeded both your imagination and mine. Such terrifying monsters are actually hidden beneath our world. Suddenly, a strange green light flickered around them. Both immediately became vigilant, their sharp gazes sweeping the surrounding space. He-Lai said in a low voice, his tone full of worry. Tianqing, is there a tall building in the center of Xincheng? Suddenly that towering building softened. Tianqing frowned, sensing something amiss, and hastily said, this isn't the way back to my home. Tianqing's gaze suddenly froze, as if he had encountered a nightmare slowly taking form. Atop the tallest building in Xincheng, a figure sat arrogantly on the back of a giant dragon. Two huge wings, shimmering with metallic luster, glinted under the moonlight. Two figures hovered in midair around them, exuding a chilling aura. Tianqing's mind was a chaotic storm of thoughts. This thunder demon god's illusion, were there other monsters? Why were they hidden in Xincheng's tallest building? He turned his head, his sharp gaze sweeping over He-Lai, secretly wondering, even if her illusion is strong, why didn't you, Xincheng's wind god, detect it? Had the top of the building already disappeared during the large-scale inspection before the supernova competition began? When Yu looked down at Tianqing from the dragon's back, her eyes glinting with mockery, her voice was low and sharp. Did you control He-Lai? He-Lai's lips curled into a faint, meaningful smile. She gently exhaled, and a strange green light suddenly erupted, enveloping Tianqing, tightly binding his body, making every muscle tremble powerlessly. He-Lai slowly walked forward, her voice cold with a hint of pity. I'm sorry, old friend, I'm not like you. I wasn't born with the silver spoon of the Wu family's young master. Up until now, I've always gritted my teeth to survive, striving to become strong, not to be devoured by monsters, currying favor with the powerful, fighting for every bit of resource. Tianqing's gaze gradually turned cold, resentment burning in his chest. He looked at her, this person who was once a friend, now exuding killing intent, as if she would tear everything apart. He-Lai continued, her tone both sarcastic and bitter. Human society truly has no hope. I'm just acting like before, avoiding harm and seeking benefit. She paused, her gaze suddenly fervent, gleaming with determination. But don't worry, you're my good friend. Even if you blame me, I'll try my best to keep you alive. Tianqing's body trembled in the green light, powerlessly listening to her every word. He-Lai turned her head, her voice whispering in his ear. Tomorrow you will strike the first blow in Xincheng, and I will give you a chance to live. Tianqing lowered his head, his gaze heavy, and could only grit his teeth and accept the order. He replied hoarsely, yes. He-Lai stood there, her eyes gleaming with a hint of mystery, as if hiding a shocking secret. She slowly said, her voice low and full of insinuation, Father, I will destroy this filthy world with you. 2 days later, in the training area at the foot of the supernova competition complex, several groups of people noisily gathered, preparing for the second round of elimination matches. Suddenly an ice cream fell to the ground, melting under the scorching sun. Xiao Wang's eyes flashed with regret, and he was about to bend down to pick it up, but Xiao Tao shouted loudly, her tone full of anger, don't eat that. Xiao Wang's mother quickly ran over, her face showing a hint of panic and sternness. The little boy Li Yi's voice trembled. Uncle, Mommy is so scary. This little rascal is truly annoying. Even dogs would dislike him. Xiao Tao turned around and gave Xing Kun a wry smile. Sure enough, mothers all have hot tempers. In the past 2 days, anyone with eyes could see she'd become increasingly fierce. Xing Kun returned a faint, warm smile. Xiao Tao, you're really amazing. You truly are like a mother now. The two left, leaving Xiao Wang and his mother standing there dumbfounded. The little boy stirred slightly, and Li Yi called out, Mommy. In another corner, Xing Kun and Xiao Tao continued to converse in low voices, their tones filled with worry. It's truly exhausting to get information. Being a mother is not easy. Xing Kun frowned, his gaze thoughtful. He knows almost nothing, only that the opponent's name is Wen Yu, and he can sense her location. But I didn't notice any special changes when watching the match today. Xiao Tao frowned, her tone puzzled. Didn't Senior Li Tianqing say he would report it to his superiors? Xing Kun's gaze was cold, and he muttered to himself, who knows what happened? In any case, we'll stick to the plan. He turned to Xiao Tao, his tone decisive. Xiao Tao, you'll temporarily fill in. Xu Cheng's team is still unconscious. Take your son Wen Lang to the next match. Xiao Tao was stunned, a hint of confusion flashing in her eyes when she heard the news from behind. Wen Lang had already appeared silently at some point. The little boy's eyes were filled with unease. I don't know how the enemy will attack. In a shimmering swimming pool, a girl's figure gradually sank to the bottom, stirring the thoughts of two people. Xing Kun spoke, his voice low and firm. If anything happens, just use your ability to throw everyone into the water. Below, senior sister Shangguan Kui will be waiting. He paused, emphasizing, we are not fighting alone, remember. Do your best to protect yourself and wait until the flame demon god's demonic flames disappear. Xiao Tao was stunned, her gaze a little dazed. Can the flame demon god's demonic flames disappear? Shing Kun showed a confident smile. That's right, that's the horn of counterattack. At the bustling crossroads everyone gathered, exuding an imposing aura. Xiao Tao held Wen Lang's hand, her gaze firm. She had to take Wen Lang to find Wen Yu and break her illusion. Shing Kun nodded, instructing, "Don't worry, someone will guard the boat for you." He turned to Zhao Sheng, his voice low and sharp. "Zhao Sheng, you'll come with us to Nanyu's match." Zhao Sheng frowned, his tone full of doubt. "Just me alone?" Zhao Sheng frowned, fury burning in his eyes, and strode towards the referee, his voice low and sharp with no other options. "It's just you alone in your spare time, and Nanyue is only sending you? How arrogant." He glanced at the door where a figure had just walked in, leading the Rose team, which was the Flame Demon God's team. The opposing leader, Fan Shiki, gave a triumphant smirk. "Let me knock his teeth out. I didn't expect you to be my opponent." Zhao Sheng roared, his tone full of challenge. "Little brother Shing Kun, only 49 strength." A dazzling light erupted from Zhao Sheng's body, and the powerful aura made Fan Shiki involuntarily take a step back. The referee's eyes widened, unable to conceal his surprise. "How interesting. Young Master Fan of Nanyue actually went to the Rose team, and Nanyue only sent an unknown Zhao Sheng, but this kid's power is truly terrifying." Zhao Sheng violently charged at Fan Shiki, swift as a whirlwind, catching his opponent off guard, who could only stand rooted and endure the attack, the referee thought, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Did Zhao Sheng choose close-quarters combat? It's been a long time since I've seen anyone dare to do that, especially since human superhumans have grown stronger and stronger. Fan Shiki quickly regained his composure, red power erupting from his hands, shooting straight towards Zhao Sheng. But Zhao Sheng's speed and reactions were beyond imagination. He darted behind his opponent like lightning, preparing to counterattack. The referee's mouth hung open as he muttered, "Such speed, can a human achieve that? I've never seen him use superhuman power to accelerate either." A satisfied smile appeared on his face, yet mixed with a hint of worry. This match seemed to be getting out of hand. He had to give it his all, not only to judge the victor but also to ensure these two children didn't suffer irreparable harm. Zhao Sheng charged, his attacks like a storm. Both were pillars of the nation, carrying immense hopes for the future. When the two powers collided, the ground trembled, cracking into fine fissures, unable to withstand the immense pressure of the battle. The referee was stunned, staring intently at everything before him. What is this? Fist wind surging, the ground is cracking, and this is diamond formed by superhuman power. Their arms met. The sound of the collision was like thunder, and the referee couldn't help but step back, secretly horrified. This was not power a human could possess. Could Fan Shiki actually block it with brute force alone? My God, is this match before me between superhumans or monsters? I really can't handle it. The referee, in a panic, his voice echoing through the sky, hastily contacted the main control desk. The match between Nanyue and the Rose team is too intense. I alone cannot ensure the students' safety. Suddenly a hand shimmering with flames reached out, pointing directly at the two contestants. The referee was flustered, sweat beading on his forehead. Please send more referees, quickly. Please send people to help on the other side. Fan Shiki narrowed his eyes, his sharp gaze sweeping over his opponent behind him. Two crimson arms burned like hellfire, their aura soaring to the sky. He roared, his tone full of contempt. Do you want to kill me? The hand of flame lunged fiercely, swift as a burning arrow. Zhao Sheng leapt into the air with lightning speed, dodging the Fan family's fatal blow. A terrifying heat wave swept through as if to burn the very air. The temperature seemed to reach several thousand degrees. The hands of flame relentlessly pursued Zhao Sheng, tightly coiling around him, giving him no chance to breathe. If he was touched, he would undoubtedly lose. Fan Shiki grimaced, his arrogant smile clearly visible. Don't you realize this randomly changing move? He waved his hand, and hands of flame blazed, encircling Zhao Sheng like a burning cage. Each hand seemed to have its own consciousness, as agile as a living creature. He stood there, his aura like a fire deity, countless hands of flame carrying the terrifying temperature of the crimson flame heavenly hand. Flames blazed fiercely. The space in the room felt scorched, the heat suffocating. This was precisely the Fan family's secret technique, combining Fan Shiki's 4-star superhuman power, painstakingly cultivated, to the heavenly hand realm. The referee trembled, secretly thinking, this is an unfair match. Even if Zhao Sheng was exceptionally talented, he couldn't win no matter how hard he tried. He rushed over, his face pale, to check the situation. Zhao Sheng was imprisoned by the crimson flame hands, his weak superhuman power unable to break free. The referee muttered to himself, his tone full of despair. Has it come to this? Fan Shiki still didn't stop, his gaze sharp, the hands of flame tightly coiling, refusing to loosen their grip. The situation was critical. Zhao Sheng seemed about to be consumed by the flames. Suddenly a figure burst out from the scorching flame cage, tearing through the stagnant space. Screams erupted from the crowd. He escaped, blood splattered, dyeing the entire space red. Zhao Sheng charged straight forward with astonishing speed. He was a water element superhuman, using his own blood to activate his superhuman power. The referee cried out in alarm. Zhao Sheng, do you want to die? The surrounding flames will quickly drain your blood. Stop, this match is over. Blood continued to pour from Zhao Sheng's body, but Fan Shiki's flames, despite their ferocity, could not penetrate that blood membrane. The referee's eyes widened in astonishment. How can these two superhuman powers be so strong, damn it? Why haven't the other referees arrived yet? Zhao Sheng's blood and Fan Shiki's flames seemed to merge, forming a terrifying spectacle. The referee almost lost his composure, muttering, "His blood is too tough. Is it like diamond? How can it withstand such flames?" Fan Shiki began to tire, his eyes revealing a bewildered expression. Though at a disadvantage in superhuman abilities, Zhao Sheng compensated with his blood. His 4-star skill, Blood Dragon, was terrifyingly powerful but also a double-edged sword, trading life for strength. Zhao Sheng's face was devoid of emotion, showing no hesitation. He once again went all out, summoning a giant fire dragon that furiously lunged and tightly entangled Fan Shiki. This reckless disregard for his own life shocked everyone. Despite being an ordinary superhuman, less powerful than the elites from giant families, Zhao Sheng at this moment created a speechless miracle. Long Shen marveled. He had already caught up to those at the peak. Zhao Sheng raised his head, his gaze as sharp as a knife, staring directly into Fan Shiki's hungry tiger-like eyes. Their eyes met, sparking invisible flames as if to incinerate the entire space. Zhao Sheng roared, his voice filled with anger. "Damn it," the dry sound of clothes tearing echoed. But Fan Shiki merely pouted, a mocking smile on his face. "Do you really think you've won?" The ground beneath their feet cracked and crumbled in large chunks, shaking violently under their earth-shattering power. The referee stood there, pale-faced, unable to believe his eyes. He stammered, "What? This situation?" He quickly shouted into the communication device. "This is too much. How can these people reach this level? Why aren't the other referees here yet? The communication device is out of power." "When did it run out?" He frowned, his eyes filled with worry. "No, this match must be stopped first." Suddenly, the space seemed to fall silent, and the referee's gaze became dim and blurry. He looked up at the towering building. Mutters like a lost soul. "Where am I?" Suddenly, a hand as dark and cold as hellish darkness stretched out from the void, pointing directly at Zhao Sheng. Fan Shiki sneered, his tone full of malice. "Only now are you willing to cooperate? Lord Yu's illusion domain has been activated, and the feast has begun." A dark hand emerged from his body, and Fan Shiki's gaze gradually turned cold. "And you are just a small dish in the feast." He forcefully pressed Zhao Sheng into the ground without mercy, a strange smile on his lips. "I'll deal with this small dish for Lord Flame Demon God first." Zhao Sheng was pressed into the ground with only his head exposed, but suddenly a dazzling light burst forth from where he was buried. Fan Shiki stepped back, startled. "No, he actually escaped from the illusion domain?" Zhao Sheng drilled out from underground, his eyes blood-red and radiating killing intent. He roared, his voice low but sharp. "I feel there's no difference between us." A crimson power erupted from his body, burning everything like fire. "We both follow the same big brother, just little brothers granted a bit of power." Zhao Sheng clenched his fists, his eyes burning with determination, staring directly at the enemy before him. He roared, his voice full of challenge. "Come on, round 2. The surrounding scene gradually cleared. Near the nuclear power plant, 2 massive cooling towers loomed in the background with dense forests in the foreground and the sky covered in gloomy gray. Zhao Sheng muttered, his tone full of confusion. "Is this the nuclear power plant? Where am I?" Suddenly a cold sensation slid through his heart as if someone was manipulating him. He recognized that the 5-star superhuman Wen Yu was using control techniques, forcing Li Tianqing to act according to her will. Wen Yu's cold voice echoed in his mind. "Li Tianqing, go destroy the nuclear power plant and stop that lightning element superhuman's evolution." Tianqing gritted his teeth, veins bulging, struggling to resist the mental intrusion. He roared inwardly. "No, the nuclear power plant is the lifeblood of Xincheng. I cannot let it be destroyed." But Wen Yu merely sneered, her tone full of contempt. "You dare to defy my orders?" Tianqing's will gradually blurred, his eyes sinking into darkness, but he still roared, his voice trembling yet firm. "Li Tianqing will never yield." Darkness enveloped him, his consciousness sinking into an abyss. Damn it, his consciousness was blurring again. Outside the nuclear power plant, the crowd stirred, their eyes anxiously fixed forward. Someone shouted, "Where are we?" "That's Xincheng's cleanser squad ahead. Can they save the nuclear power plant?" A blonde girl revealed a confident smile, her voice resonating optimistically. "Don't worry, Senior Li Tianqing. As per your instructions, the nuclear power plant has been temporarily shut down." At the same time, the Supernova team members gathered around Tianqing, the atmosphere enthusiastic. "Over 90% of the cleanser squad protecting the Supernova are gathered here. Everyone is waiting for your command, and we will go eliminate the powerful monsters hidden in the Supernova venue." Tianqing was stunned, muttering, "What monsters? Why can't I speak?" He suddenly gritted his teeth, a hint of anger flashing in his eyes. "No, Wen Yu, the one controlling me. Your name is Wen Yu, right? What do you want?" The surrounding supernovas were enthusiastic, and one of them cheered, "Senior Li Tianqing, it's all thanks to you this time. If you hadn't discovered the supernova in advance, the competition venue would have been attacked by those invisible monsters, and if they erupted, we would be very passive." Tianqing's body trembled slightly, and the image of Wen Yu turning around with a mocking smile flashed through his mind. "Isn't this natural? If I let the thunder god of Shin Yu personally eliminate most of the guard forces, wouldn't the efficiency be higher?" He roared, his voice filled with unwillingness. "Don't dream. I will never allow you to control my body and do whatever you want." The blonde girl noticed Li Tianqing's abnormal complexion, stepped forward, her voice cautious yet full of worry. "Senior Li Tianqing, what's wrong? Hurry and take us to deal with that monster. You don't need to worry about us. The day we became cleansers, we all prepared for sacrifice. Tianqing gritted his teeth, his body trembling, struggling to resist the control that imprisoned his mind. He roared inwardly, I won't let you succeed. I've already successfully saved the nuclear power plant. Suddenly a painful scream tore through the space and electric light flickered around his body, so dazzling it seemed to dispel the darkness. Now get out of my body. A dazzling bolt of lightning struck Tianqing's body, but Wen Yu's cold voice echoed in his mind, full of sarcasm. You're so easy to deal with. The surrounding crowd was enveloped in a strange green light, but no one seemed to notice or see it. Wen Yu continued, her tone sinister. The more you resist, the more your superhuman genes will be stimulated. At that point, this blade I'm using to control you will become even stronger. This way I can kill everyone in one go. Very cost-effective, isn't it? The blonde girl suddenly frowned, a hint of doubt flashing in her eyes. Senior Tianqing, why? Everything before Tianqing's eyes gradually blurred, as if sinking into a thick fog. Wen Yu's voice sounded again, sharp as a knife. Li Tianqing, you did wonderfully. He knelt on the ground, his body trembling, completely under control. Wen Yu chuckled. Although you are weaker than I imagined and these cleansers are not all dead, this is enough. From the darkness an ugly monster appeared, its sharp pincers glowing with an eerie blue light. Slowly approaching, it extended its pincers towards Tianqing, and a cold voice echoed, monsters love fresh food the most. Tianqing's pupils constricted, his eyes wide, and he muttered in despair, I am a sinner. Meanwhile, in the arena, a foot carrying astonishing power stomped down fiercely, and the ground cracked in response. Zhao Sheng, his eyes burning with fury, struck upwards with a fierce blow, pulling Fan Shiki back from his illusion. The strike was flawless. The blood dragon condensed to a single point, erupting with astonishing power. Fan Shiki had no time to react, only knew to stare in shock, his mind in chaos. How can this power surpass my monster body? Zhao Sheng slammed a punch into the ground, sending Fan Shiki stumbling back a few steps, rocking unsteadily. Zhao Sheng pressed his firm palm to the ground, charging forward with all his might, his eyes burning with anger. All the frustration and fury in his heart transformed into a fierce strike, power erupting like lightning from below, catching Fan Shiki off guard and sending him flying. Zhao Sheng's speed was lightning fast, unleashing a barrage of attacks, each blow seeming to tear his opponent apart. His eyes burned with fierce fire as if he had regained all his fighting spirit. But Fan Shiki, with a cold smile, began to counterattack, his speed no less inferior. He roared, his voice filled with contempt. Is this the power your brother bestowed upon you? Can a mere drop of blood make you so strong? He laughed wildly, a hint of malice flashing in his eyes. Then he treated you too poorly. Fan Shiki attacked and chattered incessantly, his tone full of sarcasm. Or is your brother too weak, only capable of bestowing such insignificant power upon you? Open your eyes and see. From his arm, strange tentacles began to deform, emerging like living creatures, tightly entangling Zhao Sheng. He grinned sinisterly, using his own blood as a weapon. You fool! The tentacles gradually turned a bizarre blue, tightly wrapping around Zhao Sheng's body. Fan Shiki shrieked frantically. As long as I evaporate your blood, you will surely die. His eyes sparkled as if he had just acquired a treasure. And I possess the blue flames bestowed by the flame demon god. Blue flames blazed fiercely, engulfing Zhao Sheng, burning violently. His clothes were torn to shreds, but Zhao Sheng still gritted his teeth, trying to break free. Although he successfully broke through the encirclement, his body was already exhausted, his strength depleted. Fan Shiki pouted, his tone sinister. How long can your decision last? With a mere touch, a third of your blood will evaporate. He burst out laughing, his gaze filled with cruelty. The less blood, the weaker your overall strength. Run. Escaping is the right choice. Zhao Sheng, beneath the deadly claws of the blue flames, was as small as an ant in a storm. Those strange blue arms emerged from underground, surrounding him on all sides. Fan Shiki roared, his tone full of arrogance. Now do you understand your place? We are not the same. The difference is vast, like heaven and earth. Fan Shiki pouted. Triumphant smile, as if standing on a mountain peak, looking down at ants at his feet. He roared, his tone full of contempt. You don't even deserve to be compared with me. He continued to taunt while laughing. You are a low-level superhuman with only 49 superhuman genes. How could you dream of defying fate? Zhao Sheng listened to every word, his blood boiling, his eyes burning with anger. He gritted his teeth, his heart filled with resentment. But Fan Shiki didn't stop. Even if you had some extraordinary encounter, it would be useless. From his mutated arm, a huge mouth opened, glowing with a deep blue light. Ants should only accept their fate, live underground so they can live a little longer. Otherwise you will die before human society collapses. A worthless thing, he laughed, his tone sinister. This time I will completely evaporate your blood, leaving you nowhere to run. The surrounding space was engulfed by fierce blue flames, the scorching temperature seemingly incinerating everything. The roaring flames sent shivers down Zhao Sheng's spine, making him feel a touch of panic. The entire arena was covered in blue flames, with no escape. He muttered, his tone filled with despair. Is there no way out? But immediately, a glint of determination flashed in his eyes. Zhao Sheng roared inwardly. His life was once again in a desperate situation, so he would fight to the death as before. He violently slapped his chest, his will burning fiercely like raging fire. What is there to fear? Death if you fail. Youth is all about passion. The blood in his body boiled, his enraged blood erupted, his heart bounded violently as if it would explode, his body mutated, his eyes blood red, ready for battle. He muttered, his tone filled with confusion. Is this the same awakening as Xiao Tao's? Zhao Sheng twitched his nose, smelling a strange fragrance. His mouth unconsciously watering. He smelled it, that mouth-watering scent, but it wasn't coming from Fan Shiki. He narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharply sweeping towards the referee. The stench of monsters mingled in his body. Despite the distance, Zhao Sheng still recognized that the disgusting smell came from the direction of the referee. He muttered, "It's there." Suddenly an earth-shattering explosion sounded, and a dazzling light burst forth from the referee's direction as if a shocking secret was about to be revealed. Fan Shiki laughed, his tone gloating, full of contempt, as if Zhao Sheng was just an insect under his foot. "Accelerating blood burning? That might indeed give you a few more seconds. What good is saving the referee with those few seconds? Ridiculous. Weak ants always think that by uniting they can defeat an elephant." Zhao Sheng's eyes flashed with a bloodthirsty glint. He stepped forward and picked up the unconscious referee. The strong scent of blood on the referee made him unconsciously swallow, his voice low and greedy. "It was his blood I smelled. I want to suck his blood." He gritted his teeth, his eyes sharp. "I'll save you. Consider it repayment for this blood." Fan Shiki stood high above, mocking, his tone full of malice. "Don't say the referee was hypnotized. Even if he wasn't, his power is insignificant. After you do this foolish thing, your blood will quickly burn out, turn to dust, and return to your filthy ground." But unexpectedly, Zhao Sheng had appeared behind him like a ghost. He roared, his voice full of challenge. "That's right, you were right before. We are indeed different." Fan Shiki was stunned, his eyes filled with panic at his opponent's astonishing speed. "So fast his blood isn't depleted yet," Zhao Sheng sneered. Deliberately, speaking loudly, his tone as sharp as a knife. "Big brother treats me very well, much better than your big sister, Flame Demon God. She doesn't consider you a brother at all." Zhao Sheng stepped forward, each step seemingly trampling on Fan Shiki's pride, his tone firm. "The closer I get to you, the more I can smell your scent." Behind him, a pair of sharp claws appeared, gleaming with deadly light. "The scent on you is getting fainter." Fan Shiki suddenly felt his blood draining from his body, his face pale. "Crimson Flame Hand, has he sucked my blood? I was too careless." He panicked, realizing that Zhao Sheng's previous punch had left behind a superhuman power, secretly absorbing his blood. Could he actually absorb others' blood for his own use? On the other side, the referee woke up, his body trembling, his eyes filled with terror. Zhao Sheng had broken the move. He muttered uneasily, "He wasn't burned to death because he used my blood to dispel the Crimson Flame Hand." "Damn it," Fan Shiki pouted, his eyes gleaming with contempt, his tone cold and sarcastic. "Are you really ignorant or afraid to face reality?" He laughed loudly, unafraid. "Who do you think you are, a low-born commoner with no ambition?" In his eyes, Zhao Sheng was always just a lowly individual, not worth comparing. He roared, "What do you know? You don't understand the future at all." His grotesque blue tentacles stretched out like snakes, rushing towards Zhao Sheng, ready to tear his opponent apart at any moment. "Only monsters have a future, and I will control the future." But Zhao Sheng was not at all moved by Fan Shiki's ugly monster body and soaring arrogance. He narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "Your monster body is too slow. It will gradually lose your control, become stiff and full of flaws." These words stabbed into Fan Shiki's pride like knives, making him grit his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead. Being underestimated drove him mad, and he furiously roared, "Do you want to shake my will? How could I be easily swayed by a scoundrel like you?" Blue tentacles erupted with violent flames, rushing towards Zhao Sheng as if to tear him to shreds. Zhao Sheng's gaze was sharp, and he increasingly clearly recognized the brutal nature of Fan Shiki, who had been corrupted by monster genes. He sneered sarcastically, "The more you monsterize, the more your superhuman genes will be assimilated by monster genes, as if devoured. Your body loses control, your movements stiffen, making it easier for me to defeat you." An astonishing heavy punch landed, so violent that half of Fan Shiki's face seemed to be flattened, causing him immense pain. In his mouth, sharp fangs gleamed. His tone mixed with unwillingness and grievance. "Everything began with memory. When I was 5, he paused, his gaze blurring as if immersed in the past. "They locked me in the furnace room every day, stimulating the awakening of superhuman genes. From 5 to 7, after my special genes were awakened, trained according to a harsh plan. They said I was the Fan family's facade, requiring me to face the public in various guises. I did everything, refined the indestructible flame, helping my father break through to 5-star. I obeyed the family's orders since childhood, but now I've grown up." Fan Shiki stood there, flames burning in his eyes as if to prove his choice was correct. His entire body turned black and ugly like a true monster. He roared, his tone filled with blind confidence. "This cooperation with monsters is my own choice." His arrogance made his ugly body reach out to Zhao Sheng, and he declared firmly, "I will prove I am right, and I too can become the family head." But in Zhao Sheng's eyes only cold disdain remained for this person who had lost all integrity. He smiled faintly, his voice sharp as a blade. "Childish, you can't even control your own body." An astonishing power erupted from Zhao Sheng's body, suppressing Fan Shiki, making him fall before he could even finish speaking. In immense pain, Fan Shiki panicked, his eyes filled with doubt. He didn't understand why the knowledge carefully cultivated by the family, those meticulous calculations of pros and cons, now proved utterly useless. He was defeated disgracefully. But he still clutched at a reason to console himself. "That's right, maybe it's because my uncles didn't fully support me, which is why I failed. It's all their fault." He spat blood, still unwilling to accept the truth, his body returning to its original form, sitting against the wall in a daze, his eyes vacant. Zhao Sheng walked forward and said coldly, "Fan Shiki, you can't move anymore, can you?" His eyes were less red now, flashing with determination. "It seems your superhuman genes have been completely devoured by monster genes. Since we are classmates, I will put you out of your misery and let you die quickly." But suddenly a strange event caught Zhao Sheng's attention. Outside, the crowd suddenly began to leave one after another. Their faces dazed, their steps aimless, as if controlled. Students, referees, everyone seemed to be brainwashed. Zhao Sheng narrowed his eyes, a strange thought flashing through his mind. What's going on? Where did they all go? He approached the crowd, carefully observing. In the distance a monster with 4 ugly arms appeared, emitting a controlling magic, manipulating everyone like puppets. Zhao Sheng immediately recognized the flame demon god, and he quickly hid in a corner. He keenly observed the situation, the scene before him like an apocalypse, the air stiflingly heavy. He muttered softly. Big Brother said to wait. Zhao Sheng looked up at the monster, his eyes flashing with doubt, his mind racing, searching for a way to extinguish the flame demon god's fierce flames. He mused, muttering, "Wait until that flame goes out, but how can I make it disappear?" Between the skyscrapers, the flame demon god towered into the clouds, her presence overwhelming. Suddenly it started to rain, and cold raindrops dampened Zhao Sheng's face and body. He looked up and shouted in surprise, "It's raining!" This strange rain gave him a faint glimmer of hope. "It's raining? Can the flame demon god's flames not evaporate rainwater?" Fan Shiki slumped against the dented wall, his eyes vacant, muttering, "Is this rain created by Shangguan Kui? Is she trying to break in?" He pouted, a tired and somewhat sarcastic smile on his face. What a waste of effort, truly ridiculous. In his view, this rain was merely an illusion, a product of the 5-star superhuman domain with illusion eyes that had never appeared in history. He thought no one could see what was happening inside, and no one could break in. The nuclear power plant had been shut down, so GU couldn't absorb electricity to break through to 5-star. The path to solving this predicament had been blocked. But just then thunder boomed and lightning tore across the sky, striking the area directly. Fan Shiki looked up and cried out in surprise. "Heavenly lightning, it can even penetrate the illusion domain," he muttered, his eyes filled with confusion. The weather forecast said thunderstorms wouldn't arrive for another 2 days. They couldn't be wrong. So it's Shangguan Kui. Her heavenly lightning can replace the nuclear power plant. But he immediately sneered, his tone filled with despair. "Even if heaven is on humanity's side, it's useless. The flame demon god commands heaven and earth. These raindrops are just futile resistance against her flames." In the distance, the flame demon god appeared, her 4 massive arms raised high, her presence as if to devour heaven and earth. She spoke calmly, her tone filled with undisguised triumph and disdain. "Obstacles." Her 4 arms waved, the space violently trembled, and terrifying power enveloped everything. She unleashed devouring inferno, blue flames erupting, devouring everything, her voice cold and arrogant. "Just eat them all." At her feet the crowd stood motionless like soulless corpses, completely unresponsive to this horrifying chaos. She laughed loudly, her eyes gleaming with cruelty. "Only my flames are allowed in this space." Zhao Sheng looked up, keenly observing this suffocating space where all elemental energy was devoured by the flame demon god's fierce flames. He felt as if he was being scorched, his life hanging by her whim. He retreated, silently standing in a corner, telling himself, "Big Brother told me to wait, but the blood in my body is almost depleted. In a few more minutes, even if I do nothing, I'll be burned to ashes." The flame demon god towered into the clouds, her voice coldly provoking. "Xing Kun, I know you're here. What's wrong? Afraid to come out?" She deliberately mocked, trying to provoke Xing Kun. But only silence answered her. Receiving no response, she pouted and waved her hand, casting a spell. An astonishing force erupted, lifting Xing Kun from his hiding place. She laughed loudly, her tone triumphant. "Don't be afraid, I've got you. I can smell your unique monster scent. No matter how deep you hide, I can easily pull you out." Xing Kun was dragged into midair, a flicker of displeasure in his eyes, but he didn't resist or speak a word. Then her sharp blade-like voice rang out again. "Continue, usurper of kingship. Consider the flesh and blood on your body as the interest on the kingship you stole these past days." Seeing Xing Kun captured, Zhao Sheng below forgot all instructions and rushed forward frantically. "Big Brother," the flame demon god merely sneered dismissively, her eyes filled with contempt. "Overestimating yourself." She waved one huge arm, easily grabbing Zhao Sheng. She said coldly, "Finish the main course, then the dessert." Zhao Sheng struggled violently, but before her his strength was like an ant against an elephant. She ignored him completely, turning to Xing Kun and said triumphantly, "Now it's time to eat the main course." Xing Kun, though worried, remained calm, thinking, "This fool, I've already told him to wait patiently." The flame demon god narrowed her eyes, sensing an anomaly. She muttered, "Strange, I thought eating this main course would take some effort, but why isn't he resisting? That night the power he erupted could stop hellfire. He's definitely not someone who can't resist." Flame demon god narrowed her eyes. She examined Xing Kun curiously. She saw him struggling to endure something, but her complacency made her dismiss it. In her view, no matter how strong Xing Kun erupted, he couldn't compare to her overwhelming power. She stepped forward, pinching Xing Kun's chin, smiling triumphantly. "Once I eat you, your flesh and blood will be mine and everything will be revealed." But just then, Xing Kun looked up, his eyes flashing with determination. "Finally, my chance has come. All this time I've been preparing for this moment, even when provoked countless times." Still didn't respond. He suddenly reached out and tightly clutched the flame demon god's neck. She was stunned, letting out an "Ah?" her tone filled with surprise. "You've been patiently enduring all this time, so why are you resisting now?" She sneered sarcastically. "Do you want to eat me again?" Xing Kun simply replied, his voice low and cold. "That's right." He gently cast a spell, and a mysterious power flowed into her body. The flame demon god immediately hugged Xing Kun, laughing complacently. Is this your resistance, trying to compete with me on who eats faster? How overconfident. Shin Kun's attack seemed to cause no harm, which made her even more arrogant. But just as she lowered her guard, Shin Kun suddenly bit her neck, activating a mysterious star map. Below the arena, Fan Shiki was helpless. Looking up, he revealed a frantic smile, his laughter echoing. Look, the flame demon god has made her move without restraint. Everything will end. She will eat everything. No one will be spared. He clenched his hands, thinking, only by offering everything can I survive. But just then the space violently trembled, and the flame demon god's fiery power was suddenly fiercely absorbed by Shin Kun. Fan Shiki muttered in surprise. What's going on, Shin Kun? He's absorbing the flame demon god's flames. He stared wide-eyed, unable to believe this phenomenon of flame absorption was too bizarre. Could it be? He suddenly recalled an old question. Is our Fan family's crimson flame hand the strongest star map? Zhan Wei spoke, his eyes gleaming with a sharp light. No, the strongest star map is O. It's the most perfect star map in the world, derived from the family's superhuman domain based on 100 perfect human superhuman genes. He paused, his voice low and powerful. Assume you possess 100 superhuman genes and cultivate 2O. At the moment of completion, you will create an elemental vortex directly absorbing surrounding fire elemental power. You will become the elemental lord, fire. His echoing laughter seemed to awaken Fan Shiki's memory. He sat there in a daze, muttering with vacant eyes. Fire Lord, just like Ji-Yu's state when she frantically absorbed electricity. High in the sky, Shin Kun keenly observed the flame demon god. He quietly adjusted his star map, activating O with his monster genes. Fan Shiki muttered in surprise. Impossible. I don't believe he can do it. The flame demon god also sensed an anomaly, a flicker of doubt in her eyes. No wonder I didn't feel any fire element on him before. He has been in a state of absorbing flames, suppressing the hungry monster genes in his body, only to completely erupt just now, she roared, her tone filled with anger. Ah, you want to devour all my flames? Dream on. She waved her hand, slicing a sharp wound behind Shin Kun, giving him no chance to resist, but she suddenly stopped, feeling uneasy. Nothing was going according to plan, she slowly calculated. She said coldly, the tiny soul in this flesh, I know you will try to resist, but to me that's just a slight insignificant touch. Suddenly, Little Nee in the distance spoke, her tone full of sarcasm. That's not necessarily true. You have too little experience as a human. Sometimes a gentle touch can be more sensitive, more stimulating. The flame demon god frowned, not understanding her meaning, and roared. Hard to understand, huge. Little Nee's voice was sharp. What are these? Little Nee replied faintly. They are every student of Southern U Superhuman Academy you devoured. Each one left something for Shin Kun within them. The flame demon god, upon hearing this, remained triumphant, dismissing it as a small insignificant obstacle. Shin Kun spoke, his eyes gleaming with determination. That will be enough, he suddenly smiled, his voice deep and profound. To break a dam, only a small anthill is needed. Once the dam bursts, it cannot be recovered. Below the arena, Fan Shiki trembled, his eyes filled with confusion, murmuring, how could this be? The flame demon god's flames are gone. He gritted his teeth, his heart filled with unease, not because Shin Kun had recultivated those star map. If it were he couldn't control it to this extent. But when he looked up and saw Shin Kun confronting the flame demon god, he suddenly fell silent, his thoughts wavering. No matter what he cultivated, her flames had been sucked dry, and rain poured down, filling the entire space. The flame demon god still towered into the clouds, smiling triumphantly. I feel it. Your monster genes form an extremely interesting dish. My flames are out of control, absorbed by you. I'll just treat you as a delicious meal. She waved her hand, unleashing an astonishing blow. Shin Kun's blood splattered, her voice cold. You dare to target my body too? Let's see who ends up as food. But Shin Kun was lightning fast, recovering instantly, a smile playing on his lips. All right. He charged forward, grabbing the demoness's head tightly, pressing his forehead against hers, his voice low and powerful. If you can't use fire, then let's see whose body is stronger. The flame demon god gritted her teeth, her fury blazing like hellfire. She roared, but Shin Kun pulled her head closer, his gaze sharp. Today I'll devour you alive. She showed no fear, a sneer on her lips. Come on, little monster. She swung one massive arm, attacking Shin Kun, but he swiftly caught that arm, locking it down tightly. Just then, Little Nee suddenly woke up and yelled, Shin Kun, drain her dry now. Shin Kun was stunned, muttering, Gong Zhaoni, does she mean to drain the flame demon god dry? The flame demon god immediately regained control, roaring a threat. You're dreaming, she decisively yanked, tearing off one of her own arms to break free, her eyes filled with madness, but Shin Kun maintained the upper hand, charging forward, a triumphant smile on his lips. Dreaming? We humans are very good at dreaming, and I'm even better. Shin Kun charged forward, unleashing an astonishing strike, the power as fierce as thunder, deftly knocking the flame demon god to the ground, which shook violently. He continuously drew fire from her body, pressing one hand tightly against her, his voice low and powerful. Turn dreams into reality. The flame demon god was pinned to the ground, a flicker of panic in her eyes. She thought to herself, he's still getting stronger. His level 5 monster state that night wasn't his final form. It was then that she suddenly realized, her heart trembling, I underestimated humans too much. All this time I always thought I was superior to humans. He's actually this terrifying. Shin Kun seized the opportunity to continuously draw fire from her body, making her ponder in her panic how the power unleashed by the combination of human technology and monster genes could be so immense. I can't let him keep absorbing my fire, she roared, her voice sharp. Monster warriors, listen up, attack him, even if you have to share his flesh and blood. Then she turned and commanded, "When you let those food in," Wen Yu immediately responded, her voice filled with determination. "All right, Flame Demon God. You must not lose." The Flame Demon God pouted, not wanting to hear more noise, and coldly interrupted. Too loud. Below the arena the crowd stood motionless, as if controlled by an invisible force, unable to speak or move. Zhao Shang, having just broken free from his restraints, rushed forward to block Xing Kun, shouting with determination, "Anyone who tries to hinder Big Brother must first step over my corpse." But despite his firm words, his body still trembled when a monster charged at him, a flicker of panic in his eyes. Just at this critical moment a red lightning bolt tore through the sky. Striking directly at that monster, Ji Yu appeared from high above, her voice cold. "Zhao Shang, you rest, leave this to me." Zhao Shang's eyes lit up and he quickly ran over, shouting loudly. Sister-in-law behind him, the controlled crowd still chanted like puppets, their voices monotonous and eerie. "Eat me, eat me, eat me, eat me." Under the dim night sky the crowd was listless, their bodies hollow like manipulated puppets controlled by that invisible hand. Among them one figure stumbled forward alone, a trace of consciousness still lingering in his eyes. He knelt down in despair, pleading with Wen Lang to stop them. Wen Lang's face showed a troubled expression and he sighed softly. "But mommy, there are too many people. Little Lang can't do it. Little Lang is still too small." Xiao Tao's eyes flashed with anger and she shouted loudly, her voice full of trust, "Mommy believes you can do it." Hearing this, a hint of doubt flashed in his eyes and he gently tilted his head, asking with a touch of teasing, "Mommy, do you really believe little Lang can do it?" Xiao Tao smiled gently yet firmly, replying, "Mommy was just thinking you've grown so big and your fur has grown out too," he finished, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. "Mommy, where has little Lang's fur grown out?" This innocent remark made Xiao Tao freeze instantly, her cheeks unconsciously flushing. She trembled, shouting in a loss of composure, "Stop them quickly." Her voice echoed, mixed with uncontrollable urgency. Wen Lang realized he had joked too much and immediately shed his mischievous expression. He solemnly nodded, his voice steady. "Mommy, why are you suddenly angry? I'll go now." Without hesitation he spread his hands and cast a spell, shouting, "Everyone sleep." A burst of light erupted. His spell spread like an invisible wave, enveloping the entire space, and in just an instant everyone collapsed, falling into slumber. Xiao Tao clenched her fists, her eyes sparkling with pride, praising, "Good job, little Lang." Immediately after, dazzling golden light burst from her, a powerful aura surging forth. She shouted loudly, her voice like thunder, "It's my turn." Hundreds of vines shot out from her, tightly wrapping around the motionless people. Then she decisively commanded, "Throw them all into the sea." From a distance a cold voice rang out, tinged with sarcasm. "HMPH, nobody's leaving here." Two figures stood silently in the darkness, their keen eyes observing each body being snatched by vines and thrown into the deep sea. The space seemed sealed, no one could break in except for heavenly lightning. When you stood high above giving a decisive order, "He Lai, go disperse that thunderstorm." He Lai briefly replied yes, and immediately rushed into the rain on the river. Shangguan Kui stood quietly, her eyes sharply observing, her voice low, carrying a hint of satisfaction. "My rain has already penetrated." That hazy heat wave seemed to have dissipated. Xing Kun had succeeded, a slight smile playing on his lips, a flicker of determination in his eyes. "The opportunity has come. The thunderstorm outside no longer needs my help, I must go in." After giving her instructions, Xiao Tao stepped forward, her gaze sharp, not forgetting to tell Tutu to stay there, continuing to channel the wind to make the rainstorm more intense. Tutu nodded, her voice decisively replying yes, but just as Xiao Tao prepared to take a step, a strange aura made her stop. She quickly turned around, a flicker of panic in her eyes, muttering, "Wasn't I supposed to enter the arena? How is the arena behind me?" She quickly charged forward, stomping her feet forcefully on the ground, her voice full of doubt. "Is it an illusion?" Looking down at the river below, she was startled, her eyes wide. A ghost wall, despite running with all her might. Shangguan Kui clearly felt as if she was trapped in an endless loop, unable to escape. Tisk, she gritted her teeth and plunged into the river, water splashing, then turned. Her voice was filled with anger. "Ha, a man's heart is like a ghost wall. No matter how I walk I can't enter, and this is just an illusion created by a 5-star superhuman." Without hesitation, she cast a spell, making the entire river tremble, water splashing like a whirlwind. She shouted loudly, her voice full of challenge, "I can't enter a man's heart, but does this illusion think it can stop me?" Tutu stood by, wide-eyed, not understanding what made her erupt like this, only managing to let out an "oh." Immediately, in Shangguan Kui's hand the water spun, transforming into a massive water dragon. She proudly held her head high, her eyes glowing emerald green like a water-refined flood dragon. She shouted loudly, "Come on!" Weapon in hand, she charged forward with formidable momentum. Roaring, "Try again, do you still want to push me out?" With her unyielding personality, she could not accept being blocked by an illusion. When you observed from a distance, immediately sensing the anomaly, a flicker of vigilance in his eyes intruding into the domain. Her superhuman power has already reached the edge of 5-star. There's no such person in Xincheng. He frowned, quickly calculating. If she causes trouble outside, who knows what will happen? Send her in. Another troublesome guest has arrived. Meanwhile, on Xing Kun's side, he suddenly felt a powerful aura. He whispered to himself, his voice filled with surprise, "I sense it, the Earth Dragon's aura." Just then, a giant, hideous monster suddenly charged over. Luckily Xing Kun reacted quickly, dodging sideways. That monster could make the entire area tremble with just a twist of its body. Xing Kun shouted loudly, his voice mixed with surprise and excitement. This monster faction has so many strategies. The flame demon god stood proudly in the chaotic space, her voice low and full of mockery. Even with more food it won't stop this feast, it will only make it more abundant. But at that moment, her gaze suddenly flickered. Sensing an unusual aura, she glanced sideways, her voice tinged with displeasure. Again, at a crucial moment, there's always someone to stir things up. Ji-Yu, amidst her surging attacks, confidently wielded her power, then turned to Xing Kun, a cold smile on her face. Xing Kun, go ahead and drain her fire dry, leave the rest to me. From a distance she immediately sensed Ji-Yu's scheme, a flicker of vigilance in her eyes, she thought, drawing lightning to destroy the nuclear power plant. Can she stop my evolution? Ji-Yu's gaze was sharp as a knife. Suddenly feeling a current flash from somewhere, merging with the emotions erupting within her, she quickly lowered her voice, humming softly, 55 stars. Immediately, a dazzling purple energy erupted from her, condensing into a massive magic orb. The orb shot directly towards the hideous monster, which opened its sharp teeth as if to devour everything. That astonishing power was beyond imagination, even making Xing Kun tremble. The purple energy transformed into a brilliant pillar of fire, surrounded by dazzling lightning tearing through the misty, rainy air. Ji-Yu stood behind the pillar of fire, clenching her fists, controlling the energy flow with overwhelming power, the ground trembling violently under the terrifying pressure. In the chaos she stood at the center, raising her hands high, her eyes burning with determination, shouting, "Again!" She stood on the edge of life and death, her body absorbing the lightning swirling in the rain, every purple current erupting from her, seeming to incinerate everything. Despite the excruciating pain, she endured resiliently, preparing to unleash a merciless strike. The scar on her face grew larger, blood oozing, but Ji-Yu didn't care. The current within her continued to erupt in the rain. Xing Kun stood aside, his brow slightly furrowed, his gaze both worried and resolute. His voice was low and he advised, "Little Yu, don't force yourself to absorb lightning, I can handle it." Ji-Yu's eyes burned with anger as if to incinerate the entire space. Unstoppable fury erupted, causing her to fiercely wave her hand. A purple ring formed and violent lightning bolts erupted as if to destroy everything that dared to block her. Xing Kun stood beside her, feeling uneasiness spreading. He frowned, his voice low and filled with worry. "What's wrong? How can I let you bear it alone? From childhood to adulthood we were always together." Around them the space was filled with violent purple lightning and storms fiercely intertwined as if to devour everything. Without hesitation, Ji-Yu waved her hand again, and violent currents pierced directly into the ground. Rocks shattered, the ground cracked, no longer remaining intact. Suddenly the space warped, transforming into the familiar home of her childhood memories. It was where she was born and grew up, where her innocent and carefree times were cherished. How could she forget? Memories surged forth vivid as if just yesterday. In her memory, little Ji-Yu's sleepy voice rang out, clear and spoiled. "Yan Mama, let's go to bed, lie here. Don't worry, the power won't go out tonight. I've already showered and I'm ready to sleep now. Mama, go help Papa quickly. I heard 3 people shouting for fried noodles. What about tomorrow's breakfast? I want Papa's special fried noodles. If they don't sell out, I'll take them home. I like that the most." Back then she was too naive, only knew how to whine for what she wanted, ignorant of the ways of the world. The space fell into silent darkness. A gentle voice like a spring echoed, a simple soft hum enough to comfort the little girl. Then sweet blessings as if lulling her to sleep. "Good night." Little Ji-Yu back then thought she was the happiest child in the world. But then in that silent darkness little Ji-Yu sobbed by the window, tears streaming endlessly, her choked sobs mingling with her cries. From outside a strange voice suddenly rang out. "Late at night, why are you crying so terrifyingly?" She was startled, her face pale, eyes welling with tears, opening wide in terror, her voice trembling, stammering. Who's there?" After a moment of trembling at the strange voice in the night, she mustered her courage and pressed her ear against the door. The voice gradually became clear with a hint of playfulness. "Me? I live next door to you. I just moved in. It was too boring because of the power outage, so I went for a walk. Didn't expect to hear your piercing cries, almost scared the pee out of me. Sorry." The voice outside still sounded soft yet tempting, as if alluring something. Ji-Yu still trembled, her eyes teary, maintaining vigilance against the stranger. "If you're so scared, why don't you tell your mom and dad? Do you want to go out and play? I have a flashlight here," the voice continued, as if deliberately teasing. "They work hard selling late-night snacks too. My mom and dad said not to open the door to strangers, besides they've locked the door too." Ji-Yu leaned against the door, straining to listen, and the voice outside rang out again, this time with a hint of nonchalance. "Then I'll go back to the hallway." The cold air made her hesitate, and she responded softly, her voice trembling, "Oh," but at that moment she suddenly turned around, her eyes wide, filled with unease. The voice outside was no longer gentle, instead it was a bone-chilling laugh. "Ghost wall, or how about this?" Ji-Yu's heart pounded, and she trembled, returning to the door, her hand on the wood, her eyes fixed on the gap in the door. She responded weakly, but the voice outside now coldly ignored her fear. "Why aren't you leaving? You scared me. Your mom and dad aren't taking you home. Who knows where she went? Never mind, quickly go down and see." She trembled and lowered her head, as if something terrifying was waiting in the gap in the door. Faint yellow light pierced through a crack into the dark room. "Oh, do you see it?" the voice outside the door excitedly asked. Ji-Yu's eyes lit up and she slightly opened her mouth, looking at the strange beam of light in surprise. The voice outside the door changed its tone, sounding smug. "See, I'm a genius, isn't this great?" Ji Yu gradually felt less afraid, her voice less trembling. Through the crack in the door she saw a boy standing outside, his smile innocent, a flashlight placed on the ground as if a bridge connecting the two of them. "Anyway, there's no one home at my place and you're bored. Let's chat. I'm Xing Kun, what about you?" The memory space dissipated and Ji Yu returned to reality, facing the old buildings that frequently experienced power outages. Every time darkness fell, Xing Kun would appear at her door and play with her. He was like a small star illuminating her dim world, making her no longer afraid. Back on the battlefield, Ji Yu stood resolute before the fierce monsters, her eyes burning with determination. Her right hand raised high, a pulsating magic circle of powerful energy preventing the monsters from approaching. Around her, purple lightning danced wildly as if to tear space apart. Xing Kun stood silently beside her, his eyes filled with worry and resolve as if quietly supporting Ji Yu in some way. "No one is touching this star," the girl roared, and the energy in her hand shot out like furious lightning, tearing the ground and instantly repelling the fierce monster. The surrounding scene swayed and churned from the terrifying destructive power, but from behind, another equally ferocious monster crept silently toward Xing Kun, the repelled monster. A flicker of displeasure in its eyes, as if sensing an unfavorable situation. "This is bad, I must recover." Even though exhausted, Ji Yu curled her lips slightly, shrugging off the setback. "These monsters recover so quickly," she shouted, her voice ringing out, summoning dazzling blue lightning with thunder calling. Intertwining with the raging purple lightning, her star map energy erupted, reaching 70. Two monsters relentlessly pursued, just waiting for an opportunity to charge. Around her, a brilliant purple energy formed an unbreakable wall, preventing the monsters from approaching. But this star map domain, this brand new move seemed to consume too much of her stamina. She fiercely swung her hands and energy exploded, sending the monster flying far away. Her voice rang out as if protecting someone. "Monster, get lost!" The monster, paralyzed by her energy, let out a deafening roar. But another grinned triumphantly, brandishing sharp claws and charging to finish her off. Just then, in the void, a green hand tightly gripped the flame demon god's neck. She tried to speak, but it was futile. Ji Yu still stood proudly in the purple energy curtain, protecting herself while battling the dense swarm of monsters. Outside, the monsters continuously multiplied, their numbers astonishing, making her secretly wonder, can my unperfected domain withstand these astonishingly powerful monsters? A long monster with sharp exposed teeth looked as if it could devour the entire city. Other monsters swarmed and the ground shook under the terrifying pressure. The demoness revealed an arrogant sneer, opening her arms ready to attack Xing Kun. But his eyes burned with fierce fighting spirit and an unyielding will to battle. Still gripping her tightly with that green hand, his strength remained unshaken, but the flames could not be extinguished in the storm. Ji Yu stood there, her body trembling, the scar on her face tearing and extending to her shoulder, blood seeping out drop by drop. The cost of increasing her power was these deeply embedded painful scars. The flame demon god sneered, her tone full of mockery. "At this cost, how long can you last? You can't protect him," Ji Yu thought to herself, an unyielding light flashing in her eyes. Not enough, the star map's power isn't enough. She tightly closed her eyes, stubbornly gritting her teeth and muttering to herself, "I need more and more lightning." She curled her lips slightly, her eyes burning with hatred, staring directly at the enemy. She spread her arms, letting the raging lightning surge into her body. Regardless of the tearing pain, she roared, her voice echoing, summoning lightning. "I can't give them a chance to recover. I need enough electricity to blast the monsters into ashes all at once." Xing Kun stood beside her, his brows tightly furrowed, his mouth agape, shouting loudly, "Little Yu, that's enough." But Ji Yu gritted her teeth and glared at him, sharply snapping, making anyone who heard it tremble. "And you, stop talking so much nonsense." Xing Kun was startled, a flicker of panic in his eyes, secretly thinking, it's over. Ji Yu is still in pain. She shouted, "Xing Kun, come back." She pointed at him. He was now dumbfounded, his eyes fixed on the huge energy shark above his head, utterly lost. "Why don't you try being fierce? Oh, just focus on absorbing it." The flame demon god, her purplish black eyes gleaming with malice, reached out to grab Xing Kun's clothes, but hearing Ji Yu's urging, he immediately used his magic hand to grip her neck, roaring, "One more word and I'll have it bite your head off." Ji Yu's endurance had reached its limit. She absorbed all the lightning, disregarding the pain only for revenge and to crush the monsters. Her star map energy surged to 99, but the flames were about to erupt. The demoness clasped her hands and Xing Kun's gaze seemed to pierce through the rain in her body. A roar continuously echoed in his mind. She seemed to feel a strange energy vortex entering her body, muttering in a low voice, "Damn it, if only I could get stronger faster, its suction is intensifying." Xing Kun's eyes widened, his emotions instantly shifting between anger and surprise. He mumbled, his tone filled with astonishment, "Oh my, has the monster I injected into little Yu disappeared?" A terrifying premonition flashed through him. As if something terrible was about to happen, purple lightning violently spun around Ji Yu, burning like destructive fire, seemingly activated by a special gene. No, not activated. The monster genes in her body had been completely eradicated. Ji Yu was now like a newborn, though her skin was covered with tearing wounds. Her star map energy reached 100 without a trace of monster genes. Her power far surpassed anything before, as if due to the elimination of monster genes, or because of a brand new superhuman gene. Xing Kun stood by, his eyes flickering with doubt, secretly thinking, "Is little Yu's injury recovering so quickly? Is this a characteristic of 95 superhuman genes, or is she the reincarnation of the Thunder God?" Ji Yu's eyes were cold, her fists clenched. purple lightning entwining her as if ready for an intense battle. The energy in her body erupted, sending the monsters flying far away, some turning to ashes, leaving only their roars echoing in the rain. In the distance, two mysterious girls, radiating killing intent, looked at GU in astonishment. One blurted out, "She has already evolved into a 5-star superhuman. Our party is ruined." The flame demon god revealed a cunning smile, her blood-red eyes seemingly ready to devour everything. "Not yet," she roared, her tone full of challenge. "Flame demon god, what are you trying to do?" A plume of black smoke erupted from Little Knee, sending her sprawling to the ground. Xing Kun quickly rushed forward to help her up, his gaze sharply fixed on the demoness. "Unacceptable," she shrieked, her tone malicious. "I don't need that body anymore. That way he can't absorb my flames." The flame demon god broke free, revealing her terrifying true form, blood-red eyes, sharp teeth. She roared ferociously, "At this point, I don't care who finds out, I'll just eat you all now." Xing Kun gritted his teeth. "Flame demon god, how dare you completely reveal your true form? That way we'll all be exposed." On the other side, Wen Yu stood proudly, her eyes sharply observing Shangguan Kui. A vortex of water formed into a fierce giant dragon charging straight towards him. Nanyu's Shangguan Kui's water element superhuman power erupted, causing space to tremble. Wen Yu smiled triumphantly, his eyes filled with provocation as if victory was already in his grasp. "Psychic power is the king of elements." He spoke leisurely, his tone full of menace. Shangguan Kui, suppressed by supernatural energy, saw the ground beneath her feet shatter, but she stood firm, her eyes gleaming, preparing to unleash a new move. Wen Yu still walked forward arrogantly, his tone calm but as if proclaiming victory. Before psychic power, all other superhumans must kneel. Wen Yu's hand clamped onto Shangguan Kui's head, gripping it tightly, his eyes flickering with cold malice. "Superhuman peak. I can't be sure I can control you, but your death is enough." A strange light erupted in his eyes. Shangguan Kui did not hesitate. She turned and unleashed a move, and the water energy vortex swirled like a protective circle, flinging Wen Yu far away. He curled his lips, his tone full of mockery. "No wonder she's a powerhouse from Nanyue. Her reactions are truly fast." In just a moment, Shangguan Kui used superhuman power to protect her brain from intrusion. Where she stood, a deep pit cracked in the ground, and several lingering strands of water energy glowed after the previous attack. Wen Yu's eyes were sharp, his lips curved. "But if her 5 senses are stripped, she'll be like a headless fly. I'll slowly destroy her defenses layer by layer, corroding her mind." Suddenly his face turned pale, his brows furrowed, stunned by the scene before him. "Oh, has that lightning element superhuman already evolved to 5-star? The flame demon god actually went all out? Is she crazy? Isn't she afraid of exposure?" Shangguan Kui suddenly collapsed to the ground, her face covered in blood as if controlled by an invisible force. The flame demon god, her eyes blood red in the darkness, roared viciously. "Are you crazy? Every monster killed turns into energy that is transmitted to the king. The king's power is not yet restored. How dare you expose yourself while humans are on alert?" Although their strength is temporarily insignificant, the number of superhumans is too great and there are too many variables. If someone evolves, it's truly not worth the loss. She bared her sharp teeth like something from a horror movie poster and spat green smoke from her mouth. She muttered, "This feast is just the beginning of hunting geniuses. Disrupting the king's plan will lead to your destruction once the king recovers." Wen Yu spread his arms, his head held high as if preparing to unleash a terrifying move. His face was solemn, and he thought to himself, "Unless the flame demon god has found a way to break free from the king's control. Is she trying to betray the king? If so, I'll be dragged into it too." He gritted his teeth, anger showing on his face. He roared, "Damn it, whether she's foolish or delusional, I can only help her cover it up." On the other side, Xiao Tao was surrounded by tentacles, her gaze still anxiously directed towards her friend. Wen Lang clutched his head in pain beside her, making her heart ache. In the chaos, Wen Lang's face crumpled, gritting his teeth, clutching his head in pain, shouting, "My head hurts so much it's like someone's gnawing at my brain." Xiao Tao, her eyes burning with light, shouted loudly, "Xiao Lang, you can do it." But just then her face suddenly turned pale. The terrifying tentacles tightly entwined everyone, but the victims didn't scream in terror. Instead they chanted in unison eerily, "Eat me, eat me, eat me." The controlled bodies struggled wildly, blood splattering. The flame demon god, her eyes glowing like fire, bared her sharp teeth, an ecstatic expression on her face as she looked at the tiny prey before her. She laughed loudly as if a buffet had opened. "Then I'll begin my meal." Her tentacles grew wildly, extending as if to devour everything alive. "You are all my food." The devoured people screamed frantically, blood splattering, still repeating, "Eat me," one after another, "Eat me." The flame demon god laughed triumphantly, moving towards the purple current protecting Ji-Yu and Xing Kun. She declared, her tone arrogant, "No exceptions." Inside the purple protective circle, Xing Kun and Ji-Yu began to feel fear. Ji-Yu's brows furrowed, realizing the seriousness of the problem. Has the star map domain been broken? With her current 5-star superhuman power, she didn't expect her domain to be unable to withstand a single blow. She widened her eyes, raising her hands to the sky, pouring all her remaining power into this life-or-death battle. 30 of the lightning element in my body has already transformed into life element, so let me try transforming another 15 of lightning life element. An earth-shattering explosion erupted, and Ji-Yu roared, her eyes burning with anger, charging directly at the flame demon god as if to say, "I've been watching you for a long time." Did her blow hit her? But the flame demon god remained unharmed. Ji-Yu, weakened from too much energy consumption, was sent flying, her face filled with surprise and pain. HMPH, this is the backlash from the life lightning element breakthrough. The flame demon god's lightning-covered hands reached for Ji-Yu and Xing Kun. She roared, "You cannot extinguish my flames." Li Tianqing's face was a mix of anger and injustice, and he shouted loudly, "Big brother, Xiao Tao over here." Xiao Tao was still in a panic, and Wenlin clutched his head in pain, shouting, "Dad, it hurts so much, mommy, my head hurts so much." Shangguan Kui's face was covered in blood, enduring terrifying pain. Little Ni was tormented by the flame demon god, still struggling painfully. Ji-Yu and Xing Kun assumed combat stances, shouting, "Quick, absorb it. I've already absorbed 50 of the flames, and the star map is stable." Xing Kun's eyes burned with fighting spirit, and he confidently declared, "Without Little Ni's tacit cooperation, we couldn't have done it, but now I can use fire." He turned, his tone firm. "First, we need to take Shangguan Zhaoni away." A brilliant blue flame erupted from his arm as if to light up the entire battlefield. "Let me see how the star map is now." His half-mutated face carrying astonishing killing intent, his arm gleaming with blue energy, made the monsters tremble. He roared, his eyes cold, "You listen to my command." Controlling his raging nature, a terrifying blue energy erupted, merging with the monsters, forming a star map. A monstrous sword shining blue appeared in the rain as if to destroy everything. That sword, sharp and fierce, tore through the space in the air. Tutu and He Lai floated, exchanging calculating glances. He Lai, with a cunning expression, waved his hand and enticed, "Tutu, use your brain and think about which side to stand on. If you don't want to die, come with me and stop this thunderstorm." Tutu turned back in surprise, her tone full of contempt. "Where's the opportunity? I advise you not to act like a shrew, harming your own kind and being greedy for life and afraid of death." She waved her hand, green energy streams swirling around her, and shouted, "What a bunch of idiots!" Tutu jumped up, spread her hands, summoning an outburst of green energy. A cold voice echoed from somewhere, "Why are you so stubborn? Against absolute power, only the sagacious adapt to circumstances. I've done my best to help you, don't blame me." Tutu's eyes were sharp, looking at her opponent with contempt. This kid was truly a coward. But just then she groaned in pain, her clothes ripped as if tormented by an invisible force. He Lai's lips curved into a sneering smile. "Keep struggling, Tutu." Despite enduring immense pain, Tutu still launched a fierce counterattack, catching He Lai off guard and causing her pain. But her power could only last for a short while. Suddenly a streak of green energy flashed through the air, too fast for the naked eye to see. He Lai walked forward curiously, muttering, "How could the illusion in this domain?" But when that energy touched the ground, it emitted a terrifying screech. In pain, Tutu felt something pierce her body, screaming, "What is that?" When you felt a powerful aura erupt, slightly startled, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes. "Can my power no longer be hidden?" He was always surprising. What star map did he cultivate? In the pouring rain, Xing Kun appeared, radiating an air of triumph, the sword in his hand burning with blue flames thrust straight towards the flame demon god, making heaven and earth tremble. He roared, his voice full of confidence, "Even if I'm only a level 5 monster with this monster blade, I've reached level 6. After taking a fatal blow to the chest, Xing Kun staggered, his gaze deep and thoughtful. "It was only when I faced the Monster King that I realized how small I was before that ancient towering tree, who could not be shocked facing ancient power alone." In the curtain of rain, the blue flames on his arm burned fiercely, yet they could not be extinguished. He roared, "I can only silently grow stronger. Now is the time to show the results." Half of Xing Kun's face was hidden in darkness, only blue light flickering, his lips curving into a proud smile. "An ant like me has become a wolf, strong enough to bite that massive ancient tree." The monster's eyes were blood red like fire, its fangs sharp, roaring angrily as it rushed over as if to devour him. It had completely gone mad. Xing Kun suddenly turned back, his eyes filled with panic. He felt his entire body suddenly tightly entangled by strange black tentacles lifted high like a 2-pound sandbag. Even though the flame demon god was cut and flesh flew, she did not turn to ash like ordinary monsters. Pitch black monster, its eyes blood red, roared, its tentacles rushing straight forward. The little girl was violently shaken, her body flung away just like those calabac chasing prey, then ruthlessly thrown aside. The little girl let out a shrill scream, her voice filled with terror. "O flame demon god!" Her eyes were blood red, her fangs sharply bared, letting out a sky-piercing roar. Devouring inferno erupted from her body as if another entity responding to Xing Kun's words with undisguised surprise. A space was dyed green by the erupting energy as if to tear apart all illusions. She shrieked, her tone full of provocation. "Flame demon god, do you want to completely destroy my illusion domain? Then you must protect your domain very carefully. That's your job, not mine. Be careful and finish this battle quickly." A brand new move erupted, blue flames illuminating the entire sky. The monster raised its huge hand high, ready to crush its target. Suddenly a blue light shot over from somewhere, piercing directly into its palm, blood splattering like pouring sauce. The flame demon god's tentacles were violently sliced open by the blue energy, blood splashing everywhere. Xing Kun, swift as lightning, seized the opportunity, furiously hacking at the monster's body with his energy sword. Xiao Tao tightly hugged the trembling Wenlang, both curled on the ground holding their breath. Xiao Tao's eyes widened, marveling, her mind still recovering from panic. Xing Kun is truly amazing. He was playing the cool cosplay character. Xing Kun, with imposing aura, summoned his superhuman weapon. His eyes glowing with blue light, he gritted his teeth and struck down, splitting the monster's head with a single sword, a light tearing space. Before the opponent could even understand what was happening, they took a fatal blow. Xiao Tao thought to herself, "If that sword had hit us, we would have long gone to meet our ancestors." Even when battered and scattered, the monster still roared with its gaping mouth, its eyes red like emergency lights. It gritted its teeth, its tone full of contempt. "I don't remember how long it's been since I fought with horns. That's why you mistakenly believe your current monster body can compare to mine, right? Shin Kun listened to the monster's roar, merely curving his lips into a sneering smile, his eyes sharp as if to say, "Keep roaring," he roared, his tone full of mockery. "I accept the challenge. Can you imagine now?" The monster's sword in his hand, even after cutting off 1/3 of its horn, was still full of energy. He said in a cold tone, "Because this sword is still alive." The monster's horn was already twisted and undignified after the battle. It could avoid all obstacles. Shin Kun leapt up, blue light erupting, slicing down with one strike, splitting the monster in half. Blood splattered and he roared, "Slash!" But even after taking a heavy blow, the monster was still unharmed, baring its fangs proudly. Then you must also know that powerful monsters don't die. It activated regeneration mode, summoning a group of soldiers to rush over like frenzied fans chasing autographs. Even more ferocious than those shameless girls watching military parades. "Go soldiers, go eat it." Shin Kun's lips curved, his eyes filled with confidence. "Many people, you say. I'm not alone," he turned, his tone provocative. "Although I'm not a monster, I have my club brothers, and I have Xiao Yu fighting with me." Just then, Ji Yu spread her hand, summoning a massive purple magic orb pulsating with energy. "It's all yours," she screamed, the magic orb rushing straight into the monster horde, sparing no one. Rocks shattered, the ground cracked. Space trembled. In this tense moment, Shin Kun suddenly turned to Ji Yu, his tone playful. "Why do you only like shrimp soldiers and crab generals? Don't you have anything more imposing?" Ji Yu's eyes widened when she heard this, as if she wanted to immediately quit the team. "Do you need to ask? Focus on fighting monsters." Shin Kun's sword light illuminated the entire sky. He leapt up, striking down decisively. A proud smile on his face. On the other side, Tutu struggled to protect something, but he lied, and his companions showed disappointment. Had the monster plan failed? Wen Yu frowned, his eyes flickering, his face blank. She seemed to have taken a lot of damage in this battle. Shin Kun's sword pierced through the flame demon god and her domain. Tutu was in trouble. Wen Lang coldly rebuked, "It was actually cut through. Did I side with the wrong team?" Tutu was knocked aside. She staggered to her feet, her eyes filled with panic. Wen Lang, naturally cowardly, completely disregarded his teammates, quickly running away, muttering, "It's been cut through again. Why am I dying with these monsters?" Wen Yu's face twisted in pain, revealing a helpless expression she tried to hide, but suddenly manifested her true form, as if someone had opened a filter, exposing everything. Her domain was no longer under control, and the monsters rushed in, seizing the opportunity like hosts. Wen Yu gritted her teeth. "Since I can't hide it, let the whole world know." Suddenly, a horde of monsters swarmed, and the flame demon god's roar echoed. "You only absorbed my waste, yet you dare to be so arrogant." The voice came from all directions, her eyes filled with contempt, her fangs gleaming. Ji Yu and Shin Kun's power could not even touch the monster's true form. Flame demon god's avatar was surrounded by the monster horde, wielding destructive black energy orbs. But Ji Yu and Shin Kun remained calm, ready for battle. Ji Yu assumed a stance to summon a new move, and under the curtain of blue energy, black energy orbs rushed over one after another at increasing speed. Not enough, the monsters continued to throw them as if to drown her. Suddenly a blue energy bolt erupted from the center like lightning, making the flame demon god scream in pain, half her body torn apart. The impact made space seem to be ripped apart by dazzling blue and white magic. Within it, her pained eyes still flickered. Purple and blue energy spread like electric sparks, sweeping across the city, making everything tremble violently at the speed of light. Wen Yu tightly closed her eyes, gritting her teeth, falling into panic and pain, groaning. Shin Kun's arm mutated, transforming into a dragon with countless tentacles, roaring a challenge. "Come here." He stood before Ji Yu, exuding killing intent, holding demonic fire in his hand. He softly said, his voice cold, "So your core is that horn?" Shin Kun seemed mad, his eyes burning with anger, roaring at the monster. "This time I'm going to chop you all into pieces." The entire city fell silent, only the sound of raindrops. Knock knock. Shangguan Kui and Wen Yu, severely injured, stood dazed in a corner, muttering, "The illusion domain has been broken." Shin Kun stood firm in the center of the battlefield, his eyes sharp as knives, staring directly at the flame demon god, his voice low and provocative. "Now I'm going to break your horn and then crush them." The energy in his left arm erupted, and the mutated monster on his arm opened its sharp teeth, rushing straight towards the enemy. The flame demon god was inside Fan Shiki's body, baring her fangs, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. "Very good, your monster gene mutation, I finally see its full extent. I admit your strength." Ji Yu and Shin Kun were stunned, their eyes confused by these incomprehensible words. Shin Kun looked down from above, gritting his teeth. "What do you mean?" The flame demon god had completely invaded Fan Shiki's body, and through Wen Yu's voice mocked Shin Kun with a laugh. "Your current strength is enough to harm a demon god that hasn't fully recovered. Keep it up and you're not far from defeating a complete demon god." Suddenly Fan Shiki's face froze, his eyes blood red. "Then there's a chance to challenge the king." Shin Kun and Ji Yu froze, their gaze lingering for a few seconds as if unsure how to respond. Shin Kun roared, "Who agreed to cooperate with monsters like you? If you want to rise, go defeat your own king." "And I don't eat people," he thought to himself. "He made me go all out just to analyze my monster power." Fan Shiki stood up, his eyes flashing with blood-red light, his arrogant smile disgusting. "Don't be arrogant. Our goals are consistent. We will cooperate eventually. You don't eat people. It doesn't matter. We'll eat the king together." Fan Shiki's last consciousness dissipated. The flame demon god completely took over his body, and she patted her chest, saying triumphantly, "I have already modified this body. It can perfectly contain all my power." Fan Shiki's hair had noticeably lengthened, but this was not for disguise but to attract prey, making them relax their guard. His muscles shrank and his chest became fuller. He muttered, "Must change." As soon as he finished speaking, he ripped off the pants he was wearing. Shin-kun and Ji-Yu looked down from above, stunned by this change. Shin-kun only said one word, "Holy shit." Gong Xiaoni woke up bewildered, looking at Fan Shiki. She weakly muttered, "Sigh, I've been possessed for too long. My arm is almost shriveled to death, and as soon as I wake up I see an illusion. Fan Shiki has become me." On the other side, Fan Shiki was now possessed by the flame demon god. His body transformed into Xiaoni's appearance. Except for her hair color, her appearance was identical to hers, making her look eerie. Suddenly she leapt up, a burst of dazzling golden light erupting, rushing straight toward Shin-kun and Ji-Yu. She stopped mid-air, saying triumphantly, "I'm still more suited to this appearance." Then she turned to Shin-kun and declared, "From now on my name is Gong Xing." Shin-kun frowned sharply, asking, "Gong Xing?" She laughed loudly, her tone filled with pride. "My first stable body was Gong Xiaoni. Her ample chest stimulated me and changed my mind. Your monster genes gave me inspiration for rebirth." Shin-kun coldly responded without politeness, "I don't care about your quirks. You and I will always be enemies." At the same time he launched an attack, blue energy erupting, rushing straight towards her. How could this be? The flame demon god, now Gong Xing, recited a spell with a sneer, blocking the attack. She continued, her tone full of mockery. "I can, like you, see myself as a human savior of the world." Shin-kun roared, "Who would believe the words of a monster like you?" She looked back, her eyes provocative. "Who looks more like a monster now?" Gong Xing turned to Wen Yu and at the same time said to Shin-kun, "Wen Yu, those hypnotized survivors haven't fully woken up yet, right? There's still a chance to insert a memory into their confused minds," she shouted loudly, her voice echoing, making it clearly audible to those on the ground. "The contestant named Shin-kun is not a superhuman but a guy carrying monster genes. He lost control and turned into a monster, leading a pack of man-eating beasts with blood dripping from his mouth, looking terrifying. Now his teammates are trying to wake him up, but he has already eaten too many people." The people below were stunned and collectively shrieked in terror, "No, don't eat me, don't eat me." The wicked woman's determination seemed to have reached its peak. She turned and sneered at Shin-kun. "Do you find this memory interesting?" Shin-kun frowned, gritting his teeth, threatening me, trying to frame me. The mutated part of his left arm lunged forward, its sharp teeth tightly biting her hands. He replied indifferently, "This framing will have flaws if I don't resist. My monster power is too strong and these two arms contain a lot of energy." The flame demon god's eyes flashed with a hint of mockery, responding to Shin-kun, "Aren't you afraid of being considered a cannibal monster? Those people already have a false memory of me eating them. What difference does one more false memory about you make?" She sneered, allowing Shin-kun to bite off her hands. "HMPH, then I'll let you all become cannibal monsters in this supernova competition. I'll give you the power of these two arms. Consider it a gift in return for analyzing my power," she messaged Wen Yu, her voice cold. "Wen Yu, is Li Tianqing dead? If he is, no one can explain for Shin-kun." Wen Yu gritted her teeth and retorted, "He would have died long ago if you hadn't had Wen Wong lift everyone's illusion. Now he's leading some surviving cleansers, making a final stand." The flame demon god roared in defiance but still said, "Soon I'll be there to clean up the mess." She turned to Shangguan Kui and ordered, "Shangguan Kui, you're lucky this time." To Wen Yu's surprise, Shangguan Kui astonishingly quickly regained consciousness. Wen Yu launched multiple illusions at Shangguan Kui, but she easily blocked them, confidently stating, "You can't control me." At the same time, she counterattacked with a continuous water dragon slash, a fierce water vortex charging directly at her opponent. Wen Yu was surprised by Shangguan Kui's 5-star superhuman power. Realizing there was no chance of victory, she turned to the flame demon god and anxiously said, "Another 5-star superhuman. Flame demon god, we must leave here immediately, or there will be unforeseen consequences." Suddenly a voice rang out, "Father, stop her." The flame demon god paused, her two freshly bitten off arms grew back and she revealed a sinister smile. "All right, his banquet, though not entirely satisfying, was a full meal." She turned to Shin-kun and Ji-Yu, ambition gleaming in her eyes. "I very much look forward to the day we cooperate." Shin-kun roared without hesitation, "There will be no such day," but her dark gaze still lingered, her sinister intentions still burning fiercely. Before disappearing, the flame demon god left a lingering taunt. "A sincere piece of advice, don't let other demon gods possess human bodies for too long in the future." She sneered, "Even if you possess someone, choose some foolish one so as not to cause trouble for both you and me." Her figure dissipated, but her words still lingered in the air. The rain continued to pour, but the final battle had ended. Ji-Yu and Shin-kun stood there, their expressions heavy, filled with emotion. "It's over. Damn it, we were outsmarted." Ji-Yu turned to Shin-kun, worriedly saying, "Although you've cleared your name from the cannibal monster accusation, your identity is at risk of exposure. What will you do in the future?" Shin-kun clasped his hands, a hint of determination flashing in his eyes. "Let it be exposed. I'm strong enough to protect myself now. Whoever dares to cause trouble, I'll beat them into submission." The city at night fell into silence, with only the sound of rain pattering. The flame demon god and Wen Yu flew on monsters in the darkness, whispering, calculating everything. Wen Yu began, "Just a little more and my father can be promoted to tier 6. I know you're worried my father will be dealt with by the king, but from what I know, being dealt with is inevitable." The flame demon god responded sharply, "Join me and together we'll deal with the king so you won't be purged. Your reckless behavior earlier was to test me, wasn't it? Haha, you can choose to die." She looked directly at Wen Yu. "Because of your father, you hypnotized the thunder demon god and made it bestow kingship upon him. In the future, when I transform the monster flesh in my body into genes just like Xing Kun's, my father and I will divide the Thunder Demon God. The kingship will belong to you, and you won't have to worry about the demon god's backlash. She whispered something close to his ear, but the author deliberately kept it hidden. Wen Yu lowered his head, respectfully saying, "Yes, Lord Gongxing's command, my king." On the other side, Gong Zhaoni appeared, looking cute and mischievous. "Oh dear, take a good look at me. Are your eyes okay?" She was excited, her limbs moving freely, completely in control of her body. Zhaoni joyfully reveled in her freedom while Xing Kun sat beside her, astonished by her burst of energy. He felt an unprecedented sense of relaxation with no worries about mutation. Gong Zhaoni smiled brightly at her phone screen, chatting with her grandfather, her eyes sparkling with joy as she boasted, "Grandpa, don't worry, I'm really fine." In a small box, Shangguan Kui and Ching Che appeared, both dumbfounded, their eyes filled with surprise. Gong Zhaoni mischievously gestured. "You all wait, I'm going to pan the camera down." Shangguan Kui slightly tilted the camera, revealing Ching Che's tear-streaked face, his shoulders trembling as if he was sobbing while reporting. "Grandpa's little pearl, she's been crying the whole time." Grandpa's heart must have been very emotional, but seeing Ching Che's wet face he felt a bit awkward, his tone suddenly turning angry. "Get Shangguan Kui out of here." "Shangguan Kui, get out. Are you asking for leave to go on a blind date?" "I approve, I'll approve it, alright." Hearing this, Shangguan Kui pouted, turned and left, her steps firm but betraying her fatigue. "Alright then, I'm going. I'm exhausted, and I still have to research 5-star superhumans for you, delaying my lifelong happiness." Gong Zhaoni smiled brightly, her eyes twinkling mischievously, joking with her grandfather. Beside them, Xing Kun stood, scratching his head, a bit confused and at a loss. Ching Che sighed softly, his expression softening, his voice low and warm. "I'm relieved to know you're alright, Xing Kun. Thank you for bringing Zhaoni back." Gong Zhaoni raised her hand, striking a cute pose, her eyes watery. "I'm fine." Suddenly, Grandpa's tone changed. He sat up straight, his expression serious, as if to announce something important. "To save Zhaoni, and for this world, you have sacrificed too much. If your identity is exposed this time, even if the whole world turns against you, Grandpa will stand firmly behind you." Xing Kun heard this, a flicker of gratitude in his eyes, but he still gently shook his head. "That's not important, Grandpa. Don't worry about me anymore." "How are the students from the Monster Academy now? Are there any side effects after they transformed into my monster faction?" Gong Zhaoni immediately interjected, her tone full of concern. Yes, Grandpa, I wasn't there." "Are the classmates all right?" Ching Che pondered, his gaze distant as if reminiscing. He slowly spoke, his tone full of implication. "A classmate had a nightmare and was startled, mutating into a monster. I've secretly masked everyone's alarms so he doesn't know he's mutated and is still sleeping." An image surfaced in his mind, a gigantic monster, its eyes blood red and ferocious, lying on a bed, roaring at the students, scaring everyone's hearts racing. The next morning, the room was heavy with atmosphere. Gong Zhaoni's roommate awoke from a nightmare and suddenly mutated. Xing Kun stood there observing sharply, his voice low. "My genes are at work. As long as they don't starve, they can maintain their sanity." Ching Che's detailed description made Gong Zhaoni excited, her eyes sparkling like a child listening to a fairy tale. "What kind of dream is so stimulating?" According to Grandpa, 2 students have already mutated into gigantic monsters, enormous in size. Ching Che took them into the laboratory where he carefully studied them. Currently, these 2 students are temporarily in the laboratory. He is having them try to see if they can revert to human bodies like you. Everything is progressing positively. Hearing this, Gong Zhaoni breathed a sigh of relief, a brilliant smile blossoming on her face, her heart feeling much lighter. As long as there's humanity, there's hope for everything. Ching Che suddenly changed his tone, looking at Zhaoni with gentle eyes, but then asking Xing Kun with concern. He missed Zhaoni. "Xing Kun, what are your plans next? When will Zhaoni come back? This child has suffered a lot and this old man will protect her." Xing Kun gently patted Gong Zhaoni's shoulder, his gaze firm yet with a hint of mischief, calmly replying, "There's absolutely no intention of her coming back. She's mine now. I want to take her to eat the king's arms and legs." Ching Che, after hearing this, was first stunned and erupted in anger, his eyes wide. "What did you say?" Xing Kun, seeing his tension, couldn't help but laugh, joking. "I'm kidding. Zhaoni is an important combat force and we desperately need her help. Time is running out." Although he missed his granddaughter, Ching Che could only sigh helplessly, a hint of sadness flashing in his eyes. "Indeed, there's no time to waste. You must protect yourselves," Xing Kun pondered, the intense battle scene between Gu and the flame demon god flashing in his mind. He told Ching Che, his voice filled with worry, "Dean, too many changes have occurred. The flame demon god intends to betray the monster king, and I'm worried this will trigger a chain reaction." Before his eyes, huge and grotesque flowers twisted in shape with jagged teeth gleamed with cold light. He warned that just in case, they must quickly prepare for doomsday measures. If strange flowers appear on the street, everyone must stay away from them. The conversation between Xing Kun and Ching Che grew increasingly tense, the atmosphere seemingly solidified. Even Xing Kun, the protagonist of the story, could not escape this shadow. The continuous appearance of monster flowers heralded the beginning of doomsday, just like the painful memories of his past life. Doomsday was still 10 years away, but Xing Kun felt an uneasy premonition, as if darkness was quietly approaching. "It might not come so quickly in this life, but I have an ominous feeling." Ching Che nodded, his eyes thoughtfully confirming. He understood. The conversation ended on a lighter note, the 3 sharing warm smiles. Waving goodbye. "Goodbye, Dean. Goodbye, Grandpa." Xing Kun turned to Gong Zhaoni, determination flashing in his eyes. "Next we should continue the experiment." Hearing him call her class monitor, Gong Xiaoni frowned, a hint of displeasure flashing across her face. You say class monitor so smoothly. You're not a student of the Monster Academy. Why are you so familiar? Xing Kun pouted, his tone teasing and playful. Well, your body once ate mine and I once ate yours. Amazing, isn't it? Come on, try growing 2 arms. Can you use fire monsters? Gong Xiaoni glared at him, her gaze sharp and full of disdain. What do you mean I ate you? You're the one who ate me. You're making me all tingly. Without hesitation, she still used her ability. A red mist swirling around her, white hair flowing, killing intent erupting like flames. It's a fresh feeling, not having to control my emotions but rather trying to make them intense, to control myself and mutate into a monster. At this moment her eyes were burning, killing intent pervasive, power seemingly about to erupt from deep within her eyes. Let me think about how to do it. The opposite of sage mode, I get it. Let's get passionate. But suddenly Gong Xiaoni wilted, her fierce demeanor vanishing, returning to her familiar docile self. She tilted her head, looking at Xing Kun coyly. Please help me. Or maybe give me some stimulation. I'm your queen after all. This situation made Xing Kun a bit awkward, his face slightly flushed. Ah, this. Gong Xiaoni leaned in, placing her hands gently on his chest, her eyes flickering with provocation. Come on, that kind of thrilling feeling. Xing Kun was a bit flustered, taking a step back, secretly thinking, I initially created the image of a playboy protagonist, but now she's messing it all up. He tried hard to stay calm, but his cheeks were still burning. Gong Xiaoni, on the other hand, was unusually calm, a confident smile playing on her lips. What's there to be afraid of? She waved her hand and a shimmering purple object covered in sharp thorns appeared. You're the new king of monsters, don't be so weak. The opposite of sage mode, fight. Gong Xiaoni suddenly noticed Xing Kun's strange reaction. He stood like a statue, a hint of awkwardness flashing across his face, and suddenly, the purple object she created streaked across the air, charging straight towards Jiyu, attracting both their gazes. Jiyu fumbled to dodge, her clumsy movements almost causing the huge and potentially explosive fish to hit her. Luckily it flew past and the two continued walking. Gong Xiaoni narrowed her eyes, curiously observing the unfamiliar girl. This student is... Xing Kun smiled brightly, enthusiastically introducing, she's my childhood sweetheart, the gold medalist of the Superhuman Academy, Jiyu. Jiyu was the first superhuman nicknamed the Genius Girl. He suddenly paused, flicker of an interesting thought in his eyes. Right, she has a more fitting name, Sweetheart Koi. Jiyu's face turned green upon hearing this, her anger flaring. In the fish's eyes the big koi is jealous. Are you saying I'm jealous of you? She abruptly stood up, pointing at Xing Kun, roaring furiously. You little head controlling a big head, lacking love, without morals, you like my older sister. An 80-year-old sister walks by and you secretly take a breath, a pervert without bottom lines, a scumbag. Gong Xiaoni heard these words, and quickly ran over, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Wanting to dig more information out of this villain, Jiyu was triumphant, her tone resonant and firm as if teaching life lessons. We women must be good at judging people or will regret being deceived for a lifetime. Gong Xiaoni nodded repeatedly, completely agreeing, while Xing Kun stood beside them looking bewildered, a hint of awkwardness flashing across his face. He stepped forward, glaring at Jiyu, his voice low as if preparing to retort. In my opinion, isn't this just stating facts? Jiyu replied nonchalantly, a hint of provocation on her lips. I'm too lazy to argue with you. Arguing with you for too long is bad for my neck, shorty. Jiyu paused upon hearing this, her eyes wide, burning with rage. Shorty, who are you calling short? She exploded, pointing at him, her voice sharp as a knife. You little shorty, did you forget? Before high school I was always taller than you. You little shorty wore my class monitor's school uniform pants by mistake. Tomorrow the pant legs will be torn. Jiyu angrily poked Xing Kun's chest with her finger, making him grit his teeth, his anger threatening to erupt. Not to be outdone, Xing Kun placed his hand on her head, playfully rubbing it. So what? I grew taller later, and didn't you also wear my school uniform pants? After gym class the pants almost ripped. I have reason to suspect you're a man. These words were like adding fuel to the fire. Jiyu trembled with rage, her tone threatening and cold. Let go. Xing Kun still maintained a straight face, unmoving. I won't let go. Jiyu's eyes flashed with angry electricity, filled with killing intent. Xing Kun, you're dead. She activated her ability, the air around her vibrating, ready to attack at any moment. I'm going to electrocute that stinky mouth of yours. Try not to move if you dare. Xing Kun maintained his playful tone, gripping Jiyu's head tightly with no intention of letting go. The piranha's gone mad. Jiyu's ability erupted, her eyes turning blood red, preparing for a veered battle. Xing Kun panicked, quickly withdrawing his hand and backing away, saying in a flustered tone, Whoa, 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 calm down, calm down. Zhao Shang, Wen Lang and that unlucky teacher are still recuperating upstairs. Don't drag them into this. Jiyu ignored his words and charged straight at him, flickering points of light shooting toward Xing Kun like arrows. You only got your life back because of them. Xing Kun's face turned pale, and he raised his hands in surrender, saying, All right, thanks to the great King's Koi for sparing my life. But Jiyu wouldn't let him off so easily. She leapt up, grabbed his cheeks, and her eyes blazed with fire. I'm going to tear that mouth of yours to shreds. Xing Kun, not to be outdone, retorted with a grin. P2E, time's almost up, pucker up. Suddenly, Gong Xiaoni's voice rang out, interrupting their heated confrontation. She sat there, propped on her hands, watching them, her eyes sparkling with interest. Keep going, it's too ambiguous, more please. I love watching. Xing Kun and Ji Yu exclaimed in unison, their faces red as if accused of being ambiguous. Ambiguous my ass. Ji Yu spun around abruptly, her cheeks flushed, her tone annoyed. Are you crazy? Gong Xiaoni giggled, her heart fluttering, her eyes sparkling with infatuation. Suddenly, from the surge of emotion, her body trembled and her arm began to deform. I found that throbbing feeling again. I can mutate now. Looking at her twisted arm, she cried out in horror. My hand is so ugly. Where's my fair arm? Change back. Calm down. Activating Sage Mode. My fingers are too long. Is it because girls don't have a clear Sage Mode? Xing Kun was stunned, his eyes sparkling with surprise. So Xiaoni isn't a fire element monster. She's a wood element monster. Gong Xiaoni breathed a sigh of relief, her body returning to normal, taking a deep, relaxed breath. Men get hard just by looking. Good thing I can change back. Xing Kun fell into thought as if a new door had opened in his mind. He felt this door connected to Gong Xiaoni's monster heart. There had been a fire element door before, but he had missed it. These two doors connected to two queens. If he was the king of monsters, Xiaoni was his subordinate, the wood demon god, the original form of the monster network. While thinking, he was startled by Gong Xiaoni's voice. She turned to Ji Yu, her tone greedy. Ji Yu, I'm so hungry. She lunged at Ji Yu, her eyes glinting with a predator's light. Friend Ji Yu, you smell so good. Ji Yu remained calm, but her tone became sharp and threatening. I'll electrocute you, you know. Xing Kun nodded in explanation, his eyes thoughtful. Monsters have extremely strong recovery abilities, but they are also very bloodthirsty. This side effect is difficult even for rational evil monsters to bear. Gong Xiaoni licked her lips, pleading. Just let me have a little taste, big sister. Ji Yu nervously backed away, her eyes wary. You touch me and you're dead. She turned to Xing Kun, accusing. You're no different from her. Drooling at the mouth too. You really can't blame Gong Xiaoni, you just smell too good. I often can't control myself and want to lick you. I have to use primordial strength to restrain myself. After hearing this, Ji Yu pouted, her face flushed with anger. You big pervert, shut up. Stay away from me from now on, and now you immediately stop your queen. Xing Kun used his power, raising his hands, shimmering light swirling around them, attempting to rein in the wild Gong Xiaoni. Oh, you overestimate me. I have an extra door in my body that leads to the queen's core. I can satisfy her through this door. Energy particles flickered from his hands, entering Xiaoni's body, and he calmly explained, I can give her power without touching her, like wireless internet, but it will be a bit slower than direct contact. Ji Yu pouted, her eyes sharply mocking. Satisfy her. I know that's all you think about daily. Xing Kun immediately retorted, his cheeks slightly flushed, a little embarrassed. Hey, I'm telling the truth. Suddenly, Ji Yu frowned, sensing something amiss. Wait, she doesn't seem right. What did you feed her? She was about to revert to her original form. Xing Kun turned around, observing Gong Xiaoni with concern. She had originally retained a shred of sanity, but now she was completely out of control and she was mutating again. As Ji Yu wrestled with the flame demon god, Xing Kun stood there, lost in thought. I only gave her my power. Only power can be transmitted. So the conclusion is the hunger in monster flesh and blood cannot be appeased by any means. Though he continued to whisper, Ji Yu still had to face the completely out-of-control Xiaoni. The power he transmitted did not calm her, but instead amplified her hunger. Ji Yu quickly activated her star map domain, a light shield surrounding her. Watching Xiaoni roar and bite frantically, Ji Yu trembled as she recalled. The power is too intense. I feel like I'm facing that tier 4 monster from that day. In despair, she shouted to Xing Kun for help. Dad, Xing Kun quickly think of a way to satisfy her hunger. Just at this critical moment, a voice sounded from outside the door, breaking the tense atmosphere. Dad, just let me go. Xing Kun is over there. You don't need to go yourself. Ji Yu's eyes widened in horror, her heart pounding. Someone's coming. This is bad. She smells human. Tianqing casually pushed open the creaking door, his face expressionless. This is my home. Is there a problem with me returning to my own home? This is Li family property. Gong Xiaoni, in the form of the flame demon god, immediately rushed over, roaring madly. Food. Tianqing and Li Ji were terrified, their eyes wide. So fast, what is that thing? She grew enormous, rushing towards them like lightning. Xiaoni roared in a frenzy, freezing both of them. Tianqing stood rooted to the spot, his mind in chaos. The flame demon god? No, Xing Kun said the flame demon god had abandoned Gong Xiaoni's body. Sharp thorns shot out from her body, grazing Tianqing and leaving a trail of blood. Li Ji stood dumbfounded. The terrifying pressure of the monster from that day surging over him, making him tremble in despair. Xing Kun finally found a way. Unable to satisfy her, he could only absorb all her power. He went all out, radiating light, successfully pulling Gong Xiaoni back into human form, her eyes gradually softening, regaining consciousness. Ji Yu quickly rushed over, supporting the swaying Gong Xiaoni, whose face was pale, her body trembling. Xing Kun, you sucked me dry. So hungry I have no strength left. Xiaoni whispered weakly, her voice almost giving out. I'm dying. Ji Yu panicked, turning to Xing Kun, her eyes wide with worry. Xing Kun, the dean's granddaughter, is about to kick the bucket. Xing Kun calmed down, his eyes serene and cautious. It's fine, just give her some life essence liquid quickly. Drops of crimson syrup dripped onto the floor, glistening in the dim light. Suddenly Li Ji's voice rang out, low but full of doubt. It seems even your companions are scared. Tianqing turned to him, his voice trembling but feigning toughness. Isn't he really the monster who devoured 2/3 of our Huaxia supernova geniuses and orchestrated the destruction of 2/3 of Xincheng's cleansers? Are you still reminding all the other heroes? Li Ji responded coldly, his gaze sharp as a knife. How do I think the first half of that sentence is more reasonable? Shin Kun struggled to explain, his tone urgent, his hands raised as if to dispel doubts. Dad, no, didn't I tell you? The truth is, before he could finish, Li Ji roared loudly. His face darkened. Shut up, as they argued. Gong Zhaoni suddenly cried out, her eyes hazy but full of vigilance. Hey, Li Ji forgot to introduce himself. Li Ji turned to Shin Kun, his gaze stern, his tone low as if in an interrogation. Shin Kun, my name is Li Ji and I am the Commander-in-Chief of Xincheng's Cleansers. I came here personally today because I want to hear from you directly. Are you human or monster? Shin Kun stood there, his eyes sharp and unyielding, facing Li Ji, who was yelling from downstairs. So noisy, Shin Kun, we know you're in there. Come out, monster, come out. A pink-haired girl stood beside Tianqing, looking up in surprise. Who is that? Tianqing replied, his voice low but tense. Students, colleagues are cleansers. The pink-haired girl panicked, her voice trembling. And even so many ordinary people, how did this happen? How did this news spread so quickly? Her phone pinged and she quickly raised it to check, her face paling. This is, she murmured. The video of Shin Kun turning into a monster has been uploaded online. Someone leaked our address. She murmured, her eyes blank. Why can this video still spread? All electronic devices should have been destroyed by the fire and lightning elements at that time. Tianqing continued, his tone low and full of worry. The investigation has just begun. Just now, through Helai's investigation, we found a small clue about when you... Downstairs, the crowd was noisy, shouts echoing like waves. The pink-haired girl stood in the chaos, her voice trembling but feigning resolve. Who on earth is causing such a huge commotion? Tutu stepped forward, raising her hand to calm. Her eyes tried to soothe the angry crowd. Everyone, calm down. After the higher-ups investigate clearly, everyone will get justice. Please don't worry, go back and wait for news. Before she finished speaking, the crowd erupted, curses engulfing the entire space. Get out of the way, you're just an ordinary cleanser from Manhua. Yang Yang shouted, his eyes burning with anger. What right do you have to point fingers in our Xincheng? Li Lin interjected, his tone forceful, his eyes bloodshot. Get out of our way. I saw with my own eyes that Manhua student turn into a monster. Li Lin gnashed his teeth, tears rolling down his face, his voice choked with indignation. Are you saying we're under an illusion just because you say so, my captain? I'm going to see for myself if that guy is a monster. With that, he threw a rock at Tutu. The crowd shouted in unison, aggressively, as if to devour everything. Get out of the way, or we won't be polite. Tutu leapt up, her cheeks flushed, her tone resolute. I won't let you in. Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, she turned in a panic, calling for help. Senior Li Tianqing, so many people suddenly showed up, I can't stop them at all. Tianqing stepped forward, his eyes calm but tense. Leave it to me. He raised his hand, his voice echoing. Everyone listen to me. But before he finished, a rock flew straight at Tianqing's head, making his body stiffen. A surge of hot blood rising, the crowd erupted in shouts, a sharp voice filled with resentment. Li Tianqing, we once unconditionally trusted you, but you led us into a trap and completely severed all our trust in you. You caused the death of almost all of our Xincheng cleansers. Tianqing's heart ached, his eyes wavering slightly before these accusations. You are a sinner, we will no longer trust you. Li Lin continued to curse, his voice trembling with hatred. Who knows if you're like your good friend Helai, someone we call a superior. You completely disappeared as soon as trouble arose. Who knows if you're colluding with that monster, otherwise why are you protecting him in his house? The crowd behind them shouted in unison aggressively. Move aside, let us go greet him ourselves. Shin Kun suddenly walked out, his eyes sharp but his tone calm. He tried to quell the wave of anger. I am very sorry for what you have experienced. Tianqing turned, his face tense, whispering, don't blame yourself, Tianqing. Tell him the current situation. Why did you come out? Things are very complicated and messy right now. You can use superhuman power to stabilize them as a superhuman first. Now is not the time to escalate things, but the crowd had already seen Shin Kun and immediately erupted, pointing at him. Come out, that's him, right? That's who I saw. Li Lin gnashed his teeth, his eyes bloodshot, roaring with indignation. He is the monster. Shin Kun cleared his throat, his sharp gaze sweeping over the agitated crowd. Don't you want to know if I'm human or monster? He raised his hand and a shimmering circle of energy erupted imposingly. Here, I will tell you that I am. Suddenly, a piercing sound cut him off. What's that sound? The crowd suddenly stirred, their gaze focusing on a girl, a red dot flickering on her neck, terrifying everyone. Shin Kun frowned, his thoughts in chaos. They weren't superhumans, were they people carrying monster genes? How could they be here? The little girl beside the girl looked up in panic, her voice trembling. Mommy. Shin Kun stared intently, his heart heavy. My story has already been exposed by the media, especially the video of me turning into a monster. If everyone confirms that I am indeed a monster that can control consciousness, that is precisely the hope they have always yearned for but could not obtain. He suddenly realized it was the sound of a locator, a signal that monster genes were about to mutate. When they mutate into monsters, every cleanser has a responsibility to kill it. Suddenly, a cute little girl cried out, her voice hoarse. Mommy? The mother's face was pale, screaming, her voice trembling with intense pain. Husband, quickly take our daughter away from me. The little girl cried even harder, her tiny hands struggling, continuously calling out, Mommy, 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 mommy. The man tightly held the little girl, his voice choked as he comforted her. Niu, don't get agitated. Take a deep breath, don't get agitated. The monster genes are sleeping inside you. But on the mother's face, traces of dark magic began to spread. Her voice struggled in pain, as if consumed by darkness. She exerted all her strength, trying to utter every word. Husband, you must hold on, don't mutate. For Niu, find a way to protect your sanity. Half of her face was already covered in magic, but a last glimmer of hope still flickered in her eyes. Don't avenge me, don't be sad for me, she roared, using her last ounce of strength to shout 4 words, strive to live on. With a cold thump, the mother's body mutated instantly, transforming into a giant monster, its crimson eyes full of threat. Niu witnessed her mother's mutation. Stunned, unconsciously calling softly, "Mama," a young man in a hat walked over, his cold voice breaking the sad atmosphere. Even if she just mutated, piercing the head alone isn't enough to kill her. You need to completely destroy her brain or heart, otherwise it will be harder to deal with her once she fully mutates. The green-haired young man next to him responded in a low voice, "Indeed." The hat-wearing young man waved his hand, his eyes sharp, announcing decisively, "Therefore, no one carrying monster genes is allowed to leave here. Your monster genes may have already been activated." Ice prison magic erupted. A layer of transparent frost rapidly spread, instantly freezing the ground beneath everyone's feet. His voice was as cold as iron. According to Article 11 of the Superhuman Act, all people carrying monster genes and monsters within a 50-meter radius must undergo a 30-minute safety observation period before returning to normal life. The frost tightened, the air heavy as if to trap everyone in fear. The air was heavy, the crowd still seething, and the hat-wearing young man straightened his body, his eyes coldly sweeping over them, his tone stern. "You may not leave until the mutation danger is completely eliminated," he roared, his aura intimidating. "Those carrying monster genes, gathering freely without restraint, causing such severe consequences, are bringing it upon yourselves. Rest assured, I will nip it in the bud and minimize the risk of your infection." The green-haired young man's hand flashed with heart-piercing magic, preparing to stab the head of the woman who had turned into a monster. Suddenly, the little girl Niu rushed over, tearfully blocking her mother, desperately shouting, "Don't hurt my mama." The green-haired young man was startled, his tone softening as he tried to persuade, "Little sister, come here quickly. If you get scratched or injured, you'll become a monster gene carrier. You'll mutate. Then you won't be able to." He paused, turning to the hat-wearing young man, and said urgently, "Captain, open the ice prison for the little sister first." But the hat-wearing young man shook his head, his eyes cold. "No, this child is too emotional. Even if a child's monster genes are mostly dormant, there's still a risk of causing trouble for the cleansing squad. The first lesson for a cleanser is not to let excessive sympathy bring danger to teammates and yourself. It's not you or I who put her in danger," he continued coldly, his tone full of accusation. "If you want to blame someone, blame her mother for being too weak-willed." He turned to the father, his eyes sharp as a knife. "This child's father also failed in his duty. Did this child's father also mutate?" Then he continued, his voice low but full of pressure. "Here, only a small portion of monster gene carriers. What's more, over half have already begun to mutate. This is an extremely large-scale chain mutation event." The green-haired young man was stunned, stammering, his eyes bewildered. How could this be? The mutated monsters didn't come into contact with the monster gene carriers. There shouldn't be a chain mutation phenomenon, right? The hat-wearing young man curved his lips, his tone full of confidence. "Isn't this perfect? We have so many cleansers here, we can just clean up all these monsters for the city we protect. To eliminate future troubles." Even with only a trace of consciousness remaining, the mother struggled to utter a faint sound, calling Niu. The little girl was stunned, tears rolling down. "Mama," the mother used her last ounce of strength to push her daughter away violently, saying tremblingly, "Run, Mama can't control herself anymore." The green-haired young man waved his hand, a sharp rod piercing the monster woman's arm, and shouted loudly, "Captain, save this child. She's still young. As long as she's not scratched, the monster genes inside her won't be awakened," he shouted, his tone full of pleading. "Saving a life is better than—" But suddenly a strange sound rang out, startling everyone. What's that?" A miniature syringe shot out, forming a circle around the magically infected area. On the back of Niu's neck, a golden circular mark shone, and black magic patterns spread like a spiderweb. The green-haired young man narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharp, his voice low and full of suspicion. "These monster gene carriers didn't mutate accidentally. Someone deliberately caused it," he turned, saying decisively, "Captain, there are superhumans mixed among the monster gene carriers, and they are the ones causing these monster gene carriers to mutate. They are taking the opportunity to escape. We must catch them." The hat-wearing young man shook his head, his eyes cold, his tone stern. "Do you still have time to worry about them? If you continue, you'll be eaten alive by the monster you just saved. Now all the monster gene carriers have mutated. We must first eliminate all monsters." The green-haired young man hesitated, his lips moving, but he still tried to speak. But the captain interrupted him, his tone cold and merciless. "Shut up. Maintaining social stability is our primary responsibility as cleansers." The green-haired young man bit his lip, reluctantly responding, "Yes." The hat-wearing young man raised his hand, his voice echoing through the sky. "All cleansers, listen up. Eliminate all monsters." The entire squad responded in unison, their morale high. "Yes." On this side, Li Lin gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with anger, his tone stern. "Duty first, personal matters later. I'll settle accounts with you after I've fulfilled my duty." Shin Kun stood there, his eyes sharp, a provocative smile playing on his lips. "I already smell a conspiracy. Perhaps someone wants to make you fear monsters even more, or perhaps it's a deeper conspiracy. Doing something like this in front of me?" Li Tianqing quickly walked forward, his face etched with tension, his voice low but full of worry. "Shin Kun, don't get agitated. It will be very troublesome if you expose yourself now." Shin Kun turned, his eyes burning, his voice low but firm. "It's all right, me now. No one can stop me anymore." A guardian magic erupted from Shin Kun's body, followed by Inferno, and red flames consumed the space. Li Lin witnessed all this, his face ashen, roaring in anger. "You really are a monster," he shouted, clutching his weapon. "Must eliminate." Li Lin's heart ached with pain at this power. He alone suppressed everyone present, such a terrifying scale, unprecedented. No, 20 years ago, the final battle with level 5 monsters caused countless cleanser casualties worldwide. The hat-wearing young man suddenly spoke, looking coldly at Li Tianqing. Li Tianqing has indeed betrayed humanity and is cooperating with monsters, cleanser colleagues. He emphasized, his aura intimidating. "We are cleansers, and we should not be swayed by emotions. Even if family members become monsters, we need to fulfill our duties." The hat-wearing young man clenched his fist, his eyes burning with determination, his voice ringing out sternly. "Proceed with the cleansing." A shout erupted from the crowd, pointing directly at Li Tianqing. Li Tianqing has betrayed humanity and also turned into a monster. All of us unleash our full power to eliminate these monsters who are trying to destroy our city. Xing Kun stood there, his face terrifyingly cold, his eyes so numb as if all emotions were frozen. "You guys who can't even do a few chores, save your strength." The cleansing squad charged into battle, shouts filling the air as if to tear space apart. "The images of our colleagues sacrificing themselves are deeply etched in our memories. We must avenge them and not give these monsters a chance to breathe," He Dongqing roared, killing intent soaring. "Ignite our life's fire. Eliminate, eliminate." Xing Kun gently waved his hand, a seemingly simple flick of his finger, but destructive light shot out, knocking all the cleansers to the ground. Li Lin was stunned, his eyes wide with fear. Just a flick of a finger had defeated everyone here. He gritted his teeth, his body stiff, trembling as he said, "Fellow countrymen." Suddenly his eyes lit up as if he realized something, and he pointed at the mutating monster gene carriers. "He's targeting them." Suddenly 6 tails appeared behind Xing Kun, shimmering with an eerie light. Li Lin was startled, his heart pounding. "What form is this?" "The Demon King. It's the Demon King of monsters. In its eyes we're just ants. All the cleansers here will be killed," he thought to himself, fear gripping his throat. Such massive power had never been seen in human history. No, 20 years ago, the decisive battle with level 5 monsters caused countless cleanser casualties. In the distant forest, 2 superhumans who had just escaped hid among the trees. The scar-faced man laughed heartily, saying, "Ha, mission accomplished so easily." "Because no cleanser could stop us." The green-clad man's eyes were worried, his tone stammering. "This isn't normal. Those monster gene carriers could mutate at any moment," he recounted, his voice trembling as if draped in righteousness. "It's like a ticking time bomb. There used to be a monster gene carrier in my building. A shut-in who always hid at home. One night that shut-in mutated into a monster and ate his parents, and it didn't stop there. That guy broke through the floor and ate all the neighbors' families downstairs. If there were no so-called morals, who wouldn't want all monster gene carriers to die overnight? We're just following public sentiment." He was immersed in fanaticism, chattering endlessly, but then stopped abruptly, his tone slightly low. "But they are also pitiful, also innocent. If they had a choice, who would want this?" The green-clad man disagreed, sadness in his eyes, muttering as he ran, "Can't pitiful people die? Aren't we innocent? For the good of this world they should all commit suicide." Suddenly the green-clad man stopped, crashing into an invisible barrier. The scar-faced man roared angrily, "Why did you stop? Something's blocking our way." The green-clad man covered his face, groaning in pain, his hand touching the invisible barrier, his nose red and swollen. He panicked, a trace of fear flashing in his eyes. "It seems to be a barrier. Could it be a domain?" The scar-faced man didn't care. Red flames erupted from his hands, his aura fierce. "Whatever it is, let's break it together." Although the green-clad man was still trembling, he obeyed the order and waved his hand, unleashing violent flames. But both were stunned, watching dumbfounded as the barrier absorbed all their power, like a monster devouring everything. "Oh my God, will this thing eat people?" The green-clad man screamed in terror as intense green light shimmered in the air on the cleansing squad's side. Xing Kun stood majestically, his form astonishingly mutated. 6 long tails grew from his back, each opening a huge mouth, sharp teeth gleaming like gates to hell. The cleansing squad knelt on the ground under the terrifying power of the level 5 monster. The hat-wearing captain, though trembling, still stood up. He roared with determination, "Stand up, we are cleansers, don't be afraid of it." His face was resolute, his eyes burning with hatred. He gritted his teeth. "Monsters must be cleansed." But a green-haired team member quickly raised his hand to stop him, saying urgently, "Captain, wait a minute. I feel that these monsters are different from the ones we usually see. Their desire to attack isn't as strong. They seem to be intimidated." The green-haired young man said while supporting the little girl Niu, whose eyes were filled with panic due to her parents' mutation. "These people came here because they believed Xing Kun could control the monster genes in their bodies." Xing Kun hadn't fully turned into a monster yet. He turned to Li Tianqing, his tone full of hope. "It wasn't Xing Kun who controlled the monsters to attack us," he tried hard to persuade, his eyes lighting up. "Perhaps Xing Kun really is someone who can control monster genes. He can save these monster gene carriers." But just then he lowered his head, utterly terrified. The little girl Niu, who had just been crying, had already mutated, her eyes blood red, sharp teeth gleaming with the light of death. "Captain," he gritted his teeth, his eyes cold, disregarding the persuasion. "The higher level the monster, the more cunning its tricks. Snap out of it, the green-haired young man tightly clutched Niu's shoulder, his tone hesitant and trembling. Any sympathy or expectation for monsters will come at a heavy price. If you continue to be so deluded, you will pay for your foolishness just as I did before. The captain's face was ashen, his eyes as cold as iron, raising his hand as layers of ice condensed, forming sharp ice picks exuding biting cold. Cleansers, it's not that strong, we will all be safe. Don't be threatened by it. Everyone stand up, we must not let monsters invade our world again, his words echoed. Rousing the cleansing squad's morale, he waved his hand and a 4-star superhuman power erupted. Heavenly ice spike shooting out like lightning, tearing through the air directly at Shin Kun, carrying a cold killing intent. At the same time, all members of the cleansing squad rose up in defiance, their momentum like a rainbow, like a tsunami, and the pressure suppressing the crowd gradually dissipated. Shin Kun frowned, his face gloomy, his voice low and annoyed. It seems I have to make you completely unable to stand up so you don't get in the way. He raised his hand, and as the ice shards rushed over, Shin Kun slammed his hand down coldly, shattering the ice picks on the ground, which cracked and scattered. Quick dodge, a shout rang out and the crowd panicked, scrambling to escape the impact range of the ice picks. A man standing near Shin Kun, his left hand bandaged, his head also wrapped in gauze, gritted his teeth, his eyes firm, raising his right hand to unleash the rock pain ultimate move. Even with a broken body, he was determined to fight to the end. Shin Kun glanced at him, a smile playing on his lips, warning coldly, "Hey, with this punch your 2 arms, ha ha ha. Your whole body will be completely plastered in casts." The man froze, his gaze faltering slightly, trying to guess what Shin Kun meant. But before he could ponder further, Shin Kun's fists rained down violently, leaving him dizzy and disoriented. Rock pain shattered, scattering into pieces. Shin Kun's punches created a vortex, sending the man flying into the air, crashing into a nearby house, scattering debris and filling the air with dust. Once he was dealt with, the man was completely covered in casts. Shin Kun turned around, his sharp gaze sweeping over the remaining Cleanser Squad members, his low voice challenging, "Are you all ready for casts?" But the Cleanser Squad did not back down. Their captain roared, his voice full of impetus, encouraging his team, "Let's go together. It's completely different from the monster we encountered that day. The stronger a monster, the larger its size, and this one is so small we have a chance." His resolute words ignited his teammates' fighting spirit, and they prepared to charge and attack. Hearing this, Shin Kun's lips curled into a smirk, a hint of impatience flashing in his eyes. "Small, you say? It seems you're all ready?" Dazzling blue light erupted, and Shin Kun's hand grew to an immense size, overshadowing the sky like a colossal shadow devouring the light. The crowd stared in horror, wide-eyed, unable to believe what they were seeing, as if the entire world was crumbling. Sweat poured down the captain's forehead, his face pale, feeling his cheeks swollen from the previous impact. The word small had already vanished from his mind. This was his last thought before Shin Kun's colossal hand slapped him down and he fell heavily to the ground. Moments later, the captain awoke, dizzy and dazed, his eyes blurry as he looked at Shin Kun standing before him. "Am I dead?" he murmured weakly. Shin Kun replied indifferently, "No, you probably just passed out for a while." Despite his aching body, as if all strength had been drained, the captain still patted the ground with his hand, feeling his limbs were still there, thinking, "I'm still alive." He shakily propped himself up, his eyes gleaming with determination. He still had life essence liquid in his possession. As long as he wasn't completely dead, he could still fight. He looked up, stunned. Aside from the terrifyingly imposing Shin Kun, everyone else who was alive lay scattered unconscious, but no one was bleeding. The captain was suddenly startled, his gaze fixed on the strange tentacles growing from Shin Kun's body, identical to those of the Earth Dragon. They lunged, biting the monsters, making the captain's whole body tremble and his heart race. If bitten, would these monster gene carriers turn into monsters? But he was then shocked by the incredible sight before him. Under the influence of the tentacles, the monster gene carriers gradually shrank, reverting from their monster forms to human shapes. The surrounding crowd erupted in exclamations, their eyes shining with wonder. "A miracle, everyone is saved and safe." The captain stood there, dumbfounded, asking himself, "What exactly was I doing?" Shin Kun suddenly stepped forward, standing behind him, his voice low but sharp. "Can you listen to me quietly now? Can you give Li Tianqing some time to find evidence against the 5-star superhuman who hypnotized you and killed many of your colleagues?" The captain trembled, letting out an excited cry. The other team members, battered and bruised, staggered forward, their voices trembling as they pleaded, "Captain, we..." Shin Kun turned around, his gaze gentle, his voice soft yet firm as he reminded them, "If you force yourselves to stand, your bones won't be able to take it." In the distance, a childish yet strong voice rang out, cutting through the tense atmosphere. A little girl stepped forward, her eyes shining with determination, blocking Shin Kun. "He saved Mama, he saved Papa, and he saved me too. He's not a bad guy." The mother, her eyes teary, trembled as she stepped forward, her voice choked yet firm. "Officer, you can't understand what his salvation means to us. Ever since we were discovered to be monster gene carriers, a locator alarm was implanted in our necks. We became like human time bombs, no longer human. Though our families seemed unafraid, our classmates and colleagues stopped talking to us. All our neighbors moved away. Those who couldn't move specially reinstalled multi-layered steel doors. Everyone was afraid to come into contact with us. I know it's easy to understand, but my child is still too young." She fell to her knees with a thud, tears streaming down her face, pleading desperately. "Just now he gave us a new life, but there are countless other monster gene carriers in the world who need to be reborn. Please let him go." The villagers, those whom Shin Kun had saved, all knelt down in unison, their gazes earnest, their voices imploring, "Please don't take away our hope." The captain stood there, his gaze wavering slightly, his heart seemingly touched by their unity. A young man stepped forward, his voice gentle yet cunning. Everyone quickly stand up, our captain will surely agree with you all, he smiled looking at the captain. Though he acts tough, he's soft-hearted and reasonable. The captain lowered his head, took off his hat and gave a shaky, bitter smile, his voice filled with emotion. You rascal, but you're right, this is a good thing and I have no right to disagree. The family of 3 and the surrounding villagers were overjoyed, embracing each other, tears and smiles intertwined. This is great, the captain turned, his gaze gentle as he looked at Xing Kun, his voice soft yet sincere. Xing Kun, I don't know why, but looking back now I was filled with deep hatred for you from the very beginning. Perhaps it's because of my poor character, but it's also possible I was truly hypnotized, so I need to apologize to you. Xing Kun smiled faintly, his gaze gentle as he looked at the captain. No need for that. Are you using life essence liquid to recover your strength? The captain fumbled at his lapel, nodded, his voice hoarse yet full of determination. Yes, even if not for battle, I must use it now to accelerate the recovery of my almost fractured bones. Xing Kun suddenly leaned closer, a playful smile on his face. When you passed out just now, the life essence liquid in your pocket spilled out. Fearing it would be wasted, I drank it all and then directly transferred it to all the monster gene carriers. He extended his hand to the villagers, his smile as radiant as sunshine, his voice gentle. Anyway, there's nothing else to be done. Although I can prevent monster gene carriers from mutating, they still need life essence liquid to control their hunger, so consider it your compensation to them. The captain awkwardly covered his face, his cheeks flushing slightly, stammering, "This is what I owe them." You did the right thing, he continued his actions. Suddenly he was startled as if remembering something. Oh right, Xing Kun waved his hand and the shimmering tentacles tightly wrapped around 2 struggling individuals. His voice was low and firm. I've captured these 2. They are the culprits behind the mass mutation of all monster gene carriers. Everyone must interrogate them thoroughly. Perhaps we can find some clues. Just then, a cleanser squad member stepped forward, his gaze apologetic, his tone sincere. Xing Kun, I'm sorry about what happened earlier. We were too rude to you. As for this matter, we'll investigate it thoroughly when we get back. Thank you for stopping the mass mutation event today. On behalf of Xincheng, I thank you and will give you a reward. We hope everyone will continue to stay here for a few more days. In a few days, the chief commander will personally come to see you with the reward. The man paused, his eyes sharp and filled with surprise. I also didn't expect that person to personally come and see you. Hearing this, Xing Kun's eyes widened slightly in surprise. He turned around, his voice filled with curiosity. The chief commander, the supreme chief commander of the Washaw Cleanser Squad, that's a big deal. Those grim-faced superhumans spoke in unison, trying to calm the surging wave of monster gene carriers. Go home, please don't come back, otherwise an unpredictable mass mutation event might erupt. Even if you come here, the monster genes in your bodies cannot be eliminated as you wish. They haven't disappeared. They've only transformed into another form. You will still turn into monsters, and experts cannot yet determine if this transformation is good or bad. Hearing this, the monster gene carriers did not flinch, responding firmly, at worst we'll just become conscious monsters. That's enough. We live in fear every day, not knowing when we might eat our relatives, parents, or children. So no matter what, we must come. The crowd grew larger and larger, completely overwhelming the superhumans' resistance. Give up, we can't stop them. We don't have enough manpower to handle such a massive crowd. A brown-haired young man, sweating profusely, gave a bitter smile. Luckily you weren't here this morning, otherwise you might have been beaten into the hospital like everyone else. A nimble girl stood before the clamoring crowd, speaking to reassure them. Everyone, don't rush one by one. It only takes 2 or 3 minutes per person. It'll be quick. No cutting in line. Just as he crossed the threshold, a black-haired young man came face to face with Zhaoni, now in her monster form, and offered a friendly smile. Hello, please take off your pants. It's okay if you don't worry, I'll give you a gentle jab. Just like an injection, nothing to worry about. The girl turned to Xing Kun, doubt in her eyes, and asked, Xing Kun, is this really okay? Xing Kun's expression was calm as if nothing could faze him, and he replied, no problem. You are my queen. Your transformation of them is like my own doing. Never mind. I won't discuss this issue further. Monster gene carriers are all energy sources for the Monster King. By transforming them into our monster faction, we are essentially undermining the Monster King and cuckolding him. Zhaoni's eyes twinkled mischievously as she teased, aren't you afraid he'll be provoked into waking up and beat you up? Xing Kun burst into laughter, revealing a set of white teeth. Once the pufferfish evolves into a 5-star superhuman and I evolve into a level 5 monster, the counterattack will have already begun. Next we'll go find the Monster King's accomplices, the demon gods. He paused, a flicker of determination in his eyes, and eat them one by one. Xing Kun's eyes burned with confidence as he reassured her. Go ahead and transform them without worry. The more people we have on our side, the stronger we'll become, and the Monster King's energy will be further weakened. He paused, a slight smile on his lips, a flicker of thought in his eyes. Now I need to study our monster network. Through each monster, I can sense the situation there, the vague consciousness of each individual, and even transmit a small amount of power. He waved his hand and the scene switched to the Xincheng Superhuman Research Institute. Inside the institute, a scientist with a solemn expression expounded on their findings. Our research shows that those monster gene carriers transformed by Xing Kun are still monsters. They are no different from the ordinary monsters we've studied for the past 20 years. Within a certain range, they can communicate in some way. He turned to Zhaoni, his voice low. In this regard, you should be more professional than I am, he continued, his gaze sharp as if to pierce through the truth. Monsters possess a hive mind. Advanced monsters can control lower-level monsters. Among the monster hordes, there exists a monster king who has never shown his face, and these monster gene carriers transformed by Shing Kun might all be under his control. He paused, his tone filled with caution. Shing Kun can control them, though there is currently no conclusive evidence, another researcher added, his tone filled with worry. But we found that they still crave flesh and blood just like ordinary monsters, only their human consciousness within them offers a natural resistance. Life essence liquid can substitute for flesh and blood, alleviating their hunger. Theoretically, they can achieve an evolution speed comparable to that of monsters. He frowned, his voice low. Though we can't draw a complete conclusion yet, these monster gene carriers might be considered mutated superhumans, but with a risk of losing control. Suddenly, an elderly man named Fan, his expression stern, interjected, his tone full of warning. The risk is far greater than you imagine. He took a deep breath, his gaze sharp. Monsters have a monster king, and the human king of these people is Shing Kun. If Shing Kun wanted to turn against humanity, without a doubt, he would be even more terrifying than that nameless monster king, and these people would become even more terrifying than monsters. Those not of our kind will always be different in heart. Those naturally bloodthirsty individuals will eventually be changed by their inherent nature. Zhao burst out laughing, a mischievous glint in her eyes. Haha, Genwei. Though your words are sharp, your opinions always hit the mark. She paused, her voice low and filled with caution. That's right, we must remain vigilant. Fortunately, the locator devices implanted in their bodies haven't been removed yet. Her lips curved slightly, a hint of pride in her eyes. Throughout these years, Fan family has made tremendous contributions to the world, especially in the research of life essence liquid, which has greatly enhanced superhumans' combat power. But she immediately sighed, her tone serious. However, your third young master collaborating with monsters and harming humanity is far too serious. Even as an old friend, there's nothing I can do. She looked directly at Genwei, her gaze firm. This is official business. You don't need to consider our past friendship. Just tell me what information you need and I will actively cooperate. Fan Genwei nodded sincerely in response. The mistakes made by young Master Fan. Our Fan family will compensate the victims, and if he is found, I will personally purge him from the family. He paused, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. Oh, by the way, to my knowledge, Shing Kun seems to have cultivated an unprecedented star map. Does he have any instructions? Zhao nodded gently, her voice calm. I also asked Ching Che. He inquired whether Shing Kun was authorized to cultivate, but he isn't cultivating an ordinary star map. It's a creation by an ordinary superhuman named Lin Chu. Through a special space, it was modified to suit Shing Kun's physique, thereby creating the Sword Star. She frowned, her tone filled with contemplation. Few superhuman genes, weak talent but very high comprehension. However, this Sword Star doesn't seem to be truly complete yet, she continued, a flicker of excitement in her eyes. Ching Che also has monster gene carriers who were transformed by Shing Kun. Unlike our side, those people were transformed before he cultivated the Sword Star. That group seems weaker than ours and hasn't been able to fully control their mutations yet. She paused, a bold guess flashing in her eyes. I boldly speculate that if the Sword Star is completed and Shing Kun successfully cultivates it, then those monster gene carriers he transformed might truly be able to overcome all the flaws of monsters. She turned to Fan Genwei, her voice filled with anticipation. Genwei, what do you think? Fan Genwei nodded lightly, his gaze deep. It's possible. Shing Kun, hovering invisibly, murmured softly to himself, his voice low and thoughtful. Du Yangyang, Tutu's younger brother, was also my classmate in my previous life. My first queen is probably in the west. He narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharp enough to pierce through space. His level was suppressed by mine now that I've leveled up. Theoretically, just a little high-level energy should be enough to break his level limit. A slight smirk played on his lips, his eyes glinting with excitement. If he has absorbed enough monster power these past few days, just a bit of energy would be enough for him to undergo a qualitative transformation, he mumbled, his hand unconsciously clenching, attempting to leap through individual monsters along the monster network to find him and then transfer power to him. Suddenly he frowned, his voice low. No, the connection is broken. Shing Kun looked around, his gaze sweeping across the boundless space. My monster group is too small and I'm trapped in Xincheng, but it's not without a solution. He paused, a flicker of discovery in his eyes. At the end of my monster network, there's the aura of another network. Didn't they say my monster network was already covered by a huge network? The Monster King's network. He smirked, his tone full of calculation. The Monster King is still asleep and the demon god managing that area might not have woken up yet. He mumbled with confidence yet a hint of daring. With my current ability, I should be able to secretly use his monster network without being discovered. Without hesitation, Shing Kun monsterized one arm, extending it towards the red barrier before him, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. Let's try it. If there's a problem, I'll retreat. It's not the first time I've been discovered anyway. Suddenly Shing Kun stopped, his entire body rigid. A demon god's figure appeared in his subconscious, radiating a powerful aura. Shing Kun, is that you? The demon god's voice rang out, tinged with some enigmatic change. He frowned, muttering carelessly to himself. No, I have nothing to fear from her. She's merely a minion of the Monster King. The flame demon god's eyes burned with fire, her voice filled with excitement. Shing Kun, what do you want? You found me through the monster network. Have you agreed to cooperate with me? Shing Kun calmly replied, I just want to leech off the network. If this area is managed by you, then I'll help. The flame demon god chuckled, her tone full of deeper meaning. You don't need to help, I can open a back door for you, but don't call me Flame Demon God, I'm almost no longer his subordinate, do you remember my name? Xing Kun paused, a flicker of confusion in his eyes, then he spoke. Gong Xing, she laughed loudly, her tone teasing. Are you sure you want to call me that strange combined name? I'll get you access then. Then she grew serious, her gaze sharp. Xing Kun, are you ready? Xing Kun's face showed a hint of bewilderment, his tone full of doubt. Ready for what now? The Flame Demon God burst out laughing, a playful glint in her eyes. Haha, ready to face his wrath. I look forward to meeting you next time. Remember to call my name then. Entering the monster network, Xing Kun murmured softly, his voice low and with a hint of vigilance. Flame Demon God, what exactly is that strange Gong Xing plotting? Still, Du Yangyang's aura is getting closer. At this moment elsewhere, Du Yangyang cautiously walked on the ground, looking around, muttering to himself, hiding here should keep me from being discovered, right? A slight smirk played on his lips, a hint of pride flashing across his face. Another blue-faced disguise successfully completed. I'm truly amazing, but he immediately frowned, his tone filled with doubt. But it's a bit strange. Besides this road there are many people checking other routes. How can there be so many people in this car? What happened to them? He stopped, hearing movement, his eyes sharp. Someone had woken up. Suddenly a roar erupted, filled with annoyance. Are you two stupid snakes? How dare you cause trouble for my important work? A group of strange-looking robbers were whispering. One with a contemptuous tone said, a few pieces of cargo talking in their sleep, isn't that normal? If you want money, just go deal with it. Another, with a grim face, added, these Washa people are truly troublesome. I'll give them some more drugs. He turned to his accomplice fiercely. Are those across from us your people? Suddenly, everyone was startled and they cried out in panic in unison, oh my god, cleansers! Fear was clearly visible on their faces. How could this be? Not ordinary cleansers, why are we encountering them? Impossible, we're just smuggling monster gene carriers. There's no need for them to intervene. One trembled, his voice full of regret. Oh no, how could we have greedily accepted this mission? Suddenly another exclaimed, oh, who are they? Just then an imposing high-level cleanser raised his hand to cast a skill, shooting at the robbers, his gaze so cold it seemed to devour them. Watching the scene before them, the robbers screamed in panic, their voices trembling. Damn it, these lunatics, let's run. We can't escape, we must be surrounded. But the man with the top knot, fearless, clenched his fists, his eyes burning with excitement. Washa's strongest team in this harmonious to the point of boredom, utterly passionless place. I'd like to see how much guts your strongest team truly has. A huge flaming palm suddenly descended, causing the remaining robbers to shriek in terror. Du Yangyang, hiding among the robbers, was drenched in sweat, desperately whispering, Washa's strongest cleansing squad, and where did such fierce robbers come from? Sis, your brother is doomed. The man with the top knot curled his lips into a sneer, his tone mocking. I thought you Washa cleansers were all idiots, afraid of being constrained by the monster gene carriers in the car. Didn't expect you to be so fake, even pretending not to know. He scoffed, a challenging glint in his eyes. Want me to spice things up for you, old man? Do you dare to play in my Fire Lotus world? On the Washa Superhuman side, a red-haired girl keenly watched the robber's flaming palm, muttering vigilantly. It went underground again. The ground temperature is already unbearable for low-level superhumans. How hot must it be underground? She frowned, her tone filled with worry. Could those foreign flames also be quietly breaking through to the 5-star superhuman level? She turned to her teammates, her voice low but firm. Intelligence indicates 6 foreign superhumans have infiltrated our country and they all seem to be gathered here. We don't know their purpose, but if each one is as strong as him, it will be huge trouble. She pointed to the smoking car. That car is about to catch fire. The monster gene carriers inside are in danger. I request permission to launch a rescue operation. She paused, her gaze sharply sweeping around. You continue to stay alert. We've already investigated. There are no civilians, no superhumans, and those monster gene carriers have all turned into monsters. The man wearing the tie, his gaze sharp, firmly retorted, I also saw them turn into monsters. The red-haired girl, Xiao Luo, nodded gently, her voice low and vigilant. All right, Xiao Luo, stay alert and don't fall into a trap. She glanced at the captain, a hint of worry in her eyes. The vice-captain's brother was accused of collaborating with monsters, betraying humanity, and has gone missing. He's not in a good mood, don't provoke him. She paused, her tone filled with contempt. They're just a few monster gene carriers. Who in this world cares if they live or die? On the other side, the captain remained expressionless, raising his hand to cast a flaming hand, his gaze as cold as frost. They're not worth our risk. A slight smirk played on his lips, his tone filled with sarcasm. Hiding underground are we? Immediately, scorching lava boils, transforming into a massive pillar of fire that shoots skyward, tearing through the sky. Now you dare to stir up the earth, I'll dig you out. The remaining robbers turned pale, screaming in panic. Oh my god, this place is like a volcano, we're going to burn to death. One pointed in terror at a stranger, his voice trembling. Who's that? Never mind, let's run, he mumbled, his eyes wide with fear. By now, ordinary people should have long fled, right? In the chaotic scene, Du Yangyang hid among the robbers, looking at the panicked hostages in the car. At a loss, he asked himself, his tone full of powerlessness. Fate, what am I still hesitating for? I don't have that ability at all. Suddenly, the hostages in the car let out screams, their voices filled with terror. Where is this? Help, it's so hot. Under the terrifying temperature and extreme panic, the monster gene carriers began to mutate, wildly biting each other. Just then, 2 masked robbers who had previously fled in disarray were tightly pinned to the car. One shouted desperately, damn it, we can't escape. I knew we'd be surrounded. It's so hot, my superhuman power can't stand it either. It's too terrifying, he turned, his eyes pleading. Esteemed cleansers, please allow me to leave. It's truly too hot. If I stay any longer, I'll be burned to death. The long-haired captain, calm and seemingly unshakable, gently waved his hand, his tone cold. Withdraw your superhuman power, surrender. Give up resisting and we will naturally preserve you, Du Yangyang, his voice urgent and tinged with despair, pleaded. Esteemed cleanser commander, could you please save the people in the car? Several robbers, pale-faced, immediately cursed. Are you crazy? Esteemed cleansers, ignore this madman. Save us quickly, we surrender. The long-haired captain, a flicker of surprise in his eyes, softly said, oh. His tone full of doubt. What? Save the monster gene carriers in the car. He frowned, his gaze sharply sweeping across the chaotic scene. In this situation, even if someone hasn't turned into a monster, they will definitely be scratched by monsters. They will certainly turn into monsters, but he paused, a flicker of thought in his eyes. Perhaps there's still a sliver of hope. He turned to observe Du Yangyang, his gaze scrutinizing. Who is this person, not wearing a rescue mask, not a foreign intelligence target, actually barefoot on this scorching ground, and hasn't released any superhuman power? He narrowed his eyes, his voice low. Intelligence reported that Blueface was nearby, but the latest intelligence shows the Blueface here is fake. He's impersonating Blueface, and can anyone still control themselves? The captain extended 2 fingers, coldly interrupting his thoughts. We cannot risk injury for hundreds of desperate people. He looked directly at Du Yangyang, his gaze filled with warning. Shouldn't you surrender? Du Yangyang, seeing the captain being unreasonable and preparing to act, angrily roared, didn't they say they wouldn't do bad things either? As soon as he spoke, the ground beneath his feet violently trembled, watching the bus slowly sink into a deep pit, the people inside buried alive. He panicked, his eyes filled with despair. Turning to the cleansers before him, he muttered, if it were those people with my strength, maybe I could rush in and escape. He clenched his fists, firmly telling himself, the president always advises me to use my brain more, not to be impulsive when facing problems. Immediately, as if driven by a spirit of adventure, he shouted, if I'm not impulsive, I'm not me. After speaking, he jumped directly into the blazing fire pit. The girl standing next to the long-haired captain saw this scene and screamed in panic. Captain, he jumped in. That person is dead. At that temperature, he'll instantly turn to ashes. The long-haired captain, his gaze sharp, shook his head, denying. Not necessarily, he narrowed his eyes, his voice low and vigilant. Blueface appeared in Xincheng. It seems he can mutate into a monster with control abilities with overall strength even surpassing 5-star superhumans. He paused, his gaze sweeping across the chaotic scene. This Blueface imposter, surprisingly possessing abnormally high fire resistance, must be connected to Blueface. He might hinder our actions. He clenched his fists, his tone cautious. We must be vigilant now. Perhaps there are 6 other troublesome individuals hiding nearby. That's behind this abandoned town. He pointed into the distance, his gaze sharp. Those aliens have transported countless monster gene carriers there. Their exact purpose is unclear, but I guess this Blueface imposter is beneath the purgatory fire pit. At this moment, Du Yangyang stood before the smoking bus, touching his ear, mumbling blankly, how do I save people? He gritted his teeth, his gaze confused. Oh no, the car is temporarily insulated. If I break it open, they won't have time to transform into our kind of monsters. But if I don't, in 3 or 4 seconds the car will melt. He forcefully punched his palm, his tone filled with powerlessness. I can't save anyone now. Why did I jump down here? He shook his head, blaming himself. The president was absolutely right. I truly am a reckless guy. But then, as if a light bulb went off, he muttered, got it. I can eat people, eat monsters, maybe I can even taste a bit of this small fire. Immediately, Du Yangyang transformed into his monster form. His legs powerfully mutated, muscles bulging full of strength, he roared, two-legged monster, I'll devour this place. Suddenly he stopped, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Where is this energy coming from? Spreading from the top of my head to my whole body, every cell stimulated to evolve. Oh dear, it's out of control. On the other side, the top-knot robber leader, his face filled with excitement, was wielding his ability to counter the giant flaming palm. He mumbled, this flaming palm is about to form a flame domain. He's just a little bit away from breaking through a rank. A slight smirk played on his lips, his eyes burning with fighting will. Then I'll play with you to my heart's content. Let the flames erupt like spices. The man with the top-knot, a flash of smugness in his eyes, cackled. I'll use your fire to break through 5-star. He stood proudly at the pit's edge, his aura soaring as if to challenge all of Washa. The long-haired captain, with a look of disdain, manipulated the flaming hand, and a cold voice rang out, a battle of firepower, I'm game. Crimson flame hand and Rakshasa fire lotus erupted instantly, turning the fire pit below into a hell. Lava violently gushed onto the ground, but suddenly, the flames were abruptly extinguished, replaced by a dazzling blue light erupting from underground. Both the captain and the top-knotted man were startled, shouting in terror in unison, backlash, my crimson flame hand lost, Rakshasa fire lotus is gone, I failed again, over there, Du Yangyang. Du Yangyang's eyes were wide open, astonished by the power he had just unleashed. He trembled and muttered, what did I do? The flames were swallowed. I seem to have created a strange circle. As someone who once carried monster genes, he was originally depressed and frustrated by the battle between superhumans and monsters. He shook his head, mumbling in confusion. I have no idea what I did. The long-haired captain's face darkened, his voice low and suppressed. Those 7 guys who impersonated Blueface swallowed Fan Shiki and that foreigner together. He clenched his fists, his gaze sharp. So he was the real 5-star superhuman. No, if he's connected to Blueface he's most likely a level 5 monster. The vice captain sighed, his face showing a helpless expression having lost. A teammate behind him offered comfort but with an undisguised hint of disappointment. Your and that foreigner's flames were just stolen by someone taking advantage of the chaos. The vice captain's face was heavy and he blamed himself, saying, my flames still have flaws. A red-haired girl interjected, a hint of doubt in her eyes. Vice captain, you were easily defeated, and by blue flames at that? Those flames were of the same origin as the ones that monster used to turn the Fan family upside down. Vice Captain Fan's gaze was sharp and he provocatively said, very well, do blue flames intend to be an enemy of my Fan family? With that he casually took out a piece of candy and bit into it with a crisp crunch. Seeing this, a nearby teammate quickly pulled the red-haired girl, anxiously saying, run, retreat. The red-haired girl's round eyes were full of confusion, and she turned to ask, Senior Lee Kejian, what are you doing? I'm still responsible for vigilance. The teammate anxiously explained, the alert range is a bit further. You haven't been with the team long, so you don't know Vice Captain Fan's nickname is Ashes, right? The girl innocently mumbled, isn't it because the vice captain's superpower is fire and he can burn everything to ashes? You're too naive. The teammate shook his head, his voice low. It's not. It's because every time the Crimson Flame Hand is destroyed he falls into a state of self-doubt, obsessing over the flaws in his flames. He glanced at the girl, his gaze warning. Do you still think the vice captain is like the captain, always calm and composed, in control of the situation? Vice Captain Fan is the team's main damage dealer, but every time he falls into self-doubt, he takes a drug called Crimson Fire Seed, he added, his tone full of caution. Note, Crimson Fire Seed first appeared in Chapter 25 Immortal Fire. He pointed behind him, anxiously saying, hey, retreat a bit further, it's safer here. Any further and you'll enter the forest because Vice Captain Fan will burn everything around him to ashes in a moment. Vice Captain Fan's eyes turned white, and he spread his hands, releasing towering flames. His ashes hand erupted, lava churned, forming a terrifying attack that burned everything before him into a fiery red ocean. Over there, the sweet girl stood beside the long-haired captain, murmuring, Captain Fan Shiki used drugs again. The long-haired captain sighed, a hint of helplessness flashing in his eyes. This kid, he still can't break the habit of relying on external forces. The long-haired captain gently waved two fingers, his gaze sharp as a knife cutting through space. Instantly, Fan Shiki's fierce flame storm was split by a crescent-shaped light, dividing the flames in half. Beneath the death pit, the foreign curly-haired man, his face contorted, roared in anger, how dare you devour my superpower? But when the flame storm struck, he panicked, trembling all over, blurting out, Mom's cooking. Is that guy who uses the flaming hand crazy? Is his power really that terrifying? Wasn't he just playing with me? He gritted his teeth, a hint of terror flashing in his eyes. So he was already a 5-star superhuman at that time. Without hesitation, the man with the contorted face, his voice trembling, summoned Earth Escape. Then I won't play with you anymore, I can only hide. There's nothing I can do. If they discover the underground cave, the boss will understand. But before he finished speaking, his eyes had turned pale, filled with extreme terror. A strange technological object suddenly slammed into him, right in front of the bus. At this moment, Du Yangyang was controlling the bus, sweating profusely, murmuring in confusion, what did I crash everyone into? Never mind, although I don't know where this cave leads, I can't escape the sight of the strongest cleanser team with everyone. He gritted his teeth, his eyes firm, and stomped a few more times. Instantly, the top-knotted man was crushed by the bus, which plunged straight underground. A technological impact caused flames to erupt like a volcano, violently bursting onto the ground. A sweet girl stood beside the captain, unable to suppress her excitement, blurting out, the vice captain's flames this time have broken through that strange blue barrier. The long-haired captain responded thoughtfully, that's not surprising, that blue barrier was already incomplete. He paused, observing the surrounding space. What about those who fell underground? Were they all burned to ashes? He took a deep breath, his voice low. There are no traces of flesh and blood in the air, so they must have escaped. How did they do it? A teammate behind him, his gaze sharp, warned, Captain, I felt several superhuman auras before the vice captain erupted. They're gone now. He paused, pointing to the ground. And there are traces of a cave underground. The opponents must have come prepared. I detected that foreigner. He used blue flames, and those monster cars all hid inside. That cave most likely leads to the monster forest, where many monsters gather. Hearing this, the long-haired captain's gaze darkened, and he coldly said, indeed, those foreigners want to stir up trouble in the monster forest. Next we must go in and investigate. He turned to the vice captain, his tone carrying a hint of reproach. Shichuan, you missed this time. You didn't burn all the enemies to ashes. That's not like you. He pouted, his gaze sharp. So are you going to pursue them with us, or are you taking your planned leave? Fan Shiki exhaled a hot exotic fire and replied with exhaustion in his eyes, I'm sorry, Captain. I have some family matters to attend to. As the eldest son, I must return. I cannot participate in this mission. The captain nodded and calmly said, it's all right, family matters are important. Come back after you've handled them. Suddenly, a long memory surged into Lin Chu's mind. He recalled Ching Che once telling him with great expectation, Lin Chu, among my students you are the most skilled in swordsmanship, and Xing Kun said, you can sense the superhuman genes in his body, and he can sense the superhuman genes in yours. So only you can modify the space to adapt to his cultivation version, helping him to quickly become stronger. The supernova crisis flashed in his mind, pulling Lin Chu back to reality. The scene quickly shifted, and Lin Chu was now walking home, his gaze firm yet with a hint of contemplation. He muttered to himself, although he made me unconscious, he saved me at the academy. My gratitude outweighs the animosity, and this debt must be repaid first. Lin Chu's eyes showed a hint of worry, and he murmured, Besides, the dean said so, how can I not do it? He sighed, his tone full of thought. The debt of gratitude is repaid, but am I helping a monster or a human? He gently pouted, a hint of self-mockery in his eyes. Because time was limited, I only completed the simplest version of the Sword Star before. Now I have created the complete version of the Sword Star. But it's truly ironic that I created a star map that my superhuman genes absolutely cannot cultivate. He shook his head, asking himself in confusion, should I really give it to him? What should I do when I see him? Just as Lin Chu was still immersed in his long memories, a group of people suddenly rushed over. He was startled, his gaze sharp. Who's there in ambush? Before he could react, a tranquilizer mist was sprayed directly into his throat. He said disdainfully to himself, to use drugs no less. After a period of dizziness, Lin Chu woke up groggily, his head still spinning. A strange voice rang out, pulling him back to reality. Lin Chu, sorry to invite you here this way. He opened his eyes and found his 3 limbs tightly bound by cold iron chains, but he remained calm. Lin Chu pouted, his tone mocking. To invite someone this way, you truly are full of sincerity. Fan Shiki, the vice dean and eldest son of the Fan family, stepped forward, his eyes full of apology. Sorry, we have unavoidable difficulties. Of course, we are also very sincere. What do you want to do? Suddenly, a nurse came over with a syringe shimmering with golden light. Lin Chu was startled and blurted out, don't be nervous, this is a benefit ordinary superhumans yearn for. The moment the liquid in the syringe was injected into his body, Lin Chu felt a strange energy surging through his lost limbs, as if activating something. He frowned, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. He mumbled, his tone full of astonishment. To quickly deduce the Sword Star, I forced myself and suffered internal injuries, but in an instant the wounds have completely healed, as if activated and shining with light. Lin Chu's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise, and he murmured, and I feel a surge of vitality in my severed arm. He tilted his head, his tone full of disbelief. Unbelievable. Fan Shiki, with a triumphant smile, stepped forward and calmly said, this is our sincerity. The latest drug, Second Life, can maximize the human body's potential. Combined with limb reattachment surgery, your severed arm will easily recover. He paused, his eyes gleaming with confidence. Through Second Life, we can regenerate superhuman limbs. He looked directly at Lin Chu, his tone firm. As for your comprehension, you have just created many so-called geniuses. Your limitation is that your body only has 61 superhuman genes. After losing an arm, that number dropped to 60. He pouted, a hint of calculation in his eyes. Guessed it, through superhuman limb grafting we can increase predestined superhuman genes. From now on, genes are no longer an obstacle. You can become an absolute genius like Shangguan Kui, attracting much attention. At this point, Fan Shiki revealed his true intentions, his voice low. Tell me the weakness of the Sword Star that Xing Kun is cultivating. A light flashed in Lin Chu's eyes as if he suddenly realized, and he vigilantly said, the weakness of the Sword Star, your target is Xing Kun. Fan Chengwei next to him nodded, his gaze sharp. He has the potential to become a more terrifying existence than the still unseen Monster King, Lin Chu sneered, his tone mocking. But he can also prevent those with monster genes from unconsciously turning into monsters and attacking others. He pouted, a hint of provocation in his eyes. Hasn't your research institute always promoted a future where monster gene carriers are no longer desperate? Now Xing Kun has achieved it. He has helped them escape the shadow of despair. What exactly do you want to do? Fan Chengwei's eyes were wide, his voice low, hinting at despair. He paused, cold smile playing on his lips. The despair of some people is sometimes the hope of others. Lin Chu's eyes burned with anger, and he shouted loudly, damn it, what are you talking about? Fan Chengwei remained unmoved, responding calmly, his tone peaceful. Lin Chu, how much do you know about life essence liquid? He folded his arms, his gaze sharp as if to pierce through one's heart. Why are you asking this? Of course I know. It's a drug extracted from animals that helps the body absorb quickly and instantly restore vitality, Fan Chengwei pouted, his tone low and meaningful. This technology was initially successfully developed by Eagle Nation. Its birth indirectly helped superhumans defeat monsters and stabilize the world. He paused, a hint of memory flashing in his eyes. The first generation of life essence liquid accelerated body recovery but caused premature aging as a side effect. The second generation greatly reduced side effects. By the third generation, side effects were completely eliminated, becoming the current stable version of life essence liquid. Each generation saved countless cleansers, he continued, his tone full of pride. The fourth generation of life essence liquid essence can even promote the growth of superhumans, and the newly developed Second Life has already changed their destiny. As soon as he finished speaking, the nurse beside him injected another golden life essence liquid into Lin Chu without hesitation. Fan Chengwei leaned down, his gaze fixed on Lin Chu, and asked, you said, is life essence liquid the hope of us superhumans? Lin Chu's head spun as if about to explode, and he murmured, but what does this have to do with people carrying monster genes? Suddenly, a flash of lightning crossed his mind, and he blurted out, his eyes wide, could that ability to quickly restore vitality be a characteristic of people carrying monster genes? Fan Chengwei leaned in, a cold smile playing on his lips. You guessed it, life essence liquid was originally extracted from people carrying monster genes, but this information has never been publicly disclosed. He straightened up, his voice low. Later, even when the technology improved, we found that it could be extracted from animals, but even by cultivating monster gene-carrying sheep we could only produce the 3rd generation of life essence liquid, while the 4th generation of life essence liquid essence must use people carrying monster genes. Fan Chengwei's gaze was cold and he continued mockingly, "This is also why Washa's life essence liquid research has always lagged behind other countries. Too conservative," he pouted, a hint of contempt in his tone. "Even for life essence liquid essence, we have to go through great lengths to create fake monkeys carrying monster genes for experiments before a small amount can be approved for market. And Second Life can only be used internally." He approached Lin Chu, his eyes gleaming with temptation. "You have already stored enough Second Life in your body. As long as you nod, we can immediately graft the prepared arm for you, helping you to be reborn and gain a chance for complete recovery." Lin Chu's face darkened and he vigilantly said, "I understand. You want to deal with Xing Kun, not just because you fear he might become an even more terrifying monster king, but more importantly because he will prevent those carrying monster genes from remaining a marginalized group in society." He narrowed his eyes, his voice icy. "You won't be able to collect them as easily as you do now. This is tantamount to destroying your path to wealth." Fan Chengwei's face darkened at these words, his voice low and threatening. "Wrong answer. You've lost your value to me." He waved his hand, coldly ordering his subordinates, "Use Lin Chu's blood to achieve our own ends." Lin Chu gritted his teeth, an unyielding will burning in his eyes. "I will not succumb to someone like you." Fan Chengwei sneered, his tone full of disdain. "HMPH, you're just a useless genius. I merely wanted to use waste to see if I could cultivate a superhuman. If you don't know what's good for you, then be our experimental material." He leaned in, his voice low and malicious. "Second Life can activate your superhuman genes. A jolt of electricity will suddenly awaken your self-preservation potential. Your superhuman genes will automatically transfer to the stimulated areas, ready to erupt at any moment." His lips curved slightly, his eyes gleaming with greed. "By then, I can harvest your arm, which contains quite a few superhuman genes." Fan Chengwei's gaze was cold and he unhesitatingly brought his blade down, severing Lin Chu's last remaining arm. The excruciating pain left Lin Chu gasping for breath, drenched in sweat. He ordered the nurse, his voice chillingly calm, "Throw this arm into the materials library. Don't worry, Second Life is still active, you won't bleed to death." His lips curled slightly, his eyes full of mockery. "Now you probably only have about 10% of superhuman genes left in your body. We'll need a test to know the exact number, but I suppose you don't care, do you?" Lin Chu, facing the brink of death, still burned with an unyielding will in his eyes. "No matter what, I will never tell you any information about Sword Star." Fan Chengwei pressed the tip of his blade against Lin Chu's neck, his voice deep and threatening. 20 years ago, when the world didn't have superpowers, I had 100 ways to make you talk, let alone in the superhuman era. No one can keep so-called secrets." He turned to his nephew behind him, ordering, "Shichuan, do it." Fan Shichuan stepped forward, his eyes cold, and said calmly, "Leave it to me." He paused, a cruel glint flashing in his eyes. "Each person's blood circulates in the body for about 20 to 30 seconds. If a portion of that blood boils," Fan Shichuan injected the exotic fire into Lin Chu's body before he could even react. The fierce flames burned, coupled with severe blood loss from superhuman cells, causing Lin Chu to roll his eyes and collapse in agony. Fan Chengwei watched the scene, calmly stating, "All right, no one can endure such pain. His mind has reached its limit. Now let a psychic superhuman hypnotize him, and all secrets will be dug out." He turned, his voice low. "Leave this matter to the head of the monster factory." He looked at Fan Shichuan, his expression slightly complex. "Shichuan, your father is no longer with us, your sister Fan Ying refuses to return, and your younger brother Fan Shies has already become the vessel of the flame demon god. For all these years I have had no children. The Fan family is now yours." Fan Shichuan closed his eyes, his voice icy. "You, like a father, are not interested in your son's 86 superhuman genes. I also have no interest in running the Fan family's enterprises." Fan Shichuan's gaze was cold, his voice even. "Leave the Fan family to uncle. I only returned to repay the Fan family for years of cultivation. More importantly, I need the Crimson Blood Pill." He paused, a determined glint in his eyes. "Because only then will the Fan family not disappear." Hearing this, Fan Chengwei sighed, his tone filled with helplessness. "Shichuan, the source of the Crimson Blood Pill is gone. The eternal flower has transformed into the flame demon god, and she no longer belongs to our Fan family." He narrowed his eyes, his voice low and calculating. "If we want the Crimson Blood Pill, we must get Xing Kun. If we can't get him, then his corpse." He clenched his fists, ambition burning in his eyes. "His genes can help us create even better Crimson Blood Pills and even elevate the Fan family's flame genes, transforming the Fan family into a true fire clan. By then we will have the capital to truly negotiate and cooperate with the flame demon god, forcing her to return Shies. For the Fan family, Xing Kun must die this time." On the other side, a scientist, after some hypnosis, stepped forward with a solemn expression. "Report, Second Master, I have extracted information about the Sword Star map and its weakness. The Sword Star is an incomplete star map with a fatal flaw." He paused, his eyes gleaming with urgency. "Theoretically, we can destroy the Sword Star in an instant. Time is running out. We must judge Xing Kun before the Commander-in-Chief arrives." He turned to his subordinates, coldly saying, "Dig out more information that Xing Kun knows. If nothing useful is found, dispose of him cleanly, leaving no evidence for outsiders to seize upon." The scene switched to Xing Kun's dorm, where he was calmly taking a call from Dean Ching Che on his phone. Beside him, Zhaoni slumped in a chair, panting, her tone full of complaint. "Dean, Xing Kun has completely drained me. I'm practically dead." Hearing this, Xing Kun quickly explained to avoid misunderstanding. "Gong Zhaoni, don't falsely accuse me. He turned and clearly told Ching Che that she had simply transformed a large number of monster gene carriers in a short amount of time. He paused, frowning at a question from the other end of the phone. You mean Lin Chu? He didn't come to me. A sharp doorbell suddenly broke the conversation and the atmosphere in the room instantly grew tense. Shin Kun stopped, his hand still gripping his phone, his gaze sweeping towards the door, then walking towards it while dismissively talking on the phone. Alright, I'll be careful. Someone's here, gotta go. As soon as he opened the door, the dim light of the corridor illuminated his face, and he suddenly heard an unfamiliar voice tinged with pressure. It can't be more monster gene carriers, can it? Shin Kun, you bastard, you can transform them yourself this time. Shin Kun narrowed his eyes, recognizing two unfamiliar men standing stiffly at the door like sentries. One of them spoke, his tone commanding. Are you Shin Kun? The commander-in-chief wants to see you. Please come with us. Shin Kun's eyes flashed with a sharp glint, his lips pressed together, and he merely responded with an quote. It's late, all right. As soon as he stepped out, Shin Kun heard the group behind him say in unison, Please, the commander-in-chief is waiting for you. Ji-Yu behind him sneered, her eyes gleaming with curiosity. Which commander-in-chief is putting on such airs? I'd like to see. The Scarface man immediately raised his hand to block them, his gaze cold as he swept over Ji-Yu and Zhaoni. Apologies, the commander-in-chief's identity is special. He only requested Shin Kun alone. Shin Kun glanced at his two friends, a cold and mocking glint in his eyes. He chuckled and said, Ji-Yu, Zhaoni, what an honor. Ji-Yu, gong, Zhaoni, I'll be going first then. Zhaoni crossed her arms, grumbling indignantly. HMPH, how childish, still resorting to exclusion. Meanwhile, Ji-Yu was calmer, her eyes flashing with insight, and she subtly gestured. Are you ready? Let's go. Zhaoni was stunned, blinking, a little confused. Go where? Ji-Yu's lips curved slightly, and she explained in a low voice. Didn't Shin Kun just say it? He even called me by my full name. He said he was leaving first. This implies that he's hinting that something is amiss and that we should follow behind. Zhaoni's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and a sly smile played on her lips. Aya, you really are the worm in his stomach. Then she turned and teased, I'm going to plug that mouth of yours. Oh, isn't doing that what the two of you are best at? The moment you frown, he knows it's time to exert himself. Seeing Ji-Yu frown, she quickly changed her words. Don't be angry, I'm talking about monsters. Meanwhile, Shin Kun had already gotten into the car, his eyes gleaming with cunning. Couldn't help but joke. What's the commander-in-chief's name? Is he handsome? I came empty-handed. Will I be bullied later? He paused, looked at the silent people, then pouted and continued, Why aren't you talking? No phone signal either, and at least pretend a little. The atmosphere in the car was suffocatingly heavy, as if Shin Kun were a prisoner being escorted. He sat calmly, his gaze coldly sweeping over the two silent assassins beside him, showing no signs of having any plans. He shifted slightly, and a pungent odor assailed his nostrils, his pupils constricting sharply. His lips curved slightly, his voice low with a mocking laugh. You smell of monster gene carriers and monsters. He turned his head to observe the people sitting next to him, his gaze sharp. That's right, I once smelled a similar scent on someone, but that person's arrogant demeanor clearly marked them as an assassin. You're not cleansers, you're all discreet individuals cultivated by the Fan family. Don't you feel the aura of death and lifelessness on me? You're Fan family assassins, aren't you? Shin Kun spoke half jokingly, half seriously, his tone relaxed but his gaze unwavering. The two, seeing them silently take out a syringe, he narrowed his eyes and a cold smile played on his lips. Is this a sedative or a poison? Whatever it is, if they're not using superpowers, it means their goal isn't to kill me. He paused, his gaze sweeping over each person, his tone becoming more certain. But you can't kill me either. Where are you trying to take me and for what? I also have something I want to ask you. Was Lin Chu also captured by you? The short guy with the missing left arm and wearing a trench coat. As soon as he finished speaking, the car screeched to a halt, tires grinding against the pavement. The driver looked back, his eyes flickering slightly. Shin Kun remained calm, his lips moving, murmuring as if to himself. It's hard to get information out of assassins. Luckily I'm here. Assassins aren't afraid of death, but they are still human. And humans have emotions, no matter how deeply hidden, no matter how small they can be perceived. He closed his eyes, tilted his head back slightly, and chattered jokingly, I have a detector more accurate than a precision instrument. Suddenly, from within Shin Kun, the black dragon burst forth, its dark tentacles like blades rushing towards the three assassins. In the blink of an eye, the man sitting beside him, as well as the remaining one and the driver, all had their heads tightly ensnared by the sharp tentacles. Shin Kun turned his head, his voice low and cold, and asked again, Lin Chu, was he captured by you? He observed each person, his gaze like a knife, and seeing their reaction, a triumphant smile spread across his lips. Looks like I guessed right. On the ground, deep underground in some mysterious laboratory, the Monster Factory. The Monster Factory is located in the East District of Xincheng. Shin Kun got out of the car, standing before a dilapidated house, his eyes gleaming with a peculiar light. His voice was low, tinged with emotion. Finally here, why did you go to such lengths to bring me here? Fan family, what new tricks are you playing? You should be grateful it's not a good time to eat. I can still restrain myself. He nodded gently, muttering to himself. Then Shin Kun walked into the house, each step like a declaration of war in the silent space. Inside the house, the air was heavy, filled with a foul smell. A group of monster gene carriers, their eyes vacant but gleaming with hope, recognized Shin Kun. One of them trembled, his voice agitated. Mr. Shin Kun, look, Mr. Shin Kun has come to save us. Mr. Shin Kun, the cleansers outside have locked us in here, confiscated our phones, and haven't given us food for 2 days. Although we can still maintain our sanity like me, there's a hunger to evolve. This hunger, besides eating people and monsters, can only be alleviated with life essence liquid. The person paused, a flicker of vigilance in their eyes, and lowered their voice. The Fan family is deliberately stimulating our hunger. You've already seen it. There are many superhumans hidden around. They are all Fan family assassins, but these few people pose no threat to Shing Kun. Shing Kun frowned, his gaze sweeping over the assassins silently approaching from the darkness, each figure dark and predatory like a hunting beast. He muttered to himself, his voice low and with a hint of doubt. What exactly does the Fan family want? Suddenly, an unusual aura made him stop. His pupils constricted. He realized something. What are these assassins doing? Activating potential? Does the Fan family want to deal with me, not knowing that doing so is useless against me? He shook his head, a cold sneer flashing across his face. No. They must have a purpose for doing this. The air suddenly grew heavy, and a powerful superhuman aura erupted from a distance, causing the superhuman genes within the assassins to fluctuate violently. Those carrying monster genes near Shing Kun also began to mutate. Their bodies trembled, their eyes clouded, gradually turning deep red. One of them shrieked in pain, his voice hoarse. I smell something too fragrant. Resist. Don't smell it. I'm sorry, Mr. Shing Kun, I can't control myself. I'm mutating. Shing Kun gritted his teeth, sensing the alluring yet deadly scent permeating the air. His lips curved slightly, his voice cold yet clear. HMPH, even I find it fragrant. This is a tactic to lure monsters. Shing Kun stood in the center of the ruined house, his gaze sharp as he swept over the Fan family assassins who were emitting a strong superhuman gene aura. He frowned, realizing that a superhuman had used a drug to diffuse their superhuman genes, turning themselves into bait to attract monsters, allowing others to seize the opportunity to eliminate them. His lips curved slightly, his voice low with a hint of mockery. All the Fan family assassins here are diffusing superhuman gene aura. Are they all bait? Tang Jun has indeed presented a free feast for me and the monster gene carriers behind me, luring us to eat people. How vicious! The monster gene carriers behind Shing Kun trembled, their eyes bloodshot, yet they still struggled to maintain a shred of sanity. One of them stepped forward, his voice trembling but firm. Mr. Shing Kun, don't worry, we still maintain our sanity and will control it well. We can resist and won't hurt anyone. We will prove that we are not. The scene switched to a hidden monitoring room where cold blue light flickered on the screen. The long-haired man stood beside another person, his voice high-pitched, filled with tension. Genwei, they didn't eat people as you predicted. I also believe that Shing Kun is likely to become a monster king who threatens the world in the future. These are all just speculations. Moreover, the commander-in-chief will arrive tomorrow. Even if he and those gene carriers really eat people now, as long as the situation remains under control, it's impossible to launch a superhuman missile attack on them, even if this superhuman missile plan will be test-fired. Fan Chengwei's face was ashen like storm clouds, gritting his teeth, his eyes flickering with fury. What will it take for you to press the launch button? The cleanser next to him shook his head, his gaze firm but with a hint of mockery. What? Absolutely impossible. Seeing Fan Chengwei's intention to take action, he curled his lips, his tone full of provocation. You can't put a gun to my head and force me. Even if Washa cannot do without life essence fluid, you will still be punished for doing this. Inside the monitoring room, the atmosphere was as tense as a stretched bowstring. Fan Chengwei roared, his eyes bloodshot, radiating killing intent. For world peace, Shing Kun must die. Old Li, if you don't fire the superhuman missile in 3 seconds, I'll personally send you to hell. That awakener. Old Li turned pale, sweat beading on his forehead. Overwhelmed by Fan Chengwei's aura, he trembled, hastily complying. His fingers flew across the control panel. He stammered, equipment self-check complete. Launch base ready, target acquisition complete. After a series of identity verification operations, he took a deep breath, his trembling hand forcefully pressing the launch button. After completing it, Old Li finally looked up, his voice low, full of unease. Genwei, you are heading down a path of no return, do you know that? This is the path of winner takes all. Fan Chengwei merely glanced at him, his gaze as sharp as a blade. Losers will become the dust in the winner's new world. Meanwhile, on a remote mountaintop, a sharp whistling sound broke the night sky as a ballistic missile with a nuclear warhead streaked across. In another distant corner, Ji quietly spoke to Zhaoni, her worried gaze sweeping over her unusable phone, unable to make calls. Shing Kun's location also gone. Don't just give people nicknames, she paused, pointing excitedly at a sparkling motorcycle in the garage. Look what I found. Li Tianqing's motorcycle parked in the garage is so cool. We can use this to catch up to Shing Kun. Ever since I was discovered to have monster genes, I've been forbidden from thrilling activities, so now I need to have some real fun. Zhaoni burst out laughing, her white hair scattered across her forehead as she hopped onto the motorcycle. Haha, can you ride? You go first. Ji shrugged, scratching her head, half jokingly, half seriously, saying, I've always known that anything mechanical easily breaks in my hands. I often made Shing Kun wait for me on my bike to school, so this time I'll wait for you. Suddenly, a group of awakeners emerged from the darkness, their oppressive aura making the air heavy. A man with long bangs and a stern face spoke. I am the captain of the Pingzhou branch of the cleansing squad. I am responsible for guarding you. Please remain in the villa while Shing Kun meets with the commander-in-chief. Ji crossed her arms, her face grim, a flicker of displeasure in her eyes. Why, where we want to go is our freedom. Zhaoni stood beside her, gently tilting her head, sniffing softly, her gaze sharp as if she had discovered something. They have a faint monster aura about them. They must have been in monster-infested areas for a long time, and there's a strong smell of blood, just like the people who took Xing Kun earlier. The captain's expression remained unchanged, his tone still steady but with an oppressive edge. From the day you entered the Superhuman Academy, you were designated cleansers, an armed force about to protect humanity and Washa. Obeying orders is the first principle. I am the captain. You must obey my orders. You cannot go anywhere. He paused, a sinister smile playing on his lips, thinking to himself, I even deceived the commander-in-chief, let alone 2 little girls who haven't graduated. Having me personally keep them here is overkill. Students are easiest to handle, and I'll even add some extra flavor for them. He stepped forward, threatening, disobeying orders is a crime. You and your team, including your teacher, will be punished. Of course, we won't make things difficult for students as long as you. Before he finished speaking, the roar of an engine filled the air. Zhao, her white hair flying, had already sped away on the motorcycle, leaving the captain standing bewildered, his expression blank as if he had been slapped. She looked back, flashing a scornful smile. I'm not a student of the Superhuman Academy. I'm from the Monster Academy. Cleansers and all that have nothing to do with me. She paused, her tone displeased. You should be cleansing me instead. The captain's face turned ashen with rage, roaring, Idiot! He hastily gave orders, his tone sharp to stop her. Ji stood her ground, her gaze cold as she swept over him, her voice low but piercing. Captain of the cleansing squad, I now seriously doubt your identity. Can you show me any identification? The long-haired man froze, the smile on his lips stiffening, his eyes flickering slightly. He thought to himself, his tone annoyed, these students are really difficult to deal with now. The captain with long bangs narrowed his eyes, a sinister smile flashing across his face, and imperiously commanded, Everyone listen, seize them, these pampered brats, let society teach them a lesson. He muttered to himself, a hint of smugness in his eyes, just a little punishment will do. But before he finished speaking, an energy barrier erupted from Gu. Enveloping him like an invisible cage, he was startled, roaring in anger, his face twisted in surprise. Ah, no fair play, attacking without warning, 51 magnetism. Gu soared into the air, her hair flowing amidst the flickering electric currents, her gaze sharp as a knife. Hey, is this a super problem, student? Her voice became piercing, each word like a sharp sword thrust at the captain. If you can't produce evidence, you're just defrauding and intimidating students, completely immobilized. My body is bound by electricity, so this must be for dealing with people like me. That's why you sent so many expendables. Even with more expendables, it's useless against this kind of monster. She paused, fury burning in her eyes, her voice low but full of menace. You want to scheme against Xing Kun? Then let the lightning punish you. The long-haired man's eyes widened, his face turning pale, his voice trembling as he realized the cruel truth. No, I'm just like those expendables, a pawn in the Fan family's plan from the beginning, destined to be destroyed. Magnetic lightning strike 51. He looked up, his eyes filled with despair. What's wrong with this world? How can a student be so powerful? As soon as he finished speaking, a bolt of lightning struck down from Gu, bright as sacred fire. The long-haired man let out a miserable shriek, his body burning in the thunder and lightning, turning to ashes. The surrounding expendables were not spared, swept away by Gu's terrifying lightning power, their bodies instantly dissipating, leaving only wisps of green smoke lingering in the air. Zhao, riding a high-powered motorcycle, roared down the forest path, suddenly blocked by a group of cleansers, their eyes cold like hunting beasts. Deep in the forest, a cold voice, overriding the wind, rang out, Private fighting among superhumans is strictly forbidden. They will prevent us from leaving. You were supposed to wait for the commander-in-chief here, yet you dared to disobey orders and act without authorization, even slaughtering cleansers. Is the commander-in-chief supposed to meet people like you? Gu retorted, her tone forceful. Wah, stop right there. As soon as she spoke, a flash of lightning erupted from her, transforming into a black tortoise, striking directly at the cleanser hiding in the earth tunnel, instantly shaking the ground. Gu swept her gaze over the constantly appearing expendables, her eyes as sharp as knives. Layers of ambush. What exactly do you want to do to Xing Kun? A gorgeously dressed green-haired woman emerged from the darkness, a mocking smile playing on her lips. Of course, the commander-in-chief wants to see him. What else? The black tortoise is shattered again. I'll tell you. Before she finished speaking, the ground suddenly trembled violently. An earthquake seemingly turning space upside down. A red light curtain erupted ahead, dyeing the entire sky blood red. Gu clenched her fists, anxiously gasping for breath, blurting out, Xing Kun? Ah, the green-haired woman also panicked, her gaze scanning the light curtain in confusion. Test firing a superhuman missile. Today, Zhaolin suddenly screamed from behind, her tone full of vigilance, having spotted the danger ahead. Gu immediately rushed forward, lightning flashing as she turned, her voice decisive. You bastards, Gong Zhaoni, I'll hold them off. You go find Xing Kun first. Zhaoni nodded, her eyes firm. Okay, let's go. She sped away on her motorcycle, leaving behind the terrifying pressure of black lightning. The green-haired cleanser trembled, her voice distorted by fear. Something's definitely wrong, but Zhaoni didn't stop, lightning striking down from her like a storm, overpowering the green-haired woman's screams. Tisk, this little girl is fierce enough. Her voice still echoed, this is despair, don't mind it. Let her go first. Xing Kun was surrounded, his sharp gaze sweeping over the monsters and expendables who were tightening their encirclement, their fierce aura assaulting him. He murmured, his voice low with a hint of doubt. Are these people just trying to exhaust my superhuman abilities? Are they trapping everyone surrounded here in the house? He glanced at the expendables stepping forward, each step heavy and alluring, then thought to himself, what is their purpose in using them to restrain me? To lure my new monsters out? No, it's fine if I'm close to home, but if I rush out, I'll definitely come into close contact. They've been hungry for days, they definitely won't be able to resist. He gently gritted his teeth, his gaze sweeping over the corners, discovering hidden cameras with red lights blinking. There are cameras here, so I at least need to act where the cameras can't reach. Suddenly a bright spot flashed across the night sky, making Shin Kun freeze. His pupils constricted sharply and he blurted out, his tone full of astonishment, "Something's flying towards here, it can't be a missile, can it? What kind of damned missile is this? I feel a huge superhuman power. Could it be an artificial superhuman device? Does such a thing even exist? Was it not used in the apocalypse of my previous life, or do ordinary people simply not have the authority to see this news?" Turned around, his gaze like a knife as he swept over his subordinates who were mutating behind him. Their bodies trembled with the hunger of monster genes. Shin Kun thought to himself, his voice low but firm, "I can't let it fall." Without hesitation, he suddenly charged into the air, his figure transforming into a streak of light, rushing directly towards the missile. He roared in his heart, "Are these decoys meant to trap me here? Has the Fan family gone mad?" Shin Kun activated his Star Sword domain, his right hand transforming into a hungry ghost, a huge energy scythe swinging out, tearing space apart. An earth-sh shattering explosion erupted, a shockwave spreading outwards, shaking heaven and earth, a heat wave rushing forth. Shin Kun gritted his teeth, a flicker of fear in his eyes. Such powerful force, it can rival a level 5 monster. To deal with me, they're not hesitating to destroy all life here. Are they really treating all superhumans as bait? If the apocalypse comes, they are extremely valuable combat power. The Fan family has truly gone mad. Suddenly he narrowed his eyes and another bright spot appeared in the night sky, his voice tense. And a second one. The night sky glittered with blood-red light as nuclear missiles streaked across the long sky. Shin Kun stood frozen, a flicker of terror in his eyes, and he blurted out, his voice tense, "It's not just one but many nuclear missiles are being launched." In the distant monitoring room, Fan Chengwei curled his lips, his finger lightly touching the smartwatch on his wrist. Shin Kun's 3D image immediately appeared, clear and vivid. Fan Shichuan, standing nearby, understood, silently leaving to carry out his mission. Shin Kun's monsterized image clearly appeared in Fan Chengwei's mind. He narrowed his eyes, his voice low and calculating. Justice and heroism are common ailments of youth. It affects his behavioral logic. When he attacked and destroyed our non-UA monster factory, he ate all the monsters and humans, but he didn't eat the monster gene materials that had been drained of their essence. He directly killed those materials, wasting a lot of energy. When the academy was invaded by the flame demon god's clone, he risked exposure to save people, when he could have easily eaten everyone to increase his strength, but he didn't. The hospital collapse incident was the same, and this flame demon god supernova incident is also the same. The characteristic of youth's justice severely hinders his growth. If this point is well utilized, he is easier to deal with than a real monster. For 20 years we humans have also never stopped developing technology. Our strength is already vastly different from before. As long as we lure Shin Kun into our trap and then destroy his Star Sword, the Fan family will gain everything. Fan Shichuan stood silently, his gaze fixed on the sky, dyed-red by the missile's afterglow, thinking to himself, his tone full of certainty. Indeed, superhuman missiles can inflict considerable damage on a level 5 monster like him. If he is not as righteous as Uncle predicts, not as imagined, he will come to us based on the best escape position from these missiles. Into the trap we've prepared. If he's as Uncle says, he'll continue to tough it out against those missiles, further weakening his strength. In the dilapidated house, the monster gene carriers suddenly let out low roars, their eyes blood-red, greedily sniffing the rich and alluring scent filling the air. One of them, his body trembling with hunger, mumbled, "Ah, the smell of superhuman gene barbecue." In the dilapidated house, a small red-haired girl stood in the doorway, her gaze firm, her arms outstretched to stop her companions who were roaring with hunger. Her voice was sharp, tinged with reproach. "You adults, you need to learn restraint. Don't smell everything and want to taste everything. Didn't you just say you shouldn't cause trouble for brother Shin Kun?" In the night sky, Shin Kun floated in midair, his sharp gaze sweeping over the red missiles that were striking like deadly meteors. He mumbled, his tone mixed with curiosity and doubt. "How are these missiles made? I feel a huge fire element superhuman power sealed inside like an ultra-enhanced durian. I want to taste it. If I can't eat it, I'll just detonate it early, and also let me fully experience the extent of human technology's power." He waved his hand, summoning the black dragon, its pitch-black tentacles opening wide mouths, charging directly towards the missiles. A series of earth-shattering explosions erupted, dazzling light tearing through the night. Shin Kun frowned, sweat beading on his forehead, and he blurted out, "Ah, it's really hard to peel." A few missiles escaped the Black Dragon's attack, shooting directly towards the ground, trailing blood-red firelight. After devouring a portion of the missiles, Shin Kun was panting, gritting his teeth, a flicker of dissatisfaction in his eyes. "With my current ability, I can only eat a small fraction, a huge loss, but the power of these superhuman missiles is indeed formidable. If the output is sufficient and not destroyed by monsters, it might be useful at times." Suddenly a strange voice came from afar, overriding the lingering explosions. Fan Shichuan walked over coldly, his gaze as sharp as a knife, and greeted for the first time. "I am Fan Shichuan, Vice Captain of the Netherworld Cleansing Squad. I am here to eradicate you brutal monsters, you bloodthirsty fiends who have slaughtered countless cleansers." Shin Kun curled his lips, a sarcastic glint in his eyes, his voice low but full of challenge. "So you killed so many people just to pin such a huge label on me? I've heard much about you. Young Master Fan, you're not like those expendables you use as bait, you are a true cleanser, yet you commit such evil. Aren't you afraid of retribution? Fan Shichuan snapped his fingers and a brilliant flame erupted around him, a hint of smugness in his eyes, perfectly in line with the plan. This is just a grievance between me and your Fan family. It has nothing to do with these people, right? Yes, that's right. He stepped forward, his tone arrogant, as if speaking up for those he had implicated. Our target is only you. I'll give you a choice. As long as you wear this bracelet on your left hand, I will release them all. Both them and the other monster gene carriers you saved whom we have imprisoned. I will release them all. He paused, a glint of amusement in his eyes. What do you say? Shin Kun looked at the bracelet in Fan Shichuan's hand, a cold sneer playing on his lips, and muttered to himself, "Oh, this trap is coming straight for me." Fan Shichuan urged, his tone full of pressure. "My time is precious. Please answer immediately." He sneered inwardly, thinking, as expected, he's at that age overflowing with a sense of justice, pushed onto the stage and unable to back down. How cute, he observed Shin Kun, convinced that guilt would make the other party act impulsively. But just as Fan Shichuan thought he had the upper hand, Shin Kun suddenly threw away the bracelet and said casually, "Why don't you just burn them all?" Fan Shichuan was stunned, his face changing drastically. "Are you serious? He doesn't want to save them?" Shin Kun gave him the middle finger, a provocative glint in his eyes. "I dare you to keep burning, or are you scared?" Fan Shichuan gritted his teeth in anger, waving his hand to make the flames burn even brighter. "Don't regret it. They all die because of you." He paused, a look of doubt in his eyes. He's pretending, trying to find an opportunity to save people. You can still regret it now. But Shin Kun just smiled happily, looking completely at ease as if watching a play. "Burn them quickly, don't dawdle." Fan Shichuan was a bit confused, gently touching his ear, his eyes hesitant. What is he thinking? He looked into Shin Kun's eyes and saw no fear or guilt, only anticipation. He couldn't help but roar, and the flames burned even higher. "Then bear this sin, not only them but the other monster gene carriers in my lab. I will also." Before he could finish, a small figure rushed over, the red-haired little girl. Her eyes burning with fire punched Fan Shichuan, making him stagger and fall. He widened his eyes, his voice filled with alarm. "What the hell is this? That girl weren't her family and she burned to death by me. Where did she get this power? Even if she could mutate, she would at most have the strength of a level 1 monster." Fan Shichuan staggered from the heavy punch of the mutated red-haired little girl. Spitting out blood that stained the front of his shirt, he clutched his chest, his face contorted in pain. He roared, "How could this power appear out of nowhere? Broken ribs. How is it possible to evolve into a level 3 or 4 monster in such a short time? And she hasn't eaten human flesh at all." He gritted his teeth, a hint of fear flashing in his eyes. "Fortunately, I injected a large amount of Second Life beforehand, otherwise I would have been unable to stand after being ambushed by a level 4 monster at close range. But why did I consume Second Life so early?" Fan Shichuan leaned against the dilapidated wall, panting, his eyes filled with unwillingness. "I miscalculated," he muttered to himself, his voice low. "Regardless of whether Shin Kun is the justice-obsessed, immature young man my uncle described, my uncle and I absolutely couldn't have imagined that Shin Kun could remotely upgrade the monsters he transformed. This means those monsters weren't burned to death by me earlier. I was negligent and didn't notice they hadn't turned to ash." He curled his lips, a glint of determination in his eyes. "It doesn't matter, we've made ample preparations. This is just a death trap prepared for him. Since I miscalculated, let's spring the trap directly." But just then a group of monsters, led by a giant man with fiery eyes, rushed towards Fan Shichuan like a storm. He roared, his voice full of anger. "Mama's cooking, you beast, you burned my home." Fierce fists rained down, making Fan Shichuan stagger. Another voice, filled with pain and hatred, rang out. "Kun Menling, you harmed my daughter, I won't let you go." Although Fan Shichuan was being beaten, he maintained a cold expression, his tone full of contempt. "Your monster recovery ability is truly disgusting. The higher-ups are still debating whether to define you as new awakened ones. It's truly insane." He raised his hand to block the fierce attacks of 2 level 3 monsters, his gaze arrogant. "Dream on, your disgusting appearance is simply monstrous." The red-haired little girl's family, their eyes burning with hatred, rushed forward simultaneously, punching, kicking, scratching and biting like a whirlwind. Fan Shichuan clapped his hands and shouted loudly. Summoning raging flames, the house immediately turned into a living hell. Screams rising and falling, he staggered, muttering to himself, "This trap is unusable now." He rushed into the nearby forest, a calculating glint in his eyes. "I must lure Shin Kun to another trap." But before he could regain his senses, the monsters had surrounded him, their eyes blood red, radiating killing intent. Fan Shichuan gritted his teeth, so troublesome. Fan Shichuan stood in the hellish flames, his gaze cold. Raging flames burning around him. He roared crimson flame, but immediately a gigantic monster tentacle rushed over, devouring the flames as if they were just a puff of smoke. He was startled, cold sweat beading on his forehead, his voice trembling. "My flames were eaten." Shin Kun emerged from the darkness, looking composed with a dangerously alluring smile. "If you don't run, you'll be eaten." Monsters surrounded him, their eyes blood-red like living torches, tightening the encirclement. Fan Shichuan felt a chill run down his spine and muttered to himself, Shin Kun was the real monster all along. He stood still, his hand unconsciously touching his ear, his eyes vacant. He mumbled, his tone full of helplessness. "I'm actually being forced to this point." Should I use the Crimson Fire Seed? No, it's not time to use it yet. Not until I destroy his Star Sword. Only then can I eliminate him in one go. So troublesome. I'm getting further and further from the trap. Suddenly, he widened his eyes, realizing the anomaly, and his voice changed. Shing Kun is forcing me to a certain place. It's reversed again. I've become the hunted. He froze, a hint of fear flashing in his eyes. This direction is the monster factory secretly established by the Fan family in a ruin somewhere in Xincheng. Meanwhile, Zhao parked her high-displacement motorcycle in front of an abandoned garage, her gaze sharply sweeping over the silent scene. She softly mumbled to herself, her tone filled with doubt. Although there's no phone signal, Shing Kun gave me a vague signal through the monster network. This location is clearly not his location, is it? What does he want me to do? Let me feel carefully. Rescue a shorty with a broken arm. There's a monster smell here. Could it be a place where monsters were once held captive? She paused, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Oh, how thrilling. Isn't this carrying out an awakener's mission? I must save people. This means this is an enemy's secret stronghold holding our hostages. She took a deep breath, gripping the handlebars tightly. So first, I need to sneak in quietly. It's my first time and I have no experience. I can't just charge through the front door. I need to take a detour, find a secluded spot. Suddenly, she narrowed her eyes, noticing a red light flashing in the darkness. How's that, a camera? Zhao, her white hair flying, abruptly stopped the motorcycle, a hint of innocent panic flashing in her eyes. A sharp arrow like the scythe of death whistled from the darkness, piercing directly through her chest. She gritted her teeth, blood oozing from the corner of her mouth, and said with a trembling voice, "Did I expose myself? Ah, how annoying, sacrificing myself before even reaching the battlefield. This feeling is terrible. Oh, I'm a monster, I won't die. Cough, cough, but it hurts so much. The first time truly hurts. I'm bleeding, damn it." The door opened. My first infiltration plan has completely failed. She looked up, her eyes sparkling, a hint of excitement flashing through the pain. Someone's coming out. Awakened are indeed tempting. With so much blood flowing from the darkness, a purple-haired awakener emerged. A sinister smile was full of depravity. There are always a few clueless individuals who come here. You're just a little girl. What mission are you carrying out here? I'm guessing you're here to rescue someone? Although Zhao was still bleeding, she suddenly revealed a cunning smile and said cheerfully, "Bingo, you guessed it. I'm here to rescue that shorty with the broken arm." The purple-haired man narrowed his eyes, a blood-red mocking glint in them. "Anyway, the higher-ups just caught a batch of monster gene carriers, fools like you who rush in to save people. Haha, one more means one more material for us. I'm very experienced." This long thorn just happened to penetrate her waist. She couldn't leave, and pulling it out was even more impossible. More importantly, it didn't hurt her limbs or vital organs. Later her limbs could still be used perfectly as superhuman material. Oh, you must be a superhuman, right? I was overthinking. No ordinary person would ever break in here. Although Zhao was pinned by the arrow, she remained innocent and lively. A mischievous glint in her eyes, she tilted her head, her voice as clear as if she felt no pain. What's that behind you?" The purple-haired awakener froze, a hint of hesitation flashing in his eyes at Zhao's sudden question. He instinctively replied, his tone still arrogant, "Behind me, that's the concentrated essence material from monster gene carriers transported from other regions. You're a greenhorn vigilante completely ignorant of this place." Zhao narrowed her eyes, her face darkened, but her eyes glittered with uncontrollable excitement. "I retract my previous thought. The plan to rescue that shorty with the broken arm is temporarily shelved. All the scum in your monster factory can be used to replenish my blood. I'll go on a rampage first and rescue people." She gritted her teeth, gripping the arrow impaled in her chest, and violently pulled it out of her body. The purple-haired man's eyes widened, his face pale, and he said with a trembling voice, "My goodness, what kind of monster are you? How can you pull out such a long thorn?" Zhao revealed a cunning smile, walked forward, her eyes sparkling with a dangerous glint. "Another correct guess." The purple-haired man panicked and quickly pressed the door-closing button, his voice trembling. "Don't even think about coming in, close the door." But the 1-meter-thick steel door was immediately torn apart by her sharp claws, fragments flying everywhere. The purple-haired man trembled, his knees knocking together, falling onto the ground with a thud, shouting in despair, "What a monster!" He unleashed the heaven-piercing thorn, summoning a huge arrow that pierced Zhao's shoulder, but she remained unharmed, her eyes burned with killing intent. He gaped, his voice trembling, "What kind of monster are you?" Zhao's claws pointed directly at his brow, her eyes sparkling with determination, and she muttered to herself, "I feel my monster power. I am a wood element monster. I can turn my own body and others' bodies into wood spirits." Immediately after, the purple-haired man's body began to mutate, his skin turning into bloodwood, and crimson thorns pierced through the roof, spreading outwards like a whirlwind. The alarm blared, echoing throughout the factory. "Intruder alert! Intruder alert! Intruder alert! Intruder alert!" The alarm blared piercingly through the monster factory, making Zhao freeze, a hint of confusion flashing across her face. She mumbled to herself, her tone a bit awkward, "This alarm makes me feel a bit guilty." She glanced at the purple-haired awakener, now just tattered clothes hanging on a pile of bloodwood. A hint of embarrassment in her eyes. He had been turned into a wood spirit by her to be absorbed. She muttered to herself, her tone firm, "No matter how you look at it, I'm a vicious villain. Scum like this should have long turned into fertilizer." She used her sharp claws to shatter the test tubes containing life essence liquid, her tone resolute. "This shouldn't exist here. Rest in peace, everyone." Suddenly, a group of awakeners rushed out from the corridor, their eyes fierce, shouting in unison, "Block all exits, don't let her escape. Whoever strikes the first blow will be rewarded with life essence." Xiaoni curled her lips, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Oh, perfect timing, I was just looking for an outlet." An awakener swaggered forward, smiling. "Let me do it, hee hee, little sister, let this young master earn some credit. This guy named Wu Tian always takes credit." Seeing Xiaoni's claw strike miss, he burst out laughing, his tone full of contempt. "Ah, why is this hand so deformed? I thought it had some special ability, too slow. Which rookie was on duty here just now to be defeated by a slowpoke like you? Isn't it as easy as eating candy for me to deal with you?" Before he finished speaking, his body suddenly stiffened, his skin turned to wood, emitting terrifying cracking sounds. Xiaoni tilted her head, revealing a cunning smile. "This is my hand." The remaining awakeners widened their eyes, one trembling and saying, wait a minute. What did she do? Is Wu Tian a wood element awakener? I've never heard of anyone who can turn people into wood. Wood element awakener. Seeing Wu Tian now just a pile of splinters, the rest screamed, their eyes filled with panic. Whatever method she used, this awakener is too evil. Everyone cast star map prison, set up the formation, which was easily completed. In the dark basement, an awakener cheered, his eyes sparkling with the light of victory as the star map prison was activated so easily. He thought to himself, although she's powerful, her speed, experience, and reaction are severely lacking. The leader's gaze was sharp and he decisively ordered, "Team 1, tie her up, absolutely don't let her escape. Team 2, combine with Crimson Flame Fire, burn her to ashes with full power." He curled his lips, his tone full of confidence. "Even a fire element awakener would be reduced to ashes after taking this combination of attacks from us. What's more, this woman is only a wood element awakener. Fire counters wood, she definitely has no chance of survival." But before he finished speaking, a demonic figure appeared from the darkness. Xiaoni, with monster horns flashing on her head, her eyes blood red and full of intimidation, leaving everyone stunned. The captain's eyes widened, his voice trembling. "Impossible, Captain, she's still alive, how can this be? Are those monster horns on her head? I heard some powerful humanoid monsters have appeared. Could she be a monster, an invasion by monsters? Can monsters also use elemental power? Is she a tier 5? Be careful." Another guy's eyes darted around in panic, stammering, "Even if she's not tier 5, she's at least peak tier 4. Be careful and dodge." An awakener who had just dodged Xiaoni's attack sneered, his tone filled with smugness. "Dodged it. Luckily her attack speed barely grazed me, not even breaking the skin." But before he finished speaking, his body suddenly stiffened, his skin cracked and turned into wood, emitting terrifying crunching sounds. He shrieked, his voice distorted with terror. "Ahaha, mom's cooking, she can instantly turn people into wood, absolutely can't let her touch me." Screams echoed one after another as the remaining awakeners panicked, one shouting, "Ah, the monster is terrifying." The others' legs trembled and they cried out in despair, "Run, Xiaoni, give them a shot quickly." But under everyone's horrified gaze, each person's body exploded into splinters of wood and someone in the basement shrieked, "Ah, help!" What a bizarre sight. Xiaoni stood amidst a pile of rubble, her claws still stained with blood, her eyes carrying a hint of apology. She mumbled, her tone mixed with doubt. "I'm definitely not the villain, am I? Definitely, probably the hero, right?" In the central control room, the alarm blared piercingly. An awakener stood before the screen, his face pale, his voice filled with shock. "What? Our monster factory has a monster invasion, are you hearing what I'm saying?" The soldier standing at the door, sweat beading on his forehead, hastily replied, "It's true. Security Team 1 has been completely wiped out." The long-haired captain maintained his calm demeanor, his voice cold. "I'll be there as soon as I finish this. Now have Team 2 and Team 3 act together. With so much support from the fan family, the two teams combined have 4 tier 4 superhumans, and on their home turf can't they even handle a small monster?" He turned to Lin Chu, gripping his head tightly, a sinister glint flashing in his eyes. "You've piqued my curiosity. Under my psychic manipulation, you can only be forced to recall your true memories, yet you keep recalling irrelevant things, from wetting the bed as a child to your height stagnation in high school. Your fragmented memories reveal your life. So what secret are you trying to hide? Stop struggling. In my hands you cannot keep any secrets. A complete breakdown is only a matter of time." Just then, soldiers rushed in, panting, "Director, something's happened." The long-haired man's face turned green with anger, his eyes burning with fury. "What's wrong with you? Why are you standing here instead of quickly solving the problem?" The soldiers' faces twisted in panic. They stammered, "The exit has been blocked by a strange kind of wood. We discovered that this eerie wood blocked the exit and invaded our secure area through the ventilation ducts. This strange wood is gradually appearing in all the crevices of the entire monster factory. It has spread all the way to your laboratory." Before he finished speaking, the ventilation shaft above suddenly opened, and a blood-red magic cloud vine drilled out, its sharp thorns like the scythes of death. The leader was startled, his voice distorted with terror. "A wood element monster?" From the darkness, Xiaoni's eerie voice echoed with a cunning and dangerous tone. "So this is the lair of this den of iniquity? Oh, how lucky that Shorty with the broken arm is here too." In the control room, the soldiers' eyes widened, their faces pale, screaming with trembling voices, "Director, it's that. The invading monster." The scene switched to a chaotic battlefield where Xing Kun stood among the crowd, his gaze sharp yet with a hint of apology. He looked at the rescued monster gene carriers, his voice low and sincere. "Everyone, you've worked hard. The rapid surge in power will make you weak for a while. Don't worry too much, you'll slowly recover. If you want to solve this hidden problem, you must regularly use life essence liquid. I apologize for putting you in danger. Tomorrow when you come to the villa I will give you some life essence liquid as compensation. For now, please find your own way back." A person from the crowd stepped forward, their eyes filled with gratitude. "Mr. Xing Kun, thank you for saving us again." On the other side of the battlefield, the earth dragons released by Xing Kun were still pursuing Fan Shichuan, making him stumble, his clothes tattered. Even when pushed to the brink, he still held his head high, his tone filled with pride. "Disgusting monster." Xing Kun floated in the air, looking down from above, his mocking smile as sharp as a blade. "Hey Eli, Fan family, are you listening? Whether you're Fan Zhanshan, Fan Zhenwei, or Fan Jinlian, stop being so sneaky. If you don't want the Fan family to die out, come out now and use all your tricks. Let's settle all our grievances at once." Fan Shichuan's face turned ashen, and he bit down hard on a pill, thinking, damn it, the eldest son of the Fan family, vice-captain of the Netherworld Cleansing Squad, being treated as a hostage. What a joke. He swallowed the pill, and his body erupted with the aura of a Tier 5 superhuman, roaring confidently, "Oh, what are you daring to settle scores with the Fan family? Wake up, the Fan family is judging you. We are justice. You are a monster that harms humanity." Xing Kun stood silently, his gaze as calm as a superior looking down at a timid rat, his voice low and mocking. "The Fan family openly twists black and white, framing others. You're really amazing. How can you so calmly take all this for granted?" The scent around him grew even stronger, almost matching Jiyu's allure, yet it was different, using human lives as bait to frame and falsely accuse a scumbag family that uses public funds for personal gain and power yet dares to speak of judgment and justice. If Jiyu is a bowl of top-grade beef noodles, then he is like a bowl of instant noodles whose flavor rivals Jiyu's. He paused, his eyes flashing with a solemn expression. Regardless of the substance, he had indeed instantly ascended to a Tier 5 superhuman. Fan Shichuan's massive flaming palm rushed over, its terrifying power scorching the air. Xing Kun squinted, mumbling as he tried to discern the scent. "His flames are indeed Tier 5 now. I have resistance. I can't directly devour his flames. I must peel them away first." Under his sharp gaze, Fan Shichuan's lips curved into a mocking smile, his tone filled with contempt. "Justice and evil are always defined by us superhumans. You are a monster, destined to be judged. Let me show you the true power of the Crimson Flame Hand that my useless brother Fan Shai's couldn't show you." He raised his hand and scorching flames blazed fiercely, their momentum as if to incinerate the entire space. 20 years of Fan family research, the pinnacle of exquisite arrangement of superhuman genes. The star map pushed flames to their extreme. All things under this scorching palm turned to ashes. This is the true Crimson Flame Hand. A terrifying heat wave swept over, making Xing Kun involuntarily squint, the scorching aura assaulting him. He softly mumbled, his tone filled with shock. "Terrifying high temperature. In terms of temperature, it's even higher than the flame demon god's purgatory fire." Xing Kun's mind raced, his gaze slightly thoughtful. Someone with such terrifying strength must have been a prominent figure in his previous life, but why is there no information about Fan Shichuan in his memories? He frowned, asking himself. Not even any information about the Netherworld Cleansing Squad. Did he and the Fan family flee from the start in his previous life, even colluding with monsters and betraying humanity just like in this life? Doubts arose, and a chilling thought suddenly crossed his mind. Perhaps he and the Fan family fled from the start in his previous life, even colluding with monsters and betraying humanity just like in this life. Suddenly a huge scorching palm tore through space, charging directly at Xing Kun. Shichuan roared, his voice like thunder. "Guardian Purgatory, victorious in 100 battles, envelop the domain you understand. The Guardian Purgatory of a Tier 5 fire element monster is characterized by repelling troublesome bones like the Crimson Flame Hand, then enveloping and devouring the enemy." "What a disgusting monster domain," he pouted, a hint of arrogance flashing in his eyes. "Let me show you humanity's fire element domain, the ultimate in flames." Shichuan spat out crimson flames, his scorching palm grew larger and larger, and dazzling golden light devoured the space. Within the blue flame barrier, Xing Kun slightly pouted, his smile profound. "Did you take medicine and acupuncture, both replenishing and burning life? You can even play such tricks." As soon as he finished speaking, two blue and red flames violently collided, and space itself seemed to tremble. Xing Kun frowned, his voice low. With a hint of solemnity, "The domain was nullified, indeed nullified. You're so eager to kill me, aren't you just afraid that I'll restore the sanity of those monster gene carriers, restoring their normal status, which would affect your human trafficking business, right?" He clenched his fists, his eyes burning with fury. "You bastards are utterly depraved." Shichuan squinted, a sinister smile creeping onto his lips, his tone filled with malice. "The victor defines the world. Only by defeating me do you have the right to define it. Now I've caught up to your speed. As long as you're not touched, your power will vanish. This is how humans deal with monsters." Although his words were sharp, he secretly calculated in his heart, a hint of cunning flashing in his eyes. He hadn't unleashed the Sword Star yet. He was waiting for the right moment. The pressure wasn't enough. As soon as he forced him to unleash the Sword Star, he would destroy it, causing a fatal backlash that would shatter him to pieces. Unaware of the enemy's sinister plot, Xing Kun lightly flicked two fingers, his tone calm yet sharp, shouting, "The victor defines the world, Starfire Sword." In an instant, flames blazed fiercely, converging into a dazzling beam of light. Like an arrow shot from a bow, it charged straight towards Shichuan. Tearing through space, Shichuan's body was pierced by the flame beam, blood splattering, staining the entire space red. He gritted his teeth, muttering in pain. His flames penetrated the Crimson Flame Hand. He only used a small portion of the Sword Star, but it's clearly not enough. Even destroying the Sword Star now wouldn't be enough to kill him. I must add fuel to the fire. Suddenly, a sharp pain struck and several of his bones shattered under Shin Kun's attack. Second life could heal wounds, but it couldn't regenerate bones. He roared, his eyes filled with anger. Shin Kun laughed heartily, his voice filled with contempt, and with a gentle squeeze of 2 fingers, "Those bugs hiding in the sewers, why don't you come out? Your eldest young master is about to be finished." From the shadows of the building, Fan Zhenwei's voice rang out, cold and arrogant, "As you wish." A powerful sonic shockwave suddenly erupted, causing space to tremble violently. Though the monster's body was strong, it was unstable. With appropriate sonic vibrations, their physical bodies would instantly convulse. "This is the method our Fan family developed to deal with monsters, extremely effective." He paused, a hint of smugness in his eyes. "Back here, the Fan family has made the most thorough preparations. But unfortunately, to avoid being discovered, we had to set a trap." In an instant, countless golden chains rushed over, sharp as blades, piercing through Shin Kun's body. Fan Zhenwei's voice still echoed, filled with arrogance. "You are too arrogant and you've walked right into our trap. It's practically tailor-made for you." Shin Kun still maintained a calm expression, softly owing, his gaze sharply sweeping over the enemy. "Are you using these despicable methods to control the monsters in the factory?" On the other side, Fan Shai squinted, pulling out a pile of syringes and medicine bottles from his pocket. A hint of an arrogant curve played on his lips. "Shin Kun, watch closely. My old man looked down on me until he died. Open your dog eyes and see, the strongest flames aren't necessarily blue. Red is the king of flames," he roared, his aura erupting. "Reduced to ashes, reveal your true form." 2 huge crimson flame hands blazed fiercely, charging toward Shin Kun as if to devour everything. The scene switched to Zhaoni, her cold voice still echoing in the dimly lit room. "Oh, I've seen it all. There's a laboratory in the west. It's hell on earth there. Countless monster gene carriers are thrown into machines by you, used as raw materials for producing life essence liquid." She gritted her teeth, her eyes burning with fury. "Deeper in, I dare not even look. The East holds a warehouse of human limbs, all from various superhumans. You despicable scum, you wouldn't atone for your sins even if you died 10,000 times." The long-haired man opposite let out a scornful laugh, a fake smile on his stern face. "Foolish, we are the ones truly dedicated to Washa." He stepped forward, his tone as arrogant as a superior. "The world is just like this. It's precisely because the entire world conducts human experiments that superhumans have their power today. And superhuman science has made such tremendous progress. If it weren't for the Fan family's secret research and assumption of responsibility, Washa's superhuman science would have fallen decades behind." He paused, a cunning glint in his eyes. "To fall behind is to be beaten. Only by acting in the interest of the majority can one claim righteousness. You think you can take this opportunity to save him? Dream on, I won't fall for it." He gritted his teeth, emphasizing, "This is a monster factory. For large-scale monster escapes or evolution, we already have a clear strategy." As soon as he finished speaking, he slammed the control button, and a terrifying sonic shockwave erupted, making Zhaoni wince, her body trembling with pain. The long-haired man pursed his lips, his smile bright and arrogant. "This sonic wave is designed to achieve maximum effect in a monster factory. Theoretically, even a Tier 5 monster would fall to its knees." The long-haired man roared, his gaze sharp as a knife. "All fire element superhumans, burn her to death." The soldiers immediately acted, uniformly unleashing exotic fires, and fierce flames consumed Zhaoni's eerie wooden barrier. One person forcefully stepped on Lin Chu's head, making her groan in agonizing pain. The long-haired man pursed his lips, his mocking smile filled with malice. "I've seen all your apprentices. You want to pass on the complete sword star to Shin Kun. Coincidentally, I received intelligence that that monster is now of no further use. I will skin and disembowel you, leaving only useful materials." He paused, a cunning glint in his eyes. "Didn't you notice? The complete sword star you obtained from my mind earlier was fake. Did you even report it? Hee hee, you'll be punished." The surrounding soldiers clapped and cheered, their voices rising and falling. "Director, the monstrous wood has retreated." "All right, a gong." A person stepped forward and respectfully handed a gong the sonic controller, instructing him to take the crimson fire pill to complete the mission. Now he would lead teams 2 and 3 to eliminate the monsters. The gong nodded, his eyes gleaming with confidence, assuring them he would complete the task. He strode out full of momentum. The long-haired man turned, looking down at Lin Chu curled on the ground, his voice cold, tinged with disdain. "Ha, do you really not know what situation you're in? How dare you still disgust me? At worst, I'll discard your legs, your life as waste. As long as there's no need to preserve the usability of your body. I have 100 ways to extract your secrets from your mind. The only reason you're alive right now is because I'm short on materials and don't want to waste anything." With that, he struck Lin Chu's mouth fiercely, piercing it, and blood spewed out, staining the cockpit floor. Just then, the alarm blared shrilly. Zhaoni clutched her head, her face contorted in pain, screaming, "What was that sound just now? It completely made me weak." Soldiers immediately swarmed out, shouting, "She's indeed weakened. Captain Gong, her body is excellent material." Another guy shrieked, his voice filled with panic, "Are you crazy? All of Team 1's clothes are still on the ground. Do you want to turn into wood too? And she has already mutated. Unless captured alive, she'll just turn to ash if she dies. Everyone listen clearly. We are facing merciless monsters, and we absolutely must not think about fighting over materials for merit." The blonde man raised his walkie-talkie and shouted, "Wait!" But Zhaoni suddenly charged over, her sharp claws swinging like the scythe of death. "Go to hell, you scum!" Suddenly, another terrifying sonic shockwave shot straight into her brain, causing Zhaoni to halt abruptly, her face twisted in agony. She gritted her teeth and mumbled, "Buzz that sound again." A flicker of determination flashed in the blond man's eyes, and he roared, "Now activate the control system immediately." Instantly a series of sharp javelins shot out, piercing Zhani's body, and blood splattered. He roared, his voice filled with vigilance, "Good, a hit, but be careful, she's not human. Don't let your guard down. The control system is preparing for an override connection, centering on the hit point, locking onto her body to prevent her from moving." The soldiers uniformly bit down on their pills, their eyes glinting with determination. Phase 1 control complete. Phase 2 take the Crimson Fire pill, activate the star map and support the squad to further strengthen control. Although Zhani was pierced by the javelins, she remained expressionless, her voice filled with contempt. "You've inserted too many things into me." Suddenly she gritted her teeth and blazing fury ignited in her eyes. "Tear it, it's my turn to pierce you." She lunged forward, her sharp claws tearing through the air, causing the soldiers to shriek in terror. How could the control system resist? I'm recovering so fast. Logically, even a Tier 5 monster shouldn't be able to move so quickly. This is the highest level the monster factory can unleash, and even we superhumans will be affected. Captain Gong gritted his teeth and decisively ordered to press the button. The fire element superhumans unleashed Fire Dragon Tornado together, and the soldiers immediately complied, their flames merging, burning fiercely, forming a firestorm that swept toward Zhani. A soldier shouted, his voice full of doubt, "Captain Gong, can this really burn her to death?" Team 1 already failed. They were too careless, treating her as a human. To deal with a monster, continuous burning is necessary. "We've already used the Crimson Fire pills." Captain Gong nodded, his eyes cold. "This combat method is enough to burn a Tier 4 monster to death. And theoretically, Tier 5 isn't an issue either. Moreover, her size is only human-sized, much smaller than a Tier 4 monster. Burning her to death is only a matter of time." But suddenly a soldier shrieked in panic, "Burned through, Captain Gong, something's wrong. You felt it too, didn't you? Why are our flames getting weaker and weaker, as if something is absorbing them?" Zhani stood in the center of the fire line, her eyes glowing with an eerie light. She suddenly waved her hand and all the soldiers' flames were sucked into her body, a sarcastic smile playing on her lips. "I thought I'd get a good fight and pull you all up by the roots, but I didn't expect you to wilt so quickly, not even a minute." She gritted her teeth, her tone full of disdain. "Damn it, press it quickly." Zhani grinned, her smile eerie and contemptuous, her eyes sparkling with triumph. "Hee hee, my king is nearby. Your flames have already been sucked away by him." She tilted her head slightly, her tone mocking. And then the sonic wave sounded again. "There's that annoying sound again." "But it's okay, I'm used to hearing it." The soldiers panicked when shouting, "No, impossible." The sonic wave failed. Captain Gong gritted his teeth, his eyes wide with horror. "It can't fail this quickly." But before he could react, Zhani had already charged over. Her sharp claws swung like the scythe of death, tearing through space, instantly slicing the soldiers into pieces. She cackled, her voice full of glee and killing intent. "This old lady will drain your flesh and blood and refine your souls for 1,000 years in a secret chamber." On the other side, the long-haired man was still suppressing Lin Chu, brutally assaulting him physically. He grinned, his tone mocking. "I thought you were capable, but all it took was a little effort for you to recall the star map clearly," he sneered, a malicious glint in his eyes. "Your mind must have already collapsed, right? You're even spitting out so much blood. A psychic attack is like a severe injury, soiling my hands." But he then stopped abruptly, coughed a few times, and a hint of doubt flashed in his eyes. "Cough, cough, no, it's not just the psychic shock causing you to vomit blood. You're genuinely severely injured. I only kicked you once, how could you be so badly hurt?" He narrowed his eyes, his voice heavy. "You're not just recalling the star map, you're interpreting it." The long-haired man's expression gradually grew solemn, as if he had just discovered an astonishing secret. "With your current shattered body, interpreting the star map is practically suicide. Why are you risking your life?" He gritted his teeth, his eyes gleaming with cold light. "That monster Xing Kun, when he's within a certain range, he can sense the superhuman genes operating within your body. You're using this method to accurately transmit the Sword Star's star map to him," he roared, his face twisted in anger. "This is the information you've been hiding all along. I will never let you succeed." The long-haired man raised his arm, killing intent erupting, determined to send Lin Chu to hell.